Chapter 1. Clarity. At the summit of Nyosho Mountain, the BNI tribe thrived amidst a vibrant springtime atmosphere. Draped in a delicate azure satin dress, a woman stood at the peak, her attire billowing gently in the soft breeze. Her willow-leaf brows furrowed lightly, giving rise to a hint of melancholy, yet this did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. It was evident from her rounded abdomen that she had been with child for some time. System, is everything truly fine with this pregnancy? I have an unsettling feeling that it is drawing on my vitality, and lately, it has become increasingly unruly. The system has always stated that bearing children is immensely beneficial and poses no harm. Please have faith in the system. Host. Chu Liangyu fell silent for a moment, instinctively caressing her belly, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. How many pregnancies have there been now? This should be the 101st. Indeed, such a multitude of pregnancies had even left the system somewhat uncertain. Chu Liangyu closed her eyes. She was weary and no longer wished to bear children. She parted her lips, intending to speak, but after 15 years of coexistence, she had come to understand the temperament of the system. It would never allow her to escape, unless she were to die, rendering her incapable of reproduction. Empress, the wind is strong atop the mountain for your well-being. Please return with me. The man, clad in fitted animal hides, possessed striking features, thick brows, deep-set eyes, broad shoulders, and a narrow waistband, undeniable beauty of the mortal realm. His voice was soft to the point of gentleness, as if fearing to startle her. Yet, his gaze lingered more upon Chu Liangyu's abdomen. She lowered her eyes, having grown accustomed to it long ago. Sangyu belonged to the nearly extinct Qinglong clan, and the opportunity to bear offspring was something to be treasured. There was no love to speak of for Chu Liangyu, merely a fondness that rendered him pleasing to the eye. What mattered most to him was the child within her. Should this pregnancy succeed, there would be hope for their clan, averting extinction in his generation. Since you insist, let us return. Chu Liangyu smiled gently, though her tone held an odd quality. Sangyu, oblivious to the nuance, wrapped an arm around her shoulders and began to descend the mountain. Where are the others? They are busy hunting and tending to their young. Do you envy them? Sangyu nodded. Seeing them toil yet find joy, it would be disingenuous to say, I do not envy them. However, I shall soon have my own offspring, so there is no need to covet theirs. The 12 beastly husbands, though not celestial in their appearance, were certainly the finest among their kind. In terms of beauty, the system had never been unkind to her. Yet what good was it? All they cared about were the few pieces of flesh she bore. She could not fathom the thoughts of these beastmen, no matter how noble their lineage. When the time for extinction came, one must heed the laws of nature. Delaying the inevitable served little purpose. Aside from the child within, only Yutu remains without offspring. Have him seek me upon our return. Kanji's brow furrowed, his tone hesitant. Empress, I know you can bear children of two races simultaneously, but I sense this pregnancy will drain much of your strength. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until this one is born? Chu Liangyu gazed at him quietly. It seemed Sangyu had also noticed the vitality being siphoned away by the children. Before she could respond, Sangyu could not help but add, Empress, I fear it may not be possible. Chu Liangyu tilted her head, indicating he should look behind. Unbeknownst to them, Yutu had been perched upon a tree behind them, nonchalantly dangling, yet now appearing somewhat tense. His golden eyes narrowed, fixed intently upon Sangyu. The White Tiger and Qinglong clans were naturally at odds. Hearing this exchange, Yutu found it hard not to overthink. Sangyu, the Empress is willing to endure hardship for the sake of our White Tiger clan's prosperity. What do you mean by this? You misunderstand. I merely worry for the Empress' health. Hearing his insincere words, Yutu scoffed, mercilessly exposing the truth. What concern for the Empress' health? You're simply worried about your unborn child. Or perhaps you do not desire our White Tiger clan to flourish. Indeed, our White Tiger clan has always outnumbered yours. Should we continue to procreate, what future would remain for your Qinglong clan? Kanji's fists clenched at his sides, his tone domineering. And what of it? Can you defeat me? It was no wonder Sangyu spoke so bluntly in terms of strength. Yutu indeed could not match him. Otherwise, Sangyu would not have been the first to bear offspring. Strength was paramount, and Yutu could only swallow his pride in silence. Sangyu, the children are hungry. Please hunt some game. I shall await your return. Chu Liangyu understood his concerns, hence she did not say she was hungry herself. Then I shall escort you home first. No need, Yutu will suffice. Hurry and return, lest the children go hungry. Sangyu pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment, before replying, Very well, I shall return swiftly. One must understand, the stronger the being, the more energy required to bear offspring. Regardless of whether Chu Liangyu's words held truth, to ensure the health of the children, Yu had to depart. As he left, Yudi's lips curled into a smile, his mood evidently lifted. With a gentle push of his arms, he effortlessly leapt down from the tree. Upon approaching, Yudi's nose twitched in delight. Empress, you smell divine. This fragrance was unfamiliar to him, yet he found it utterly enchanting and thoroughly enjoyed it. Oh, do you like it? Absolutely, he answered without hesitation, and Chu Liangyu seemed immensely pleased, letting out a soft chuckle. Come closer. Chu Liangyu beckoned him with a graceful gesture, her eyes sparkling with allure. Yutu felt a thrill at her invitation, not noticing the motion resembled that of calling a small dog. Her soft lips brushed against his ear, sending shivers down his spine. Yuda's face flushed crimson, his words stumbling. Empress, you seem a bit different today. Unlike her usual poised and pristine demeanor, she was particularly beguiling today, irresistibly captivating. Truth be told, Yutu preferred this version of her. Chu Liangyu paused momentarily. Do you wish for children? Did that even need to be asked? Yutu nodded vigorously. Having been here for quite some time, Chu Liangyu still held a strong sense of modesty, making it unlikely for her to act in the wild. Host, your eagerness to complete the task is commendable, but one must not be overly hasty. What do you mean? The energy consumed in this pregnancy would be considerable should there be another. After all this time, your energy has neither increased nor been of any assistance with such matters. Host, there's plenty of time ahead. Is it not better to be steady? Chu Liangyu remained silent. She understood that time was on her side, yet she no longer wished to live this way. She needed to devise a plan to rid herself of the system, and this moment presented a splendid opportunity. From then on, no matter how the system urged her, Chu Liangyu no longer listened. Chapter 2. Observing the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. Host, please do not act this way. Let us discuss matters amicably. Perhaps, sensing Chu Liangyu's intentions, the system's tone grew increasingly anxious. What are you doing? The dimly lit room was filled with a scene of alluring splendor, and the sudden influx of light caused both individuals to halt their actions. Chu Liangyu's eyes shimmered with moisture, her slightly reddened gaze turning towards the newcomer. As the spring light burst forth, it dazzled Kanji's vision, leaving him momentarily dazed as he locked eyes with Chu Liangyu, his mind blank for an instant. As you can see, you two, I warned you since you refused to heed my words. Do not blame me for being merciless. Yu had hunted with great haste, yet it seemed he had arrived too late. It appeared that only through a lesson would you two grasp the concept of decorum. Huh? Do you truly think I fear you? A resounding roar of a tiger erupted, and you two transformed back into his beastly form. His white fur, interspersed with black stripes, bore the striking emblem of a king upon his brow, and his golden eyes were filled with fury. Despite their anger, both men were mindful of Chu Liangyu within the dwelling, and they discreetly exited the building. Chu Liangyu maintained a calm expression, unhurriedly donning her garments. She picked up a plate of red heart fruits from the table and stepped outside the stone house. Upon emerging, she was greeted by the sight of small cubs frolicking chaotically across the mountainside. Chu Liangyu's lips curled into a smile. She felt as though she had stepped into a zoo, playing the role of an observing visitor, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. Halfway up the mountain, the two men were engaged in a fierce battle, while Chu Liangyu leisurely seated herself upon the grass, watching with keen interest. Suddenly, a furry sensation brushed against her hand. Beast mother, what are you eating? I want some too. Chu Liangyu looked down to find a small white fox with fluffy fur, its eyes sparkling with curiosity. I cannot. There is only this little bit the beast mother wishes to eat as well. Gently scratching the chin of the little fox, Chu Liangyu felt a playful urge and said, How about this? You summon your beast father to plead on your behalf, and I shall grant you the remainder. Almost immediately after the birth of the nine-tailed clan, that man seldom graced her presence. On the rare occasions they crossed paths, it was merely the sight of him returning from a hunt. Among all the beast men, his visage stood out as exceptional, though his temperament was rather unpleasant. All right, beast mother, wait for me. He'll go fetch beast father. The little one, quite earnest in his endeavor, actually set off. Chu Liangyu shook her head, not taking it to heart. Such a trivial matter would hardly compel that man to appear. It seemed that Yu was indeed genuinely irked this time, and he had dealt with the situation rather ruthlessly. Perhaps due to long-suppressed frustrations, Yuta managed to hold his own against him after exerting all his strength. Time passed, and eventually, the two of them descended the mountain, their bodies marred with wounds. In back, Chu Liangyu greeted, her expression unchanging as she feigned ignorance of their injuries. Yu, the little ones are hungry, go fetch some food. Yu sensed a change in the female leader, but he could not pinpoint what had altered. It felt as if she no longer cared about anything, drifting in and out of reach, evoking a sense that she might leave at any moment. Leave? Biting his lip, he pondered whether it was the warmth of spring that stirred his reluctance. Very well, what kind of preparation does the female leader desire? Chu Liangyu was taken aback. Had he not only known how to roast? Could he truly manage other methods? Just prepare whatever you think is suitable. Watching Yu depart, Chu Liangyu stifled a yawn and was about to step inside when suddenly, someone clasped her hand. Female leader, it hurts so much. Turning back, she found Yuda's face adorned with a pitiful expression, his eyes gazing at her with an unwavering intensity. This was the first time a beast man had ever acted so coyly towards her, and Chu Liangyu chuckled, refraining from offering him any consolation. She reached out to poke at his swollen eye. If one didn't know better, they might think you were from the Panda clan. Female leader, how could you be so heartless, showing no concern for me at all? Oh, how would you like me to express my concern? Grappling his collar, she pulled him closer, closing the distance between them with a sudden force. Yuda's heart raced, his gaze flickering as he dared not meet Chu Liangyu's eyes. The closer they stood, the more he could inhale that intoxicating scent that captivated him. He found himself relishing this intimate proximity, wishing it could last indefinitely. Chu Liangyu observed his reaction with amusement, her expression taking on a playful tone. Intentionally, she drew even closer, her soft lips brushing against his in a fleeting kiss. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, the contact was brief, yet Yudu seemed to develop an addiction, eagerly pursuing her. Indeed, Chu Liangyu had brought this upon herself as they embraced and shared tender moments for an extended duration. She felt her body grow weak, enveloped in Yuda's arms. Her ruby lips parted slightly, breaths coming in soft gasps, unable to find calm for what felt like an eternity. Female leader. A man's clear voice broke through, startling Chu Liangyu, evoking a blend of familiarity and strangeness, as if she were caught in a time warp. His deep-set gaze lingered on her for a considerable while before he casually averted his eyes. Qiumu, what brings you here? Didn't you instruct the little one to summon me? Huh. She had merely jested, never anticipating that this man would actually come. Given his temperament, it was likely that the little one had said something to provoke such a visit, otherwise he would not have come so readily. It's nothing, these are what I promised. You may take them to him. In his soft, delicate palm, the crimson fruit appeared even more radiant. Perhaps it was the fruit's vivid hue that had captivated both men, leaving them momentarily spellbound. Qiumu frowned slightly, uttering a soft, "This trivial matter, do not call for me again next time." As he reached for the red heart fruit, their hands inevitably brushed against each other. Qiumu's expression seemed somewhat displeased, as he subtly wiped his hand against the beast's skin. Chu Liangyu clenched her teeth in frustration. What sort of person was he, to be so disdainful, yet still show up? Female leader, he has departed. Yuda's voice was somewhat melancholic, and Chu Liangyu snapped back to reality, suddenly losing interest. You seem heavily injured, return and rest. Normally, upon hearing her say this, Yutu would obediently take his leave, yet today he was particularly clingy. He especially enjoyed nuzzling against her neck, and Chu Liangyu's annoyance momentarily faltered. It seemed she had indeed overindulged, and this was her own doing. Since she could not rid herself of him, she resolved to ignore him entirely. Did you prepare this? Today had indeed been filled with unexpected events. Upon seeing the plethora of exquisite dishes, Chu Liangyu could hardly believe her eyes. Yes, do get a try. So it turned out he was not incapable, merely unwilling. The smile on Chu Liangyu's face softened, but her heart felt a chill. Such a rare display of sumptuous delicacies should not go to waste. You two, with unabashed boldness, joined her in the meal. Perhaps due to their earlier confrontation, Yu had gained a deeper understanding of Yuda's capabilities. Realizing it was not as simple as he had initially thought, his attitude shifted, and he chose not to drive you two away. Thus, an oddly harmonious atmosphere enveloped them. As dusk fell, the rambunctious little ones returned to their respective beast fathers. The little fox, eagerly anticipating his red heart fruit, dashed toward Qiumu as soon as he saw him return. Beast father, did you bring the red heart fruit? Chapter 3, A Feather Plucked from a Goose. Indeed, your beast mother provided it for you. Surrounded by the little ones, Qiumu's expression softened for a fleeting moment. He was well aware of the situation. Chu Liangyu had misunderstood. She assumed the little one had relayed something else, thus coaxing Qiumu to come. Clearly, he yearned for a connection with Chu Liangyu. As for the reason he had not sought her out, only Qiumu knew. 3 months later, apart from the 6-month-old azure dragon cub developing in her womb, Chu Liangyu also found herself expecting a cub from the White Tiger clan. Even though she bore offspring from 2 clans, Her belly only exhibited the size typical of 6 months. The system had granted her the benefit of only visibly carrying one clan's offspring, and she felt no discomfort, though she was somewhat weary of this pig-like existence. Female leader, is what you say truly the case? Am I also to have cubs? Chu Liangyu nodded, yes. Upon receiving this affirmation, Yutu was overcome with joy, though also somewhat at a loss. Then I shall go hunting as well, to provide sustenance for the little ones. He caught Sangyu, who was about to set off for a hunt, and declared, I will accompany you. The presence of an additional hunter would surely yield more energy for Chu Liangyu. Yet she continues to grow increasingly emaciated, her entire being resembling an insatiable abyss, as no amount of sustenance seems to suffice. If this persists, Chu Liangyu will inevitably meet her demise. Strangely, the one who should be the least composed at this moment exudes a calmness more profound than anyone else, even imparting an air of leisurely languor. My lady, what on earth is happening? Why are you becoming thinner by the day? The look of helplessness upon Yutu's face resembles that of a child, utterly unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Chu Liangyu suspected that he was troubled by the cubs and cast a fleeting glance at him without offering an explanation. Instead, Sangyu began to elaborate. Do you understand why I do not permit the female to bear 2 races simultaneously? Our Azure Dragon clan is already favored by the beast god, endowed with innate advantages. It has always been a struggle for the female to nurture our Azure Dragon lineage, and now, with your white tiger offspring added to the mix, will the female be able to survive? Before Sangyu could finish his thought, Yutu abruptly posed a question. Will she die? Yes, but rest assured. Based on my observations of the female-S condition, as long as we hunt plentifully to replenish her energy, the cubs should manage to survive. However, Yutu erupted. What cubs? Your mind is consumed with your offspring. I do not want any cubs. I only wish for the female to live. Sangyu was taken aback. Had they not followed the female to perpetuate their race? Why would he utter such words? Confounded, he felt a twinge of guilt and a pang of sorrow upon witnessing Chu Liangyu's increasingly emaciated figure. Yet, this did not deter his desire to propagate the Azure Dragon lineage. Yutu's eyes burned with intensity as he confronted Sangyu with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Chu Liangyu, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them at an unknown moment. Her emotions unexpectedly complex. It was rare for a beast husband to express a desire to forego offspring, especially for her sake. This was both the first and only instance. Could it be that the system's catnip had been too effective, rendering the tiger foolish and causing him to speak nonsensically? Did you not also yearn for cubs? Why do you suddenly no longer desire them? Sangyu stammered, seeking clarity. I cherish her essence and do not wish for her to vanish. If cubs are not meant to be, there will always be future opportunities. With that, Yutu turned his gaze toward Chu Liangyu, wearing a face of earnest supplication. Sangyu, visibly vexed, thought, indeed, he speaks as if it is his decision to make. The white tiger was only a few months along. It was possible that upon birth, it could perish. Meanwhile, his own cubs were on the verge of successful delivery. How could he allow Yutu to disrupt that? To refuse? That is not for you to determine. With a swift motion, he seized Yutu's hand, intent on violence, and unceremoniously flung him away. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of dragon roars and tiger growls. As the two engaged in a fierce battle, unlike their previous encounters, this time fought with a desperation that bordered on life and death. Chu Liangyu lay on the bed, her large belly prominent, yearning to venture outside but feeling utterly powerless. In essence, her relationship with these men was purely transactional. Their fates held no significance for her, and she merely lamented the loss of an opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. At this juncture, the system presented 2 choices, either exhaust all its energy to protect her or safeguard the little ones. Choosing to protect her would be the most unprofitable decision, for it would deplete Chu Liangyu of all her strength, leaving her incapable of bearing children thereafter. Chu Liangyu was certain that the system would not retain her, and this was precisely the opportunity she had referred to. Once her utility diminished, the system would undoubtedly sever its ties with her, at which point she would be considered free. A sharp pain surged through her. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her entire body began to tremble in agony. Ding! The host is about to give birth. To ensure the safe arrival of the offspring, the system will revoke the benefits of painless delivery and reduce energy consumption. Please understand, host. System, how could you do this to me? To Chu Liangyu's astonishment, it was the system's grotesque visage that provoked her inaugural outburst of invective. The piercing cries of Chu Liangyu resonated powerfully, drawing a crowd to the stone house. Surprisingly, a few beast handlers, typically elusive, had gathered today. What could be the reason? Perhaps a birth was imminent. However, the female master had never experienced such commotion during past deliveries. The expressions of those gathered were rather indifferent, as if they were merely discussing the weather. After much conversation, none chose to enter and investigate. Pain blurred Chu Liangyu's vision, rendering her oblivious to the presence of those outside. Though her body endured great torment, a sense of liberation surged within her. With the completion of childbirth, the system announced, given that the host was no longer capable of reproduction and could no longer assist in energy collection. The contract between the system and the host is hereby dissolved. As Chu Liangyu's breath gradually diminished with the sound of the system, her pupils began to disperse. Is liberation finally at hand? How splendid! No longer shall she bear the burden of childbirth. A tear slipped from the corner of Chu Liangyu's eye, and her arm fell weakly to her side. Ah, shameless thief, you come and go as you please, yet you leave me with not even a shred of vitality. This was the first time the spirit of this realm had encountered such audacity, and it was infuriated. I must teach you a lesson. The youthful voice, brimming with vigor, was like the radiant dawn casting its light upon Chu Liangyu, dispelling the shadows that clouded her heart. However, he spoke the truth. The system was indeed shameless. Over the past several years, Chu Liangyu had experienced its treachery more than once, yearning to break free, yet finding herself utterly powerless against it. The system clung to her like a parasite, akin to a rat lurking in the sewers. Unless it chose to depart, no one could exert control over it. Disrupting the world's rules while concealing itself within another's consciousness, I suppose it is no wonder I have remained oblivious to your presence. Spare me, my lord. Spare me, my lord. For the first time, Chu Liangyu heard the system's voice in such a state of turmoil, and she could not fathom how the realm's spirit ultimately dealt with the system. Just at this critical moment, she fainted, her consciousness slipping away. In Chapter 4 of the Dimensional Transaction, it seemed that the female sovereign had suffered a setback, possibly rendering her incapable of bearing offspring ever again. Are you certain of this? A voice inquired. The man nodded silently, ceasing further conversation. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke up. What shall we do about the female sovereign? Who will take care of her? Each beastman had numerous young to nurture, and none wished to shoulder this responsibility. In the past, it had been those beastmen without offspring who took on such duties, but now, with every beastman having young of their own, the situation had reached an impasse. Hu Qiumu glanced at the group and calmly suggested, "Let us draw lots to determine the order of care, with a time frame of 1 month." "That is indeed a commendable solution," Xiongxian remarked, his eyes brightening as he patted Hu Qiumu on the shoulder, offering a look of approval. With no objections from the others, Hu Qiumu swiftly prepared 12 bamboo sticks. Whoever drew the marked stick would be the first to take responsibility. Wen Yin, you go first. Wen Yin, Chu Liangyu's first beastman, was the weakest among them as a rabbit beastman. Yet, he had a gentle demeanor and shyly smiled before decisively drawing a stick. Upon seeing the mark on his stick, he hesitated momentarily, uncertain if the circle he had drawn was indeed the mark Hu Qiumu mentioned. Once everyone had drawn their sticks, Hu Qiumu inquired, "Whose stick bears a circle?" "Ah, it is I," Wen Yin replied, raising his hand obediently. Hu Qiumu smirked, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. "Very well, for this month. The female sovereign will be entrusted to you." A collective sigh of relief swept through the others. With no further matters to discuss, several beastmen quickly dispersed. Particularly, the novice beastmen, Song Yu and Yu Tu, were flustered. Song Yu did not spare a glance at Chu Liangyu as he departed, while Yu Tu wore a conflicted expression. However, when the cries of the 2 white tiger cubs echoed, his conflict swiftly vanished, and he turned to leave hastily. It was only after Chu Liangyu awakened that she became aware of these events. She felt no sadness. She had assumed the beastmen would neglect her entirely, and in comparison, this was a significant improvement. "Female sovereign, you have awakened. I have just caught some game for you. Please have a taste." It was a freshly roasted wild chicken, comparable in size to a modern turkey. Yet for Chu Liangyu at that moment, it was merely enough to fill a gap in her diet. You can leave it there. I shall eat it later," she replied. Wen Yin appeared quite embarrassed, his cheeks flushing as he explained, "There are too many cubs. The food I gather daily is barely sufficient to satiate them. I apologize, female sovereign, for my lack of strength." Chu Liangyu nodded slightly, placing only partial trust in his words. At present, her body was merely frail, with no other ailments to speak of. "I shall take my leave now," she announced. The exertion of childbirth had drained her significantly, and her stomach was already echoing the lament of an empty city. It was far better to have something to eat than to go without, she mused as she took a bite of the chicken leg. Ding dong, detecting a tradable item. Item, an oversized wild chicken missing a leg. Value, 1 intermediate crystal core. Trading dimension, the apocalypse. Chu Liangyu gazed at the panel before her, squinting slightly as she reached out to touch it. With her movement, the panel glided downwards to its very bottom. A message awaited her: do not be afraid. Although this is still a system, I have altered it. You will no longer be compelled to bear children. Previously, it enslaved you, demanding a price for its assistance. It can help you lead a better life here. As for how to utilize it, take your time to explore. Upon seeing the sender of the last message, Chu Liangyu smiled. What an intriguing being this interface spirit was. She wondered if she would encounter it again in the future. Thank you, she whispered softly to the air. Would you like to proceed with the transaction? Yes. In the next moment, the wild chicken on the table vanished, and simultaneously, a crystalline core appeared in her hand. As indicated by the panel, the core felt smooth to the touch, as hard as diamond, with a swirling mass of golden gas contained within. She recalled having encountered such an object in apocalyptic novels, which seemed to enhance supernatural abilities. However, for someone like her, devoid of such powers, was it not merely an impractical trinket? Moreover, how was one supposed to absorb this item? As this thought crossed her mind, the crystal core inexplicably vanished from her grasp. Chu Liangyu's heart raced suddenly. It was over. Had she truly exchanged her fate for naught? Gradually, she sensed something amiss. Her body temperature was rising. Yet, she felt remarkably comfortable, as if enveloped in a warm spring. As time passed, to her surprise, Chu Liangyu drifted into a peaceful slumber. Hey, what do you think is wrong with the beast mother? Fool, she must have fallen asleep. Oh, the beast mother can sleep so soundly. It's been 2 days already. Indeed, I concur. A few little rabbits hopped onto Chu Liangyu, finding her warmth quite inviting, and thus lay down to sleep beside her. The other rabbits, emulating their peers, soon gathered around her, creating a scene reminiscent of a white, fluffy blanket draped over her. Before long, Chu Liangyu awoke, roused by the heat. As she sat up, the rabbits tumbled away. The sheer whiteness before her dazzled her eyes. How could there be so many? It seemed Ming Yin had not been misleading. She had forgotten just how prolific she could be. Upon counting, she estimated there were around 30 to 42 football teams worth of offspring. Beast mother! Beast mother! The chorus of calls echoed in her ears, giving her a slight headache. I hear you. Please lower your voices. In response, a flurry of rabbit ears perked up. And for a fleeting moment, she felt an endearing warmth in her heart. Oh no, oh no. They're fighting. They're fighting. Beast mother, you must come see. The one calling out was a small fox, its tiny paws gripping Chu Liangyu's sleeve, its tone laden with urgency. Squabbles among the little ones were commonplace. And Chu Liangyu merely inquired, what did the beast father say regarding today's watch? The beast father said, if they perish, it is merely a reflection of their own inadequacies. One cannot blame fate. Furrowed her brow. Which beast father is on guard? Yes, my beast father. It turned out to be Hu Chiomu, a statement reminiscent of his usual demeanor. However, prior to reaching maturity, it was forbidden for the young ones to inflict mortal harm upon one another. Who started the fight? It was the rabbit and the bear. How can there still be rabbits outside? Forget it. Let's go take a look. To describe it as a fight would be somewhat misleading. It was almost a one-sided act of cruelty. Those little bears, emboldened by their strength, were kicking the rabbits away with ease, creating quite the spectacle. I told you all to behave and listen. Why did you insist on provoking us? This is all you're doing. The speaker was clearly the leader of the bear cubs. His size significantly larger than that of his siblings, and his heart equally ruthless. Just as he was about to crush a small rabbit's head, Chu Liangyu commanded sharply. Stop it. In an instant, all the little eyes turned toward her. Beast mother? Although Chu Liangyu was their biological mother, the group of cubs harbored no profound affection for her. Chapter 5. Seeds of Hatred. Why is she here? I don't know. Perhaps she seeks her own demise. Don't you all call her Beast Mother? What is there to call her? She is nothing but a useless being now, unworthy of my address. The Phoenix clan was inherently proud, which explained such disdainful remarks. Chu Liangyu felt somewhat displeased. The rapid changes in these youngsters were truly astonishing. Previously, when they encountered her, they sweetly referred to her as Beast Mother, but now, Chu Liangyu felt a queasy sensation, akin to having swallowed a fly, as she surveyed the peculiar beings before her. Beast, what do you intend to do? The mischievous child coughed, almost calling out for his mother, but restrained himself. I heard you were fighting, so I thought I would join in the fun. If I stand with the rabbit, will defeating you bring this to an end? The child nodded dazedly. Yes, indeed. Clenching her fists, Chu Liangyu sensed the power of the crystal core being drawn into her. This energy invigorated her, filling her with anticipation. Then let us begin. Her eyes gleamed with an unusual brilliance as she launched herself towards the child. A look of surprise flickered across his face, but he quickly recovered and retaliated with a swipe of his paw. The two forces collided, producing a dull thud. The child staggered back a step from the impact, while Chu Liangyu shook her numbed fist, remaining steadfast and unmoved. Is that all you've got? You can't even best this weakling. Come on, attack. The child, feeling a twinge of fear, was acutely aware of the immense strength behind that punch. It seemed this seemingly frail beast mother possessed some formidable skills. Regaining his composure, he charged at Chu Liangyu once more. This time, he wisely refrained from a direct fistfight, leveraging his height and weight to tackle her directly. He aimed to pin her down, and the suddenness of his approach left her no time to evade. Chu Liangyu concentrated her attention, channeling her strength into her fist. A large shadow descended from above, and she timely unleashed her punch. With a resounding thud, the unruly child was sent soaring several meters into the air, causing a cloud of dust upon landing that left everyone coughing uncontrollably. As the coughing subsided, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The hefty figure on the ground lay motionless, and after a moment of hesitation, Chu Liangyu approached. She gave his abdomen a gentle kick, inquiring, "Are you still alive?" The unruly child spat out a mouthful of blood, instinctively cradling his head in a plea for mercy. I'm alive. Please spare me, beast mother. I was wrong." The unruly child, displaying a keen sense of self-preservation, quickly capitulated upon realizing he was outmatched. Chu Liangyu was somewhat taken aback. She had exerted 80% of her strength. Yet this little rascal had merely spat out a mouthful of blood. The Bear Clan orcs were indeed renowned for their tough hides and resilience. However, despite her anger, she had no intention of taking his life. After all, they were merely younglings, their minds not yet steadfast, and Chu Liangyu had effectively intimidated them this time. Well, since I have emerged victorious, I shall take this group of rabbits back with me. There should be no objections, right? No objections whatsoever, esteemed beast mother. Please proceed. The rabbits in battle were unlike their usual selves, growing several times larger. Thus, Chu Liangyu could not carry them all at once. Fortunately, there were many rabbits that came to assist, and before long, they returned to their dwelling. As dusk fell, Wen Yin had just returned from his hunting expedition. "Dear mistress, look, I have brought back a bountiful catch today," he began, but his words abruptly halted upon witnessing the bloodied young rabbit strewn across the ground. The joy on his face faded before he could fully grasp it. "What has happened?" he inquired. "It was a scuffle with the bear cubs," she explained, only to realize the gravity of the situation. Not a single young rabbit they brought back had survived. After inspecting all the little ones, Wen Yan's eyes turned red almost instantly. He deflated like a punctured ball, his voice laced with self-reproach. "It is all my fault for being too weak." Perhaps the overwhelming loss of the young lives had struck him deeply. Chu Liangyu sensed a somber atmosphere enveloping him, and could only offer a gentle pat on his shoulder as a gesture of solace. He silently assisted in managing the rabbits. Yet at the moment his hand brushed against one, the panel reappeared. Ding, detecting tradable items. Items, 23 freshly dispatched oversized rabbits. Value, 5 high-grade crystal cores. Trading dimension, apocalypse. The silence of Chu Liangyu was deafening. Although she was covetous of the high-grade crystal cores, she would never stoop to trading her offspring for them. Would she choose to engage in such a transaction? No. In the face of life and morality, some things are, at times, utterly worthless. Yet, at that moment, Chu Liangyu had not been pushed to her limits. She had not relinquished her moral compass as a human being. Well, this was merely an accident. One must remain optimistic, for there are other offspring that require her care. Wen Yin, who had kept his head bowed low, finally lifted it, suddenly smiling at Chu Liangyu. Unlike before, this smile bore an air of peculiarity. Chu Liangyu was taken aback, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Indeed, the female master was right. I must tend to the remaining offspring, for I cannot afford to encounter any mishap. Well, it is good that you can discern this. This time, Wen Yin brought back a considerable amount of food, from which Chu Liangyu received 3 portions. 2 portions were consumed, leaving one which she exchanged for a mid-level crystal core. Chu Liangyu speculated that perhaps it was due to having absorbed the power once before, which rendered this time's effect less potent than the first. Nonetheless, she could still perceive an increase in her strength. Beyond that, it seemed to hold no other significance for her. Surrounding her, just as upon awakening, was a throng of little rabbits. Chu Liangyu's gaze was gentle as she reached out to stroke the rabbit's sleek fur. After 2 days of slumber, she felt invigorated, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. Suddenly, her eyes met those of the rabbit, round and glistening. Unlike the other younglings, there was a glimmer of adoration in her eyes. "Little one, why dost thou gaze upon me?" It seemed that she had not anticipated Chu Liangyu's attention, and she cast an uncertain glance at her siblings nearby. Chu Liangyu found the situation amusing and gently pulled her into his embrace. "Stop looking, I am indeed speaking of you. I just think the beast mother is quite lovely." The little rabbit affectionately nudged her palm, asking, "What does the beast mother wish to know? Are the bear cubs equally fierce when they fight with anyone?" "Not at all. Beast mother, they only behave that way towards us rabbit cubs. They wouldn't dare with the others." It was evident that these cubs were discerning in their actions. "And how do your beast fathers typically respond?" "In the past, when there were fewer siblings lost, our beast father was saddened. Yet he merely advised us to keep our distance and safeguard ourselves." Chu Liangyu sighed, astonished by the constrained existence they were enduring. In the early days of his arrival in this world, Chu Liangyu, in a desperate bid for survival, hastily procreated with Wenyan. Yet, due to his lack of strength, he faced considerable challenges. With no better alternatives at hand, Chu Liangyu could only strive for quantity, resulting in a proliferation of young rabbits far surpassing that of other offspring. However, she never contemplated how to nurture such a multitude. She left all these concerns to Wenyan, which perhaps explains why he never returned to seek her out again. "Beast mother, why does your face appear so flushed?" Chu Liangyu coughed softly. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit warm." In truth, it was not warmth she felt, but rather a sense of embarrassment. Chapter 6. Underestimation. Shouldn't the beast mother step outside for a breath of fresh air? It is quite pleasant out at this hour. The young cub's suggestion was indeed astute. Since sleep eluded her, a stroll in the cool night breeze seemed appealing. With utmost care, she descended from her bed, treading lightly so as not to disturb the slumbering cub. Navigating around them proved to be quite the endeavor. Now, the feigned warmth had transformed into genuine discomfort. Disregarding the state of her appearance, she settled down on the ground. Just then, a refreshing gust swept by, alleviating the heat radiating from her flushed cheeks. The night in the beast realm was illuminated, yet the towering trees scattered the light, rendering it insufficient for clarity. "Beast mother, look, is that the beast father?" In the dim light, a figure had emerged, its presence unknown until now. Chu Liangyu's eyesight was not particularly keen. He could only discern the figure as it approached. It was him. What could he possibly be doing at such an hour? Wenyan appeared to be preoccupied with his thoughts. He failed to notice the two individuals so plainly visible and walked straight back into the house. A fleeting moment of confusion crossed Chu Liangyu's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. Once the warmth subsided, he returned indoors with the little ones. He slept soundly through the night, devoid of dreams. Thus, at dawn the following day, Chu Liangyu awoke early. By chance, he encountered the rabbit offspring accompanying Wenyan as he ventured out to hunt. One must admit, he was indeed a gentle and meticulous beast father. With so many young ones, he could distinctly call each by name. "While I'm away, make sure to look after yourselves." "Do you hear?" "Heard." Wenyan pursed his lips and lowered his gaze. "Good, wait for my return." Rising to his feet, his eyes caught sight of Chu Liangyu at the door. Instinctively, he offered a faint smile, nodded gently, and turned to leave. "You take care of yourself too." Perhaps moved by a pang of conscience, Chu Liangyu unexpectedly uttered a word of concern. Wenyan hesitated momentarily, but soon resumed his forward stride. Previously, he had only hunted in the outskirts, but today was different. The periphery yielded no available game. He had to take the risk of venturing deeper. Relying on the innate alertness of rabbits, he navigated his path with relative safety. In just half a day, Wenyan had gathered a bountiful catch. This should suffice for their needs. Suddenly, he tensed, his eyes fixated on a certain direction. He had caught a whiff of a familiar scent, one that consistently repulsed him. "Oh, quite bold of you to venture in here. Aren't you concerned that, should you perish, your little ones would be left unattended?" The bear, noticing the abundance of Wenyan's haul, displayed a hint of surprise, yet this did not deter him from his relentless pursuit. "But if you were to die, it would matter little. Being a worthless breed, your offspring are merely a burden and a waste of sustenance." Wenyan shifted slightly, shielding his prey, and met his gaze resolutely. "What do you want?" "Nothing much. I merely heard that the female leader injured my young ones due to your offspring. As for me, I have no interest in your possessions, but one must seek retribution, don't you think?" Wenyan's tone turned icy. "Your young ones only suffered superficial wounds. On the other hand, Lost 23 of my young. And what of it? Even if you were to tally all your young together, they would not equate to a single one of mine. Even a rabbit, when provoked, may resort to biting, a fact that Xin Xian seems to have conveniently overlooked. He continues to utter taunts, as if certain that Wen Yin would not dare to retaliate. Infuriated, Wen Yin feels an unbearable throbbing in his head, and gradually, he becomes deaf to all sounds. From Xin Xian's lips, he knows the insults still flow. Unable to contain himself, he transforms into his beast form, moving with the swiftness of light as he lunges at Xin Xian. The combat between adult beastmen differs vastly from that of the young. They contend not solely with strength but with experience as well. Xin Xian's momentary lapse in vigilance allows Wen Yin to land a claw deeply upon him. The wound on his chest is profound, yet his tough hide prevents any serious damage, merely oozing blood without reaching the bone. Ignoring the pain, Xin Xian swiftly shifts into his beast form, adopting a defensive stance. A fleeting oversight has allowed this worthless creature to gain the upper hand. Who is truly the worthless one remains uncertain. With those words, the skirmish resumes. Wen Yin, relying on his agility, deftly evades Xin Xian's strikes, simultaneously depleting his stamina in anticipation of a chance to ambush. However, the force behind Xin Xian's punches is formidable. A single hit could render Wen Yin incapable of further combat. To secure victory, Wen Yin must either severely injure or eliminate his opponent in one decisive blow. After a prolonged standoff, both combatants begin to show signs of fatigue, yet the opportunity Wen Yin seeks remains elusive. Xin Xian shows no signs of weariness. Instead, it is Wen Yin who first reveals his fatigue, his speed beginning to wane. Xin Xian's eyes gleam with determination as he unleashes a rapid and powerful punch aimed at Wen Yin's vital points. He believes that this time, Wen Yin cannot evade the strike. Just as he momentarily loses focus, Wen Yin astonishingly vanishes from sight. Before he can ponder the situation further, a cold sweat breaks upon Xin Xian, and instinctively, he pivots his fist to swing behind him. The sound of fists colliding reverberates as they both stagger back several meters. Wen Yin, overwhelmed by the tremendous force, suffers internal injuries and uncontrollably expels a mouthful of blood. Xin Xian, having redirected his attack, has already lost some of his power. And as they collide, he finds his chest wound torn further, blood flowing more freely. Both combatants eye each other warily, contemplating their next moves. Night has fallen, and the young ones await their return. The abrupt voice startles them both, and they turn towards its source. Upon recognizing Hu Qiumu, Xin Xian feels a sense of relief. Ah, it is you. He reverts to his human form, a smile gracing his face as he approaches, instinctively reaching out to pat Hu Qiumu on the shoulder. However, the pain in his chest contorts his expression, and he retracts his hand. Wen Yin, conversely, grows even more vigilant. It is due to Hu Qiumu's inaction that so many of his young have perished. Neither of these two is particularly virtuous, which explains their camaraderie. Let us return. With a fleeting glance at Wen Yin, Hu Qiumu turned to carry his prey back towards the tribe. Humph. Unable to vent his frustrations, Xiang Xian, we felt a tinge of melancholy. Why did you stop me? Can you still fight? The wounds on Xiang Xianhui's body continued to bleed, reminded of them. He felt a sharper pain yet stubbornly retorted, even with these injuries, I can still take him down. As long as you're happy. They moved swiftly, returning to the tribe in no time. Don't say I didn't warn you. Never underestimate anyone, or you may suffer a great loss. What do you mean? It means nothing. Just remember my words. I shall take my leave. Xiang Xianhui stood in place, frowning in contemplation. After a lengthy pause with no resolution, he exasperatedly rubbed his head, utterly perplexed by Hu Qiumu's intent. Chapter 7. Could it be her? What's wrong? You all seem so downcast. The cubs, typically lively, appeared unusually subdued, which piqued his curiosity. Setting down the prey, he sought to uncover the cause. Today, everyone seemed oddly peculiar. First Wen Yin, then Hu Qiumu, and now the cubs. Xiongyi, having endured a beating from Chu Liangyu, lay quietly on the stone bed, surrounded by numerous cubs, each wearing a dejected expression. Xiang Xianhui's indifferent demeanor faltered, as an ominous premonition crept over him. Everyone, step aside. Xiongyi's body lay rigid and cold, devoid of breath. Clearly, he had perished. The cause of death was simply an injury too severe. How could he have died so suddenly if not for this? The female leader had shown such cruelty for that useless one, even sacrificing her own cubs. Very well. In a fit of rage, Xiang Xianhui struck the stone bed with a fist, causing it to crack with a resounding thud. Food is there. Help yourselves. Beast Father has matters to attend to. I will be outside for a while. But, Beast Father, what about Xiongyi? We shall discuss it upon my return. Meanwhile, Chu Liangyu was taken aback by Wen Yan's disheveled state. Not only were his garments tattered, but his face was also marred with splatters of blood. Did you encounter an attack from a stray beast? No. Before he could even set down his burdens, Wen Yan collapsed, transforming into his beast form. Such a manifestation in a beastman typically indicated that he bore grave injuries. Chu Liangyu was unaware of where he had been injured. He could only move him inside with the children. The unconscious Wen Yan's breath was faint, resembling someone on the brink of death. Wen Yan, can you hear my voice? Chu Liangyu noticed his eyelids fluttering, yet they seemed unable to open. With a sigh, Chu Liangyu decided to venture outside to fetch some water, intending to give him a brief cleansing, while the remainder of his recovery would depend solely on his own resilience. In the absence of a well, she had to carry a bamboo tube to a nearby creek to collect water. In the pitch-black night, she found herself utterly alone, with only the occasional chirp of insects and the distant call of birds to break the silence, sending a chill through her heart. Chu Liangyu was accustomed to it, striding directly into the pitch-black forest. However, upon entering, the light grew even dimmer, making it exceedingly difficult for Chu Liangyu to see, resulting in inevitable stumbles. After a laborious endeavor to fetch water, he stumbled back once more. It seemed that an unexpected guest had appeared at the door. As a multitude of rabbit offspring lay scattered at his feet, Wen Yan had also been dragged out, entirely disregarding whether he had already lost consciousness. Grasping his fur, he shook him back and forth. Where has she gone? Wen Yan was roused from his stupor, reverting to his human form, yet his face was as pale as parchment. His voice frail. Who? Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu furrowed her brow, perplexed that these beastmen had never called her by her name before. And now their sudden familiarity left her questioning their motives. Perhaps it was the abruptness of her footsteps that caught their attention. Before she could utter a word, Xiong Xianhui had already noticed her presence. What do you want from me? She inquired. But the only response she received was the iron grip of Xiong Xianhui's hand tightening around her throat, his strength formidable enough to sever her life at any moment should he choose. Chu Liangyu, I never imagined your heart could be so ruthless. They are your offspring too. Yet for the sake of this worthless creature, you killed my young. What on earth are you thinking? The sensation of suffocation rendered Chu Liangyu's mind blank, leaving her bewildered by his accusations. The child had merely sustained a minor injury. With a few days of rest, he would be fine. How could he possibly be dead? After finally finding the courage to embrace a new way of life, Chu Liangyu yearned to survive. She did not wish to perish in this moment. In Chu Liangyu's eyes flashed a fierce determination. To contend with Xiong Xianhui, mere 80% of her strength would be insufficient. Without further hesitation, she channeled all the power absorbed from the crystal core into her legs. Catching sight of the wound on his chest, Chu Liangyu ruthlessly delivered a kick. Initially, I had my doubts, but seeing you capable of sending me flying leaves no room for disbelief. What further explanations could you possibly offer? The wound tore open anew. Yet Xiong Xianhui remained utterly unconcerned, fixated on Chu Liangyu, awaiting her response. No wonder you have suddenly gone mad. I can only say that I did not strike that child with lethal intent. Chu Liangyu experienced a tormenting pain in his throat, with each spoken word feeling akin to swallowing a needle. His voice, once melodious, had now transformed into an extraordinarily hoarse and unpleasant sound. I had long perceived that you possessed both a passionate and indifferent nature, yet I did not expect that you could also harbor such deep affection, particularly for that worthless individual, Wen Yan. Chu Liangyu, what exactly is Xiong Xianhui trying to convey? Did he truly heed her earlier words? Allow me to reiterate, I did not take the life of that child. My intervention was in no way connected to Wen Yan. Huh. Xiong Xianhui's laughter is laced with irony, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Bitterness? Chu Liangyu felt as though she must have been blind just moments ago. What burdens could this simpleton possibly carry? Nonetheless, Xiong Xianhui was notoriously obstinate, and once he had made up his mind, no one could alter his resolve. Thus, whatever Chu Liangyu might say next would be utterly futile. So, what do you intend to do? Kill me? Had Xiong Xianhui truly wished her dead, she would have perished the moment he tightened his grip around her throat. I shall ensure you pay for your actions. Xiong Xianhui clutched his wound and slowly rose to his feet, saying, Do not rush, you shall know tomorrow. It was only when his silhouette faded from view that Chu Liangyu finally eased her vigilance. What followed was an overwhelming sense of helplessness. As if all her strength had been drained away, she slumped uncontrollably to the ground, her arms falling limply at her sides. Yet her expression grew grave as she gazed intently in the direction he had departed, pondering the implications of Xiong Xianhui's unwavering conviction, which rendered her efforts to prove her innocence unnecessary. Are you all right? Chu Liangyu's reverie was interrupted by a gentle voice, Wen Yin. His complexion remained as pallid as ever. And when he gazed at Chu Liangyu, it was imbued with concern. Chu Liangyu, however, scrutinized his expression intently. After a moment, as if by chance, she averted her gaze and shook her head. I am fine. How are the little bunnies faring? I have checked on them. They are unharmed and very much alive. That is a relief. I would feel guilty if they had been affected by my troubles. Wen Yin cast his eyes downward, choosing not to respond. He helped Chu Liangyu to her feet and then proceeded to carry each of the little bunnies back inside. I see that you are gravely injured. What exactly transpired? I had a confrontation with Xiong Xianwei. And what was the cause? For a fleeting moment, Wen Yan's expression darkened, and he fell silent, refraining from answering her inquiry. He could hardly admit that Xiong Xianhui's caustic words had wounded his pride, compelling him to retaliate, especially since he had inflicted harm on 8 foes while sustaining injury himself. Chu Liangyu's inquiry seemed somewhat ill-timed and rather hurtful to one's dignity. Reflecting on Xiong Xianhui's reaction, she surmised the reasons behind it. Xiong Xianhui's indignation on behalf of the cubs was one aspect, while the other stemmed from her perceived favoritism towards Wen Yin. Consequently, it was inevitable that Xiong Xianhui would seize the opportunity during the hunt to provoke a confrontation. It was possible that he had uttered unkind words, leaving even this cautious rabbit feeling wounded. Chapter 8. Who knows if it is a blessing or a curse ding? Detecting tradable items. Item: 23 oversized rabbits deceased for 24 hours. Value: 3 high-grade crystal nuclei, trading dimension. Apocalypse. This time, before Chu Liangyu even touched it, the panel had appeared automatically. Perhaps her recent minor transactions had provided it with sufficient energy to enable automatic detection. Would you like to proceed with the trade? Yes. The ground seemed to have slightly sunk, likely due to the freshly dug pits. This was fortuitous. She wouldn't need to exert herself to excavate them. Were it not for Wen Yan's repulsive actions and the sense of crisis instilled by Xiong Xianhui, she would not have contemplated such measures. Whether deemed heartless or hypocritical, Chu Liangyu was indifferent. However, she needed to devise a plan to confront Wen Yan appropriately. He feared for the cub's welfare and, believing the beast's men would never harm her, had shamelessly used her as a shield. Quite audacious indeed. It was fortunate that Chu Liangyu still harbored a sense of guilt towards him for a time. The deduction of 2 items was perhaps due to their lack of freshness. This seemed plausible. In the apocalypse, food scarcity made any sustenance valuable. Yet, undeniably, fresh provisions were superior to those that had been stored for a period, and a higher price for freshness was reasonable. However, she was curious about the distinctions of high-grade crystal nuclei, so she absorbed 2 of them. In an instant, her body became intensely warm, a faint red glow emanating from her. In the pitch-black night, it stood out remarkably, albeit somewhat intimidating. Chu Liangyu felt an exquisite comfort, incomparable to that of intermediate crystal nuclei, as if she were reclining amidst a sea of clouds in a warm spring. Soft and gentle, yet imbued with a sense of warmth that provided profound reassurance. It made her wish to linger in that moment forever. Unconsciously, she crossed her legs, immersing herself in this transformative sensation. Perhaps due to the elevated temperature of her body, as she settled down, the grass beneath her emitted a sizzling sound, soon reduced to charred remnants. If the grass succumbed to such fate, one can only imagine the state of her attire, which, of course, was no longer intact. The night breeze was cool, yet she felt akin to a furnace, rendering her oblivious to any discomfort. Time passed unmeasured until the melodious chirping of birds broke the silence, while the unyielding sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon her. Rising and stretching, Chu Liangyu felt as light as a feather, her entire being brimming with vitality, as if she could effortlessly fell a bear with a single punch. In her musings, she instinctively swung her fist. What's this? A new tactic for surrender? Unbeknownst to her, the bear, Xianhui, had silently approached from behind, and her casual punch narrowly grazed his cheek. His sun-kissed complexion betrayed a hint of displeasure, yet his gaze could not help but linger upon her. Since the last nurturing of their cubs, he had not had the chance for intimate contact with her. His growing strength kept him preoccupied, and the responsibilities of raising their young left him little time or inclination for anything else. Now, confronted with her alluring form, his heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. Yet, the memory of his deceased cubs forced him to suppress the tumult within. A gentle breeze swept by, and it dawned on Chu Liangyu why Xianhui had spoken so. Nonetheless, she stood unabashedly, retorting with confidence, "Oh? You think so, do you? Bring me some clothing." Why should she heed his words? "If you don't, I'll simply go out as I am," After all, these are all my beastly husbands, not outsiders. Let them look. Bathed in sunlight, she radiated a soft glow, a beguiling yet pure aura that evoked a sense of contradiction. Xian Hui clenched his teeth in frustration. Her words held merit. But what of the cubs outside? What would they think upon seeing her? Wait, you should wear this. Finding suitable attire was a futile endeavor. None of the other beastly husbands had the luxury of time to craft such garments for her. After shedding his upper layer of beast skin, Xian Hui revealed a physique adorned with solid muscle and a broad chest. With his sun-kissed complexion and somewhat exotic features, his form was enough to captivate anyone. Chu Liangyu took the animal hide, her gaze sweeping over his chest with keen interest, and suddenly let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. Have you decided how to punish me? Upon mentioning this, Xiang Hui's expression shifted dramatically, transforming from his previous lively demeanor to one of cold seriousness. That useless creature has been incapable of hunting these past few days, so I have taken you instead, and they have no objections. Therefore, you shall come with me now. Observing his reaction, it was evident that he was serious, and the price she would have to pay would soon be revealed. The quality of the animal hide he provided was surprisingly good. It felt soft and comfortable, albeit somewhat unappealing in appearance. Strangely, there was no odd odor. Only a faint hint of fresh grass lingering in the air. Nevertheless, despite the significant height difference, wearing the hide gave Chu Liangyu a sense of diminutiveness. Akin to an alternative, form-fitting skirt that was both wild and alluring, contrasting starkly with her usual dresses. Where are you taking her? You still have the presence of mind to ask that? Perhaps you should consider how you and your little inept companions will survive next. Wen Yan's complexion was slightly improved from the previous night, yet his voice remained frail. He glanced at Chu Liangyu behind Xian Hui, his gaze lingering on her attire. Suddenly aware of Xiang Hui's bare torso, he felt a twinge of discomfort and lowered his head. He stepped aside, as if merely coincidentally brushing past, casually inquiring. Once the figures had moved on, Wen Yan murmured to himself, I thought you truly saw me. Perhaps I was overthinking. Noticing Chu Liangyu's deliberate attempts to stall, Xiang Hui's patience wore thin. Grasping the collar of her garment, he hurriedly led her onward until they reached the outskirts of Niushou Mountain. Yet, Xiang Hui did not pause. Continuing to guide her deeper into the wilderness, it was evident that the further they ventured, the colder the surroundings became, with towering trees looming everywhere, nearly extinguishing the light. The occasional rays of sunlight that broke through felt like they were descending into an endless abyss, their brightness swiftly consumed. Ah, this is the place. Do enjoy yourself. Chu Liangyu was suddenly released, plummeting straight down from a towering tree. At such a height, one could only imagine the disarray upon impact. Chu Liangyu was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Upon noticing the vines, her eyes sparkled with hope as she swiftly reached out to grasp them. In that moment, she finally regained her composure, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, there were vines present. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. However, she couldn't help but wonder why these vines felt so smooth to the touch, almost soft and chillingly cold. Chu Liangyu stiffly raised her head, realizing that what she encountered was not a vine, but a snake. Its coloration bore an uncanny resemblance to the tree, and with the low visibility surrounding her, it was no wonder she had failed to notice it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent, stung by her grasp, retaliated with an angry hiss, adopting a menacing posture. Chapter 9. The Ancient Azure Lotus. The snake's mouth gaped wide, nearly the size of Chu Liangyu's face, and its breath rushed toward the tip of her nose. Chu Liangyu furrowed her brow and quickly held her breath, not expecting that this fellow had halitosis. In a moment of desperation, she seized the remaining half of the snake's tail and forcefully thrust it into the creature's mouth. Ugh! It seemed as if the snake had been poked to the back of its throat, as it began to retch violently. Chu Liangyu acted too ruthlessly. The serpent's tail has likely found its way into its stomach. What a transgression! What a transgression! I did not intend for this to happen. Chu Liangyu seized this opportunity to escape from the green serpent, swiftly descending the tree with remarkable speed. A soft sound, almost imperceptible, echoed in her ears. She could not discern whether it was merely her imagination, yet it resembled a suppressed laughter. However, it vanished as quickly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed at all. Chu Liangyu was utterly unconcerned about the identity of the intruder, for the mist in the forest had begun to thicken, diminishing visibility even further. This, in turn, rendered her situation increasingly perilous. Regaining her composure, Chu Liangyu ventured towards the area where the mist was less dense. It was perplexing how she had resorted to such a method. Xiang Xian materialized, glancing at the serpent that was still retching, feeling a twinge of sympathy for it. Shaking his head, he resumed his search for Chu Liangyu's figure. Only belatedly did he realize that the fog had enveloped the area, and Chu Liangyu had vanished without a trace. How could she have disappeared so swiftly in the mere act of turning his head? Chu Liangyu had given birth to so many offspring. It was implausible that she would pay the ultimate price for merely one. If he were to act in such a manner, those people would be drenched in cold sweat, while Xiong Xian would feel a heavy heart. Solely wishing to locate her first. Ding. Detecting tradable items. Item. Ancient blue lotus value. Diamond body technique. Edgeless short sword. Capable of growing with the owner's abilities. Trading dimension. Ancient martial world. This reward was quite practical, seemingly tailored for her. Yet, where could the ancient blue lotus be found? The surrounding mist was thick and tangible, obstructing Chu Liangyu's view of her environment. As if aware of her predicament, a green indicator visible only to her appeared, guiding her forward. Chu Liangyu, with a look of astonishment, realized how desperately she needed these items. Without a moment's hesitation, she followed closely behind. Several times, she nearly collided with trees, only to discover how near she was to them. The phrase "unable to see one's hand in front" aptly described her current predicament. All she could do was tread carefully, with utmost caution. Fortunately, her journey did not last long, as the green arrow ahead abruptly vanished. Before her lay a pool, its size obscured by the mist. At the center of the pool, a delicate blue lotus floated, radiating a soft, ethereal white glow. Swaying gently with the breeze, a subtle fragrance wafted delicately into the air. Chu Liangyu gently inhaled, and in an instant she felt invigorated, with even the gloom within her heart completely dissipated. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. To gather the azure lotus, Chu Liangyu needed to swim across. She was clad only in the beast skin provided by Xian, which she could easily remove. The water was somewhat cool, causing her to involuntarily shiver, but once she acclimated, she began to swim forward slowly. The tranquil lake echoed only with the sound of her movements, while the azure lotus swayed gently, and upon a glance, there was nothing else in sight, an overwhelming serenity enveloping the surroundings. Chu Liangyu halted, her instincts alerting her to the rapid approach of something unseen. A colossal shadow swiftly glided beneath her, only to vanish into the profound depths of the water. The surface of the pool was disturbed, rendering it murky, and the shadow's reemergence remained uncertain. Qinglian was a mere 3 meters away. Could she truly resign herself to such a fate? Chu Liangyu, filled with determination, disregarded the mysteries lurking beneath the water's surface and quickened her pace. Lifting her gaze once more, the azure lotus appeared before her, within reach with just an outstretched hand. Fearful of unforeseen complications, she resolved without hesitation to pluck it. Suddenly, a jet of water surged towards her wrist, and in an instant, her hand lost its strength. Had she not reacted swiftly, it would have been severed. Before her loomed the formidable head of a carp, its gaze fixed on Chu Liangyu, imbued with a murderous intent. In the realm of beasts, the intelligence of wild creatures is notably high, a fact Chu Liangyu was well aware of. However, she had not anticipated that this creature would possess the awareness to guard its treasure, preventing anyone from approaching. This azure lotus is a prize I must possess. Are you truly willing to risk your life to protect it? Chu Liangyu appealed to her emotions and enlightened her with reason. Effortlessly obtaining what he desired would indeed be ideal. In response, she was met with a disdainful glance from the carp, accompanied by an even more formidable column of water than before. Chu Liangyu took a deep breath and swiftly submerged beneath the water's surface, evading the strike. The murky water obscured her figure, rendering her almost indistinguishable. The carp also sank to the bottom, acutely attuned to the shifts in the water's currents. Soon, it sensed something amiss behind it. With a sudden gasp, it expelled a jet of water, accompanied by a cry of distress, the unmistakable sound of a person struck. Once again, the prospect of a sumptuous meal tantalized its thoughts, prompting it to swim eagerly towards the source. As anticipated, the person had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness, floating limply on the surface. Circling around the figure, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the individual whole. Moments later, the previously unconscious person abruptly opened her eyes. The stench within was overwhelming. She managed a brief gasp before instinctively holding her breath. As she shifted slightly, a pulsating heartbeat came into view. Perhaps sensing her movements, the carp became alarmed and began to thrash about, simultaneously opening its mouth wide. A torrent of water surged in, submerging Chu Liangyu's hands and feet once more. Chu Liangyu's figure swayed, yet her racing heart was clenched tightly within her grasp. In the pitch-black belly of the fish, a faint golden light captivated her gaze. However, the resistance of the carp was too vigorous, leaving her no time for contemplation. In the act of crushing its heart, Chu Liangyu extended her hand and extracted the small golden orb from the fish's belly. The lifeless carp floated to the surface, its eyes wide, revealing more white than iris. Unimpeded, Chu Liangyu swam toward the blue lotus and reached out to pluck it from the water. The droplets cascading from the flower fell upon her face, soaking her in their essence. With a sudden surge of spirit, Chu Liangyu gradually calmed her emotions. Having lingered in the water for too long, she began to feel the chill creeping in. Hastily returning to the shore, she donned her beast's skin. Should she opt for a transaction? A panel materialized before her eyes, and after scrutinizing the blue lotus, she replied affirmatively. Simultaneously, the Vajra body technique and the woofing short blade manifested in her hands. The name Vajra body technique indeed evokes the essence of Buddhism. Could it possibly render her as resilient as a turtle's shell, impervious to blades and spears? Ultimately exhausting her adversaries, Chu Liangyu silently muttered to herself as she turned to the first page and began to read. How should she put it? She had accurately predicted half of it. Upon reaching great mastery, one's body would become impervious to blades and bullets, immune to all toxins, and possess immense strength capable of piercing through a mountain with a single punch. However, each time one advanced, various herbs were required for body refinement, and that particular Qinglian was essential for achieving the pinnacle of advancement. Upon witnessing this, Chu Liangyu's expression darkened instantly. The ancient blue lotus was not an entity one could simply seek out at will. The schemer behind this transaction was truly cunning. The very fact that she had heard of it in this realm was utterly preposterous. An item that was of little consequence to her current situation could be exchanged for the ancient blue lotus. Yet, this formless short blade, capable of growth, held greater value than the Diamond Sutra. Chapter 10. Watching the show. According to the system's description, she still needed to drop her blood upon it to establish a binding. Chu Liangyu bared his teeth, enduring the pain as he deliberately pierced his own fingertip. The bronze-hued dagger glimmered with a flash, absorbing the crimson essence. Transformed. The dagger now exuded an air of gravitas, its metallic texture markedly enhanced from its former appearance. Chu Liangyu was quite pleased, toying with it in his hand. Suddenly, a pale golden bead slipped from his grasp. Chu Liangyu suddenly recalled and hurriedly began to inspect her belongings, having forgotten about this matter. As the mist quickly dispersed after she reached the shore, sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the pale golden bead, which appeared to merge seamlessly with the rays of sunshine. Upon feeling a sudden jolt of surprise, Chu Liangyu swiftly retrieved the bead. What a jest! This was something she had painstakingly brought back. It could not simply vanish in such a manner. However, what is this object, and what purpose does it serve? Ding! The all-knowing system is activated. The essence of the carp spirit, nourished for eons by the ancient azure lotus, can clarify the mind and enhance one's vision, dispelling most illusions and toxic miasmas. Somewhat disappointing. What is this? I had expected it to be the inner core of a magical beast from a cultivation novel, yet it still bears some utility. Wiping off the dirt from its surface, Chu Liangyu glanced around, realizing that she seemed to lack a place to store these items. The previous fellow had the ability to store belongings. Can you do the same? Ding! Storage compartment activated. Would you like to place all items inside? The familiar terminology rendered her momentarily speechless. Chu Liangyu suddenly recalled an incident when she had a dispute with the system. In an attempt to force her into submission, the system sealed away her accumulated resources over the years, leaving her in a dire state, nearly on the brink of starvation. Ultimately, she had no choice but to concede. Since then, it seemed the system had discovered her vulnerability, beginning to confine all rewards within its space, granting access only when she genuinely needed them. The previously bright mood swiftly darkened as Chu Liangyu spoke in a detached tone. No need. This object appeared to have been stripped of its consciousness, resembling more of a mere tool. Yet, despite this, Chu Liangyu remained uneasy. The childbirth system had taught her that trust is a luxury she could not afford. Regardless of the circumstances, only that which she had learned and could freely wield was truly hers. Chu Liangyu was eager to enhance her abilities, so she sought a relatively secure location to commence her studies of the first chapter. The Vajra Sutra body technique is divided into 9 chapters, with the first chapter focusing on a set of boxing techniques known as tying fist. It comprises 13 movements that appear deceptively simple, yet they are precisely the most challenging. From the outset, Chu Liangyu found herself expending an immense amount of energy. Halfway through her practice, she was utterly fatigued and could no longer continue. She resembled someone who had just emerged from water, with wisps of steam rising from her body under the sunlight. To an onlooker, it might have seemed as though she were indulging in a sauna, a rather extravagant sight. Gurgle, gurgle. Startled by the sound, Chu Liangyu abruptly sat up. Her senses heightened as she scanned her surroundings. After surveying the area, she found nothing amiss. Was that thunder? The rumbling noise echoed once more, and a blush crept across her face as she realized it was merely her own stomach growling. It seemed that the tying fist had drained her of considerable energy, and she needed to eat something promptly. Thank you for saving me earlier. Otherwise, I would have been devoured by those stray beasts, she expressed gratefully. It's nothing. I happened to pass by, came the response. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Are you a Bear Clan beast man? Indeed, I am. I too am lost. Separated from my beast husband. Could you possibly escort me back? I fear encountering those stray beasts again. The bear, Xiong Xian, hesitated. But I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Xiong Jiao Jiao's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice tinged with sorrow. Then, you should go. What a turn of events, a heroic rescue. And the hero was none other than her own beast husband. For a moment, Chu Liangyu found herself at a loss for how to respond. Anger? She felt none. Merely a sense of oddity. Is it far from here? Let me take you back, she offered. Ah, you agreed? Yes, let us proceed. A smile blossomed on Xiong Jiao's face, her steps light and cheerful as she followed behind him. You mentioned you had something to attend to. May I inquire what it is? Perhaps I could assist you. I am searching for a female. Xiong Jiao's lively steps faltered, and she cautiously asked. Is she your female master? Xiong Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. A creature that had slain her own offspring did not deserve such a title. Not at all. Chu Liangyu's gaze was fixed upon the two individuals, yet her thoughts had already drifted far away. Since her departure, she had been plagued by a singular question. Given her current weakness, if she abandoned everything and left the tribe, could she survive long enough to grow strong? What a marvel that would be. Upon my return, I shall host you splendidly, indulging you with an abundance of delectable treats. Thank you. But let us not dwell on buts. A meal does not consume an excessive amount of time. As they conversed, three figures appeared ahead. Xiong Jiao gleefully pointed at them, her eyes sparkling. They are my beast husbands. Mistress, where have you been? We have searched for you everywhere. A glance at Xiong Xian revealed his intent to approach Xiong Jiao, yet she abruptly placed her hand behind her, casting an inexplicable awkwardness over the atmosphere. Ah, well? It is thanks to him that you're able to see me now. Prepare some food, and make sure to treat me well. The other two exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their faces as they replied, We are immensely grateful. Come, let us go inside and have a bite. Before anyone could protest, the two of them each took an arm and ushered her into the house. Xiong Jiao attempted to follow but was halted. Do you think you can escape? If it weren't for the food you brought back, you would not have it so easy today. I understand now. I shall not dare again. That is more like it. The moment you bear offspring for us brothers, that shall be the time of your release. Chu Liangyu observed coldly, absorbing the conversation between the two. The plight of Xiong Jiao sent a pang of concern through her heart, causing her to momentarily abandon her thoughts of leaving the tribe. Freedom is indeed a precious thing, but it must be underpinned by the strength to maintain it. If she wishes for those beastly husbands to willingly protect her, she must find a way to alter their perception of her. In other words, she must win their hearts, with their support. Her ascension to power would be significantly more efficient. But how to achieve this? Chu Liangyu stroked his chin, and upon catching sight of Xiong Jiao's silhouette, a sudden inspiration struck him. Eureka! This fruit, known as the Zuezie Gua, induces a delightful sensation akin to basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. You must try it. The pale purple fruit was placed into Xiong Jiao's hand, evoking a sense of novelty within him. It was, after all, his first encounter with such a thing. Typically accustomed to a meat-heavy diet, he was rather unfamiliar with these peculiar items. Observing his reluctance to partake, the three exchanged knowing glances before collectively turning their attention back to Xiong Jiao. With a slight tremor in her hand, Xiong Jiao offered, It's truly delightful. You should give it a try. As the fruit was brought to his lips, Xiong Xian was taken aback, instinctively parting his mouth. The fruit was sweet and fragrant, indeed delicious. After savoring its unique flavor, he found himself indulging more than he intended. A complex array of emotions flickered in Xiong Jiao's eyes as she opened her mouth to speak. only to be silenced by the intimidating gazes of the three, compelling her to lower her head. Chapter 11. The Art of Persuasion. Gradually, Xiangxian sensed a heaviness enveloping his mind, his eyelids seemingly weighed down by 1,000 pounds. At this moment, the others no longer concealed their stares. They set aside their belongings and fixed their gazes upon him. The sound of his head colliding with the surface echoed, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Truly a peculiar fellow, remarked the second. To consume so much, yet only now feel faint. This indicates his strength. We've struck a fortune, the eldest replied. Enough chatter, let us proceed without delay, interjected the third. The eldest cleared his throat, halting their advance. Hold on, a few brothers have yet to be summoned. The term wandering beast has its origin in their transgressions against the decrees of the beast god, preying upon beast men, coercing, and even tormenting females. The third spoke in a nonchalant tone. What purpose do they serve? They rendered little assistance. Though lacking in capability, their presence still holds some utility. Waving his hand, the eldest added, very well, go forth. Casting a glance at Xiangxian, the second was filled with apprehension. Given his current state, will he awaken before help arrives? Such a possibility loomed ominously, and they determined that it might be prudent to eliminate him to prevent any unforeseen complications. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in their eyes as they approached Xiangxian. At this juncture, Xiangxian was utterly devoid of awareness, his body limp, lacking any strength to resist. Yet, an instinctual warning of impending danger stirred within him. He mustered all his might to awaken, but could only manage a slight twitch of his fingers. Xiang Jiao observed in terror. It was her first time witnessing them turn on their own kind. This inevitably led her to ponder her own fate. Would she, too, face a grim end if she failed to bear offspring for them? The answer was painfully clear. Biting her lip, her fear deepened. Understanding that remaining in this perilous situation was untenable, she resolved to flee. However, simply fleeing would not suffice. She had learned a valuable lesson from her previous failure. Suddenly, she recalled the existence of a female orc. Both individuals halted their movements simultaneously, and the leader furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Are you certain? You are not attempting to deceive us out of some reluctance to let this man perish, are you?" The second one regarded her with a wary expression, fearing that she might be fabricating this story in an attempt to escape. How could that be? There is indeed a female, he explicitly mentioned it. Pointing towards Xiangxian, she continued, initially, I tried to lure him here, but he was unwilling to come. Solely to seek out that female. The eyes of both men brightened, their thoughts suddenly invigorated. Xiang Jiao had been around for quite some time and had yet to bear any offspring. Perhaps a change would suffice. Instantly, their attention was captivated by the female she spoke of, and they pressed her for details. Where is that female? I am not certain, but she should still be nearby. If we act swiftly, we can locate her. The leader spoke first. You stay here and watch over them. I will go search. Why must I watch? You always take the lead in good fortune. It is my turn this time. Because I am your leader. What of that? I might as well refuse to follow you. Their argument grew quite lively, yet they ultimately decided to venture together. Before departing, they secured the two captives tightly, and still feeling uneasy, they suspended them high in a tree. Should the ropes break, they would surely fall and become incapacitated. Only then did they feel assured. Hastily making their way into the forest, it was a rare opportunity to acquire another female that could not allow other forces to seize it first. After a while, Xiang Jiao surmised that the men had ventured far, allowing her to free herself from the ropes. Just before she fell to the ground, she grasped the nearby Xiangxian, stabilizing herself before slowly climbing back up the tree. Descending along the sturdy trunk, Xiang Jiao lowered him down. She gently patted his face, softly calling, Are you all right? Wake up. Yet, despite her persistent calls, Xiangxian remained unresponsive. She hesitated, recognizing that this was an opportune moment to escape, but ultimately concluded that without protection, she would merely be recaptured. What to do then? She needed to rouse him. Xiang Jiao recalled overhearing a conversation where a stray beast mentioned a method to awaken someone who had consumed the intoxicating fruit. It seemed that water was the key. Soaking in a stream for a while would negate the fruit's effects. Thus, she resolved to take him to the creek. However, the nearest stream was a considerable distance away, and she needed to hasten. Otherwise, once they regained their wits, it would be too late. With a hand resting on her shoulder, Xiang Jiao hastily departed with her companions. To avoid encountering the unexpectedly returning group led by the third brother, she deliberately chose a seldom-trodden path. However, the infrequent use of this path meant it was overgrown with weeds and thorns, making her progress exceedingly arduous and consuming precious time. anxious within. Xiong Jiaojiao paid no heed to her disheveled appearance, fixated solely on hastening her escape. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had failed to find a female were convinced they had been deceived and hurried back, only to encounter the third brother returning with 5 others. Damn, that little wretch dared to trick us. We shall make her pay for this upon our return. Hurry, everyone, search together. The group exchanged glances but remained silent. Dispersing to commence their search, the third brother inquired, "Weren't you supposed to keep a close watch on them? How could they have been tricked?" The second brother, though visibly displeased, offered an explanation. "It was that little wretch who deceived us into thinking there was another female. In our haste to find her and not let other factions get ahead, we didn't react in time." The third brother felt something was amiss. "Then why did both of you go together, leaving no one to watch?" The second brother replied stubbornly. "He insisted on coming with me. I had no choice but to take him." Yet, before departing, they had tied up their captives and hung them from a tree, leaving them puzzled as to how the captives had escaped. At this moment, the third brother began to comprehend the situation. It was merely a matter of 2 individuals eager to be the first to claim the elusive female. He wore a grim expression, silent and brooding. Already exasperated with the duo. "Hey, third brother, don't be angry just yet. The priority now is to locate those 2. The eldest brother softened his tone, attempting to soothe him. With a sigh, the third brother finally nodded. "Yes, you are right, elder brother. Elder brother, come quickly. There are traces here. It seems they have taken the small path," he urged. The 2 exchanged a glance and swiftly approached. "The terrain is difficult. They cannot have gone far. Let us pursue." The group had no burdens, and even if the path was treacherous, they could outpace Xiong Jiaojiao. In a short while, they spotted the silhouettes of the 2. The second brother, in particular, seethed with resentment towards Xiong Jiaojiao. That female was exceedingly cunning. The last time, he had been deceived, allowing Xiong Jiaojiao to escape. Enduring repeated setbacks at the hands of this female was infuriating. Once captured, he would certainly take a bite out of her flesh to relieve his pent-up fury. Old San glanced at his rapidly losing composure, furrowing his brow. How could a mere female provoke him so? And then there was old Da. Neither was cut out for significant endeavors. Perhaps it was time for him to contemplate departing from this group. Chapter 12. The sensation of power. The commotion behind her was considerable, and Xiong Jiaojiao turned to take a look, her complexion draining of color in an instant. She had not anticipated that this group would locate them so swiftly. What were they to do now? The person on her shoulder remained with eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. "Hey, if you don't wake up soon, we're both done for today." Aware that escape was no longer an option, Xiong Jiaojiao still hesitated to cease her efforts. What if, just what if, they could still flee, still hoping to run? How foolish. Old Air transformed back into his beast form, his lengthy serpentine tail sweeping carelessly, sending Xiong Jiaojiao and her companion flying away. The force was overpowering for Xiong Jiaojiao, her insides trembling violently, ultimately causing her to expel a mouthful of blood. Xiong Xian was hurled aside. He appeared somewhat better, but still groaned in pain. "You wretched creature, time and again you have deceived us, treating us like mere playthings. You truly are something else. Tell me, how shall I punish you?" The black serpent tail coiled gently, drawing her closer, then abruptly tightened, enveloping her in a sense of impending doom. At that moment, she was engulfed by the terror of death, her despair surging like a relentless river, threatening to drown her. She did not wish to die, yet she also longed to escape her current plight. They had not only tormented her in unspeakable ways, but had also forced her to consume the flesh of her own kind, compelling her to assist in the capture of beastmen, including her own beast parents. Hatred, how she loathed them. She yearned to slay these individuals herself, to witness their agonizing demise. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, and the hatred in Xiong Jiaojiao's eyes became palpable, piercing Old Air's being. This only fueled his rage further as he reverted to his beast form, delivering a vicious slap across her face. "What are you so filled with hatred for? Do you think you possess the right? Females are meant to be trampled beneath our feet. Dare to resist, and when we find a female capable of bearing offspring, you..." Old Air's gaze turned frigid, the unspoken threat hanging heavily in the air. By that time, it would be her turn to meet her demise. "Do you know why it is difficult for you to bear offspring?" Spitting on Old Air's face, Xiong Jiaojiao retorted, "This is the beast god punishing you. For committing so many violations against the beast god's decrees, you deserve this. You." Old Air trembled with rage, wishing fervently to rend this female to pieces. "With just this one female dead, who will bear offspring? Or do you think you can?" as the second one struggled to maintain his composure. On the verge of choking someone to death, the third one languidly interjected a reminder. He was well aware of the situation. Yet the third one's words were far too disrespectful. Instantly, his countenance turned a shade of green. Though anger simmered within, he nonetheless eased his grip. I have no interest in how you choose to punish her, as long as she remains alive. Do as you wish. However, the orc from the bear tribe, it seemed, would awaken soon. If not addressed now, when would it be? The third one gazed at the bear with a glint of greed in his eyes. And upon concluding his words, he approached the bear. After appraising its physique, he pondered where to begin his feast. You two have failed in your task this time. Allow me the first bite, if there are no objections. Without lifting his gaze, the third one fixed his eyes intently on the bear. The eldest furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, yet he refrained from contesting. No objections. The others remained indifferent, observing with detached interest, as the order of consumption was of little concern to them. No objections. The second one echoed absently, his hands gripping tightly onto the bear girl. I will first teach this little wench a lesson. You may start without me. The implications of this lesson were well understood among them, and they shared knowing smiles as they watched the two depart. The bear girl's complexion turned even paler than before, her limbs cold. She was clearly terrified. Desperately, she thrashed about, her hands striking. You repulsive creature, do not touch me. Ah, no, don't come any closer. I was wrong. I beg you, do not let me go. Her pleas gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a sense of disappointment. Chu Liangyu observed everything intently, casting a glance at the temporarily unthreatened Xiongxianwei. Stealthily, she made her way towards the direction of the third, stopping only when she was a considerable distance from the group. It was then that the second one forcefully threw her to the ground. With a sudden exertion, her clothing was torn apart. Oh, weren't you quite bold just a moment ago? Why the fear now? I was wrong. Please spare me. Xiong Jiaojiao trembled, pleading for mercy. Yet, her display of weakness only served to heighten her adversary's excitement, prompting a more ruthless response. With a firm grip, the second one sank her teeth into Xiong's shoulder. Her sharp fangs pierced the skin, injecting a small amount of venom into her body. It was not fatal, but it would make her feel as though she were being devoured by countless ants, a torment beyond measure. A piercing scream shattered the silence, revealing the depths of her suffering. With a furrowed brow, Chu Liangyu seized the opportunity while the second brother's attention was diverted, swiftly advancing towards him. The bronze short dagger glinted coldly under the sunlight as Chu Liangyu concentrated his strength in his wrist, thrusting directly towards the second brother's back. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving the second brother no time to react. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth as he slowly turned his head, seeking to discern the identity of his assailant. Taking advantage of this moment, Chu Liangyu struck several more blows, each cut penetrating deeply to the bone, exhibiting a ferocity that was truly extraordinary. The second brother's back now resembled a sieve, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. He transformed back into his beast form, violently lashing his tail at Chu Liangyu. However, due to his injuries, his movements were slightly slower, allowing Chu Liangyu to evade effortlessly. The surrounding trees were not as fortunate. One by one, they were felled to the ground. Dust rose from the earth, rendering Chu Liangyu's figure indistinct. This instilled a sense of unease in the second brother, prompting him to launch another attack towards Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu leaped onto the fallen tree and propelled herself onto the massive black serpent. With unwavering focus, she aimed directly for its vital point. The serpent's eyes constricted sharply as it expelled a stream of venom, attempting to thwart her advance. Yet, Chu Liangyu merely paused momentarily to evade the toxic spray, accelerating toward her target with even greater speed. Gripping her dagger firmly, she deftly plunged it into the serpent's critical spot. In the next instant, the black serpent collapsed, breathless and lifeless. Chu Liangyu's hands trembled slightly as she gripped the blade, a testament to her inaugural encounter in battle. Surprisingly, she felt no fear. Instead, an exhilarating thrill coursed through her veins. Could this sensation truly signify strength? She brought her hands before her eyes, gazing at them for a moment, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips, radiating joy from within. Hidden amidst the underbrush, Xiong Jiaojiao was spellbound. She had never encountered such a beautiful female. Remarkably, she had vanquished that black serpent. Were females not typically frail? How could she possess such formidable power? An involuntary admiration for Chu Liangyu blossomed within Xiong Jiaojiao. Emerging from the thicket, she lifted her gaze, fixated on the brilliance that emanated from this extraordinary female. You are truly remarkable. The words of praise slipped from her lips, and it took her a moment to realize the gravity of her own exclamation. Chu Liangyu, hastily smearing blood across her face, glanced back at her interlocutor before tousling her hair into further disarray. With that, she leapt down from the serpentine creature. "Find a safe place to hide. I have matters to attend to," she declared. Xiong Jiaojiao, bewildered, could not fathom Chu Liangyu's intentions. Chapter 13. The Wolf's Retreat. Help! Help me! The panicked cry of a female echoed, her voice sweetly soft, rendering those who heard it weak in their bones, instantly capturing their attention as a group turned in unison. The female was scarcely clothed, her body draped in a mere piece of animal hide, her skin smooth and fair, radiating an ethereal glow. Though smeared with blood and appearing quite disheveled, her curvaceous figure inadvertently stirred the imagination. The leader swallowed hard, striving to soften his tone. "What has happened? Why are you the only female here?" "A black serpent has been slain ahead, and I am frightened," she replied, her voice trembling. "Do not fear. I shall protect you," he responded. Just as he was about to summon his companions, he suddenly grasped the implications of her words and, with uncertainty, inquired, "What did you just say?" "I said that there is a dead black serpent ahead," Chu Liangyu timidly replied, her tone faltering. "No, that cannot be true. Isn't the second one engaged with that female? How could he possibly be dead? It makes no sense." Yet, the expression on the female's face did not suggest deceit. "What is amiss?" The third member, bloodied in mid-action, instinctively halted upon hearing the conversation. "The second may be dead," he explained, his demeanor darkening. "That cannot be. You must take someone to investigate," the leader urged, nodding as he led the 5 men in the direction the second had departed. Chu Liangyu cast a glance towards the direction of Xiong Xianwei at that moment. A substantial piece of flesh had been bitten from his arm, and blood gushed forth incessantly. His shoulder and chest bore numerous bite marks, presenting a ghastly sight. Amitabha. May the Buddha bestow his blessings. If help arrives any later, there will be naught but a mere skeleton left for her. Are you not afraid? Suddenly, a chilling gaze descended upon her. Upon a sudden realization, Chu Liangyu felt a jolt of awareness, recognizing that his reaction was rather untimely. Instantly, his eyes brimmed with emotion as he elegantly approached him, exclaiming, "Who says I am not afraid? Listen, my heart races with fervor." The soft sensation against his arm unexpectedly stirred a tumult within him, prompting him to gaze at the enchanting figure before him with keen interest. Chu Liangyu gently caressed his cheek, wiping away the traces of blood. Gradually, she leaned against his shoulder, playfully exhaling a breath. The dagger was firmly gripped in her hand, poised for a swift strike. "Little enchantress, where did you learn such beguiling techniques? Was it those beastly husbands of yours who taught you?" Chu Liangyu's waist was embraced, and with a gentle pull, she was compelled to create distance, resulting in a delightful princess carry. The abrupt turn of events caught her off guard. Her hand trembled uncontrollably, nearly sending the dagger flying. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp, and she managed to grip the dagger tightly. "I was merely captivated by your handsome visage, and unconsciously." Chu Liangyu's expression momentarily stiffened before swiftly returning to its usual composure, and flattering remarks flowed effortlessly from her lips. Her words, though tinged with insincerity, held a kernel of truth. Despite his peculiarities, the man's countenance was undeniably striking. Particularly, he exuded an air of refined decadence that irresistibly drew the gaze of others. "Your taste is impeccable." "Indeed it is." Chu Liangyu, her patience exhausted, no longer wished to entangle herself with him. Pretending to lean in for a kiss, she moved closer. Yet, the third brother abruptly restrained her, reaching out to wipe the blood from her face. "Let me see if you possess the qualifications to be my female." Chu Liangyu's fair and flawless visage was revealed partially, causing the hand of the third brother to freeze mid-air, captivated by her countenance for a fleeting moment. Chu Liangyu's lips curled slightly. This fellow, believing himself to be of noble stature, actually began to scrutinize the female. Chu Liangyu was not accustomed to granting others the favor of beauty, compelling him to gaze upon his own visage. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily lost in thought, a short blade plunged directly into his back. Hearing him emit a muffled groan of pain, Chu Liangyu felt a surge of elation, pondering the prospect of delivering several more strikes, akin to how he dealt with the second one. However, this individual was evidently more formidable than the last. Rather than succumbing to shock from the sudden agony, he swiftly regained his composure and forcefully hurled Chu Liangyu away, transforming into his beast form in that instant. His beast form manifested as a golden eagle, its wings unfurling with an imposing grandeur that seemed to obscure the very sky. In the sunlight, It radiated an aura of sanctity, leaving Chu Liangyu bewildered. How could such a grotesque creature exude holiness? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. It was undeniable that his beast form was indeed majestic, and Chu Liangyu felt a twinge of envy. Having traversed into this realm, she found herself devoid of kin. And being an adult female at 18, she could no longer revert to her beast form, leaving her unaware of her own lineage. To her astonishment, she encountered yet another cunning female. The voice of the third one was laced with malice, his gaze directed at Chu Liangyu, brimming with fury. Chu Liangyu rolled his eyes, taken aback by the person's lingering hesitation. Enough with the trivialities. If we're to fight, let us do so swiftly. The giant eagle flapped its wings, stirring up a gust of wind that rushed toward Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu was momentarily unsteady due to the force of the wind, quickly grasping a tree to regain her balance. You possess quite an appealing appearance. I find myself somewhat reluctant to take your life, he remarked, gazing down at Chu Liangyu, his words oscillating between sincerity and deception. Chu Liangyu dismissed his words as mere nonsense, believing that once released, they would vanish without a trace. While remaining vigilant to the movements of the colossal eagle, Chu Liangyu pondered how best to confront this formidable foe. He was uncertain of the extent of his power after absorbing 2 advanced crystal cores, and whether he could withstand a direct confrontation. The trees around them towered majestically, limiting the eagle's ability to ascend to great heights. However, should the beast manage to take flight, even that modest elevation would render Chu Liangyu powerless against it. What an absurd predicament! This beast deity truly seemed to have lost its senses, rendering the female so feeble. Upon reaching maturity, she was deprived of any opportunity to revert to her beast form, leaving her as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board, exposed to the whims of others. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the sky, as if to issue a warning just as she finished her inner monologue. Chu Liangyu. Very well, she cannot provoke it. After venting her frustrations, she found no relief. Instead, an unsettling feeling crept over her. She could not quite articulate what it was, but it felt exceedingly awkward. Forcing herself to cast aside distracting thoughts, Chu Liangyu concentrated entirely on confronting the colossal eagle before her. Uncertain of the outcome, she decided to test the power of the crystalline core she possessed. If defeat loomed, retreat would not be a source of shame. Gripping her bronze dagger tightly, Chu Liangyu felt a sense of calm wash over her. Battling against the gusts of wind once more, she advanced steadily towards her target, standing firm before the immense talons. She steadied herself, gripping the dagger with both hands, and plunged it fiercely downward. The clash of metal echoed as the dagger met the eagle's sharp beak. The impact reverberated through her hands, causing them to tingle and tremble. The massive head of the eagle loomed before her, its eyes observing her with a stillness that seemed to challenge her, as if to say, "What other tactics do you possess? Feel free to unleash them." Chu Liangyu's lips curled into a wicked smile as his right hand clenched into a fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at his eyes. Before he could utter a single complete word, his eyeball was shattered. Pain surged through his entire body, and he could not help but emit a chilling scream. However, it was not a human cry, but rather the cry of an eagle. Underestimating humanity comes with a price, indeed. With a playful tone, Chu Liangyu imparted a lesson. Yet his actions were resolute and unwavering. In a swift motion, he mounted the eagle's back, his fist, brimming with power, descended like a torrential downpour. Chapter 14. Racing with the Bear. The advanced crystal core was indeed extraordinary. With a single punch, Chu Liangyu could hear the ominous sound of bones shattering. The looming threat of death instilled a sense of panic in the third brother, compelling him to endure the pain as he unfurled his wings, aiming to soar into the air before hurling his adversary down with great force. Chu Liangyu, having witnessed the wonders of the animal kingdom, immediately comprehended his intentions. The final punch landed forcefully upon the eagle's wing, causing the creature, which had only just ascended a short distance, to plummet abruptly. Its immense form struck the ground with a thunderous crash, sending the perched birds in the trees into a frenzied flight. With a sudden jolt in her heart, Chu Liangyu realized that the noise was too loud. Soon, that group would discover something amiss and come rushing over. Outnumbered, she knew she couldn't hold her ground. So it was imperative to make a swift escape. Today, in a rare moment of good spirits, she decided to let the matter slide. Hoisting the fallen Xiong Xianwei over her shoulder, Chu Liangyu did not look back as she hurriedly retreated. Her movements were executed with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any hesitation or clumsiness. It was no jest. Had she been even a moment slower, she would have found herself besieged and beaten. Chu Liangyu possesses nothing in excess, save for her profound self-awareness. Thus, no one shall impede her escape. Benefactor, look this way, proceed this path. It is an easy road. This voice sounds vaguely familiar. Where have I heard it before? Upon turning back, Chu Liangyu was taken aback to find Xiong Jiao still present, seemingly awaiting someone. Why haven't you left? She inquired. I was concerned for your safety, and I thought it would be beneficial to assist you, so I decided to wait here. Chu Liangyu felt no doubt regarding Xiong Jiao's honesty. Her intuition was remarkably accurate, and she believed every word spoken. Then let us be off. Lead the way. Certainly. With great haste, the two continued on their journey, only pausing after they had covered considerable distance. Chu Liangyu's complexion had markedly paled, and the hand he clutched lacked strength. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Could you assist me in finding something to eat? Anything that can satiate my hunger will suffice. Why do you look so unwell? I haven't eaten all day, and today I've expended a great deal of energy, she replied, silently adding in her mind that this was the cause of her hypoglycemia. Then please wait here for me. I shall return shortly. All right. As she watched the person depart, Chu Liangyu exhaled in relief. Estimating that Xiong Xianhui would soon awaken, a smile spread across her face. My head is spinning, she murmured, gently massaging her temples. Only to feel her vision fade to black, collapsing alongside Xiong Xianhui. After a struggle to regain consciousness, Xiong Xianhui found himself able to move at last. A flicker of joy rising within him. However, he was soon aware of the weight pressing down upon him and the pain emanating from his wounds. During his unconsciousness, he had retained some awareness. Thus he understood the events that had transpired and recognized that it was Chu Liangyu who had saved him. Now, as she lay unconscious, it was entirely for his sake. In an instant, Xiong Xianhui's emotions became exceedingly complicated. Mistress, are you all right? He called out awkwardly, yet received no response. Chu Liangyu's leather attire was in tatters, and her smooth, delicate skin was pierced by thorns, resulting in swollen wounds that appeared particularly terrifying. Her half-exposed face was marred by numerous splotches of blood, a clear indication that the assailant had laid hands upon her visage. Realizing this, Xiong Xianhui felt a surge of discontent, though not directed towards Chu Liangyu, but rather towards the third party involved. His female master was not someone to be trifled with. That scoundrel had no right to touch her. Carefully covering her exposed skin, Xiong Xianhui gazed at her face, murmuring to himself, I am at a loss as to how to deal with you. Have I misjudged you? Could it be that you were truly not the one responsible for the cub's demise? If Chu Liangyu were truly so heartless, she would not have risked her life to save me. If Chu Liangyu could save her, how could he possibly harm his own offspring? Yet, who could it be? I have returned, benefactor. How are you? Xiong Jiao exclaimed in panic upon seeing the unconscious Chu Liangyu, hastily setting aside the fruits she had gathered. What are you doing? Her hands were searching over Chu Liangyu's body, and Xiong Xianhui's face darkened as he admonished. Did you not notice her body burning with fever? Just moments ago. She was fine. Mimicking her actions, Xiong Xianhui placed his hand on Chu Liangyu's forehead. The searing heat radiating from her skin seemed to sear his heart. For his sake, Chu Liangyu had exerted herself so fiercely. Despite already feeling quite unwell, she had still carried him over such a long distance. Lowering his gaze, he remained silent and lifted Chu Liangyu into his arms. I must take her back to the tribe for treatment. Wait, I want to go back with you. Xiong Jiao insisted. What do you want to follow for? Xiong Xianhui frowned, fully aware that it was Xiong Jiao's efforts that had enabled their escape. Yet it was she who had deceived him, leading to such dire circumstances. His implication was clear. He wished for her to recognize her place and refrain from following. She saved me, and I have yet to repay her. Xiong Jiao disregarded his objections and followed closely behind them. Upon arriving at the Bianai tribe, she was astounded by the multitude of cubs running about. She had never seen so many younglings before. Among them were powerful yet exceedingly rare beastman offspring, including phoenixes and nine-tailed foxes. Suddenly, she recalled the legends of Neosho Mountain, tales recounted by the beast mother. The goddess, accompanied by her 12 beast husbands, had come to reside at Neosho Mountain, and it seemed those stories were indeed true. The goddess truly existed. Could her benefactor possibly be the legendary goddess? May I inquire if you are the legendary goddess? Xiong Jiao asked. Xiong Xianhui, preoccupied with seeking a savior, grew impatient when she halted him. Yes, she is. Now step aside and do not obstruct me from saving her. Oh, I'm so sorry. Realizing she was indeed the legendary goddess, a sense of security washed over her. Perhaps being by her side would shield her from harm. Maybe she even had a chance to grow as powerful as the goddess. No, even half that strength would suffice. With such power, she could avenge herself and her beast father and mother by vanquishing those scoundrels. Hu Qiumu, are you there? Come out quickly, I urgently need you. Hu Qiumu had just finished distributing food to the younglings when he heard his voice, laced with urgency. Pondering what could cause such distress, he stepped out from the house. What is the matter? The female master seems to be ill. Her body is alarmingly hot. Hu Qiumu's previously calm demeanor faltered slightly. What have you done to her? His tone was somewhat frigid, causing Xiang Xianhui to pause momentarily. It was the first time he had witnessed him in such a state, and he stammered as he spoke. I didn't do anything. It was the female master who transformed to save me. It is best that way, Hu Qiumu coldly replied before departing. Were it not for his desire to teach the female master a lesson, this predicament would not have occurred. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with him. Xiang Xianhui wore a look of deep shame, silently trailing behind him. At that moment, resentment had dissipated, replaced solely by concern for Chu Liangyu. Meanwhile, Chu Liangyu, who had only intended to feign illness, unexpectedly found herself genuinely feverish. The cause was unclear, even to her own understanding. Chapter 15. The cunning fox you have been watching for so long. How is it? Can it be cured? Xiang Xianhui inquired anxiously, stepping closer. Upon noticing the easing of Hu Qiumu's lips into a slight smile, his heart found some solace. Of course it can be treated. At this moment, Hu Qiumu was no longer in a rush, relaxing as he sat on the edge of the bed. By the way, if you wish to discover who killed Xiong Yi, you should inquire with Wen Yin. Are you suggesting that he is the culprit? Xiang Xianhui felt as though he had been struck. Never imagining that such a timid and inept individual could be behind it all. This had nearly put the female master in jeopardy. I understand. Take good care of the female master. I shall return shortly. With that, Xiang Xianhui hurriedly exited. Hu Qiumu's gaze returned to Chu Liangyu, his eyes ablaze with fervor, rendering anyone who beheld him flushed. Then you leave. The remaining matters require no assistance from others. Xiang Zhaojiao uttered a soft "oh," and as she stepped out of the room, she suddenly realized she had forgotten to ask how he intended to treat her. Pouting slightly, she recalled Hu Qiumu's indifferent gaze upon entering, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding not to re-enter. Regardless of the method, as long as it could save a life, it sufficed. Xiang Zhaojiao could only express gratitude for her decision at that moment. Had she interrupted someone engaged in significant matters, her future would undoubtedly have been less than pleasant. Female master, do you remember the last time we stayed together like this? Was it 5 or 6 years ago? Time has passed so long that even I can scarcely recall. With elongated fingers, he peeled back the fur covering Chu Liangyu, revealing her curvaceous form. Suddenly, Hu Qiumu's breath became erratic. Indeed, you remain as beautiful as ever. It was not that he did not wish to grow closer to Chu Liangyu. Rather, given his current status and the presence of offspring, he felt unworthy to seek solitude with her. Chu Liangyu was not merely suffering from a fever. She had fallen victim to a venom of passion. The blood of a black serpent possesses aphrodisiac properties, a fact known to very few. Rarely does anyone indulge in the act of applying black serpent blood to their skin. Indeed, most would find the notion repugnant, and no one has dared to taste it thus far. Coincidentally, Hu Qiumu's ancestral memories contain this particular account. To counteract the poison, one merely needs to engage in intimate contact. Naturally, he could never allow Xiang Xianhui to discover this, which is precisely why he sent him away. In a haze of consciousness, Chu Liangyu sensed something cool and soothing drawing near, a sensation that brought her comfort, prompting her to instinctively lean closer. The way she uttered the term female master was profoundly low, as if a long-suppressed affection had finally erupted, tinged with a deep sense of grievance, causing the listener's heart to flutter. In a fleeting moment, Chu Liangyu's hazy consciousness awakened. Yet it was but a brief interlude before she was submerged once more in the endless abyss of emotional turmoil, descending into utter despair. After a considerable passage of time, the voice that had stirred her embarrassment finally ceased. Concurrently, Chu Liangyu felt a decline in her body temperature, her awareness sharpening. Aside from a profound sense of fatigue, she experienced no discomfort. Rather, she felt a peculiar sense of ease. As Chu Liangyu found herself lost in thought, she abruptly sensed a searing gaze directed at her. Instinctively turning her head, she noticed that the once indifferent eyes of Hu Qiumu had vanished, replaced instead by a blush that hinted at profound affection. The allure of those fox-like eyes stirred an inexplicable desire within Chu Liangyu. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "What brings you here?" To which Hu Qiumu replied, "Well, That is a question for the lady of the house. You wish to inquire of me? Chu Liangyu blinked, somewhat bewildered. The blood of the black serpent possesses an aphrodisiac effect. It would be wise for the female master to apply it sparingly in the future. A subtle smile played upon Hu Qiumu's lips, her tone imbued with inscrutable meaning. The term self-satisfied suddenly crossed Chu Liangyu's mind, and she gradually felt a warmth rising to her cheeks. However, it cannot be said that it was without merit. At the very least, Xiong Xian would no longer harbor such profound prejudice against her. As for Hu Qiumu's attitude, that was an unexpected gain. Indeed, I have come to understand. The flush on Chu Liangyu's face faded, and she responded in a tone that was as usual, observing her intention to dress and leave the bed without further conversation. Hu Qiumu's fervent heart suddenly turned cold. With the night so dark, where could the lady possibly be heading? Chu Liangyu's body stiffened. As she naturally sensed the change in his tone, he spoke with a certain validity. At such a late hour, where could she possibly go? Clearing her throat, she wore a smile on her face, her voice sultry and tender, imbued with a tantalizing allure. Then, I shall not take my leave. I will stay here with you tonight. Should the lady wish to depart, I shall not hinder you. Chu Liangyu secretly spat in disdain, remarking how women often profess one thing yet act in another manner, and men are no different. The gaze of Hu Qiumu was such that once she stepped out of the door, she might as well be lost to the world. However, men are easily appeased. I am not leaving. I merely wish to wash in the brook. Look at me. I am covered in filth, nearly unbearable. Every inch of her was a masterpiece crafted by the hands of God. Even in her soiled state, it merely added to her allure. With a casual gesture, Chu Liangyu revealed countless charms. Hu Qiumu gazed at her quietly, his eyes reflecting an extraordinary depth, akin to a wolf that had long been starved. Shall we bathe? He inquired. Then I shall accompany the mistress. Chu Liangyu sighed, saying nothing as they stepped out together. The stream was refreshingly cool, and it was only after a considerable time that Chu Liangyu adjusted to it. On the bank, Hu Qiumu silently observed her, resembling a refined gentleman of austere demeanor. Aren't you going to wash up? Is the lady suggesting we do so together? Chu Liangyu let out a light laugh, somewhat exasperated by his own reticence, and graciously descended the metaphorical steps. Indeed, I wish for you to join me. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, Hu Qiumu ultimately succumbed, landing squarely at Chu Liangyu's side with a resounding thud. As for the ensuing night, its wildness is best left unspoken among outsiders. Wen Yin, you truly are remarkable. I must admit, I misjudged you. What you said is perplexing to me. Xiang Xianhui let out a cold sneer, swiftly transforming into his beast form, launching an attack towards Wen Yin. Clearly, he had formed a suspicion in his mind, which Hu Qiumu's reminder had only solidified. It would be disingenuous to claim that Wen Yin was not shocked. Her expression shifted through various emotions. Ultimately, she reacted swiftly, morphing into her beast form just as Xiang Xianhui approached, evading his assault. I never expected you, fool that you are, to deduce this. It took me by surprise as well. Wen Yin abandoned her usual gentle demeanor, her words now sharp as daggers. So what if I killed one? If given the chance, I would not spare a single one of those malicious offspring. You should consider yourself fortunate that I only took one life. As she spoke, her rabbit paws dug into the earth, laden with a provocative intent. Xiong Xianhui's mood darkened. He sensed something was awry with Wen Yin. He became increasingly unhinged, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Could it be that this rabbit had been repressed for too long? I have a question. Why did you choose to strike after the female leader was injured? For what purpose? For what purpose? Ha ha ha. Wen Yin, appearing almost deranged, burst into laughter. Indeed, you are a foolish creature. Allow me to enlighten you. I knew you could do nothing to the female leader, which is why I shifted the blame onto her. You must understand, if it were truly me, we would find ourselves in this very scenario. It simply unfolded differently than I anticipated. Chapter 16. A sweet date you. You are utterly shameless. The massive and robust bear paw pointed accusingly at Wen Yin, with Xiong Xianhui trembling with rage. Do you not fear hurting her feelings? What if something truly unfortunate were to occur? The thought of the feverish Chu Liangyu filled him with dread. Heartbroken, how laughable. Do you truly believe she possesses such feelings? What madness is this? Xiong Xianhui's pupils constricted, taken aback by his perspective on the female leader. I am not mad. I merely speak the truth. I once shared your sentiments, but I have come to realize my error. She is not the heartless individual you perceive her to be. Therefore, I will not allow you to speak of her in such a manner. Words unspoken lead to frustration. Xiongxian, we had grown weary of his incessant prattling. In the next instant, the two were engaged in a fierce battle. Thus, both sides fought vigorously, yet their intentions diverged significantly. It resembled the age-old adage of the clam and the snipe, with the fisherman poised to reap the benefits, and Hu Qiumu embodied that very fisherman. Ultimately, Chu Liangyu, overwhelmed by exhaustion, succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke with a dim light, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed at the door. Beast Mother, I implore you. Save Beast Father. He is on the brink of death. The little rabbit, with a pitiful demeanor, squatted at the entrance, fervently beseeching Chu Liangyu within to hasten forth. Chu Liangyu's eyelashes fluttered, her consciousness momentarily awakening. The voice belonged to the little rabbit she had cradled in her arms earlier, unlike the others. It harbored a profound affection and trust towards her. She recalled that the little creature was named Wen Wuhong. Beast Mother, I implore you, please save Beast Father. The little rabbit's voice was hoarse, tinged with sobs and a nasal quality, breaking the hearts of those who listened. Chu Liangyu suddenly opened her eyes, rose, and made her way to the door. Mistress, it is only right for Xiongxian to discipline Wen Yan. You need not interfere. Hu Qiumu languidly propped herself up and advised her. Do you think I am unaware of his intentions? Chu Liangyu glanced at him and replied. Hu Qiumu was taken aback. It seemed that her mistress was indeed quite astute. Very well, let us accompany you in seeking your beast father. Beast mother? The little rabbit, still adorned with tears, instantly brightened upon seeing Chu Liangyu. Yes. However, upon encountering Wen Yan, Chu Liangyu fell silent. His injuries were grave. Not only had he reverted to his beast form, but a significant wound marred his belly. To the discerning eye, it was evident that survival was unlikely, yet the little creature continued to gaze at her with hopeful eyes. Mistress, Xiongxian's brutality was truly unforeseen. You all may leave. I have a plan. Hu Qiumu did not inquire further and turned to exit. Upon hearing her words, Wen Yuehong's worries dissipated, and she skipped away, feeling utterly relieved. Only two individuals remained in the room, and for a time, silence enveloped them. Wen Yan had not lost consciousness. He merely cast his gaze downward, avoiding her eyes. Pray tell, what grievance do you harbor against me? Wen Yan partially opened his eyes, glanced at her, then turned away in silence. I am aware of your schemes. I know everything. As she reached out to stroke the rabbit's fur, Chu Liangyu found it quite pleasant to the touch, her tone unwittingly softening. I am not angry. What is this temper you are throwing? Seemingly startled by her words, Wen Yan's eyes widened in shock. You know everything? Indeed, I am fully aware. Then why do you still come here? Chu Liangyu blinked sincerely and replied, Of course I am here to rescue you. Wen Yan fell silent once again, at a loss for words. He acknowledged his manipulation of Chu Liangyu, anticipating her anger and resentment, yet he never envisioned her responding in such a manner. Not only was she unconcerned, but she also came to his aid. In that moment, a complex feeling stirred within him. Relax, I shall tend to your wounds now. Upon achieving her objective, Chu Liangyu ceased to utter any insincere words. She produced the meticulously reserved high-grade crystal core and placed it upon the wound. Gradually unleashing the core's energy, the injury on his abdomen rapidly healed under its nurturing influence. The power emanating from the crystal core expanded continuously, ultimately enveloping the massive rabbit. The wounds on other parts of its body visibly restored to their original state, with even its fur becoming more lustrous and silky. The rabbit, which had previously appeared listless, was now able to frolic about energetically. Wen Yan, initially resigned to a fate of despair, was taken aback by the miraculous turn of events. An indescribable joy welled up within him, and upon raising his gaze, he met Chu Liangyu's radiant smile. He suddenly felt deflated, his voice faltering. Mistress, thank you. As long as you are safe, please take good care of the little ones, and refrain from acting impulsively. Chu Liangyu uttered a brief instruction before turning and exiting the room. Sleep would elude him now, so he decided to practice the Diamond Sutra martial arts from yesterday once more. Mistress, how do you fare? I am well now. It is time to hunt. You need not concern yourself with me. Chu Liangyu spoke the truth, yet Hu Qiumu felt an uncomfortable knot in her heart. It was as if her matriarch would abandon her the moment she pulled up her trousers, leaving her with a profound sense of frustration. After Hu Qiumu departed, Chu Liangyu cheerfully called out to Wen Wuhong, Little one, your beast father is now safe. Hurry inside and take a look. Really? Yes, you will find out for yourself. The little one, eyes sparkling with excitement, leaped up and planted a kiss on Chu Liangyu's cheek before dashing off to see her beast father. She had only practiced the Diamond Sutra body technique halfway last time, and her stamina had faltered. Chu Liangyu understood that her physical condition was lacking, yet she remained unperturbed. She practiced repeatedly within her limits, resting whenever fatigue set in. Once she had recuperated, she would resume her training. This cycle continued, and she lost count of how many times her leather attire had been drenched in sweat. However, the results were undeniably evident. With each session, she managed to execute a few more movements than before. As dawn broke, the lively little cubs had already scampered out, drawn by Chu Liangyu's presence. They collectively turned their gaze towards her. Although they were unaware of her activities, they found her every gesture to be captivating. Her movements were precise and fluid, exuding a subtle yet formidable strength that commanded respect. Perhaps due to the earlier incident involving Xiongyi, the young ones chose to observe from a distance. Hesitant to approach Chu Liangyu, Xiang Zhaojiao, oblivious to their apprehension, watched Chu Liangyu with increasingly fervent admiration, her emotions swelling with excitement. She had not misjudged. Following Chu Liangyu was undoubtedly the right choice. Her aspirations would surely come to fruition. The intensity of her gaze was impossible for Chu Liangyu to overlook. With a sigh, she paused her actions and called towards Xiong Zhaojiao's direction. "All right, come out now. Dear benefactor, did I disturb you just now?" Chu Liangyu shook his head and said, "Why have you followed me? You saved my life, and thus I wish to express my gratitude." Chu Liangyu gazed at her in silence. Xiong Zhaojiao forced a smile, unable to withstand her penetrating gaze, ultimately conceding, "I seek vengeance." "You are formidable, so this must be your illusion." After a pause, Chu Liangyu replied, "If I were truly powerful, I would have already vanquished that group rather than fled." Chapter 17. The Wood Spirit Clan. No, I firmly believe you will become exceptionally strong. Moreover, I have a premonition that by following you, I shall encounter great fortune. Xiang Zhaojiao's words resonated with conviction, as if she genuinely believed that such events would indeed unfold. In a moment of reverie, Chu Liangyu found herself lost in thought. And by the time she regained her focus, a resolution had formed within her heart. "You may accompany me, but I have certain stipulations." "Very well," Xiong Zhaojiao responded promptly, without inquiring further about the nature of those demands. "I require you to pledge your allegiance to the beast god, vowing to obey me unconditionally, to trust me implicitly, and to stand by my side in all matters, never to betray me." Xiang Zhaojiao hesitated for a brief instant but refrained from asking more questions. She joined her fingers together and solemnly swore to the beast god, "I, Xiong Zhaojiao, pledge to forever obey and trust, standing by Chu Liangyu in all her endeavors. Should I ever violate this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me, and may I meet a most unfortunate end." Upon the completion of the vow, both felt an enigmatic force intertwining their fates, a sensation both palpable and elusive. "You witnessed what I was engaged in moments ago, did you not? Come closer. Learn from me. How much you absorb depends solely on your own dedication." With a beckoning gesture, Chu Liangyu ceased further elaboration. At this juncture, she had sufficiently rested. It was time to resume her lessons. "Excellent." Xiong Zhaojiao nodded vigorously. Perhaps due to her initial encounter with such practices, she fumbled clumsily through the movements. One action, as she attempted to replicate it, transformed entirely in essence. Nevertheless, Chu Liangyu proved to be an exceptional instructor, patiently guiding her through each step with meticulous care. Moreover, this endeavor was not a waste of time. Through teaching, Chu Liangyu deepened her own comprehension of the techniques. Xiang Zhaoji was a diligent learner, and under Chu Liangyu's continual corrections, she began to master the art with growing proficiency. Yet, despite practicing the same form, the energy each exuded was distinctly different. Chu Liangyu's martial arts exude an aura reminiscent of a gentle breeze brushing against the skin, embodying a delicate balance of softness intertwined with lethality, capable of confounding adversaries. In contrast, Xiang Zhaojiao's technique radiates an unmistakable sharpness, marked by dominance and ferocity, instilling a sense of intimidation in others. "Are you not feeling hungry, my benefactor?" "I am somewhat famished," Chu Liangyu replied after a moment's pause, catching his breath. "Then wait here. I shall fetch you something to eat." Without further ado, Xiang Zhaojia rose and ventured into the woods. Chu Liangyu blinked and called out to her, "There's no need to rush. They will return after hunting for a while." "Ah, but you are their matriarch, and I am not. Would it not be improper for me to partake in the spoils of their hunt?" Chu Liangyu shook her head and said, "You are mine now. How could it possibly be otherwise? Just sit down obediently and rest, and wait." Unbeknownst to them, they had practiced until the sun began to set. The beast realm is vast, immeasurable in its expanse, a mystery to all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow illuminated a significant portion of the sky. Occasionally, avian beastmen soared overhead, and in a moment of uncertainty, one could not discern whether they were flying through the air or swimming in water. Everything that met the eye felt like an elusive dream, yet it undeniably existed. How beautiful it is! The unreserved joy reflected in Chu Liangyu's bright eyes was infectious, captivating Jiaojiu beside her. The corners of her mouth lifted in response, and with an air of spontaneity, she reclined back onto the ground. Benefactor, what do you suppose this beastly world is like? I do not know. But it must be beautiful, adorned with landscapes we have yet to behold. How I long to see it. Just as Jiaojiu expressed, Chu Liangyu too yearned to explore. There will be opportunities. Whether this sentiment was directed more towards Jiaojiu or herself remained uncertain. Perhaps it was a blend of both. Do not call me benefactor anymore. Let us change the address to Chu Chu. Jiaojiu readily complied, exclaiming, All right, Chu Chu, may I inquire about your story? Suddenly, Jiaojiu's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy, followed by an extended silence. Just as Chu Liangyu thought she would remain reticent, she finally spoke. In truth, I am not a bear tribe beast man. My beast mother belongs to the bear tribe. When I was young, I was dearly cherished by my beast mother, which is why I carry her surname. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Liangyu was taken aback by the girl's heightened sense of vigilance. She pondered. If it weren't for her inquiry, would Jiaojiu have ever revealed anything? Which race of orc do you belong to? This seemed to be a rather clandestine topic. After casting a cautious glance around to ensure their safety, Jiaojiu leaned in close to Chu Liangyu's ear and whispered, Have you heard of the Wood Spirit Tribe? The Wood Spirit Tribe? Chu Liangyu had indeed never heard of it. This was a matter that fell within her realm of ignorance. Thus, she honestly shook her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity as they gazed at Jiaojiu, silently urging her to elucidate. We, the Muling clan, are born of nature, endowed with the innate ability to nurture all flora. However, our combat prowess is rather feeble, and we are unable to propagate with the beastmen in a conventional manner. The confusion in Chu Liangyu's eyes only deepened. What does it mean to be born of nature and nurtured by nature? Is it impossible to reproduce normally with beastmen? Indeed, all members of our Wood Spirit clan are born from a divine tree. Whenever a member of the clan finds their partner, they need only to draw a drop of blood from each of their hearts and let it fall upon the divine tree, which will then nurture their offspring. Besides providing this heart's blood, the process of nurturing the young is truly a matter of nature's design. Why are you so fearful of others discovering your identity? Jiaojiu's tone rarely turned serious as she explained. It is because we can induce the growth of a fruit known as the extreme desire fruit, which can aid beastmen in enhancing their strength. Chu Liangyu felt her heart racing intensely. According to Jiaojiu, had she not stumbled upon a treasure? However, a question lingered in her mind. If the fruits of stimulation could enhance strength, why were they ineffective for you? The wood spirit, fundamentally, was not truly an orc, but rather an entity formed from flora. This revelation not only put Jiaojiu on high alert, but also caused Chu Liangyu to sit up in astonishment, moving closer to her. She lowered her voice slightly, asking, In that case, why were you alone? Moreover, can the extreme desire fruit be induced without restraint? The beast father inadvertently revealed his identity, leading to our family's persecution. In a bid to protect me, both my beast father and beast mother perished. At this point, Jiaojiu's voice trembled with emotion. It was that group of people you encountered before. They even forced me to consume their flesh. Therefore, I must seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Chu Liangyu felt a pang in his heart. He gently drew the person into his embrace, soothingly whispering, There, it is all in the past now. I shall ensure your vengeance is fulfilled. After a brief moment of despondency, Jiaojiu resumed answering Chu Liangyu's inquiry. The extreme hope fruit is not capable of endless reproduction. It will consume our vitality. One is granted only 5 opportunities in a lifetime to induce the growth of the extreme hope fruit, after which death will ensue. Are those individuals aware of your true identity? Chu Liangyu is currently most preoccupied with this issue. Should the news leak, it would bring trouble to the tribe. Before his demise, the beast father merely stated that the Wood Spirit clan must not unite with the beastmen, leading the others to believe I am merely the offspring of another consort of the beast mother. How long have you been there? Did they harbor any suspicions? Chapter 18, A Fleeting Bloom. This should not be the case, indeed. Furthermore, Although her beast father distanced himself from the possibility of Xiong Jiaojiao being of the wood spirit lineage, she too is unable to reproduce normally, and with time, this is bound to raise questions. With a gentle rub at her temple, Chu Liangyu realized that the treasure was not easily obtained. If the drawbacks outweighed the benefits, she would certainly contemplate relinquishing it. After all, she was not a foolhardy altruist. Her initial act of saving Xiong Jiao had merely been a whimsical impulse. Lost in thought, a rich aroma of fruit wafted to her nostrils. As the green glow faded, a fruit revealed itself. This was the extreme desire fruit. A token of my sincerity. Xiong Jiao's complexion had paled significantly compared to before, yet the glimmer of hope in her eyes remained undiminished. She had mentioned that it could stimulate the growth of flora, and once she discovered a suitable herb for body tempering, the remaining resources would be inexhaustible. Thus, on this basis alone, Xiong Jiao was worthy of her unwavering protection. Very well, I accept your sincerity. I, Chu Liangyu. Thou to the beast god that as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure Xiong Jiao's safety. Overjoyed, Xiong Jiao's speech became slightly stammered. Then, Chu, you must quickly try the extreme desire fruit. I, too, wish to know its true potency. Certainly. The intoxicating fragrance beckoned, irresistibly drawing her gaze toward it. Chu Liangyu took it, and took a bite. The fruit transformed into a surge of energy, which was absorbed by his body. Chu Liangyu suddenly felt a profound clarity in her mind, a soothing sensation enveloping her entire being, more exhilarating than consuming a high-grade crystal core. Unable to contain her emotions, she gradually closed her eyes to savor the moment. Xiong Jiao observed quietly, hesitant to utter a word. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. What had she seen? Chu Liangyu has unexpectedly undergone a transformation into a beast. Behind her, a pair of enormous, glossy wings unfurl. The feathers glisten like exquisite silk, embodying purity and elegance. Bathed in the hues of the setting sun, they emanate a kaleidoscope of colors, while azure scales subtly emerge at her temples. Her inky tresses dance gently in the breeze, complementing her breathtaking visage, creating an enchanting spectacle that possesses a breathtaking allure. Xiong Jiao's heart raced fervently, eagerly anticipating what her complete transformation would unveil. However, at this juncture, all fell silent. It appeared that this was the entirety of her beastly form. The little ones, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, stood spellbound. A few, quick-witted, presumed that Chu Liangyu was on the verge of death, hastily summoning the beast guardian on duty that day. When Feng Qiwu arrived, he chanced upon this astonishing scene. His emotions surged like tumultuous waves, leaving him incredulous that a female beastman could undergo such a metamorphosis after reaching adulthood, and not in a state of dire illness. Yet, her beastly form seemed oddly familiar, and suddenly, a fragment of memory surged within Feng Qiwu's mind. Without warning, his breath quickened, as if he had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. Chu Liangyu's transformation was as fleeting as a blooming ephemera, soon reverting to its former state. Xiong Jiao remained engulfed in the awe of the earlier spectacle, and upon noticing Chu Liangyu's gaze, she found herself at a loss for an appropriate expression. Suddenly, a piercing and melodious cry of an eagle resonated, interrupting Chu Liangyu's words. Lifting her head, a flock of golden giant eagles emerged above the Yenya tribe, circling gracefully as if poised to strike, seemingly in search of something. The sight of the majestic eagles evoked memories of Laosen and Chu Liangyu, who exchanged a meaningful glance with Xiong Jiao. Chu Liangyu squinted her eyes, and soon, amidst a flock of giant eagles, she spotted the third. It was not due to her exceptional eyesight, but rather because among the numerous eagles, only he was blind in one eye, and his figure was slightly larger than the others. Run! With that exclamation, chaos ensued. Among a group of younglings, the two females remained conspicuously visible, and they understood that they must first flee into the forest. Only in this way could they obscure their pursuer's vision and enhance their chances of escape. What do you intend to do? Feng Qiwu transformed into her beast form, her phoenix feathers shimmering with iridescence, the long plumes cascading gracefully. A phoenix, how intriguing, she mused, lifting her head with an air of haughtiness. Since you are aware, why do you not hasten your departure? The third, originally named Din Muli, was the eldest son of the Golden Eagle clan's chieftain and could have inherited the chieftaincy. However, due to certain circumstances, he had ultimately become a wandering beast. If not for his desire to possess Chu Liangyu, he would never have aspired to return. Step aside, I only desire that female. She is my mate. How dare someone of your caliber even contemplate such a notion? Feng Qiwu scoffed, dripping with sarcasm. You, a phoenix, are willing to share Chu Liangyu. Yet this man dares to covet her solely for himself. Truly, he is deluded. I care not who she is. If I desire her, none shall obstruct me. Casting a glance at him, Li continued, what of you being a phoenix? I shall seize her regardless. With a shrill cry, the eagles, which had been circling, swiftly surrounded Feng Chuwu, poised to strike. Feng Chuwu was momentarily impeded, and Li immediately pursued the direction in which Chu Liangyu had fled. Those on two legs could not match the speed of flight. Before long, Chu Liangyu was nearly caught. The eagle's talons gleamed ominously as they swooped overhead, and Chu Liangyu instinctively rolled aside, narrowly evading the peril. Ah, mother beast, save me. Chu Liangyu's heart raced at the call, and as he lifted his gaze, he saw the fox cub ensnared by Li, on the verge of being whisked away into the heights. Unless fate intervened, the young creature was destined for calamity. Chu Liangyu had no time to ponder. He leaped into the air, grasping the other claw of the colossal eagle. Do not let him fall, or I shall release my grip without hesitation. Chu Liangyu understood his intentions and immediately spoke up. Then let go. Li remained unfazed by the intimidation. Chu Liangyu fell silent. It was not that she did not wish to release her grip, but rather that they were now a considerable distance from the ground, and letting go would result in a fatal fall. Beast mother, I am afraid, the little cub stammered, seeking solace amidst the awkward atmosphere. Chu Liangyu cast him a sidelong glance, as if he were afraid that others might forget his existence. It appears the rumors were true. You are indeed the fabled goddess who gives birth to multiple offspring. However, she currently possesses no ability to conceive, a fact unbeknownst to him. If she were to reveal this now, it would be quite the revelation. The beast mother can no longer bear young. Chu Liangyu, this wretched and extravagant creature. Wasn't it said that foxes are cunning? How is it that this one she has given birth to is so foolish? Chu Liangyu took a deep breath, opening and then closing her eyes. Do not be angry, for anger harms the body. Oh, if that is the case, have I not exerted myself in vain? Then keeping you around serves no purpose. Chu Liangyu's breath hitched for a moment. In the next instant, the air around her was filled with the howling of the wind. The little creature, filled with dread, flailed its paws desperately, striving to draw closer to Chu Liangyu, as if merely being by her side would ensure its safety. Chu Liangyu ultimately softened her heart, the earlier anger dissipating without a trace. She reached out, drawing him into her embrace. Fear not, for the beast mother is here. As the ground drew ever closer, Chu Liangyu felt a chill in her heart. She was wagering, gambling on the notion that Li was acting intentionally, with no intention of causing her harm. Yet, reliance on mere chance was insufficient. She needed to secure an escape route for herself, ensuring their survival. Chapter 19. Return to the tribe below Leia Valley, adorned with numerous peaks of varying heights. To Chu Liangyu, each one appeared perilously sharp, capable of piercing the two of them in an instant. A faint layer of energy enveloped them, and Chu Liangyu braced herself for an unpredictable descent. Suddenly, a golden giant eagle swooped down, halting her fall in an instant. Chu Liangyu let out a sigh of relief as the energy shield enveloping him gradually dissipated. It is indeed a pity that someone as beautiful as you cannot bear offspring. However, there are other uses for such beauty that are not without merit. Chu Liangyu was suddenly engulfed by a chilling wave of dread. The implications of his words were unmistakable. However, she typically approached such matters based on her mood, and she had no desire to engage in perilous games with this pervert. Consider this carefully. I possess 12 formidable beast husbands, each with remarkable prowess. Should you choose to join, you would merely be the weakest link, and I cannot guarantee your protection against them. Li fixed his intact eye upon her, a faint chuckle escaping his lips. Who said I intended to join? I was once hesitant, but now, you hold no value whatsoever. Who do you think would come to your rescue? Chu Liangyu raised an eyebrow, aware that this individual possessed considerable knowledge. What would you do if they all came? He mused. Let them come. It would delight me even more if they annihilated the entire tribe. It appeared that his relationship with his kin was fraught with discord, piquing Chu Liangyu's curiosity. What could possibly incite such profound hatred towards his own people? Yet, Li remained silent, absorbed in the journey ahead. After traversing the night, they finally paused on the morning of the second day. The Golden Eagle tribe was bustling with activity, and upon witnessing the triumphant return of their kin, they could not suppress their exhilarated shouts. Chu Liangyu could not comprehend the words, yet she could sense the profound emotions contained within them. The young clan leader has returned. Swiftly informed the elder clan leader. Very well, I shall do so at once. Muli's actions were rather brusque, causing Chu Liangyu's beloved to be unceremoniously thrown to the ground, her face landing in the dust. Is this truly the female that the young clan leader favors? It seems unlikely. One would not treat a beloved with such roughness. Perhaps the young clan leader is merely straightforward? The crowd buzzed with incessant chatter, expressing a myriad of opinions. As the beastly form receded, Muli donned an eye patch, momentarily infusing his refined demeanor with a hint of ruggedness. Yet his handsomeness remained unaltered. Nyosho Mountain, BNI tribe. Ever since Chu Liangyu was abducted, the tribe had become eerily desolate. An undercurrent of tension was palpable. Are you not a noble phoenix? Why can you not even protect your female leader? Xiong Xianhui pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Qiwu, his anger clouding his judgment. Disregarding the potential offense he might cause. Perhaps his tone was excessively accusatory. Feng Qiwu's proud nature would not allow him to concede an error. He maintained his lofty demeanor, retorting, "How dare a wild bear criticize me for failing to protect her when you nearly lost her yourself?" These words struck Xiong Xianhui like a hand around his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had nearly let her slip away. Enough. It has been 2 days. Should we not consider how to rescue our female leader? Hu Qiumu interjected, his expression turning cold. Strikingly, when Hu Qiumu adopted a serious demeanor, he exuded an intimidating presence. Humph. After a huff, Feng Qiwu refrained from uttering further unkind words, asking, "Then tell us, what should we do? With so many young ones, who should care for them while we attempt to rescue the female leader?" Hu Qiumu pondered for a moment before arriving at a solution. Since no one can adequately care for them, it would be best to return them to their original tribe. Once this matter is resolved, we can bring them back. This was indeed a sound plan. Consistently taking the lead, Hu Qiumu addressed the remaining members. "Who among you wishes to accompany us?" Me. I want to go." To his surprise, the first voice to chime in was Xiong Jiaojiao's. Following her, Wen Yin added, "I wish to go as well." Although Xiong Xianhui felt quite displeased with him, he understood that strength lies in numbers, so he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Hu Qiumu nodded, casting his gaze towards the others, who appeared disinterested and remained silent. They were all adult beasts. Surely, they understood the implications. Consequently, there was no further discussion as they summoned Feng Qiwu, and the 5 of them exited the room together. They agreed to return all the young ones to their clan within 2 days and to gather at the BNI tribe early on the 3rd day to journey together to the dwelling of the Golden Eagle clan. The Golden Eagles possessed remarkable speed in flight, and given the distance of 10,000 miles, traversing on foot would take an eternity. Thus, they primarily relied on Feng Qiwu to carry them through the skies. "I am a phoenix. To expect you to sit upon my back is an affront I cannot accept." It was evident that the situation was not proceeding smoothly, and the 4 exchanged glances, falling into silence. Xiang Jiaojiao suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Chu Liangyu. How could she endure the company of such eccentric beasts? However, they could not remain in this stalemate indefinitely. A spark of inspiration ignited within Xiong Jiaojiao's mind as she conceived an idea. What if I weave a large basket for us to sit in? Would you be able to carry us like that? That works. Hurry up, came the response, devoid of any consideration for her feelings. Xiong Jiaojiao, possessing a good-natured disposition, chose not to dwell on the slightly commanding tone. It was a stark contrast to the time when Chu Liangyu first encountered Feng Qiwu, who had arrogantly looked down his nose at others. It was only after Chu Liangyu demonstrated his reproductive capabilities that he began to regard him with a modicum of respect. As for the reasons behind his willingness to assist someone seemingly without merit, perhaps only he truly understood. "I'm done." The Wood Spirit clan, naturally adept with their hands and possessing a deep affinity with nature, quickly fashioned an enormous basket. Feng Qiwu cast an appreciative glance her way before seamlessly transforming into his beast form. The basket trembled and swayed as it lifted off the ground, for several of them. It was their first experience of flight, and their faces turned pale in response. Wen Yin could scarcely endure the sensation, clinging to the basket and promptly losing his stomach, his energy utterly drained. "You useless creature," Xiang Xianhui remarked sharply, noticing Wen Yin's state. But, of course, no one responded. Chu Liangyu was unaware that the main force had already arrived to rescue her. She had been confined in the dim, sunless cellar for several days. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on her spirit, igniting an urgent desire to escape and inhale a breath of fresh air. She longed for the opening of the cellar door. Indeed, Chu Liangyu twitched her ears and immediately recognized the sound of Muli. Blinding light flooded into the cellar, prompting Chu Liangyu to instinctively shield her eyes. The little cub beside her grasped her hand, watching the figures above with wary vigilance. "From this day forth, you shall be my soulmate," Muley declared. "Everything is prepared. Come with me to meet the others." With that, Chu Liangyu was pulled from the cellar. Casting a glance at the little cub clinging to her, Muley felt a twinge of annoyance. He swiftly yanked the cub off her and tossed him to the guard, instructing, "Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him wander about. He must stay by my side, or I shall be uneasy." The guard retorted, "Your unease is of no concern to me." Chu Liangyu felt that ever since she encountered Miyuki, the instances of her being at a loss for words had increased exponentially. After all, when one is under a roof, one must lower their head as necessary. Chapter 20. The past of Miyuki. Please attend to her. Miyuki commanded as he led her into a rather pleasant chamber. With a mere gesture, a group of attendants swiftly entered, creating an atmosphere that made Chu Liangyu feel as though she had stepped into the residence of ancient nobility, a rather incongruous sensation. However, they were not skilled in cosmetics. Their notion of tidying up was quite literal. They provided her with a fitted garment made of animal hide, tidied her hair a bit, and concluded their efforts with simplicity. The fabric of this attire was rather unique, adorned with feathers that elevated its elegance far beyond the tattered rags she had worn before. Let us proceed. Since encountering this intriguing female, she had often found herself in a disheveled state, but now her appearance was far more pleasing. "You are truly peculiar, after injuring me. Rather than seeking revenge, you wish for me to become your mate." Chu Liangyu initially intended to express her concern about illness, but her words took an unexpected turn. Could it be that her allure has reached such a level? "Indeed, with the kindness I have shown you, it may be best for you to remain here obediently." "Haha, let us discuss it further." Chu Liangyu let out an awkward laugh, closing her mouth and refraining from further speech. Emily suddenly took her hand, leading her in a particular direction. "Aru, this is your sister-in-law. Do extend a greeting," he urged. For a moment, her expression froze as she glanced at Chu Liangyu. Her lips pressed together, and she hesitantly uttered, "Sister-in-law." Chu Liangyu scrutinized the two individuals, sensing an odd atmosphere between them. However, she was amused by the unfolding drama. Her delicate hands resting lightly on Miyuki's shoulder, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "This must be my sister-in-law. I often hear Aki speak of you." "Indeed. You are a beauty. Is that so?" Aru's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, her emotions seemingly overwhelming her. "I'm sorry, I have matters to attend to. I must leave." She had just played the role of a malicious supporting character. Chu Liangyu mused internally. Raising her gaze, she found Miyuki regarding her with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely insincere. "Quite clever indeed. If you let me go, I could make you even more pleased," Aru proposed. Miyuki chose to disregard the first part of her statement, replying, "How do you intend to make me more satisfied? That delicate creature. How could you bring yourself to hurt her?" Chu Liangyu blinked her eyes, deftly shifting the topic. Merely a wanton wretch." The sarcasm that graced Muley's lips was palpable, seemingly indifferent. "Very well then, I have matters to attend to. This person truly knows how to orchestrate a scene." Claiming to take her to see someone, only to abandon her here. She contemplated fleeing, but the members of the Golden Eagle clan were casting glances her way, overtly watching her movements. No wonder Muley felt at ease leaving her behind. After a moment of reflection, Chu Liangyu began to wander alone within the tribe. "In a few days, the grand opening of the Beast City will commence. Are you all prepared? Rest assured, we shall handle matters with utmost diligence." The Beast City? Chu Liangyu had previously heard of a place where the beastmen engaged in barter. It was a vibrant locale, frequented by a myriad of races, each bringing an eclectic array of goods for exchange. Naturally, the most coveted item was edible salt. Everything else paled in significance for the tribes. It was an intriguing place, and Chu Liangyu's mind began to race with possibilities. Detecting tradable items. Item: sacred artifact of the Golden Eagle clan, Mask of the King value, a vial of exquisite rejuvenation elixir. 10 high-tier invisibility talismans. Dimension: cultivation realm. A sacred artifact. Since the system can detect it, it must be in the vicinity. Chu Liangyu glanced around, yet found no place suitable for hiding the treasure. Behind a desolate stone house, overrun with weeds, she bent down, gasping for breath. This tribe was simply vast. After much wandering, she had only managed to explore half of the Golden Eagle tribe. As for the sacred artifact, there was not a single trace to be found. Could you, like last time, provide a direction? An obstruction hindered her search. She could sense its presence, but could glean no further assistance. Mother inquired. Isn't it a good thing that Ali has returned? Why do you appear so discontent? His demeanor had changed, becoming somber and inscrutable, instilling a sense of unease regarding his potential actions that might harm the tribe. Father explained, his brow furrowed. Mother reassured, surely that cannot be the case. A lengthy silence ensued, during which both recalled a certain incident. When Ali was injured, nearly losing his ability to hunt, the blow had been significant. The one destined to be his mate, Aro, had altered her decision during that critical time. Can one expect him to harbor no resentment? Moreover, she had chosen his most trusted brother. The Golden Eagle tribe upheld the principle of monogamy, leaving Muli with no opportunity to reclaim his place. After enduring successive blows, his condition worsened, and hope seemed to dwindle. Then, one day, Muli vanished. Despite their frantic search, he remained elusive. Just as they were on the verge of giving up, he suddenly reappeared in the tribe a few days prior, albeit with one eye blinded. Aside from that, he appeared relatively unscathed. To make amends, Father promptly appointed him as the new chief of the Golden Eagle tribe. However, it soon became apparent that Muli had undergone profound changes, and by the time they realized it, it was too late to alter their course. They were left with no choice but to remain vigilant against unforeseen events. Could it be for the mask? Mother mused intuitively. It is indeed a possibility. Let us go and ascertain whether the item still remains. Chu Liangyu, much like a bewildered monk, found herself utterly perplexed by the connection between the mask and the sudden reappearance of Muli. How could her relentless pursuit, spanning vast distances, possibly relate to the mask? The two seemed entirely unrelated, akin to an impulsive whim. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Her priority was to follow the two individuals to the mask. However, they remained vigilant, and several times, Chu Liangyu nearly revealed her presence. After a lengthy and winding journey, they finally halted before a hillock that stood at half a person's height. Once Fu was certain no one had trailed them. He placed a foot upon an inconspicuous stone. Following a resounding rumble, an opening emerged beside the hill. A staircase was visible at the entrance, and the two descended. As they departed, the entrance gradually closed behind them, prompting Chu Liangyu to hastily follow. The underground realm was shrouded in darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Chu Liangyu could only gingerly navigate forward, her hand braced against the wall. Occasionally, when she overheard the conversation between father and mother, she would halt her movements to avoid detection. Consequently, her progress was exceedingly slow. Look, the mask remains. Could it be that we have overthought this? Father mused, feeling a sense of relief, yet beginning to doubt his earlier conjecture. If nothing is amiss, let us proceed outside. Alas, this development would undoubtedly lead to Chu Liangyu being discovered by the two of them. Chu Liangyu's hands incessantly explored the surface of the wall, when suddenly a soft sensation brushed against her fingertips. The undulating chest, warm to the touch, momentarily stiffened at her contact. Chu Liangyu's hands, still awaiting exploration, were abruptly seized by another. At the same time, her mouth was covered by his other hand, yet Chu Liangyu displayed an extraordinary calmness. She neither uttered a sound nor resisted, allowing him to proceed with his actions. Following his footsteps, Chu Liangyu was led into a narrow space. The voices of her shadowy parents echoed in her ears, yet they seemed oblivious to their presence. As the footsteps receded, the cave was once again enveloped in silence, as if no one had ever traversed its depths. Chapter 21. Utilization. I had intended to seek you out, yet unexpectedly, you ventured in first. Do you wish to bring me along? Muli had already released her and moved ahead, while Chu Liangyu cautiously followed in his wake. Do you understand why I captured you? Is it because of my beauty? Muli fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. It is because during our encounter that day, I sensed an energy emanating from you, akin to the barrier surrounding the mask. Perhaps you can assist me in obtaining it. And what if I cannot? The footsteps halted, and Muli seemed to glance back at her. Then keeping you would be of no use. What do you require the mask for? It is none of your concern. Chu Liangyu would not relinquish the mask. Her confrontation with Muli was as certain as fate itself. In a clash, the outcome remained unpredictable. Below in the cave stood a stone pillar, and the king's mask, though resembling a mere prototype, possessed a material and thinness akin to the wings of a cicada. A faint purple glow enveloped the surroundings, and merely gazing upon it elicited a sense of heart-stopping awe. Chu Liangyu was apprehensive that she might shatter it upon handling. The mask appeared exceedingly fragile, and her trepidation was entirely justified. Channel your strength, just as you did before. Envelop yourself, he instructed. Then attempt to enter and retrieve the item for me. Aware that Chu Liangyu might not comply readily, he added, Your offspring remains in my possession. And this is my territory. I trust you are an astute individual and comprehend what must be done. Indeed, I am well aware of how to proceed, she replied. As Chu Liangyu traversed the barrier, he was enveloped in a refreshing chill, akin to passing through a curtain of water. Upon closer inspection of the mask, he was astonished to find it radiating a lustrous silver sheen, delicate yet exquisite. Chu Liangyu tentatively reached out to touch the mask, only to discover that it was not as fragile as she had anticipated. Summoning her courage, she lifted the mask with both hands, and almost simultaneously, two voices echoed in her ears. Will you choose to trade? Quickly, give me the item. At the moment she grasped the mask, the barrier dissipated. And Muli had already approached her side. Without hesitation, she was inclined to agree to the system's transaction. However, the mask suddenly slipped from her grasp, transforming into a translucent fish that vanished into her brow. What have you done? Muli's expression changed instantly as he waved his hand in front of her. It was then that he had to concede that the mask was no longer present. Or rather, it had been seized from him by some means employed by Chu Liangyu. In that fleeting moment, Chu Liangyu experienced a sensation akin to asphyxiation beneath the water's surface, and thereafter, her consciousness faded into oblivion. In Muli's perception, Chu Liangyu began to undergo a transformation into a beast. Enormous ebony wings enveloped her, while the scales upon her forehead radiated a cerulean luminescence. Her demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting an unusual coldness. The gaze she cast upon Muli resembled that of a disdainful observer regarding a mere insect, brimming with contempt. As far as he was aware, the king's mask merely altered the physical structure, enabling a complete metamorphosis. As a male, he found himself incapable of compassion, a lingering torment that had plagued him for years. Otherwise, he would not have returned to this place. Yet now, all hope had vanished. Was he to endure this fate for eternity? No. He refused to accept such a fate. Return what is rightfully mine. The sound of something slicing through the air erupted, as the eagle's talons mercilessly lunged toward Chu Liangyu. A wave of energy surged around Chu Liangyu, and before he could draw near, Muli was sent flying. His colossal form crashed violently against the cavern's walls, causing the already fragile structure to tremble. Soil from above began to cascade down, threatening imminent collapse. Chu Liangyu raised her hand, and a powerful force surged upwards, piercing through the cave and creating a large opening. With a gentle flap of her black wings, she swiftly emerged from the cavern. Tilting her head, she gazed in one direction for an extended period, lost in her thoughts. How audacious of you to steal the sacred artifact of my clan. Return it to me at once. The Shadow Father, sensing the disturbance, hurriedly arrived with his companions, only to find that the figure before him was the female his son had brought back. He had never encountered a female who had transformed into a beast after reaching maturity. An unsettling sensation enveloped him instantly. Who are you? He inquired. The Shadow Father's fingers trembled slightly as he involuntarily replied, I am the former chieftain of the Golden Eagle clan. This artifact rightfully belongs to me. How could it be considered stolen? This object is a sacred treasure that we have guarded for generations. It could never belong to you. Without offering an explanation, Chu Liangyu merely stated, those who obstruct me shall perish. You. This was the first time he had encountered such a domineering individual, and his anger swiftly dispelled any remnants of the bizarre atmosphere. Come forth and attack. A dozen or so gigantic eagles circled ominously in the air, enveloping Chu Liangyu in an impenetrable encirclement. Descend. Chu Liangyu's ruby lips parted slightly, and with a single utterance, all the golden eagles plummeted from the sky like drenched chickens. They attempted to soar once more, only to discover an absence of their wings, which were clearly visible before their eyes. How could this be? The mighty eagles were thrown into disarray, their talons frantically hopping, while their wings hung limply, devoid of any movement. Fu gazed at Chu Liangyu in terror, his body trembling like chaff, and he found himself involuntarily kneeling on the ground. I am sorry. I beg for your mercy. It is all my fault. Please do not harm them. If anyone must perish, let it be me. He had never felt so humiliated, yet the safety of his kin was his utmost priority. He could not allow so many to suffer due to his commands. In the face of such overwhelming power, he was utterly helpless, reduced to bowing his head and pleading for leniency. Chu Liangyu, as formidable as a divine being, cast a glance upon the crowd. Yet, as her words fell, the patriarch of Yin began to bleed from all 7 orifices, the flow intensifying with alarming rapidity. No matter the method employed, the bleeding could not be staunched. In mere moments, the patriarch succumbed to the excessive loss of blood. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, as all present gazed at Chu Liangyu in terror. None dared to utter a word, even their breaths reduced to the faintest whisper, fearful of attracting her attention. With a powerful flap of her obsidian wings, Chu Liangyu ascended from the ground, intent on a specific direction. "Beast Mother, take me with you. I'm here too," cried the little fox, sprinting with all its might while looking up at Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu paused, her gaze falling upon the cub on the ground. As a fleeting thought flickered through her mind, in light of that moment, she picked up the little fox and departed. "Oh, venerable elder, your demise was so tragic." The suppressed emotions of the myriad eagles erupted instantaneously. Some mourned for their fallen patriarch, while others lamented their own incapacitated state, an intricate tapestry of feelings. Unnoticed at the cave's entrance, Inmyuki struggled to emerge. He understood the source of their sorrow but merely cast a cursory glance. To the north lay the direction of her departure. Transforming into his beast form, Inmyuki soared towards that horizon. "Young clan leader, that individual is far too powerful. Even if you seek vengeance for the elder, you must exercise patience. Young clan leader, please return. Without you, we lack guidance. Indeed, leaving your beast mother alone will only deepen her sorrow." Such pleas echoed continuously, yet Inmyuki remained unmoved, leaving behind a figure steeped in determination. After a considerable time, a resplendent phoenix descended, carrying a large basket. Chapter 22. Orphan and widow. You captured a female. Where is she? The great eagle, lost in grief, paid no heed. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Xiangxian we seized one of the beast men and demanded, "Speak. Where is she?" She is gone." Exchanging glances, Xiangxian Hui pressed on. "In which direction did she depart?" "To the north. But that is not the way home. What purpose could she have in going there?" "Let us proceed. We must continue searching." All eyes turned to Feng Chiwu, which only deepened his weariness. "Can you not empathize with my plight? I am a phoenix, not a beast of burden. I, too, require rest." "Then let us go. The female must be in a similar state. She cannot have traveled far." Xiong Jiaojiao and the others nodded in agreement. The group exited the Golden Eagle tribe's territory, hastening northward. Due to this seemingly trivial decision, they once again missed Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu had journeyed northward for approximately 1,000 miles, when suddenly her form became unsteady mid-air. In an instant, her wings vanished, and both she and her companion plummeted downward. Unfortunately, Chu Liangyu remained in a state of unconsciousness, unable to save herself. The little creature cried out in panic, "Beast Mother, awaken! We are about to perish." Yet, his pleas were futile, and their descent continued unabated. With no alternative, the little one could only lie against Chu Liangyu's chest, surrendering to fate. Fortunately, they fell into a river below, emerging unscathed. The flowing water carried them along for some time until a large tree spanning the river halted their journey. The little creature enlarged itself, hoisting Chu Liangyu onto the bank. Gently, the fox pawed at her, but Chu Liangyu merely turned over, showing no signs of awakening. Realizing she would not regain consciousness immediately, the little fox vigorously shook off the water, and its fur quickly dried. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, confusion flickered in its eyes. What should be done now? As dusk approached, the distant cries of wild beasts echoed. While he was accustomed to such sounds, a tinge of fear gripped him now. In the tribe, the beast father protected them, but here, they were alone, and with the beast mother still unconscious, anxiety gnawed at him. Digging nervously at the ground, he contemplated before gently lifting Chu Liangyu in his mouth and leaping up into a tall tree. He recalled the beast father's words. In most cases, trees were relatively safe havens. Throughout the night, various sounds filled the air, and the little fox lay with its eyes wide open against Chu Liangyu's chest, ever vigilant for impending threats. As dawn broke without incident, the night passed peacefully. The past few days had been tumultuous, and the little fox, weary, felt its eyelids grow heavy and eventually succumbed to sleep. Their steady breaths synchronized, and sunlight bathed them, imparting a serene sense of tranquility. As the midday sun blazed, the fox's fur grew warm, naturally rousing it from slumber. After a satisfied grunt, the little fox stretched languorously. For a moment, overwhelmed by comfort, it swayed slightly. With a startled yelp, the little fox tumbled from the tree. A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed its face, but it quickly regained composure. Once more, it leapt onto the tree, nudging its nose against Chu Liangyu's face. "Beast Mother?" he called out, as he always did, but Chu Liangyu did not respond. If it weren't for her steady breath, the little fox would have thought she was lifeless. What should he do? He could not remain by her side indefinitely. He was beginning to feel a pang of hunger and needed to seek sustenance. Just a moment, I shall return swiftly. The beast mother should be quite safe here. After all, he could always rely on his speed. The little fox murmured to himself, glancing back to ensure her safety before hesitantly leaping down from the grand tree, quickly vanishing into the woods, concerned for Chu Liangyu's well-being. The little fox dared not venture far, merely searching for food nearby. However, he had never hunted before and lacked any experience. Capturing a wild chicken proved to be particularly challenging, and after a lengthy effort, he had only managed to procure a few eggs. He devoured them in haste, but his hunger remained insatiable. The wild chicken, seemingly amused by the clumsiness of the fox, wandered about before him, clearly taunting him. Fueled by a newfound determination, the little fox chased after the wild chicken without a second thought. Time slipped away, and soon the sun began to dip below the horizon. At last, he succeeded in catching the coveted wild chicken and, unable to contain his excitement, took a bite. The sensation of hunger subsided, and his clarity of thought returned. Realizing how late it had grown, he panicked. Grasping the wild chicken in his mouth, the little fox hurried back, uncertain of how far he had chased the wild chicken. It took him quite a while to return. However, he found 3 or 4 beastmen gathered beneath the tree, all gazing up at Chu Liangyu. That female. It's dangerous in the dark woods. You should return quickly, one of them urged. Yes, it's too perilous. Hurry down and return to the tribe, another echoed. Their concerned words were met with silence as no reply came from her. The little fox, oblivious to their conversation, noticed only that they were pointing at Chu Liangyu in the tree. In an instant, his form expanded several times, and he leaped before the individuals, baring his teeth. What do you want? Step away from her. The group exchanged glances, and one explained, It's too dangerous at night. We were merely advising that female to return home. Indeed, are you her offspring? The voices of the beastmen's young were notably childish, and unable to transform into human form. They were easily recognizable. This was the reason for their inquiry, driven by mere curiosity. In this desolate wilderness, why was there not a single beast husband to protect her? Your concern is unwarranted. Just leave. The little fox softened his tone slightly but maintained his vigilance. His beast father had once advised him, when venturing into the world, trust no one. Although he did not fully comprehend the reasoning behind this, he believed his father's words were undoubtedly wise and resolved to adhere to them. Very well. Just ensure you escort the beast mother back promptly, understood? From the expressions of several individuals, it was evident that their words were indeed spoken from the heart. The little fox remained silent, quietly watching them depart. With a sigh of relief, the little fox leaped onto a tree. The prey accompanied him, though a portion of it bore the marks of his bite, blood gushing forth in a steady stream. The vivid crimson droplets fell to the ground, releasing a pungent aroma into the surrounding air. In the dimly lit forest, a fleeting glimmer appeared, reminiscent of a lantern, albeit smaller in size. The little fox was wholly absorbed in thoughts of Chu Liangyu, utterly oblivious to the changes occurring around him. Chu Liangyu had a fever, the kind that radiated heat. The little fox had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Perched anxiously on a small branch, it paced back and forth in distress. Smoke? As if following the flames. All that is needed is water. The sorrow on the fox's face dissipated as he clutched Chu Liangyu, eager to find a source of water. However, just as he took his first light steps, he sensed something amiss. Surrounding the tree, a multitude of green bulbs illuminated the area. No, they were the green eyes of wolves. They had all been lured by the scent of the wild chicken perched above, each pair of eyes glinting with a repugnant greed. Chapter 23. The foolish young fox. The young fox's previously joyful spirit plummeted to despair. His fur bristled in fright, and he instinctively took a few steps back, only to find the wolf pack advancing closer. With his back pressed against the great tree, the two had no path of retreat. Had Chu Liangyu not been feverish, they could have sought refuge in the branches above. Beastmen hunted wild beasts, perceiving them as sustenance. Naturally, wild beasts would also prey upon beastmen, each side viewing the other as food. Some wild beasts were herbivorous and typically would not hunt beastmen, yet carnivorous creatures certainly would. All beastmen were carnivorous. The notion of being herbivorous did not exist. Among the pack, 2 wolves positioned themselves slightly ahead, intent on gauging the young fox's strength. Observing the movements of the wolves, the young fox opened his mouth to set her down. He urged Chu Liangyu to lean against the tree while he assumed a protective stance in front of her. A howl echoed through the air as the wild wolf, before the battle, invigorated itself, swiftly darting forward to sink its teeth into the young fox's front paw. Despite the young fox having grown several times larger, he was still inexperienced in combat, resulting in a delayed reaction. By the time he turned to retaliate, the wild wolf had already retreated. Circling around him, the wild wolf took its chance to strike. The young fox's eyes followed the first wolf, scanning left and right, remaining vigilant of its movements. He neglected the second wolf, which stealthily approached while his gaze was diverted. Despite its comical demeanor, the second wolf successfully launched a surprise attack, biting into the young fox's hind leg, hampering his movements. Humiliated, he was toyed with by the two wolves, a wave of shame washing over him. In a sudden burst of resolve, the young fox retaliated. No longer avoiding the confrontation, he seized the opportunity to bite the neck of the first wolf. Regardless of how the wolf struggled or how the second wolf gnawed at his hind leg, he remained resolute until the first wolf ceased its movement, breathless. In a frenzy, the young fox pivoted to attack the second wolf. The second wolf reacted swiftly, but the young fox only managed to bite its ear. As the wolf writhed in pain, the young fox exerted force, causing the ear to detach. With a pitiful whimper, the second wolf staggered back, now filled with trepidation. Observing this, the wolf king emitted a low growl. The second wolf glanced back at the wolf king, whimpering in fear, contemplating retreat. However, the wolf king shot him a cold, indifferent glare. With a howl of encouragement, the second wolf steeled his courage and charged forward. The young fox, having seemingly consumed a stimulant, displayed no fear. Instead, he was eager to engage. This time, the young fox refrained from initiating the attack. He swiftly dodged the second wolf's advance, waiting for it to miss before seizing the opportunity to bite the nape of its neck. With a sickening crunch, the second wolf's neck shattered, and it soon expired. With the two wolves dispatched, the young fox felt a surge of elation, unable to suppress a triumphant call. After all, being a fox, even his expression of joy carried a sly undertone. The wolf pack collectively recoiled, startled by the sound. Once steady, the wolf king stepped forward from the pack, confronting the young fox. Unlike the two lesser wolves, the wolf king exuded calm and composure, silently locking eyes with the young fox, showing no intent to strike first. After a prolonged stalemate, the young fox ultimately succumbed to impatience and launched an attack. The wolf king did not evade. Instead, he met the young fox head-on. Their collision was evenly matched, and both retreated a step. The wolf king inched closer to the great tree, causing the young fox to sense urgency. In his haste to drive the wolf king away from Chu Liangyu, he inadvertently drew him nearer. The massive jaws of the wolf gaped, poised to end Chu Liangyu's life in a single bite. Blood surged through the young fox's veins as he summoned every ounce of strength to charge at the wolf king. Yet, the wolf's true target had always been him. The previous actions were merely a ruse to disorient him. The wolf's jaws did not seize Chu Liangyu, but rather clamped down on the young fox's neck. In that instant, the young fox felt his life force being drained, his body growing increasingly weak. A fleeting glance at Chu Liangyu, leaning against the tree, brought tears to his eyes. Perhaps it was the reminiscence of impending death that prompted memories of that day when he had asked the beast mother for a red heart fruit. He recalled her playful and charming expression as she said, "There's only this little bit of red heart fruit. The beast mother would like to have some too." Although he had been denied, he cherished the moments spent with the beast mother, feeling immense joy simply in conversing with her. While the beast father also treated him well, it was not the same as the bond he shared with the beast mother. The beast mother had a fever. If she did not soak in water, would she perish? It is unacceptable. I cannot allow the beast mother to perish. Should she meet her demise, the beast father would be heartbroken, and the siblings would be left without their mother. She must survive. I am determined to protect the beast mother. A fierce desire for survival ignited within the gradually fading eyes of the fox, as its once limp body began to thrash with renewed vigor. Perhaps it was the intensity of its will to live and the heightened focus that caused it to be unaware that its pupils were slowly turning a shade of violet. The wolf king, meeting its gaze, suddenly appeared vacant, all movements halting. Seizing the opportunity, the little fox counterattacked. In that fleeting moment of lost momentum, the wolf king found no chance for redemption. With the wolf king dead, the pack showed no inclination for revenge, scattering in disarray. With the crisis averted, the little fox collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. As dawn broke, it realized it had fought through the night. Neglecting to rest, it grabbed the unconscious Chu Liangyu and set out in search of a water source. It recalled that upon arriving here, they had been near a river. It should not be far from this place. As the little fox wandered, the river soon came into view. Ecstatic, it hurriedly tossed the searing Chu Liangyu into the water. In its exuberance, it forgot that the river flowed. As soon as she entered the water, The unconscious Chu Liangyu was swept downstream by the current. Alarmed, the little fox leaped into the water, flailing awkwardly after her. "Beast mother, wait for me." The river surged, frequently submerging Chu Liangyu, her mouth and nose engulfed by the water. If she did not awaken soon, her childish antics would surely lead to her demise. The little fox paddled furiously, finally catching up to Chu Liangyu, only to have its view obscured by a branch ahead. In mere moments, Chu Liangyu had vanished from sight. Oh no! Will the beast mother drown? Beast mother, where are you? Beast mother! The little fox called out in frantic urgency, fearing that she had sunk beneath the surface. It held its breath intermittently, searching the depths. Time passed, and the little fox's limbs began to stiffen. Suddenly, an object floated into view. The little fox's weary expression instantly brightened, and it paddled forward with renewed determination. This time, it finally succeeded. Chapter 24. City of Beasts. Where is Feng Chiwu? Upon awakening and finding no sign of anyone, Hu Qiumu felt an unsettling premonition. Xiong Xian yawned, oblivious to the change in tone, and innocently replied, "Oh, I vaguely heard some noise this morning. When I opened my eyes, it seemed he had already left. I think it was towards the north." "What?" A chorus of voices suddenly erupted, startling him. Xuanqian's tone was somewhat displeased as he gazed at the array before him. Li Yuyun smiled with satisfaction, while Mu only furrowed his brow. In the eyes of Ailu, who had communicated with Snow for 4 years, there existed a profound bond between them. Wu Inky turned over. Without Annie's presence beside him, he found it easier to succumb to sleep. Yet, he felt no trace of drowsiness. For the demon sun tribulation was imminent. How many innocent lives would be claimed by the flames of calamity and famine? The proprietor smiled and closed his eyes as the executioner thrust his raised spear towards the proprietor's body, prompting the townsfolk to shield their children's eyes. A series of muffled booms emanated from the western and northern parts of Taiyuan City. By the time the sounds reached the heart of the city, they had diminished considerably, yet the citizens could still discern them clearly. An eerie calm settled over the scene, but just as Li Mingxue hoped the legal manifestation would refrain from rash actions. The rigidity enveloping the bird dissipated, and an overwhelming greed surged forth unrestrained. It leapt directly into the nether waters, swimming about in the vast orb of water, seemingly in search of something. Having just bathed, her hair was a bit disheveled. Ala first ran his fingers through it before beginning to comb it. Tong Nai's hair was of excellent quality and meticulously cared for, making it easy for Ailu to style. The colorful phoenix circled around Nin Wuxiang, inhaling deeply during the process. The dual wings, long feathers, and fine plumes manifested from his Dharma body were drawn in like flowing water by this phoenix. However, Yuan Jun was already ambushed, and morale was low, with Gongsun Jun holding the upper hand. "Brother Lu Qi, do not overexert yourself. Shuer is already quite content. I shall strive to handle the rest myself." Shuer felt a twinge of discomfort as she gazed at Lu Qi, her heart heavy. The man in the white robe nodded slightly, then produced a decree, recording something upon it. He then looked towards the heavenly sword, imprinting the corresponding bloodline and soul essence upon it. 3 years' worth of humiliation surged into her mind, causing her head to heat and her throat to tighten. After all, even if K1 were a robot, his attributes truly surpassed the Chun in every regard. Moreover, if he sensed something amiss, it would mean that the power of desire had taken effect, inflating his cravings. There was no way he would willingly produce the Mingxin stone to suppress that power. The entrance to the secret realm had already opened. What was there to wait for? The once silent Mu Yunshu, with a pallid complexion, uttered a cold remark tinged with discontent. Just after 10 exchanges, a sharp sound resounded as the sword in Mu Yunshu's hand shattered under the force of the witch spirit's blade. Snake Brother laughed heartily, but before his laughter could fade, he suddenly drew a gun from behind, pressing it against my head. In the end, all confusion coalesced into a bitter smile that lingered on the man's thin lips. His feelings for Fei Yin seemed to be more rooted in hatred than love. Time flows ceaselessly, and one cannot fathom how long it might take to discern the existence of a governing force, let alone master and apply it with dexterity. Achieving such a state is undeniably arduous. I did not weep, nor could I allow myself to do so. I understood that even if my grandfather sought out someone wise, finding them would not be a simple task. Thus, I had little time. I needed to resolve this matter by tonight. Chapter 25. No business without deception. The truth is best conveyed to rational individuals. Yet the witch doctors clearly do not qualify. Thus, I could only resort to force. Beneath my sleeve, I tightly gripped a bronze dagger. Suddenly, Chu Liangyu's demeanor shifted dramatically. seemingly intimidated, and his tone softened. Very well. I shall hand the item over to you. The pale golden bead shimmered with brilliance, and the shaman's eyes widened, trembling hands eager to receive it. Just as the bead was within reach, the shaman felt a sudden blur before him. Yu Pejun intended to speak, but at that moment, an elderly man with a goat-like beard, who had been mostly silent, abruptly coughed twice and interjected. The celestial beings were well aware that they had employed countless rare treasures, utilizing imperial materials and celestial artifacts to construct a grand formation, collaboratively establishing a formidable sealing array, hoping to confine the Mother of Destruction eternally within the abyss. Undoubtedly, the notorious reputation for disturbing the peace during this late hour would rest squarely upon his shoulders. Just a moment, the resident singer will arrive shortly. Bai Lanfeng remarked with a light and carefree tone. Lan Lingshuan's voice was laced with seduction, and indeed, the efficacy of the spirit-melding fish soup was astonishing upon consumption. It ignited a warmth throughout the body. At this juncture, Wu Nyang had already tidied up all the rooms. Working for Li Yan, her only other task, aside from practicing the characters learned in the literacy class, was non-existent. Finding herself bored, tidying the rooms became her pastime. At this moment, the spirit of the artifact still had a choice, to teleport them out once more, but such an action would only exacerbate the situation. Should the soul-eating wand extinguish the spirit, this celestial abode would become a forsaken entity, ripe for the taking. Having said that, Song Jialong erupted into a triumphant laugh, and the Burmese men, no longer needing to conceal themselves, joined in with sinister chuckles, the triangular-eyed man brandishing a knife against Li Yang's throat, prompting Li Yang to laugh heartily as well. Although the transcendent path could momentarily only summon the dawn light, for Jiang Jichen, it represented a significant elevation. With the conversation reaching this point, it was time to resort to force. The cultivation realm had always operated on the principle of might, where the strongest dictated the terms. Outside, the protesters, incited by malevolent forces, grew increasingly agitated. You know how busy I've been. You've been worn out as well, Liu affectionately caressed Zhang Yuyo's hair, gazing at her with tender concern. If my esteemed guests are lunatics, then by this logic, am I not also a madman? He may linked arms with Qin Go, stepping forward to stand at attention. Ma Rulong's expression darkened, his eyes filled with venomous disdain as he glared at the two. Behind, however, cast a ferocious glance at the third behind Ma Rulong. Upon hearing Zhao Jin Jionai's words, Li Rahai pinched his brow. It sounded as though Wanzi was causing trouble instead of aiding the family's endeavors, seemingly hindering the progress of their project. It is fate that this zombie head shall serve as our resolution, Qin Gu declared before dashing towards the exit. Controlling the creation cauldron, Qin Gu soared forward. Peering inside, he was met with a thick fog, rendering everything invisible. The heart of annihilation, not an internal skill, nor a method of cultivation. Instead, it encompasses myriad profound mysteries, including the paths of boundless energy, the laws of existence, the essence of heaven and earth, and the journey of the self, all encapsulated in the absolute scripture of heaven and earth. Each of the two young men has activated a chakra, and with the 3 chakras already awakened within them, this new one brings the total to 4. It appears that he remains unaware of the existence of the ring of the undying. I contemplated revealing the peculiar nature of the ring in my possession to him, but after some reflection, I ultimately chose to refrain. Even if I were to disclose it, what would it matter? He has never even heard of the ring of the undying. How could he assist me in removing this ring from my ring finger? Young Master Xiao, you are awake. How do you feel now? The maid attending to Qiu Qianjian expressed her joy upon seeing him awaken. Chapter 26, The Unfading Soul. Chu Liangyu's movements were remarkably agile, and the elk was utterly oblivious to the impending danger. She sprang forth from behind the elk, her bronze dagger descending with precision, plunging directly into the creature's back. Although the back is not a particularly vital area, it was sufficient for Chu Liangyu to seize the opportunity and bring about its demise. Chu Liangyu was acutely aware that the scent of blood would attract considerable trouble, thus, he dared not linger in the vicinity. He meticulously concealed the odor along the way and, upon returning to the cave, covered the entrance once more. During my senior year, I secured an internship at a company, specifically within the finance department, and after graduation, I transitioned directly into a position there, seemingly sidestepping a career in finance with little thought. Chen Panner glanced up at Zhuang Yaxian and replied. Wan Dao nodded slightly, falling silent. Simultaneously, the speed of his sword surged, pivoting to evade the enormous hand looming directly ahead. However, As he redirected, another colossal hand reformed, once again obstructing their retreat. Speaking of the pigeon soup, it was truly delectable. Just the aroma was enticing, whetting the appetite. Among the various herbs, Luakishin recognized some, yet two remained unidentifiable. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him, as calls for Yuan Shikai to return to power grew increasingly louder in the court. The backdrop illustrated his repeated failures in the anti-bandit operations he commanded, causing him to lose face and diminishing his prestige as if it had dissipated after an arduous battle with a maiden. The doctor, a kind-hearted older woman, was familiar with Du Cheng and maintained a good relationship with Du Cheng's parents, having been a long-standing presence in the hospital. Witnessing Du Cheng's distress, the doctor felt a pang of sympathy. "Hey, don't jest with me. What do you think of these two garments? If they suit us, let us purchase them and hurry home. Your father must be anxious about you being out so late," Chiyoyu remarked with a smile. The slogan of saving fuel by 90% immediately drew all those intending to visit the car dealership. Xiao Qi's expression softened, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. He took Jin Qianqian's hand, and although she was initially puzzled, she did not withdraw her hand. "Right to the point. Are you always this incisive?" Qin Shueijing shifted her gaze from the dazed expression to Yan Shiqi. He pondered while walking, then retraced his steps back to his room in Baiyuan. From the very bottom of the wardrobe, he retrieved a locked box, one he had carried with him when departing Hangzhou, containing several crucial items. Upon returning to his room, Chunin noticed that the courtyard was almost deserted, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he had not returned too late. "I recall the elders saying, 'If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one seeks to offend me, I shall retaliate.' How has it transformed in your case?" Zhao Yang remarked with a hint of exasperation. Yuli, smiling as she greeted her fans, inadvertently caught sight of Wang Hui and Song Jishu standing nearby, seemingly taken aback for a moment. However, she quickly composed herself and continued to sign autographs and take photos with her admirers, before being guided into the company by her manager. Strictly speaking, she was the only one to receive a promise without any reciprocal action. After an introduction, Zhang Yuan learned that Lin Danxing hailed from Sichuan and would spend 2 months each year at the foot of Jizushan, this time specifically choosing July and August. I sighed. What Grandpa Chow said was indeed accurate. The harshness of reality often left one feeling helpless, forced to endure silent suffering, treating it as a lesson learned. Zhang Yuan recalled the famous words of Li Fomor. "There is nothing new on Wall Street. What has occurred in history will recur in the present and the future." In fact, any television series produced directly by the Film and Television Center of the Supreme People's Procuratorate, upon receiving an invitation, would rarely be declined unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 27, Rampage. The aim of Yuli was to obtain the mask, and such a scorched earth approach was intended to compel Chu Liangyu to plead for mercy. Yet, he did not achieve his desire. Instead of begging for mercy, Chu Liangyu viciously tore at his flesh. The excruciating pain was the most intense he had ever experienced. Ultimately, he succumbed, no longer resisting, and instead unfurled his wings, gracefully descending to the ground. This was no longer before Chu Liangyu's entrance. The surroundings were desolate. As Chu Fan stepped into the lake, a figure, faintly shimmering with a golden glow, emerged from the body of the black serpent. I had indeed overthought the matter. The untenable relationship between myself and Shi Sitian could not possibly endure. Overcome with unbearable pain and tears streaming down my face, I fumbled to detach the spirit pet pouch from my belt, releasing my spirit pet, Erha. The members of the Kong family incessantly debated, with Kong father and son even discussing how to deal with Chu Fan shortly. "He traversed heaven and earth solely to find you. What is the nature of your connection?" Wu Xie had been walking for quite some time, seemingly for the duration of half a stick of incense, when he paused and, reaching into his pocket, extracted a piece of fried noodle bread. A wry smile crossed his face, for this was a convenience product he had spotted at a duty-free shop while flying to Changsha. With the formidable might of Yin Wang, he had further annexed 5 states of Daning, and now, with Yin Yun combined with the original 11 states, it had officially become the third pole of the world. As for Yuchio's parents, they were ordinary folk. His mother worked at a manufacturing plant in their village, while his father tended to the fields at home, leaving little to be considered extraordinary. At that moment, Li Zi felt as if something had collided with his chest. Though the force was not great, it was still palpable. Wu Chun wore a stern expression, akin to facing an army of millions without fear, fully prepared for the lethargic embrace of death at any moment. During the summer holidays, while students were on break, The working populace remained steadfast in their duties. And of course, the Milk Cat Company continued its operations as usual. Did Kunlun intend to oppose the myriad sacred lands? The Lord of the Heavenly Palace stood with hands clasped behind him, a flicker of profound fear hidden within his gaze. Suwen chuckled softly. Conversing with Liu was always a source of light-hearted joy. After a few exchanges, Liu's preconceived notions of Gu Tongzheng underwent a significant transformation, should this momentum persist. Gu Tongzheng would indeed prove to be invaluable. Presently, the Zhao family possessed a miraculous elixir akin to a rejuvenating pill, thus bringing hope for Su Yi's salvation, which explains Su Hai's fervent excitement. If it were possible to trade, Han Shenwei would willingly forfeit this coveted state of divine cultivation, desiring only a healthy body. A most ordinary home, a few modest shelters to shield against the elements, and a handful of arable land to sustain his livelihood, so that he might lead an utterly mundane and normal life. All else held no allure for him. It turned out this was not a newly developed drug, but rather an unidentified liquid, 1,000,000 times more potent than sulfuric acid, capable of dissolving a person into water. However, upon seeing the bloodied youth before the crown prince, she felt an inexplicable urge to stay. This required time. Having already spent enough here, Yansu emerged from his personal space. Rest assured, Mrs. Daisy, this is my forte, Ye Kai declared with utmost confidence. The individual surnamed Yu had originally aimed for the imperial examination, but unexpectedly found himself journeying home with his merchant caravan for the tests. En route, he encountered bandits, yet managed to escape by seizing an opportunity, only to be halted by a military officer from Chongzhou who insisted he remain to serve in an official capacity. Although the Yuan dynasty had suffered repeated defeats against the Ming sect, every time Zhao Min heard news regarding Ye Kai, a flicker of joy and even pride would unconsciously well up within her. The farm before him was not reminiscent of Yin Su's first pastoral estate, but rather bore the style of a wooden fortress. Chapter 28, The Trident. Wait, my lady. I can offer you my life. Possesses the extraordinary ability to control mermaids. As long as this object remains in one's possession, the holder shall never be harmed, and the mermaid must obey their commands. Furthermore, a mermaid who loses the cannot stray from its holder for more than a month. Otherwise, it will swiftly lose vitality, ultimately transforming into a desiccated creature. Indeed, as Feng Qiwu lamented, this is akin to becoming a mere salted fish. Lu Shirquan, resolute in his defiance, was regarded with particular interest by the third chief, who recognized his inexperience and thus granted him a month for contemplation. Should he remain obstinate by then, the third chief was prepared to employ forceful measures. The birthplace of Myanmar is rather intriguing, with all challengers dispersed across two locations. One being the area known as Mayawati, which has been transformed into an army base with myriad zones. Shin Yu firmly believed that Zhao Yu would not let this opportunity slip away. What significance lies in vying for transient gains? It is far wiser to seize this chance to reveal to the emperor those with ulterior motives, thereby ensuring the emperor's vigilance. Song Lingyun wept inconsolably, while Shou Jincheng held tightly in her embrace, silently shed tears himself, realizing he too was cherished by another, someone who loved him in quietude. Zhang Ji feigned illness at home. While Madame Zhang was hardly in better spirits, the two, in a fit of petulance, had retreated to separate courtyards since their return from the Liu family, avoiding each other entirely and neglecting all affairs. This implies that Cui Yongyan is indeed formidable, exhibiting wisdom beyond his years, yet not as extraordinary as purported. There exists a degree of embellishment. In the next moment, a frigid blast erupted, instantly freezing hundreds of grotesque creatures, their flailing tentacles suspended in midair, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, rooted in the very poses they had assumed. Take this as a token of our gratitude for opening the door, Meng Fei remarked, placing candy into Qiao Jinbao's hands. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Dong Yayu was being harassed by guests in the restaurant, Gong Shui Chio hastily descended from the second floor, bowing and offering apologies profusely. The Airbus A320 piloted by Lu Qingzhou and his companions lacked a fuel dumping system. Thus, their only option was to circle about, depleting fuel without the ability to jettison it directly. Ultimately, they had to seek assistance from the World Anti-Doping Agency, leaving the experts of the agency with a burgeoning headache. Thank you, Brother Mu Hong. Mu Yuxing expressed her gratitude, for at that moment, he was her sole companion. Ma Chao, too, was adept with firearms. His skills honed not through mere practice, but forged in the crucible of battle, rendering him incomparable to ordinary individuals. Xiao Yuan shook her head. indicating her lack of knowledge regarding the Moon Palace, eagerly awaiting an explanation from Chui Siyu. Liao Zhengxian sighed. Ah, Yue, you indeed knew that he and Peng Zhaodao had been following her closely all along. Thus, your words and the happiness reflected on your face were deliberate, were they not? She had also deduced that he had just activated the speaker, which explained his manner of speaking. His current assignment was to negotiate potential training collaborations with the Yangyang Sports Center, as decided by the higher-ups. After exchanging a few words with Lu Xiang, Xinyang sought out Xie Chunfeng, requesting him to undertake a similar task. The known origins of power are classified into 5 distinct tiers: the martial artist, the string warrior, the super string warrior, the divine tier, and the ancient divine tier. This primary world indeed harbors an ancient divine power that transcends the divine tier, which the demigods have pursued throughout their lives. Despite having undergone considerable archery training, Xinyang lacked confidence that his first arrow would strike the bullseye. However, he was reasonably assured of landing within the 9-ring zone. Frowning slightly, he closed his left eye and aimed for about 10 seconds before smoothly releasing his finger. Yi Wei, your parents just called and asked you to return their call, the teacher suddenly recalled and handed her a phone. Chapter 29, Captured in Donghai Suddenly. Chu Liangyu seemed to grasp the feelings of Enmu Li at that moment. Coughing softly, she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Isn't she missing? Shouldn't we search for her? Why are we here? To protect the female sovereign. If she has gone, then so be it. Xiang Xian's words rang true. They should first seek out the female sovereign. Wan Yin frowned slightly, not entirely in agreement. She seems to have a good relationship with the female sovereign. If we don't search for her, and the sovereign finds out, how did you manage that? It's so impressive. Will you teach me? Song Xiaoyu exclaimed, gazing at the individual with admiration. Meanwhile, Yi Jinghong strode forward confidently. Now possessing the token of the leader, entering and exiting the city gates was considerably easier. It was unexpected to find himself in the same class as the son of the 3rd Hokage. The next moment, a wave of chatter erupted. On the other side, bolts of lightning surged from the mouth of the monster towards the location of Mido Mon-in, igniting the trees struck by the electricity into flames. Just as everything was proceeding in accordance with the world's rules, the wolfman, who should have been taunted by the warrior, suddenly seized the shield from the warrior's grasp. From my seated position, I merely had to lift my gaze to catch sight of Qin Yan's voluptuous thigh extended beneath the table. As the number of trolls in the camp dwindled below 50, they finally recoiled in fear, frantically fleeing into the forest. Everyone began to counterattack. In an instant, chaos erupted atop the city tower, as arrows fired from below claimed the lives of several individuals. Massive stones crashed against the city walls, shattering them to pieces. Qian Yidwa mused that no amount of wealth would compel him to engage in such trivial pursuits. He would rather invest in technological research to revive the former glory of the 9th Institute. It was only when Tianxi uncovered precious silver tin resources deep within the oasis that this prohibition began to unravel. Within the box floated a multifaceted purple crystal, its luster reminiscent of a starry amethyst, which suddenly disintegrated into a swirling violet mist, only to coalesce once more into the purple crystal moments later. Fortunately, Qinji had his own apothecary. As long as he could procure the necessary herbs, he could concoct a blush powder with skin-whitening effects. Observing the formation's extension and the sequence of its unfolding, he could easily deduce its intricacies given his expertise in formations. Meanwhile, the Emperor Yu merely nodded in agreement. The content was rather straightforward, conveying sentiments akin to those of Zhao Lian. It is impossible. My mother's ailment can only be alleviated with medicine. External applications may ease the pain, and that alone brings me some solace. Otherwise, each time her condition flares, her anguished cries shatter my heart. Qin Xiao lamented bitterly. Yet, even a casual strike could leave a mark of blood upon the bodies of the 4 quasi-emperors of the divine race. Even by Pu's Eye of the Storm and the Muddy Technique, both domain skills vanished, leaving the ground once again as solid and unyielding as rock. Huang Sun, a man who preyed on the weak but feared the strong, learned his lesson from Fu Sisi and dared not employ any tricks thereafter. He paid honestly, even daring to dream of offering 100 taels of gold to purchase the fierce and intelligent Bull King. How could one, who had been so lively just moments ago, now appear in such a state after merely an hour? Taking your goods should at least yield some rental income. It is far better than facing a day of zero earnings and losses. I am merely providing assistance in your time of need. Yet you accuse me of taking advantage of your misfortune. Very well, I shall seek my goods elsewhere, he declared, preparing to leave. Could this drunken man truly withstand such a multitude of vibrant lightning strikes? Sun Haoqi wore a face of concern, not for the old drunkard he had just met, but for himself. This medication was thanks to the diligent employees of the Purity Medicine Group, who voluntarily worked an extra hour each day, tirelessly processing materials, ensuring that the pharmaceutical factory did not face a shortage of raw supplies. Chapter 30. The undersea palace. The time since Xiong Jiaojiao was kidnapped was short, yet they still wasted considerable time in their search. At an inconspicuous cliff, the turbulent sea churned below. At that moment, Xiong Jiaojiao was no longer the person he once knew. Her animal skins had vanished, replaced by a form-fitting dress fashioned from leaves. Her ears elongated and sharpened, unmistakably bearing the traits of the elven race. Countless thick, long vines extended behind her. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Lu Nong could only retreat in shock. For no one here cared for his presence. Even the villagers, who had no prior grievances with the adventurers, showed not a shred of compassion. Su Hanyang, the eldest son of the Su family, had recently returned from town, bringing back a considerable amount of fine grains and white sugar. Though these were humble items, Su Miao was clever, taking only a little, mixing white flour with cornmeal, and adding a touch of sugar to prepare a late-night snack for his younger siblings. Dogs it. Just wait for the professional league, Lu Fei spat, following two porters out of the dormitory. Judging solely by demeanor, the competitors he encountered previously were indeed on a different level. At least, they appeared quite impressive to the average person. However, what troubled Carlo and others was the persistent absence of the final boss, Nai Ursa. Not only was he missing, but many elite troops loyal to Nai Ursa had also disappeared. It seemed that through a twist of fate, both parties had underestimated the outcome. Ultimately, Li Chun had failed, and Li Feng's plan to eliminate Li Chun had succeeded. After speaking, Yi Wei handed the pendant to Bai Gang and instructed his subordinates to provide the expedition team with a new supply of resources before turning to leave. Xiahou Yuan held a unique status, being prominent within the Chao family group. As long as he solidified his position as captain of the personal guard, Sun Yu would unlikely abandon him in times of peril, Xiao Rui remarked. Chunsheng, today we shall fight side by side, bloodily cleansing Mount Wangwu. Meng Dongfang said ominously. Aunt Huang also prepared a red envelope for your family's Yulan, wishing her happiness and good health every day, while Huang Shirlan stuffed another envelope into Yulan's hands. Even the typically carefree Dakes displayed a serious expression, and Shea realized that the situation was indeed extraordinary. The cold gaze behind the blood-red mask remained unyielding, allowing the opponent to vent their frustrations. As the breath of Thor began to weaken, he coldly placed his foot upon his opponent's chest and spoke. Inside the nanny van, Yang Lin chuckled. It was during such bustling moments that his necessity became apparent, and he relished the chaos. Paul was only aware that Tom had made a fortune amidst the grand British strike. Though the precise sum eluded him, he understood it was considerable. Conversely, Jenny was acutely aware that Qin Yang had billions of dollars at his disposal, and if these funds were to be invested in the foreign exchange market, the profits could indeed soar into the hundreds of billions. After the overthrow of the Dwarven rule, the elves exterminated the dwarves entirely, with their inherent pride. It was hardly surprising that they would exile the descendants of the dwarves, the Candians, to such desolate places. Zhang de Biao gazed upon those cities, contemplating the resilience and strength of the spatial barriers, which even the Sword Saint could not breach, forming cages that ensnared him and the elders of the dragon clan within. Qin Yong understood that having accepted the tea leaves, he would simply await the unfolding events, for it was General Motors that sought his assistance. What did he have to fear? At most, he would merely serve them once more. How shameless. You ought to find a mirror and take a good look at yourself. With a face like yours, where is the semblance of the righteous hero they speak of? You resemble a shrimp more closely. Dong Yuan, witnessing Mu Yu's shameless self-admiration, could not help but scoff at him. Chapter 31. A Reunion. Chu Liangyu relaxed and approached the barrier, locking eyes with him. Do you still remember me? Huh? How did you end up here? Indeed, this was the spirit that had once assisted her. Chu Liangyu felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him, yet he never anticipated their meeting would arrive so swiftly. How may I assist you in escaping? However, Jieling immediately became vigilant, scanning the surroundings before lowering his voice to respond. You are still far too weak to aid me. Indeed. Lu Shouguang uncovered an even more astonishing revelation. Within the bodies of numerous sea beasts, one could extract magical crystals. It is not that I am being lazy. It is simply that my lady no longer requires it. Yao Tiantian gently closed the wooden door of the quiet room, smiling as she spoke. Furthermore, two ambushers soared into the air, positioning themselves beside the Black Emperor, forming a triangular formation with Feng Mo Huang, effectively encircling the Black Emperor. With their palms raised, they cast spells from a distance, forcibly restraining him from movement. Both individuals were not properly dressed, their hair still damp, and they were now fixating on Chun Sinan with a murderous gaze. Many outer disciples gaped in disbelief, covering their mouths in shock, nearly gasping aloud. Zhao Zhaohua, one of the top 3 giants among the outer disciples, had been soundly slapped by Yang Ran in front of the crowd on the duel platform. This outcome was even more difficult to accept than if Zhao Zhaohua had been struck with a blade by Yang Ran. The mastery of martial skills between the two parties was not even comparable, and Zhao Ming had endured 4 powerful strikes from Yang Ran. Such a severe blow would leave even an adept at the 8th level of the bone refinement realm grievously injured. Given Zhao Ming's cultivation, he could not possibly continue fighting. Was it that ancient martial arts were superior, or was it that the Zen techniques were more formidable? The audience was filled with anticipation. Yet the momentum of the 8 great families had surged to its zenith, imbued with immense confidence. My lord, please speak freely. I, Gong Sunyu, shall reveal all. Gong Sunyu declared, thumping his chest. Long Yuan? Has he fought against you? Qini Long was taken aback. Ever since he had stepped into the realm of supernatural abilities and ancient martial arts, he had been astounded by 2 formidable figures. The first was Long Yuan. With his unparalleled earth-based abilities, complemented by his exceptionally mysterious spatial powers, the combination of the two was indeed formidable. Very well, whenever you come to Jingnan City, I shall certainly introduce you to a stunning young lady. Otherwise, I shall reverse my surname. Wang Shao chuckled lightly, tears shimmering in his eyes. The black swallow pleaded incessantly, calling out for Wu Zhuyu to come forth on its behalf. Initially, Wu Zhuyu craned her neck to peer outside, but upon seeing the black swallow drenched in blood, she hastily covered her ears and retreated to a corner, tightly shutting her eyes. Witnessing the children's adoration and praises for Hartman, Uai should have felt a sense of approval towards him. However, the mere thought of that dream rendered her incapable of doing so. After consuming that jar of wine that fateful day, no one realized that Niu Yinchuan had been poisoned. They simply thought that the esteemed Duke Niu appeared perpetually listless, attributing it to a bad mood. Now, having acquired unparalleled power, the urge to unleash it was overwhelming, leaving him in a state of unbearable itchiness. The celestial being almost instantaneously transformed into a wisp of smoke upon nearing the flames, while the Taijin water and Wuxiai stone seemed to consciously absorb the smoke. Merging into the black golden vessel, Shen Yunqing dared not approach, as his posture and previous strength indicated that he had undergone training. Yang Miamia gasped in shock, quickly reaching for the door, only to find it ajar. Suddenly, the ghostly figure of Ming Shaoli, clad in red, materialized at the threshold and without a word delivered a kick aimed at Yang Miamia's abdomen. At that moment, the Taoist Bao Hua, who was examining Qing Enjinren, halted his actions and reached a conclusion. However, the two had different focuses. The spiral shuriken emphasized the integration of chakra nature changes, while the spiral will lean towards the compression of chakra form alterations. Chapter 32. The beastly form is ugly. What concern is that of mine? It seems that Xiong Jiaojiao's recent experience was quite perilous, causing Chu Liangyu to break into a cold sweat on her behalf. In the future, unless it is a matter of life and death, she should refrain from revealing her true form. Additionally, remember to diligently practice the Tying Fist, as it will become their primary means of attack. I understand, Sister Liangyu. She replied, yes, there is a set of inner techniques behind it. Once you have mastered the movements, I shall teach you. In truth, Xiong Jiaojiao's brother Chen approached to take a look, but his expression changed dramatically, mirroring that of the boss. All troops accelerate. Do not wait until we arrive only to find the excitement has faded. That would be a wasted trip. Tonight, after we defeat the enemy, we shall enjoy a midnight feast. I, the general, will treat you all to a roasted whole cow. Lin Feng's words brought tears to the eyes of the 8,000 soldiers. Isn't it too extravagant to have cow? Back in our hometown, we can hardly find an old yellow cow to till the land. Do not worry about her safety. She is currently hidden within the royal palace and is temporarily unable to leave. In about 20 days, she should be able to exit the city. And I will certainly bring her to meet you then. Riolia responded. What Dia must do is assist them in shedding their reservations and insecurities. allowing them to embrace the warmth of the holy light with utmost comfort. Qi Tianling intended to wait for Feng Yan to finish speaking before addressing Yu Ling properly. However, upon hearing those words, he abruptly halted, his frustration causing him to stomp his feet in anger. His soul seemed to float in the ether, and as he gazed downward, he beheld a multitude of purple glimmering orbs swirling around a majestic tree adorned with blossoms, beneath which lay a youth seemingly lost in deep slumber. To the Hearth Fortress? When this thought flickered across his mind, the visage of an unnamed figure inexplicably surfaced in the heart of Zhuxiai. Zhang spoke of 3 sons, Zhang Jun, Zhang Peng, and Zhang Cheng, yet the third, Zhang Cheng, had already passed away, leaving only Zhang Jun and Zhang Peng. Tiani, as the foremost among the 12 divine generals, possessed strength that could not be matched by one who was innate and another who was acquired. Suddenly, Shiyu felt the world before him dim, followed by an instantaneous loss of sight. When he turned to look toward the horizon, it had transformed into a tumultuous sea of radiant light, a kaleidoscope of colors, with clouds rolling about, vaguely resembling shadowy figures, ethereal and indistinct, as if celestial beings descended, heralding auspicious omens, resplendent beyond compare. Dizzy and Xiao Zina were also eager to ascend. Chun Yi conveniently unlocked the rear door and instructed them to follow the method he had just demonstrated. In a typical battle, these 8 Rakshasa warriors could not contend with the 4 end-time angels, let alone with an additional 40 knights lurking behind. Contemplating the potentially horrific events that might have transpired without his knowledge, Feng Yan clasped his head in his hands and suddenly collapsed to his knees, subsequently crying out in anguish, wailing for an extended period. Now, Long Outing was filled with numerous questions she yearned to pose to Chun Yi. Yet her primary concern remained whether her husband could emerge victorious. Song Gaian promptly reported the information he had just acquired to the Bureau, lest Dong Xian detect any anomalies and resort to desperate measures. Confronted with Tian Ming's seemingly instantaneous speed, cold sweat beaded upon Haiyu's forehead. He understood that he could not evade it with his own swiftness, and it was highly likely that he would soon find himself in close proximity to this formidable adversary. Ultimately, Haiyu persuaded Guo Huitong, and the flying vessel they occupied soared toward the distant shores of Australia. Zhou Yu sighed, hoping that this innocent and endearing girl, filled with dreams, would be treated kindly by the world, though he was acutely aware that with Bai Lanjie's disposition, encountering adversity would be a mild outcome. Zhang Sen had been observing from the sidelines, noting that Wu Datsai had performed quite commendably, albeit with a hint of imitation of his past methods. However, gradual practice was still commendable. As he saw the workers settling into their stations and commencing their tasks, Zhang San began to circle around a few times. Chapter 33, The Journey Home. Chu Liangyu's figure was expertly concealed, remaining undetected until reaching the cave entrance. He gazed intently into the cavern, seemingly fixated on something unknown. With a firm grip on his short blade, Chu Liangyu surged forward with astonishing speed. With a thud, he tackled the shadowy figure, effortlessly positioning the blade against the person's neck. "Who are you? What are you clandestinely doing here?" There was silence. Wu Yuan departed with his subordinates, while Shun Tong sat on the sofa, observing the casino's manager, who squirmed under his scrutinizing gaze. "I consider myself fortunate to encounter such a warm-hearted individual. To be frank, had it not been for Wei Dongliang's assistance, I might still be wandering outside, my injuries untreated, struggling to survive under the relentless pursuit of the rebels." Shi Xiaofeng disregarded him and promptly checked the injuries of Jiang Shan and Nina, acutely aware of the force behind his punch. Even a sturdy opponent would find it difficult to rise afterward. However, this fellow's occasional foolishness could truly be intolerable. The senior sister gasped softly, as the rogue's hand audaciously ventured into her personal space. The University Activity Center was situated in the northeast corner of the campus, nestled against the back mountain, adjacent to the medical center. As it was the weekend, most clubs were not on duty, leaving only a handful of students passing through, rendering the place rather desolate. This was the flow of fresh water. With such vitality, it had a beginning and an end. Yuzhen was determined to try once more, this time attempting to walk straight through the water and observe the outcome. Feeling hungry, Song Hu devoured a raw shrimp, urging Yizhen to partake as well. Yuzhen chewed it into a mushy consistency before swallowing. The 5 members of the caterpillar successfully retreated to the cave entrance, desperately fending off the onslaught of the Jidu warriors. The Holy Master drove straight to the underground parking lot, and upon seeing the car parked, roused Yizhen from his slumber in the passenger seat. Yizhen awoke. More accurately, he opened his eyes, exited the vehicle, and the two ascended in the elevator. Due to the restrictions, the spiritual energy released by the pulse core would not dissipate but would be reabsorbed immediately, continuing this cycle of release and absorption. Daijun's raw, resonant voice unveiled the tender strength within the song. Wu Ruerue speculated that perhaps Chu Feng had forgotten his own name. Otherwise, why would he have been silent about it for so long? Thus, her words served as a means for Chu Feng to gracefully extricate himself from the situation. Yu Xian, it is I. As the dark veil was lifted from his face, the shadow revealed its true visage. It had not been long before daylight broke. With old Hao already snoring thunderously, while Li Tianchao had scarcely managed to sleep. On one hand, he was plagued by hunger. On the other, he was consumed by concern for the others. The events of the previous night posed little problem, provided no one revealed their hand. Otherwise, matters could spiral out of control. Unable to find rest, he decided to rise. Chu Liangyu offered no response, but gently patted her on the head, suggesting she take a bath and then retire for the night. The rapid response agent was currently screening in cinemas under the auspices of China Film, which was the source of the current inquiries directed at him. The surrounding air currents were entirely engulfed by a colossal sword beam, which resembled a spatial rift, intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. The courtyard was the foundation of his existence. His impatience was palpable, and beads of cold sweat formed on Li Tianchao's forehead. Wishing he could chastise himself, he could only hope that this time discrepancy would mitigate the flaws. Had Zhang Jiqiang not remarked that it was too early? For the moment, he sought solace in this thought. Chapter 34. Refuge Huchomu was likely far away, mused Chu Liangyu, and thus he felt little worry. As for Feng Qiwu, he intended to rest for the night before retrieving the young one. That evening, Chu Liangyu accompanied Xiong Jiao Jiao to stay at Huchomu's place. Were it not for the presence of only one cub, Xiong Jiao Jiao would have been forced to sleep outdoors once more. Chu Liangyu did not possess a courtyard of his own. In the past, in pursuit of offspring, he would typically venture to various locations. This was a completely improbable occurrence, leading Arthur to realize that at this moment, Choate Brown was no longer the same person. As the vehicle entered the villa, an entirely different world unfolded within. Hurried figures adorned in crisp white shirts and black trousers bustled about, each proudly displaying a distinctive badge on their chests. Roxanne's deductions were indeed logical and persuasive, convincing Brown to believe them to a significant extent. Song Ming-Wei observed her expression keenly, glancing at the dejected figure departing, her fists clenched in resolve. Wan Shifu regarded him with utter disdain, yet spoke with utmost respect towards Zhou Ruashi. The old sage took a deep breath, not glossing over the collective misdeeds committed by them. Ultimately, it was the concubine who sought the compensation, and her curiosity about what the emperor would offer was entirely understandable. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance, signaling to a few burly security guards who approached with unfriendly expressions. The blood from the Barbie doll present at the scene yesterday had already been investigated. The faint morning light illuminated Yu Jiangqing's face, devoid of expression. Yet his tone was chilling, akin to a profound abyss, silent and deep. Since the incident involving Chen Ku, he had imposed increasingly stringent demands on the court officials, showing no leniency even towards himself. As for Yu Chuling, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, she finally smiled when she witnessed Yi Yi's formidable display, her delicate features relaxing as she released her previously held tension. It was evident that the kingdom of Wuyang was currently facing disturbances from the kingdom of Suzi, and the sisters would propagate the news of her favored status with the highest frequency of royal visits, yet would harbor no resentment towards her for claiming their favor. This alone warranted her treating them as family. These individuals had already become bloodthirsty, believing that by slaying those defenseless refugees, they could secure their own survival. What could be more profitable than this? Under Yang Mu's reminder, Li Yinyang recalled the fact of his martial prowess. Yet he did not hasten to take action with Bai Jie, as this might alert her to something amiss. Thus, he resolved to postpone any actions for at least a month. Upon hearing this, Han Kuei found it hard to fathom. Being a student of Shuiyang Academy was indeed an honor, yet the Royal Academy, as the foremost institution of the empire, was a gathering place for the royal elite. Zhang Dongyu's choice to attend Shuiyang Academy instead of the Royal Academy left Han Kuei perplexed. Yang Hao's whip kick collided with Zhou Sen's arms, producing a tremendous force that fractured the ground beneath them, and they were propelled apart like cannonballs. The figure depicted in the painting is Liu Jio. Did you not anticipate this? That was the first and last time he met his biological parents, creating a cherished artwork that has now been lost forever. The Lu-11 sniper grenade launcher was an exceptionally formidable weapon, deployed in considerable numbers on the mountainside. On the opposing side, Meng Songxing struck again with his sword, sending him flying and nearly causing him to spit out blood. A ghost marriage differs significantly from a conventional wedding, not merely because the groom is deceased, but also due to the somber atmosphere that pervades the event. Despite the vibrant red lanterns hanging everywhere, the guests do not smile. The entire ceremony is quieter than a funeral, and this oppressive silence can be stifling. Chapter 35. The unexpected trouble with the cubs in the courtyard of the clan leader in Qingqiu. The beast father asked, "What do you mean by that?" His penetrating gaze met Hu Father's as he continued, "If you do not understand, allow me to reiterate. Those 10 cubs can only receive better care within the tribe. Therefore, I will not permit you to take them away. I can care for them just as well. On what grounds do you refuse to give them to me?" As for how to resolve the matter, she had no desire to know. She only wished to be aware that both she and the man were currently in a good state. Luo Chun, unwilling to deliberately dilute the concoction for the plague, had no choice but to follow the original recipe, brewing pot after pot until a large box of materials was completely exhausted. Only then did he reach a shallow bottleneck. The onlookers were no different. Their faces were taut with tension, reflecting the awkwardness of the moment. Simultaneously, they were observing the expression of the old man, who was now shrouded in a cloud of discontent. A storm was undoubtedly brewing. To Lu Tian's astonishment, the old brothel keeper's revelation was staggering. It was not just Luo Yuan and Su Songtao who were taken aback. Even seasoned individuals like Lu Tian, who had mingled in the pleasure quarters, found it hard to believe that such matters could involve the deceased. Nevertheless, the pressing concern was to make a swift escape. Ziyun Yuan shook her head as the laws of thunder manifested. The overwhelming force of thunder combining harmoniously with the lunar energy of Luo Yueshi to resist the hellfire from the underworld outside. The fire spirits were clever. They realized that confronting Ziyun Yuan directly would lead to their own demise, so they opted to wear her down, waiting until she had exhausted her spiritual energy. "We are friends, so I'll give him an 80% discount. Make sure to tell him when you return," Nin Xiangchuan reminded with a smile. Huang Fei now understood that focusing on his own affairs was paramount. Wasting time on trivial matters was futile. He had had enough. If escape was impossible, death might offer a welcome release. That was his current mindset, and at this moment, he felt not a trace of fear. His gaze was remarkably serene. After Jing Qihong concluded his report, he stormed back to the police station, seething with anger, contemplating an excuse to unleash his frustration on his subordinates, when new information emerged. Upon witnessing Di Jia besieged by 2 beasts, Lu Heng seized the moment to stoke the flames by revealing Di Jia's vulnerabilities. The news rapidly gained public acceptance, as it was undoubtedly the most plausible explanation. Meanwhile, Zhang Muyang was leisurely seated in the backyard, his eyes gently closed. Although he had memorized the Ling Yue sword technique, it did not imply mastery. One must continuously ponder over it. Much like memorizing a mathematical formula does not guarantee its application. It would only be when they sobered up that they could truly comprehend the potency of the wine. He chuckled. Suddenly, Yixing's voice resonated within the confines of the bedroom, observing Lu Heng's departing figure, mumbling to himself. Chun Li embodied a formidable force, once the vice supervisor. Even as an ordinary security guard, he retained his connections and possessed an intricate familiarity with the security department, collaborating seamlessly with Chun Li. Just as Yan Nan completed his attack, he spotted 3 mechanical spider-like entities charging toward him at high speed. The helmet he wore, replicating a soldier's, swiftly analyzed their capabilities and conveyed the information to Yan Nan. Having amassed such a bounty of food and drink, it was sufficient to replenish all the resources consumed by Lin Sin and his companions along their journey, alleviating concerns about supplies for the return trip. Instead, the pressing issue was how to create more space to accommodate the abundant spices scattered around. Chapter 36. A departure from the norm. The day after Hu Qiumu's return, Chu Liangyu continued to lead a tranquil, yet fulfilling life. He exhibited no signs of urgency. In stark contrast, Hu Qiumu frequently passed by the small courtyard, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitant to rush it. Chu Liangyu caught a glimpse of him and chose to act as if he were invisible, continuing with his tasks at hand. Before long, Hu Qiumu departed. Today, it was Xiang Xinhui's responsibility to stand guard, and as Chu Liangyu observed him, an impulsive urge began to stir within him. Meanwhile, Long Ting was still valiantly struggling within the confines of Fenglong Valley. After all, if he could not endure for a mere quarter of an hour against the Shaoqi tiger, escaping the valley would be utterly impossible. This was a command from the master of the White Dragon God himself. and Long Tung dared not show any insubordination. Zheng Qingxiu refrained from answering Wu Shishuan directly and, along with the other four, turned their attention to Miaokadi. Upon hearing the word dowry, Lin Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement. If lethal gazes could kill, Lin Xingxuang would have sworn to strike them down on the spot. Raising his head, he realized he was still clad in pajamas, enveloped in the embrace of Yue, who had yet to change his attire. After all, their fathers had never ridden horses before, making it somewhat challenging to mount. Stubborn as ever, Jian Quan was furious and intended to eliminate that old thief in one swift move. However, at that moment, the arrow formation suddenly activated and thousands of arrows were unleashed, raining down like a torrential storm. Such enmity between brothers fueled the relentless battles between the two nations, allowing hatred to accumulate, culminating in a timeless grudge that could not be washed away, one that demanded a resolution only through death. "What have you two done?" Baekhyun's gaze was fixed intently on the pair, his tone tinged with anxiety. Yun Mayu dashed into the bathroom to wash up, feeling lightheaded from exhaustion, nearly collapsing as her fever had not entirely subsided. Suddenly recalling something, she rushed out of the house, allowing the rain to drench her clothes and hair as she pressed forward with determination. That night, she had returned the photograph to his suit pocket. The following day, when she retrieved his changed suit, the photograph was no longer there. In a frenzy, she searched the room, under the pillow, in the wardrobe, and in every pocket of every garment, yet to no avail. With the Crown Prince's 50,000 Jinwu guards, Long Zhanghua and others were now evenly matched with Duke Sheng. Yin Lian concealed himself within the shroud of darkness, brutally absorbing the powers of the night. The serpentine mark on his forehead grew larger, his talent transcending the norm as he broke through to the third tier, stepping into the realm of genius. The ominous aura he exuded was unsettling, eliciting an uneasy feeling. Lin Qifan was rendered speechless, aware that Elder Zhu intended to keep things hidden yet again. Of course, he understood the implications of Elder Zhu's words and did not press the matter. When the time was right, Elder Zhu would surely speak up. The emperor felt a twinge of compassion, his heart wavering. However, Qi Feng produced 2 spirit fruits, and upon seeing them, the emperor was overjoyed. Promptly summoning someone to fetch the calming pillow, Yuka quickly picked up the bag, slowly placing its contents down. Where did this come from? What do you need these for? He harbored no fondness for nurturing plants, and his care was woefully inadequate. Once, he possessed a pot of cacti, which he managed to reduce to a state of yellowing and baldness, with the spines becoming soft, resembling a layer of fuzz. Kneeling in the dimly lit inner hall, Lung Ji caught sight of her in this predicament and quickly gestured for her to be cautious. Yun Duo paused momentarily as she was entwined with a young man, whose handsome features seemed somewhat familiar, as though she had encountered him at school. She left a note of gratitude and settled the payment, a straightforward indication that she wished to sever all ties with him, which he comprehended and resolved to honor. His immense thumb resembled a towering pillar, adorned with intricate, esoteric patterns, exuding a faint aura of profound laws, infused with an overwhelming power. In an instant, the celestial phenomena of the starry sea swirled and converged, transforming into streams of starlight that merged into Shifeng's palm, enveloped by a green luminescence as they returned. Chapter 37. Journey to Qingxiu. What audacity! Hu Qiumu, how dare you betray the tribe and harm your kin? Facing the crowd, Hu Qiumu maintained a stoic expression and stated, I have come to retrieve my offspring. What is wrong with that? What do you mean by your offspring? They too possess the bloodline of our fox tribe. Who says otherwise? Out of goodwill, I raised them. Yet instead of gratitude, I am met with ingratitude. Normally, wherever the offspring are born, that tribe would assume responsibility. Upon receiving the call, Fu Nanyu hurried home, aware that this matter would prove challenging to resolve, yet he had not yet surrendered hope. Yang Jing held her own convictions and logic, yet these appeared utterly absurd to Chang'an. Moreover, although the figure of Yu Yexing was completely concealed within this realm, his physical form had not truly vanished. He remained present, merely obscured from the enemy's sight. This meant he remained susceptible to being targeted by the enemy's terrifying wide-range attacks. And Chuin trembled all over. Her parents. This was a festering scar within the Yin family, which, upon the slightest touch, could evoke a sense of suffocation. In contrast, Chu Feng's red robe had been torn asunder, revealing the crimson exoskeleton underneath, which bore numerous fractures. Stepping back several paces, Chu Feng finally steadied himself, his armored form absorbing the brunt of the impact. In a similar predicament, Guyan's injuries had yet to fully heal, and with myriad company matters demanding his attention, He was already fatigued from his dual responsibilities, leaving him little energy to address this issue. Xia Chunyan adorned herself with a golden Buddha pendant, pearl earrings, and a golden bangle encircling her wrist. Upon learning that Yi Shulin intended to accompany Dingguo on a business trip to City C, Shao Kong did not merely refrain from interference, he was inclined to send Dingguo directly to Yi Shulin's side. At long last, Ling Shang and his companions arrived at their destination. Nestled between verdant mountains and towering snow-capped peaks stood a relatively shorter crimson mountain. Ling Shang gazed upward. Although this red mountain was indeed lower in stature, it still rose majestically into the clouds. Leave the black gorilla to us, and you take care of that large bird. Brother, Lang Ming called out to Ling Shang. The Demon Bone Mountain range was not far from the Xiantian sect. Utilizing the sect's teleportation array, one could easily reach the ideal city near the Demon Bone Mountain range. Lin Tianyao glanced around and noticed an inn ahead, thus he made his way toward it. In the Ningguang mansion, Guan Jingtian had risen early, well before dawn. After tossing and turning throughout the night, he found himself restless. His eyes opened until the first light of day. Perhaps it was not just that night, but for the past 2 months. He had scarcely enjoyed a single night of restful sleep. She closed her eyes, reflecting on the previous events, hoping to uncover any overlooked details. Yet, the final scene of her memory lingered only in that warm, breezy pavilion, with nothing else to recall. Be good, she murmured, pressing her finger down with sudden force upon the massive creature's head. The beast let out a mournful wail, its body collapsing as if all its essence had been drained, transforming into a mere thin skin upon the ground. Bai Qiling, witnessing this, could not help but smile wryly, recognizing from Xie expression that there had been a misunderstanding. However, she chose not to clarify, redirecting her gaze, reminiscent of autumn waters, back to Li Shangshan. The arrival of affluent nobles in the capital had invigorated the economy of Wanshan County, yet those pursuing pleasure from dangerously perilous areas posed a significant headache for Ruo Xin. What does it matter? They are merely remnants of old romances. Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 38, Gains and Losses. You. How could this be? Hu Fu exclaimed, his eyes wide, yet the figure before him remained unchanged. He had never encountered such a scenario. Some could only maintain control for brief moments, but none had been entirely unaffected as she was. Chu Liangyu smiled enigmatically, asking, "What do you say? Do you concede?" After a brief silence, whose father eventually nodded in agreement. The blade that had been poised at his throat was withdrawn. "Thank you for the time you have wasted here, and for everything you have shared with me today." Ayun was not one to express gratitude openly. Yet despite not uttering the words thank you, his tone conveyed heartfelt appreciation towards Emily. As I had anticipated, the timing of their arrival was impeccable. Everything remained under the boss's control, and it was splendid. The two approached Liang Weidong. The scarred man's proclamation left everyone present in astonishment, and with a gasp. Xiao Fu and his wife seemed to be transported back 30 years, witnessing the old man springing up from the ground. "Lord Shengwan, what is this?" Jin Rushi observed closely, pondering why he appeared as if clad in a turtle shell. He advanced towards me step by step, an ethereal aura stirring the fallen leaves at his feet, which fluttered slightly as he drew near. I could almost detect the fragrance of flowers. And I found myself utterly enraptured by his powerful and alluring presence, an exquisite beauty I could never encounter in the demon realm, a memory I would carry for eternity. In the evening, Hua sat upon the hillside, gazing at the twinkling stars above. "What on earth has transpired? Why is your life star so dim?" After speaking, Hua fell silent, unable to fathom who in this world could slay Yi. Upon catching the keys, Emily looked at the two in his palm, a pleasing smile gracing his lips as he promptly handed one to Qiao Linger beside him. The Heavenly Emperor gazed momentarily at the corpse of Shen Gongbao. Regarding Baidi's words, he merely straightened his posture, offering no direct response. The girl unfolded the handkerchief to find it as pristine as ever. The bloodstains vanished without a trace, leaving her stunned. Fan Zhao felt immense regret, lamenting not having seized the opportunity with Daoist Jiaoju sooner. Li Xinju anxiously watched as dozens entered from behind, revealing Jin Tan and his group. Their earlier fury dissipated upon seeing the wealth amassed in the courtyard. The others silently engaged in their activities, and for a moment, the only sound in the room came from Hua Qiruan manipulating her tools. Unexpectedly, Feng Rainying disregarded the laughter of the foreigners beside her, maintaining her composure as she smiled at Albert, indicating her indifference. Yet this hesitation was fleeting. Ultimately, her attachment to Bai Qi prevailed, and Ji solemnly nodded in agreement. From the moment Gu Inyang entered the capital and joined the Imperial Academy, he received considerable care from him, never believing this attention stemmed from mere admiration for the youth. However, the extent to which this official duty reflected his true intentions, or whether it was influenced by Zhu Jinrui, remains uncertain. Siyu nodded slightly, acknowledging his greeting to Sijun. Even upon encountering his father, he remained as aloof as ever, his countenance betraying not the slightest shift in emotion. Sujioya widened her eyes in astonishment, disregarding her pain as she abruptly tore off the necklace. If this were indeed the case, the evening's meal would likely be a dismal affair, and she would have to stealthily escape like a clandestine lover. Esteemed immortal, why do you hinder me? The matter originated with me, and thus it is mine to resolve. Genie cast a dubious glance at him and replied with a raised voice. This child's circumstances must remain confidential for the time being. Yet, in such a state, who would dare to care for him or approach him? The members of the Chui family are certainly unfit for this task. After all, the matriarch had previously uttered such words as to dismiss Chow Mama, so how could they afford to be negligent? Chapter 39, Coercive Seizure. Yue, come here. Chu Liangyu's attention was wholly captivated by Xiang Jiao Zhao's words when an unexpected voice startled her. Beast Father turned his head, revealing Yuhi, who had just been muttering a few words before following closely behind. To guard against any potential ambush from a mysterious figure, the tribe could not return. Where should they go then? Qingqiu? No, that would not do. They had just invited others to join, and the tribe was on the brink of destruction. You may choose to deny it, Yin Yaoshuan remarked. The man suspects the child is his. As long as Zhang Aoran does not acknowledge it, the man is powerless. The walls of the room were partitioned with wooden boards, creating layers that were adorned with stones of various shapes. Subsequently, Derek carried Fan Guoqiang on his back and swiftly departed the laboratory, rushing toward the second exit like a gust of wind. Guogua, realizing this was an internal call, felt a surge of excitement and hesitated to answer, casting a wary glance at the phone before looking up at Zhou Weixiao. She had not shed a tear during moments of excruciating pain, nor had she cried when death loomed close. Even amidst the overwhelming joy of finally succeeding after 7 arduous trials, tears remained absent from her eyes. Since his arrival in this realm, Yu Xiaojun had upheld the customs of the Yu family. As long as he was in the capital, he returned home every night. If delayed by unforeseen circumstances, he would ensure someone was sent to inform his family. It was precisely because he acted as the original owner did that Princess Chongning and Duke Yu failed to notice the change in their son's disposition. Peering through the gaps of the bloodvine lotus, Zhang Mu observed the black-feathered eagle circling approximately 20 meters above them and spoke slowly. Just awakening, still somewhat disoriented. Her drowsy, blinking, amused Song Yanzhao. Tomorrow, we shall continue our weeping at the villa, Yu Xiaojun said, while helping Xia Baihao wipe her tears. Fortunately, Sakuraji was not from Hainan. Otherwise, their relentless pursuit of championships would be unstoppable, potentially escalating from a 3-peat to a 5-peat. Of course, intelligence is a valuable asset, and I hope all players from Shanwang possess it, though it may be a wishful thought. The intentions of the Qichang city were disregarded, as neither the Hanging Mountain nor the Rain Dragon sect intervened. Thus, Lu Qicheng ventured into the territory of Longhu Mountain, leading to the legendary descent of the great celestial master to vanquish demons. Upon hearing this, Musheng immediately expressed his admiration, echoing a few sentiments that completely aligned with the notion of public spirit. Just as the calculations for the dissipation of smoke at number 77 and number 35 were underway, a figure suddenly burst forth from the smoke, unarmed. The two instinctively opened fire, resulting in an absurd occurrence that defied logic. Hainan launched an offensive, and Xiangbei discerned their reluctance to attack the interior, intensifying their restrictions on Hainan's perimeter. However, Gong Yi and a Shun executed a screen, which proved largely ineffective, as Mitsui and Kamei stayed vigilant to guard their assigned opponents. When Chu Lingwei entered, the previously vacant gaze of Long Zhujiang seemed to flicker with a hint of vitality. Su Huizu, witnessing Xue Lu's tearful and desperate pleas, felt an unsettling sense that Xue Lu was not jesting. Su Huizu followed the direction pointed out by Tan Zhong, gazing into the misty haze that obscured his view of the hillside. However, he could vaguely discern objects resembling artillery, indicating the presence of a cannon formation. Every morning, Chun Pingon practiced standing meditation in the courtyard of his residence, while the boy squatted at the entrance, resting his chin on his hands, observing intently. Duan Haishan attempted to rise, exerting force as one leg began to lift. Suddenly, a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, forcing him back down. And this time he sank even deeper, the descent surpassing his knees. After assessing the situation, Zhu Gaoxiu contemplated the larger geopolitical landscape, and his feelings of excitement gradually overshadowed any apprehension. Xiaoyi employed no other method than to step upon the divine fire-flying crow, commanding it to unleash fireballs upon the ground, purely leveraging his superior rank to suppress his opponent. The force of these fireballs was precisely sufficient to render the enemy defenseless. Chapter 40. A heart-stopping battle. What on earth is happening? Who can explain to him why this female is so ferocious? He had encountered various types of females, but he had never witnessed one as ruthless as Chu Liangyu. No, wait. I must take you to the adult for proper handling. Adult? Chu Liangyu's heart was engulfed in confusion. What is your relationship? A cooperative one. He aids us in avenging our grievances, and in turn, we assist him. If he wishes to go alone, so be it. I am not particularly eager for his company, Lin Feng stated, turning on his heel and striding forward. Su Yao was sweet, reminiscent of honey, with a refreshing hint of mint, compellingly Weidong to savor her essence. Initially, there was a playful undertone, but it soon transformed into a solitary indulgence. Integrate the sword of the demon subduing, the 10,000 sword technique, and the sword god into the human path sword. Moe silently pondered, determined to wield the most formidable swordsmanship. A capable leader is undoubtedly astute. If he were to encounter Zhang Damo, would he not immediately recognize him as the one he sought? Yi remained oblivious. Weapons of such caliber were abundant within Yi Qingtang's spatial ring, far exceeding his comprehension. What he deemed divine armaments were, in Yi Qingtang's eyes, no more than worthless scrap. Brother Snake operated as a moneylender in the East China Sea, also serving as an enforcer for hire. If one possessed wealth, he could procure anything, whether it be a limb or a hand, effectively acting as a professional thug. A serendipitous outcome, though not perfect, proved to be a commendable investment in terms of short-term cash returns. He lingered, observing as the old woman raised her hand to cover her rear and hastily retreated into her abode. This rascal emerged, darting towards the wall and delivering a fierce kick. Looking up at Lu Feng, I bit my lip, the stinging pain in my cheek serving as a constant reminder to restrain my impulses. Is this truly feasible? Li Fu was well aware of Li Weidong's prowess. Even an assault with missiles would seem precarious against such an anomaly. Could 4 ninjas even hope to delay him? Lin Ming commenced his healing task within the barrier casually cast by Lan ran around him and Gunmu Kinpachi. Hearing the muffled sobs through the phone, Lin Songhai felt an unsettling premonition. Zhu Junlan rarely displayed such a lapse in composure. I understand, rest assured. Upon exiting Gao Xinjia's residence, Lin Songhai was en route to his company when he received a call from Yao Wei. Upon recognizing the caller, excitement surged within him, prompting him to pull over. Of course, Lin Feng would not act impulsively, not out of affection but out of curiosity to delve into her past. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Thus, a multitude of figures hastened to the pagoda, witnessing its shattering upon arrival. The leader of the Tianhe sect displayed a visage brimming with excitement, for the pagoda would not shatter without reason. Moreover, the recent surge of Taoist power could only have been unleashed by a formidable Tao emperor. Both parties, in pursuit of their respective ambitions, were willing to sacrifice everything. They could be aptly described as 2 utterly insane individuals, each possessing unparalleled strength. The opponent merely parried left and right before raising a transparent staff to deliver a fierce blow to Lin Ming's approaching leg. This exemplified the wisdom of the Chinese nation. Although everyone was aware of it, it was best left unspoken, for voicing it would yield no benefit to anyone. Lin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. It was expected that Xylin would lack spiritual pressure. If she suddenly exhibited such power, Lin Ming was certain it was a result of the machinations of Aizen Sisuk. Chapter 41. Reinforcements arrive with Chu Liangyu's command. The water flowed swiftly around them, creating a gust of wind. Moments later, she halted her motions and pointed directly at the figure in black. In the next instant, a deluge of seawater surged towards the cloaked individual, instilling an inexplicable fear in the onlookers, who instinctively sought to evade it. In the face of such a torrent, the figure in black was enveloped in a transparent barrier that thwarted the advancing waves. The Zongheng boots were, for the Zongheng sect, absolutely not to be lent to others. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier discovery of the theft of the Zongheng boots. However, Wang Changsheng had always been dedicated to perfecting his martial arts. As long as he encountered suitable techniques, he had no qualms about extracting their essence while discarding the dross. Zhong Daoyan regarded Gu Chu Jian as one would a madman. Recognizing that if this individual hailed from the Zhong family, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigious talent. Nianhui paused, her deep-set eyes momentarily reflecting a flicker of shock and poignant melancholy, but it was merely fleeting. Awakening, Yi Chu was drenched in cold sweat, realizing how fortunate he was. Had it not been for the reminder from San, he might have been utterly lost. As for Hizuda, when Wang Chongqing initially conceived the unbeaten sword demon, he had only mentioned it in passing, never revealing himself, thus leaving uncertainty about his existence. The Hanjiang University forces split into two factions. Xiong Xiaohai and his companions scavenged for supplies within the city, while Gong Maoyang drove onward. Unbeknownst to them, during this period, these individuals had been exchanging gold coins and valuable treasures for items that would assist in their cultivation. Humph, I shall ignore you. In a timely manner. Ma Lin crossed his arms over his chest, resembling a sulking child in need of comfort. Yi Chu sought to escape, yet the spirits would not permit her to flee. A massive barrier descended without warning. Ren Wanruan was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unusual friction at her chest as she was held even tighter. She mistakenly believed her cousin was succumbing to base instincts, contemplating an unthinkable act. After all, prior to discerning the true nature of Ziwaner, she had encountered her at the competition among the 4 prestigious academies in Donghua City, where Ziwaner had appeared almost helpless. Shuqing was also one of their allies and could not be disregarded. Even the common folk were their responsibility. Thus, they did not refuse the call to action. Despite the inherent dangers of kidnapping and the potential for grievous outcomes, their emotional considerations weighed heavily upon them. Elder Xiang was glaring at him, yet suddenly narrowed her deep-set eyes, her wrinkles folding upon one another, creating layers of creases around her eyes. Her lips were tightly pressed together, her neck craning forward as she breathed heavily through her nose. Moreover, that director's son possessed the strength of an 8th-tier martial artist, should Yi Wanwan join him. Even in the face of utter failure, a complete withdrawal would still be feasible. Su Yang quickly rose to his feet, following Jiangsu outside. Observing Jiangsu's brisk strides, he refrained from speaking, trusting that Jiangsu had already ascertained the whereabouts of the dormitory where the junior resided. At that moment, Baiju gazed intently at Dong Chunwan, feeling an almost soul-stirring allure, a certain beguilement surrounding her. However, the Firefox was certain that should she depart from Gu Peng, he would inevitably be ruthlessly subdued by Elder Tai, a fate she could not bear to witness. As Xiao Qiuo approached, she found herself utterly immobilized, compelled to shut her eyes in fear of witnessing what was to come. Shangwan Beifeng wore a foul expression, feeling neglected as others ignored him, amplifying his sense of desolation and sensitivity. Guanhong shouted sternly. Having come to understand that Mu Han was undoubtedly aware of the plans by the Gai Tianshan sect to capture him, the reason for his continued existence was to serve as bait, luring out other martial immortals from the Gai Tianshan sect, with the intent of ensnaring them all, just as they had dealt with the Ling Su clan's martial immortals. After a prolonged silence, a deep voice echoed, and the eyelids of the enormous crocodile snapped open. Almost instantly, as its pupils became visible, 2 substantial, blood-red orbs of light erupted forth. Chapter 42. A helping hand. Silence, silence, and yet more silence. It was uncertain how long this stalemate persisted, but Chu Liangyu's hands began to feel numb. Her patience waned, and she stated directly, "If my conjecture is correct, you have been observing this entire time with a cold, detached gaze. Do you seek life phosphor?" Chu Liangyu released him, steadying herself independently, feigning ignorance. "If you were to return my life, I might consider granting you one request." Chu Liangyu let out a scoff, as if the current situation, where he actively extended his hand for a handshake and seated himself in a manner that exuded equality, constituted the utmost etiquette within this office. Although Elders Li and Lu harbored internal resistance, they found themselves unable to refuse the formidable Chen Lin. Once their martial prowess was rendered ineffective, the 3 of them huddled together like frail beings. As the hour for dinner approached, a figure clad in ordinary, even somewhat tattered attire darted past, their face obscured by a hat. Inquiring about the recent activities of the 6th prince, who had been absent from the capital for several days, the figure expressed a profound longing to visit him soon. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than the doorbell chimed, revealing Gao Yin accompanied by Ting He, both of whom entered under the shelter of large umbrellas, their clothes merely dampened by the humidity without a trace of rainwater. While mocking the Beihai Crane elder, Chen Lin was not merely a passive observer. Having a desire to glean information regarding the Golden Elixir scripture, he was determined to absorb every piece of intelligence, regardless of its veracity. The subsequent dialogue with Huang Zhanyan was tolerable, Yet conversing openly with a grown man seemed somewhat inappropriate. Perhaps it was her gentle demeanor, or the way her round apricot-shaped eyes easily evoked fondness. But unexpectedly, Wudong actually lowered her hand. She genuinely believed that Chen Yin required a personal assistant. There were numerous tasks she wished to delegate, yet she had yet to find someone trustworthy and thus turned to her. Each step she took emitted a creaking sound, a testament to the earth's chill-induced frost. Fuqi was not devoid of understanding, knowing that Su Xingli was unwilling to accept. He increased the gifts intended for the betrothal by a third, fully aware that it was meant to save face for Yuan. Had she known Lin Ming to be so miserly, determined to reclaim all the money spent over the years, she would have long since revoked the authority of the steward. She had added a laxative to the juice, ensuring that once Song Jiue consumed it, she would be unable to attend the banquet that evening. Please assist me to my room. Let this night be regarded as if I were bitten by a dog. Wang Xiying seemed resolute, letting out a soft sigh. However, if formidable foes were to strike this time, the strength of the dog clan would far surpass that of the Baihong, which was the Achilles heel of the Supreme Dao. The only difference was that, according to the version she heard from Fu Chunmei, Lu Liwa clung to Captain Zheng as if he were a lifeline, unwilling to divorce despite being childless. After much inquiry, they indeed discovered the hospital where Lin Cixi and others had once sent her. Many sought to curry favor with the Yangning Marquis' residents. Lu Xinyao, mindful of Lin Yunzi's reputation, remained discreet and low-key. Lin Cixi was acutely aware that shutting down the live stream at this moment would render Sui utterly passive. A smile graced Song Jiao's face. And to demonstrate her sincerity, she drained the juice from her glass. Within the barracks, there were 100,000 troops, comprising 50,000 elite soldiers and another 50,000 newly enlisted recruits. She had already been harmed once by her grandmother's family, having narrowly escaped the flames. She wished not to be victimized again. A group of Lijiaban residents came to assist, some of whom Chen Fan recognized, while others were unfamiliar. Yet he expressed his gratitude with a smile. Old Yang poured out his heart in a lengthy discourse, only to realize upon regaining his senses that Yang Han had already stepped outside the door. The situation at Qingyang Mountain Manor with Yun Lisong was rather complicated. As it involved the royal family of the Yun Kingdom, it would be ideal if old grievances could be amicably resolved, the Empress Dowager remarked. At that moment, Yang Tianjiao, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, could not help but shed 2 lines of tears. Chapter 43, Continuation of the Original Plan. Having flown a considerable distance, Feng Qiwu spotted a familiar figure on the ground after just a brief while. Yet, who was the additional person? Before he could ponder further, Chu Liangyu noticed him. Feng Qiwu? My lady, I've heard everything from Hu Qiumu. The words that Feng Qiwu had on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back, and instead, he said, fearing for your safety, I left the cubs behind and rushed over. Upon observing the noticeably accelerated blinking of Chu Liangyu, it became apparent that numerous dragon scouts were traversing the area outside the fortress of Juntan's hiding. A chance encounter could lead to a fierce skirmish. A gust of night wind swept through, causing petals to cascade down like fluttering butterflies or swirling snowflakes, creating a scene of enchanting beauty. The peach blossoms clustered densely on the branches, exuding a delicate fragrance. Yet, judging by the extent of their fading, it is difficult to ascertain their authenticity or whether they have been spiritually enhanced. Your son has expressed this sentiment. Should there be any disorder or delay at that moment, it would be unwise to claim that my master is unfriendly, the swordsman declared with dignity. The swordsman may have had no alternative but to utter words to his adversary. Yet he could not rely on his own rhetoric. Upon hearing the price, many in the audience visibly wilted. Not only could they not raise their bids, but many could not even afford the base price, relegating them to mere spectators. The 2 shadow guards, along with the 2 who had perished outside the courtyard, were trusted by Xiao Wan. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted the safety of Shogur to them. Very well, let us proceed. The fragmented army let out a long howl, and his sensations intensified. Today's battle might well bestow upon him lifelong benefits. The fervent emotions and a courageous gesture surged forth like a silver dragon, proud and majestic, stirring the winds and clouds. Suha raised his hand adorned with a ring, partially lifting it, his voice thick with emotion as he unwaveringly met Anthony's gaze. Meanwhile, the 2 Tibetan mastiffs, tethered in a corner, succumbed to the alluring aroma, appearing somewhat despondent and drowsy after a buzzing sound. The academic and the instructor beside them were utterly astonished. Xieshen's words had shattered their preconceived notions. However, Li Fanfu had little inclination to dwell on such trivialities. He nodded at the employee and hurriedly returned to his office. Su Zuiyin happened to glance at Yu Kaicheng, momentarily dazzled by the unabashedly radiant smile that lit up Ye's face. Typically, Yu Kaicheng was not one to smile often. When he did, it was a mere fleeting grin or a calculating smirk, and he had never witnessed such unabashed joy on his face. The emperor, being human, harbors vanity. Even a sagacious monarch like the Hongji emperor would certainly wish to hear commendations of his virtues. Ji Baimei hesitated. Indeed, she had just seen them walking above the ground. Could they truly be supernatural beings? But what could their purpose be? Could it be for Mei Jiao? Unlikely. For if they were indeed supernatural, they would have taken her long ago rather than wait until now. She found it difficult to discern at first. However, just after Su Zuiyin had taken 2 photographs, he noticed that Yu Kaicheng, whom he had just chastised a few moments ago, had unexpectedly appeared. A few days later, the notorious 4 bandits of the martial world suddenly launched an assault on the Pegasus Ranch, surrounding it and plunging the establishment into its gravest predicament ever. Although I understand that a sword cultivator must possess a resolute heart, this does not imply an inability to distinguish between right and wrong, or a stubborn refusal to repent. The slope is modest in size, stretching horizontally from east to west, wider in the north and narrower in the south. To the north, at a distance of about 40 to 50 yards from the mountain stronghold, there is a cliff with a cave beneath it, which was illuminated with flickering lights as we rushed to the base of the cliff. The crowd covered their ears and looked up, only to see that the jar, which had earlier been placed into the bamboo tube, had been hurled out rapidly, crashing against the pile of timber and shattering into pieces. Howl, the bear, evidently less cunning than the wolf, was momentarily bewildered, unable to decide whom to pursue, anxiously swaying left and right, ultimately failing to react in time and crashing into a tree. Chapter 44, Transformation. However, you must prepare yourself mentally. The suffering you will endure will far exceed mine by several folds. You have yet to master the heart technique, and the medicinal effects will run amok within your body, leaving you to endure it on your own. Observing her hesitation, Chu Liangyu initially thought she would concede. But to his surprise, she agreed. It's all right, Sister Liangyu. I can endure. Seeing this, Chu Liangyu refrained from further persuasion. Beneath the mountain peak, the army stood in formation, maintaining a distance of nearly 100 meters between the front and rear lines. Majestic steeds, clad in armor, resonated with a chorus of clashing metal, their spirits soaring in unison, led by none other than Shirtai. The arrival of 3 shadows was swift, their silence palpable as their eyes gleamed with anticipation, seemingly awaiting some signal. Before Wu Zheng could connect with that surge of psychic energy, a torrent of unwillingness and indignation surged through the link, imbuing him with a profound sense of anguish and solitude that could drive any ordinary soul to madness. They understood Mu Fan's resolve, who had protected them throughout their journey, and they bore no desire to become a burden. Thus, they acknowledged him with a bow. Undoubtedly, both Zhang Feng and his companion were imbued with the ethereal essence of the phantom holy water, rendering their agility far superior to that of the caged archers. Now, deprived of his right arm, the old beggar's combat prowess had diminished significantly. To engage him in battle now would surely lead to his demise, prompting him to flee and confront the adversary at a later time. After encountering Wu Zheng today, a paralyzing fear akin to that of an ant had filled Salo's heart, leaving him regretful to the core. Every endeavor resembled a pyramid, with only one individual ultimately standing at the pinnacle. The pursuit continued for an extended period, lasting a full half-hour, until Enruida employed brute force to halt the chase, carving numerous shortcuts through the labyrinthine sewer with his fists, ultimately positioning himself before the assailants. Upon touching down, both remained silent. Mu Fan, indifferent, began to replenish his spiritual energy, and after a half-hour of rest, the two finally set forth. After traversing a fork in the path and winding through several streets, they arrived at a less frequented thoroughfare. Although this avenue boasted several shops, it was evidently less bustling than those previously traversed, yet there were numerous grand residences. The helpless Xiangzi could only listen to the enthusiastic descriptions and praise emanating from the front. He craned his neck to glimpse the entrance of his master's abode, observing the large wooden crates being carried inside by the men from the inner sanctum. From the perspective of the Western Three formation, a dark tide loomed on the horizon, drawing closer with each passing moment. With each advance, the warriors of the Heavenly Evolution Gate clashed their spiritual weapons, their roars resonating across the battlefield, even causing ripples in the formation's luminous barrier. The truth was, in this state of incapacitation, Sakata might indeed be the most formidable among the Fire Dragon faction. A man clad in a resplendent robe, adorned with a mocking smile, taunted, "Hey, Cyclops, how did you end up in such a state, bested by a mere black-clad envoy? You appear even more striking than before." His schadenfreude was unmistakable. "Young lady, think carefully. Few are aware of this secret passage, and your actions could bring great calamity to our people," the old madam cautioned. The three rode side by side along the broad avenues of Chang'an, the bustling city overwhelming Wang Xingxin and Haiwa with its vibrant splendor. In the prolonged sojourn in the Tang dynasty, it was Wang Xingxin's first earnest exploration of the magnificent Chang'an city. With the resounding fall of a hammer, most of Luo Qing's treasures would be stripped away, exchanged for the coveted aerial martial art of the Soul Realm, the divine wings of the purple eagle. Xiongti, already in possession of the ledger bestowed upon him by the former leader, held irrefutable evidence of the corrupt practices of the local magistrate. For the affluent youth hailing from various villages within this woodland, clad in leather garments and fur boots, it was glaringly evident that he was merely a pitiful scion of a poor household, eliciting a genuine disdain from them. Chapter 45, the minor mishap of body refinement within the makeshift shelter of vines and branches. Anguished cries echoed incessantly. "What did I say before?" Chu Liangyu sighed. Feeling a deep sense of helplessness, Xiong Jiao's complexion was ashen. The steaming medicinal concoction only exacerbated the beads of sweat on her forehead. The pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness, and after gasping for breath, she lamented, "Who knew it would hurt so much? Had I known, I would have heeded your advice, Sister Liangyu. There is an old adage, haste makes waste." Hongwu attempted to reach out and wipe away Su Luoluo's tears, yet found himself utterly immobilized. A wave of disorientation swept through him. He was all too familiar with his own body. The clientele at the shop was sparse today, with no orders for takeout, leading to a rather desolate atmosphere. However, this allowed the staff to gather around the dining table and engage in idle chatter. Upon hearing this address, Nangong Ishue shuddered, feeling profoundly uncomfortable, especially when referred to in such a manner by the divine physician Qin Su. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Li unleashed the golden crow wings, which erupted in a flurry of 3,000 white-bladed flying daggers, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant flash. In the next heartbeat, a formidable aura surged from the divine fire of the sun god, instantly dispelling and extinguishing the fiery embrace surrounding the great saints. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback by Qin Yu's remarkable endurance. It had been quite a while, and he had not uttered a single cry. Was he not afraid of pain? Hoqiu, Ziyu, and Qixia furrowed their brows, their expressions grave as they sensed a looming threat. They understood that the venerable elder before them was not one they could contend with, due to the losses suffered by the 38th Brigade in Panning Town. The remaining forces under Major General Sasaki and the 30th Brigade were reduced to merely an infantry battalion and a guard squad. At that moment, a flicker of regret surfaced in Li Qinchen's heart, lamenting his acquisition of the so-called strongest royal prince system. Qin Ling glanced at Su Yuro, then at Xia Yusong, before turning his gaze towards Xia Lianxiao and Mo Qinsong, pondering for a while, as if he were organizing his thoughts. Yamamoto Daroku felt a profound sense of confusion. As a senior commander, he understood the formidable combat capabilities of these 10 divisions, yet they were rendered utterly ineffective before the forces of the Great Xia Kingdom. Old Yi observed the increasingly grim countenance of Yi Fu, her throat tightening and her body trembling, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. Lu Zhang's heated lips grazed her ear, his voice a low, seductive whisper, transforming the earlier seriousness into a sudden allure, even without the dazzling aura surrounding him. His formidable presence, talent, and charismatic personality were undeniably captivating. The astonishing act of Lu Zhang applying lipstick on her was surreal, an occurrence she could hardly fathom for herself. Previously, they had conducted an experiment involving a warship, utilizing their nation's most advanced missiles to assess the efficacy of their developed short-range interceptors, which were equipped with a fire control system for comprehensive, automated interception. Qin Shao gazed at Yi Weiwei, her cat-like eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions, her delicate tongue caressing her soft lips, causing his breath to falter. As Lu Zhang and Su Mian located their parked vehicle, they caught sight of a familiar white Qian behind them. Just as Qin Shao was about to speak, he was met with Yi Weiwei's piercing glare, a silent warning that conveyed dire consequences for uttering anything inappropriate. Subsequently, Cheng Shao ripped the bandages off Lin Peter, revealing numerous wounds inflicted by bricks and stones. Ling Xian, oblivious to the complex emotions flickering in the emperor's eyes, was filled with anticipation for the third true immortal, accompanied by a hint of pride. Suing inquired with genuine concern, aware that her mother's dental health was poor. In her previous life, her mother had lost many teeth by the age of 50. Indeed, they were the four spirit beasts, and it was likely that several others existed. Upon witnessing the ancient Kuei beast, all 9 prominent cultivators of the witch clan, including Wu Xingyan, lit up with hope in their eyes. Chapter 46. Communicating with the spirit of the realm. Did you hunt all of these? The heap of prey before them was vast and varied, even featuring a gigantic green python, sufficient to sustain them for a month. Yes, all for you, he said, evoking a sense of endearment in Chu Liangyu. However, many of these were inedible. The creature known as the deer rat was both foul-smelling and unpalatable. Yet, if given even the slightest opportunity, he could make the shot, relying on the prowess of both teams' interior players, and of course, Wade had a remarkable confidence in his shooting accuracy. Fu Duo sensed something amiss and looked inquisitively at Dr. Li. Noticing Fu Duo's gaze, Dr. Li responded with a smile, shedding his previous somber demeanor, embodying the image of a playful old rascal once more. This prompted Fu Duo to delve deeper, yet a terrifying thought crossed her mind. The Golden Broom Award is the first accolade in the history of Chinese cinema dedicated to recognizing the worst film of the year. While it is purportedly established to critique cinematic works and spur the development of Chinese filmmaking, it sounds pleasing. However, being nominated is indeed a disgrace. Blood gushed forth from the wounds on her body, and in the next moment, she helplessly collapsed to the ground, her heartbeat in the chest growing fainter and weaker. A series of resounding gunshots erupted as the assailants seized control of the firearm, subsequently overpowering the police. Following suit, alumni from the capital's Music Academy launched a vigorous campaign for votes, flooding the centennial celebration page of the university town with traffic. Did you not notice? Of course. There is nothing wrong with this, but George, you must understand that due to the differences in positioning, the chances of a successful attack are greatly diminished. Therefore, you need to grasp this point and adjust the players' positions accordingly, Lin Yi advised. Yin Fei nodded earnestly, estimating that the enemy camp was merely over 1,000 meters away above the canyon. If a large-caliber sniper rifle were employed, it could effectively cover this area. Merely deploying a single sniper would suffice to thwart the advance of dozens. Cousin, my beautiful and enchanting cousin. I was prepared, ready to embrace her tightly when she opened the door, tears streaming down her face, to shower her with affection. The entire piece seamlessly integrates historical allusions and ancient Chinese philosophical thoughts. The so-called great chivalry serves the nation and its people. Is it not akin to the ideal of self-cultivation, family regulation, governance, and world peace? Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit arrived at Lin Feng's residence, carrying a briefcase. Yet he was unsure whether her shameless words or the explicit imagery had caused her to blush. Elaine sighed, clearly acknowledging that Zhuang's son's extraordinary primal instincts could pinpoint the nodes that linked all complex information. Yi Jin pouted and lowered her head, genuinely not raising it again, calculating with utmost seriousness. The Taoist sage, Qing Su, contemplated a brilliant idea: let him travel far and wide, forge connections, and broaden his network, thereby expanding his horizons and opening his mind. Accompanied by the monk's finger movements, a wheel of reincarnation emerged, intertwining the realms of heaven, humanity, asuras, beasts, hungry ghosts, and hell, forming an endless cycle, spinning like a colossal wheel in the universe, guiding sentient beings through the tumultuous sea of suffering. Qin Shuang dismounted the carriage, supported by Sherlan, and approached Lu Renzi, before entering the grand hall to pay respects to the old Khan. They sailed towards the hazy star domain, heading toward the perfect city that every believer yearns for. Chapter 47. Heart? The 2 days of respite swiftly elapsed, and Chu Liangyu and her companions embarked on their journey towards the heart of the beast realm. Unlike modern individuals who meticulously prepare for their expeditions, they embraced the sky as their blanket and the earth as their mat. Thirst was quenched with the refreshing waters of streams, and hunger was satiated through hunting in the forest, their travels imbued with a sense of ease and freedom. Naturally, both Chu Liangyu and Xiong Jiaojia remained focused on augmenting their prowess. Sister Liangyu, have I made considerable progress in these past few days? Indeed. Proceed. The white phantom dragon ancestor gestured, and the dragon nest along with the 3 dragon brothers swiftly vanished into Qi Shuani's Dantian realm. A gentle breeze enveloped Qi Shuani's corporeal form, instantly transporting him to the threshold of the stone gate above the half-immortal platform. He leapt into the stone gate and disappeared from sight. Caught off guard by a sudden injury, the Japanese ninja exhibited a fierce anger, promptly rising to his feet. With a flick of his right hand, 10 silver shurikens materialized in his grasp. He cast a glance back at Qini ahead of him and activated his hands. Unaware of the impending danger, Zheng Kai descended the staircase alongside Wang Zhulan, while Chen Jianzhu lay in hiding around the corner below. The police officer appeared quite innocent, unable to retaliate publicly after being struck. Instead, he resorted to loud admonishments and warnings, followed by a conciliatory approach. Aside from Lu Xingmei's mother, who was rather agitated, the others remained relatively composed, with Lu's father restraining her. With a sharp sound, the spirit-sealing talisman adhered perfectly to Han Xiangzi's forehead. The chilling sound of the freezing talisman resonated as Han Xiangzi's head was abruptly encased in ice, transforming into a large block of frost that thudded to the ground. Congratulations to Princess Jia Ling for securing the second place, the director announced from the sidelines, as Lin Yun sat on the ground, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. The prodigious talents exchanged peculiar glances. Had something transpired between Long Qichen and Murong Qing and that they were unaware of? As the morning hour waned, the atmosphere among the crowd suddenly became harmonious, leading them to cease their inquiries regarding his connection to the origami, choosing instead to disregard him entirely. Even Arya, after casting a bewildered glance at himself, returned to his own pursuits. Junior brother, I have heard that you contested against the 9th level of Tian Luo while at the 7th level. I hope you do not let me down. Xiaoqin gazed at Li Wang. In the brief span of merely 2 days, nearly a dozen Leonics had perished at their hands, and concurrently, their operational skills were rapidly advancing. Yet, she was acutely aware that this time, Chu Liangyu had suffered a significant loss, though she may not express it outwardly. Her heart undoubtedly harbored resentment towards them. Fan Wujiu, being a person of earnest disposition, did not question the veracity of Ji Shihan's words. He merely pondered briefly before suddenly adopting a courteous smile, pulling Xie Bian, who was pressed against the table, to his feet and patting off non-existent dust from his attire in a mock display of propriety. Every individual possesses their own selfish motives. The allure of power is simply too formidable to resist. Tian Qin also harbored imperial dreams. And with the Tian family being selected by the Huanyang sect as a patron, he naturally felt elated. Over the past few days, he had gathered the 9 individuals for concentrated training, leaving them unaware of the events unfolding outside. As for Xiao Suner, she did not dwell too deeply on her situation. She was well aware of her previous lack of talent, yet by associating with her brother, she had now transformed into a prodigy. Since his recent breakthrough to the martial master realm, the accolades from his family had led him to a state of elation. I set down my revolver, observing Murong Xiyuan with a smile, lighting a cigarette to calm my nerves, only to realize that my back was drenched in perspiration. That night, I found little rest, my mind incessantly replaying images of Mao Mao. I had truly misjudged Mao Mao. All of this was a trap orchestrated by Yang Zilong and the enigmatic number 1, designed to ensnare me. Chapter 48. Enhancement of Strength. Mars found his thoughts increasingly convoluted, yet he grew ever more certain of his suspicions. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his gaze towards Li Ming became exceedingly vigilant. Ahem, what is this rascal blabbering about? Susan was at a loss as to how to respond. Xiao Baizhu stared at her in bewilderment, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. Was he truly the one deserving of pity? Strictly speaking, it was not him who was pitiable, but rather 988. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Baizhu felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if some emotion was stifling within him, seeking an outlet. What are these assets and tools? Susan inquired, perplexed. This isn't virtual. It seems as though these items truly exist. I find it hard to believe the manufacturer possesses such wealth. Let me have a look. Li Fan suggested in a tone of negotiation. Regardless of the perspective one took, it was foolish to maintain a position of superiority at such a moment. You can either come with me willingly, or I shall forcefully take you. The choice is yours. Susan communicated directly with their minds, expressing her deep regret for having revealed all her innermost secrets and thoughts in a moment of emotional upheaval upon encountering Yi Qi-Ching. To everyone's astonishment, the target of this assault was an entity that none would have deemed likely to be attacked. The power of starlight was not demonic energy. The barriers set in place could effectively sever the transmission of such energy, rendering his intentions futile. Let us set aside the matter of the pear blossom vine for the moment. The focus now is on your clinic. Is there anything that remains unprepared? Tomorrow, my father will assist you in making the necessary arrangements, Lin Enong remarked, feeling a swell of pride that his son, at such a young age, was able to establish a clinic. Upon hearing the news, he rushed back without delay. Meanwhile, Jiang Kairan was unable to respond in time and dashed forward, standing protectively in front of Yinchi and Lu Xian. Du Yuan smiled faintly and said, I too wish to return, and I promise you, I shall come back. With that, Du Yuan, along with 4 demons and Guasu, as well as the vanguard General Guoruoxing, swiftly invoked their magic and took to the skies. Your current disconnection from them does not equate to a complete abandonment of familial bonds. Once you have cultivated your powers to fruition, you may still enable them to ascend alongside you, Xiaofei stated. However, the authority of the court is not absolute. There are other formidable factions among the immortal cultivation sects and aristocratic families that command respect even from the court. The martial artists possess a robust vitality, allowing beasts to sense their presence from afar, thus steering clear of them. Manager, this scrap collector claims to be a friend of Vice Mayor Wan. If he were truly a friend of Vice Mayor Wan, he would be his father. One security guard jested. Mastering the technology of this X-type engine will undoubtedly position Huagua's future main battle tank technology ahead of the global competition. The space was enveloped in a white haze, boundless and resembling his consciousness, yet it was distinctly not his consciousness. As the 2 individuals prepared to settle their bill and leave, Wang Ge glanced back and suddenly noticed a child of about 7 or 8 at the adjacent table, drenched in sweat, his face contorted in agony, clutching his throat and unable to utter a sound. Your strength is commendable. Within the gene domain, who could possibly inflict harm upon you? Qin Jingyuan inquired. Upon reaching the staircase from the 2nd to the 3rd floor, there was a faucet. Zhao Yin turned on the tap, rinsing their heads under the water and allowing them to drink several large gulps. At that moment, the arena lay in ruins. Nearly all remaining combatants had been mercilessly impaled by the earth sword qi unleashed by Yi Foam, their bodies crushed beneath the weight of stone spikes. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, revealing the exposed entrails of numerous corpses, intestines spilling forth from shattered chests, laid bare for all to see. Things have changed. There are now more vehicles on the road. A poor attitude could very well lead to a lack of orders. In merely a single morning, many taxi drivers noticeably sensed a transformation. With Qin Jingyuan's prowess, he naturally harbored no fear towards these monstrous beasts. As long as he was not besieged, he had no intention of fleeing. In such a place, there were no reservations to hold him back, allowing him to act with boldness and confidence. After all, should he inadvertently damage something, no one would demand compensation from Qin Jingyuan. As the new year unfolded, Longting Group achieved significant gains. The Longting family's plans were steadily implemented, showcasing the essence of new retail. They traversed a flight of stairs for over 10 minutes before embarking on a rugged path that proved more challenging. This was inconceivable. Utterly impossible. How had he accomplished such a feat? Upon witnessing Shani unscathed, the hearts of the Luo family members sank to the depths of despair, with some erupting into frantic cries. I have stated that if Eileen is unwilling to accompany you, no one can take her away. Shani's words were laced with unwavering confidence as he calmly approached, riding an overturned sofa before taking a seat. The spiritual mark of Wutong Forest could only be activated by himself. Qiu Shan, in her pride, acknowledged her remarkable fortune. In that moment, Chu Li felt an overwhelming warmth. She was acutely aware of Mu Qing's affections towards her, and she considered herself exceedingly fortunate to encounter him in this lifetime. Yu Dong observed Shang Wanqinji and Hui'er, who not only failed to intervene but wore expressions of delight at the unfolding disaster. Shang Lian meticulously investigated, and after an hour, she had comprehended most of the medicinal materials utilized by the poison within her body. Nevertheless, as a novice, she dared not place absolute confidence in her findings. Daoqing City lay conveniently along their route, and they planned to rest there for the night. However, the following evening, they would be camping in the wilderness. With a mighty wave of the Antarctic Immortal's treasured fan, a thunderous sound erupted as flames surged forth, directly merging with the fire dragon. Regarding the organization known as Shao, Itachi could not claim any fondness. Although their ultimate goal of peace aligned with his ideals, they were not of the same ilk. Initially, Yao Huanan felt indifferent. But upon hearing his words, she was struck by an inexplicable sense of significance. Yu Dong's complexion darkened with fury, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, barely restraining himself from striking Shang Wanshan, who had turned to leave. He was exceedingly assertive, demanding the blood of the Tianpong with an air of superiority, regarding all others as inconsequential. The honor guard of the Huaxia heroes has a long-standing tradition. At the inception of the Huaxia military, Zhou Yuan selected a portion of warriors from his personal guard to form a subgroup tasked with ceremonial duties. During these missions, the ceremonial group collaborated with the military band, symbolizing the utmost respect of the Huaxia military. Chapter 49. Used as a pawn, the female lead, it was he. Chu Liangyu's gaze turned icy as he strode forward. On the ground, two individuals were merely obscured by animal hides, sparing the eyes from too much discomfort. The sudden appearance of so many people frightened the female, who instinctively clutched her garments and retreated. Perhaps their overwhelming presence instilled such terror that she ultimately fled, clutching the hides tightly. Chu Liangyu paid her no mind, instead directing his gaze toward Jinling, whose complexion was alarmingly flushed, though he held a skeptical view towards the mystical and the arcane, maintaining a respectful distance. He refrained from deriding them as remnants of a bygone society. His attitude was one of cautious reverence rather than contempt, as if to say, "You old relics. I respect your existence but choose to remain distant." Although Chongqing did not fully believe, he recognized that the true reasons lay solely with Ming Che, who might not be inclined to divulge everything to him. Wang Kanxian, oblivious to the subtleties, erupted in cheers, embracing him and indulging in hearty banter, afterward waving demonstratively at Xiu Shuzhen and Li Jiesin, who awaited at the sidelines. In his heart, he pondered whether Lin Quan would return after a few days, but it seemed he had miscalculated, as the individual had seemingly abandoned the endeavor and did not return. With Chun Xian's manipulation, the true and illusory energies within the jade bottle surged, ultimately transforming into a magnificent purple palace, indistinguishable in form and grandeur from Chen Xian's own purple abode, even replicating the spirits within, vibrantly lifelike. Consequently, life became increasingly arduous for Iran. Not only was oil unsellable, but even various handcrafted exports relied upon for foreign exchange found no buyers. Otherwise, how could Lu Sun have articulated that amidst a plethora of benevolence and moral discourse, the underlying message was one of cannibalism? Li Su shrugged. Those in love often find themselves beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Peculiar behaviors invite scrutiny. Yet when one experiences love firsthand, the emotions become clear. However, before long, I had consumed none, feeling that indulging in such fare during the frigid winter was too chilling. At that moment, Lin Quan had begun to discern some of the others' thoughts. Perhaps they were concerned about their ability to pay. Upon looking up, he noticed that the forest he had seen 3 days prior had now deteriorated into a desolate expanse. Where once stood woods, now lay mere shadows. Once, it had been home to the most illustrious of talents, but none had emerged after entering. I was about to speak when, unexpectedly, the portly fellow stepped forward unafraid. Addressing me, "Senior, thank you for your protection." How had he suddenly become so astute? He recognized that he had retrieved this precious legacy without encountering any anomalies, thanks to the assistance of the elder before him. As the giant python lunged, he did not evade but instead summoned layers of vital energy to shield himself within a protective barrier. "Konggu, allow me to see you off." As he spoke, he made to pursue me, and I distinctly saw him signal, a gesture of completion. There was no doubt he posed a problem. Yet how disheartening it was that I had once treated him with such kindness. Night fell over the city, in the midst of the night rain. A heart silently cries out. The hand concealed within the sleeve is clenched into a fist, its nails digging painfully into flesh, mercilessly piercing through one's own skin. The heavy wooden door creaks open slowly, revealing a narrow slit, devoid of the anticipated sin of decay and mildew. Upon stepping out of the Lioli Palace, Xiao Han feels an overwhelming chill enveloping him, as if the gusts of cool wind seep into his very bones. Compared to Mu Qianxuan, the Princess Mu Riyun is hardly worthy of her title. Thus, as long as Mu Qianxuan is willing, Mu Riyun must pay her respect for a lifetime. Zhang Xiubai, during his earlier years at the Lu Yun sect, had visited this place, and not just once. Chu Hanja felt a surge of agitation as he tossed his cigarette to the ground, his polished leather shoes grinding against the earth. In Chapter 50, the counterattack operation, he exclaimed, "Who are you? On what grounds do you presume to become our leader?" Listening to his nonsensical remarks, Jinling's heart raced. Fearing he might utter something that could entangle her in trouble, she quickly covered his mouth, attempting to mitigate the situation. "My liege, he means no harm. As for the clan leader, as long as he could aid us in overcoming this crisis, I would be the first to endorse him. However, the location is not as advantageous as Phase 1. It is situated near the Outer Ring's periphery, where the level of commercialization is insufficient." Seeing his attack thwarted, Yichin swiftly withdrew his sword, while his other hand conjured a fireball with spiritual energy, forcefully striking it against the chest of the Hamin leader. Moreover, one could follow the river flowing through the broadleaf plains to explore further afield, After all, rivers are the source of life, and one would undoubtedly find ample prey in their vicinity. Jiangyu and her colleagues purchased a three-tiered cake for Wu Yun, who playfully scolded them for squandering money. Yet, after lighting the candles, she donned a crown and made a wish. Even among the offspring of affluent families who indulge in exquisite tonics and luxurious medicinal baths, it is considered a mark of talent to break through skin barriers within 3 months. Her resplendent attire, striking beauty, and refreshing, ethereal demeanor silenced the crowd upon her entrance. Zhang's mother pondered rapidly, wondering if her son still harbored feelings for Xiao Qingru, which might explain his reluctance to approach Du Wanqiu. Zhao Jie seemed to notice Li Wan's gaze, remaining calm as she followed the rhythm of the music during yoga. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhejimu and Liena escorted Jiang Chitian and his companions back to their room before bidding farewell. Fortunately, just before landing, Yishui Rou utilized magic to soften the impact, allowing the group to descend gently without harm. I wanted to respond, yet my voice was hoarse. I cast a weak glance at him. What'd you do? He was truly wicked, fully aware that I had surpassed my limits yet continued to provoke me. When they finally reached their destination, they were met with an even more astonishing sight. All the inner courtyard disciples lay sprawled on the ground, including the most formidable among them, now unconscious beneath the mushroom cloud of devastation. Suddenly, Long Yichen found himself unable to move, confronted by an ethereal, ancient pathway that appeared before him. Countless figures wandered along this path, oblivious to his presence, absorbed in their own journeys. Where to? Mu Bai's expression was frigid. The fact that Qiu Chanqian had miraculously returned was truly beyond his expectations. In the company, Yu Sun was his most trusted confidant, known for his calm demeanor in the face of adversity, making his current urgency quite rare. Everyone had noticed the siblings, particularly General Yang, who was genuinely delighted to meet his fourth brother's son for the first time. Numerous soldiers gathered in the grand banquet held within the military tent of the venerable Lady Shi, raising their glasses in a toast to the crown prince. While Hichunzi joined in the merriment, it was well known that the young master's temperament was notoriously unpredictable, and they had previously heard tales of his marriage to the young lady, which was arranged without affection. Such a union, they believed, would hardly lead to happiness. Lord Ko meticulously scrutinized every corner, every object, and every detail within the military tent. At that moment, Yu Xiaoao suddenly comprehended something. The unicorn was seeking his aid. As it was being hunted, whether or not that was the case, he decided to take a gamble, leaping down from the branch to stand before the unicorn. His name was Yu Yin, and he was not made of stone. Despite my vigorous strikes upon his head, it was impossible for him to remain unresponsive. After approximately 20 blows, Yi Yin finally swayed and collapsed beside Li Zhixua, just as I was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the intimidating array of costly items. The old steward finally led us to a room that was elegantly and tastefully decorated. Chapter 51. The leaders of the three clans, Feng Qi, Yu He, Qi Chongrue, and Xiong Zhaojia followed closely behind. Surrounded from all angles, it was impossible for Xiong Qianqing to escape. Clearly, he had fallen into a trap. Meanwhile, Hu Qiumu and Jin Ling seized the opportunity to launch an attack on the Elephant Clan while Xiong Qianqing was absent. Without a leader, the Elephant Clan was steadily retreating, reminiscent of the scene a few days prior with the Lion Clan. Find them. But what about Dad? The thought of Gu Lianji's resolute stance on sending her away stirred a sense of unease within Jing Yunqing. Xian Yin sat atop a large stone, basking in the gentle sunlight and breeze of early summer, saying nothing, yet her gaze remained fixed on Imo Shiza, a faint smile of happiness gracing her lips. Occasional exchanges of glances conveyed a deep mutual understanding and satisfaction. I simply do not comprehend. I wish to be by Qin Lang's side. Is that too much to ask? Qin Lang treats me exceedingly well. Does he not? She turned, her eyes filled with hope, gazing at Lord Qin. With this thought, Zhang Haoran felt a surge of excitement. If he could lie in such a place, would it not be akin to cultivating his abilities even in slumber? Even if Imo Shiza did not notice him, surely someone acquainted with Imo Shiza or a member of the Imo family would. Fundu Ghost City. Zhang Haoran harbored a peculiar fondness for the seemingly inept Star Ocean, as individuals like him often possess the purest hearts. Bai Lungye rose and departed the room, only to have security personnel rush in, unleashing their wrath upon Tianxing with furious roars. The disciples of the Iron Sect gathered to confront the slaughter beasts, however. Even with their numbers, they hesitated to advance upon the appearance of 30 formidable slaughter beasts, facing over 200,000 ghost soldiers. The envoy could hardly believe that their mere 70 to 80,000 could withstand such an overwhelming force. The martial world is replete with skilled masters, yet the majority are merely ordinary practitioners. Upon hearing Zhao Tianming's remarks, disappointment washed over the others, for such a resounding name held little prominence in the market, relegated to the realm of low-end products. Suddenly, the darkened skies above twisted in the void as a great will descended. The aura belonging to the human realm shattered the divine estate and permeated the ancient battlefield. Not only the audience in the live stream, but even Qi Tingyun and Lu Mushing were astounded. Had it not been for their polite restraint from interrupting Zhao Tianming, they would have eagerly examined the phenomenon themselves. They made a phone call, and through the line, it became apparent that Han Shui was somewhat dazed, her speech unclear. They wished to clarify further, but the call abruptly ended. When they attempted to call again, they found the phone switched off, leading them to realize that Han Shui was likely in trouble. Get up. The two officers, fully aware of the situation, swiftly apprehended the individuals, placing them in handcuffs. One officer escorted the two still clutching their groins away, while the other documented the evidence. Given this rate of growth, the young man calculated that if he could conquer just one more 10,000 of the Fire Hell tribe, he would effortlessly ascend to the status of a ninth witch. However, he was left with only one ghost face transformation insect on hand, and using it would leave him in a precarious situation with no means to evolve further. Yet now, an outsider completely indifferent to or ignorant of the Roman traditions had miraculously handed the possibility of realizing dreams to Sito in an entirely different form. As of now, Shaoi could rely solely on the stone mirror. He exerted every effort to restore it, yet if the mirror could not reverse time and space, all would be rendered meaningless. Shaoi did not wish to contemplate such an outcome, for in this ancient land, he would lose all significance. Though the elite was exceedingly reluctant, he ultimately raised the assault rifle in his grasp. Chapter 52. A dragon egg falls from the sky? Mistress, could you allow Yuhi to stay? I wish to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiwu immediately frowned, offering an obviously unfeasible suggestion. Yuhi, however, was in an unusually good mood, deliberately wearing a smile as she appeared before him. Hu Qiumu remained silent, yet the expression on his face indicated that he too was unwilling to stay. Chu Liangyu felt a profound weariness. She was not on a journey. Yet everyone seemed eager to compete for something. Leaving them behind only left Lin Yin puzzled about the appearance of these demonic beasts. Were they nurtured by the guardians of the celestial veins? Or could they be the guardians themselves? King Qin, emanating an aura of lethal intent, stood resolutely before the guards, shielding Ji Kanglin and Lin Zhongluo. Prompting his attendants to draw their swords, their gazes fixed intently upon their adversaries. In the residence of the Hua family, Hua Zhengyu wore a troubled expression, burdened by numerous trials. Only upon seeing Lin Yan's arrival did a flicker of a smile grace his lips. Xue Xiaolei emerged from the fitting room, her hands guarding her chest. Though she no longer appeared immodest, a hint of shyness lingered. What? The Prince Oven is waiting for her? How unreasonable. Just as Yun'er finished speaking, the Prince Oven had yet to utter a word, but Prime Minister Yun's voice rang out in anger. When would her family arrive? Without their signatures, we cannot proceed. A nurse inside pushed the door open and urged her to hurry. The Crown Prince had neither seen her nor sent anyone on her behalf. She felt perplexed and glanced around, contemplating whether to call out and stop the Crown Prince, who seemed indifferent to her presence. Determined, Xinxia returned to the dining hall, seated herself, and accepted the cup of tea offered by a servant, patiently awaiting Lu Yunqing's return. After a while, the proctor selected the 10 best papers and presented them to His Majesty. Emperor Shihe glanced at them, signaling to the chief steward. Upon hearing the news, Tong Tian and the others exchanged glances and nodded, stepping back from the front of the line. They had already obtained what they needed and thus had no reason to linger. Where do you think you're going? The man scoffed, seeming highly attuned to the void, as he thrust a handprint into the emptiness, pulling a figure from the abyss. Zhang Yingying's nightgown, adorned with slightly transparent lace, allowed me to catch glimpses of what lay beneath. Amidst the rumbling clouds of calamity, the sound of thunder resonated. Seemingly reluctant yet ultimately resigned to the fate of the trial. Particularly with formations, they were extensively applied here, and there was scarcely any trivial matter that could not be accomplished through them. Surrounded by a mist of chaotic energy, the corpse stiffened, retreating step by step, fearing to approach her. As the heavenly fire entered her body, the familiar, agonizing sensation swept over Luo Hao once more, prompting a cry of despair. In the desert, water sources are ever-changing, prone to vanishing at any moment. This is common yet cruel, often leading to the demise of many, as Ji Bingyan remarked. In the previous stage, they began battling monsters from this point. Having charged out and engaged foes, this location naturally served as their starting point. Therefore, it should be considered the second stage. Having cleared it, how could they possibly return to the beginning? After the manager was dragged out, the waiter kneeling before me soiled his pants as he kept his head bowed, incessantly bowing and pleading for mercy. With approximately a week remaining before the preseason games, the team's training was in full swing. According to Arnold's calculations, Lin Lei's strength could reach an astonishing level. Regrettably, I had intended to spare you. However, your deceit has sealed your fate. The words you just uttered are ones I have heard countless times before. Thus you deserve your demise. Shen Lang had engaged in lengthy discourse to ascertain the nature of the sorcerer, but now it served no purpose, so he resolved to end him swiftly, especially since he wished to keep the matters here from reaching the outside world. Chapter 53. It is indeed possible to indulge. Chu Liangyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that with mere fragments of conversation, Xiang Jiao could discern the origins. With her hands clasped in sincerity, Xiang Jiao earnestly confessed, "Forgive me. Forgive me. I was just thinking of consuming Sister Liangyu's offspring. I am truly sorry, Sister Liangyu." At that moment, I failed to recognize the lineage of this little one. Chu Liangyu waved his hand dismissively. "If you wish to eat, it is not impossible." Xiang Jiao exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Why do they not resist?" Fan Qingyin spoke bitterly. Lu Yuming possessed a unique intuition, realizing that when cultivators are in the innate realm, their bodies remain relatively weak, making it the most opportune time to traverse the bridge between heaven and earth. The overwhelming force persisted, rapidly spreading, leveling mountains and forests for tens of thousands of miles ahead of him. The elder, referred to as such by the burly man, approached and scrutinized me carefully, then shifted his gaze to my companions, Wu Shuang and Yi, his expression slightly tightening. "Father, the situation unfolded as such. It was my momentary impulse that led to these dire consequences. I suggest you and the family temporarily seek refuge elsewhere until this storm passes," Qin Xiaoxiao articulated. For Lu Yu, his feelings towards Tukafeng were genuine, yet he remained entrenched in the conventional mindset of Earth, unable to embrace the Tuka clan's open perspectives. In Lu Yu's view, engaging in certain transgressions would signify an obligation and responsibility. This scene transpired in an instant, leaving Murong Lan astonished, morally and emotionally. She could not bear the thought of Lang Chiga perishing, especially not before her eyes, particularly as he had once departed the Murong clan alongside her. Sensing the incoming threat, Tuoba Jia recognized it as a hidden weapon, swiftly retracting his sword and leaning back on his horse. The poison needle missed its mark. But before Tuoba Jia could regain his stance, a second poison dart flew forth, accompanied by a fierce wind. Tuoba Jia shifted to the opposite side of the horse's belly, employing the technique of hiding in the clouds to evade the needle. Sima Xian was utterly stunned, having been struck multiple times. It was only due to his subordinates intervening that Long Shalua was stopped from delivering further blows, for the young master would not survive such an assault. He, an ice element ability user, believed himself immune to such watery assaults. Upon returning, the fleet routinely rested at North Chang Island under Zheng Kuei's care. Zhou Tong was quite adept at social niceties, bringing Zheng Kuei 10 oxen and 200 sheep from Khitan. However, despite Zhang Sanfeng's formidable prowess, he found himself unable to resist against the immovable King Ming. "I have no desire to remain here. I carry my mother's ashes. I must return her to the family for burial." With that, she soared onto the distant teleportation array. The figure cloaked in black was initially startled and retreated, only to feel a wave of humiliation wash over him. Just as he was about to lash out, he sensed something amiss, glancing back. He found his companions retreating in terror, their expressions frantic. With a wave of his hand, the members of the Divine Shield team were cheerfully dismissed, returning to their quarters to freshen up and rest without further discussion. A true genius emerges from growth. Had Lu Yin accidentally killed Jiang Tian during the grand competition, the crowd would merely deem Jiang Tian reckless, leaving no room for mockery of Lin Shiqi. However, due to their beauty and in a bid to create a fade, they intentionally persuaded their father to allow them to accompany him. Junling Ma sensed a peculiar force surging within him, and his eyes narrowed as he sought to expel this energy. Nevertheless, from that moment onward, these new citizens developed a deeper reverence for the laws of the Xia Kingdom. Only when the populace relinquished the mindset of the law does not hold the masses accountable could they cultivate a true respect for the law. It was essential for them to understand that the law serves as a powerful tool for safeguarding their rights. Only then would they cherish it more deeply. Chapter 54. Reunion Chu Liangyu cast a gentle glance at the bracelet. It was crafted from wood, adorned with intricate carvings. It appeared unadorned and simple, likely to be mistaken by onlookers as a mere personal creation. Chu Liangyu was quite pleased with the appearance of the bracelet. At last, she had a designated place for her scattered belongings. When the storage bracelet arrived in her possession, it had already been bound by divine consciousness, sparing her the trouble. She concentrated and delved inside, exploring its expanse. Through Qin Xiu's persistent probing, the system surmised that there was not entirely no solution, though the prospect was exceedingly slim. Casting a glance back at the sullen expression of Lang Gongjun, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Upon reaching the mountaintop, a chilling sensation swept over her, causing Shen Mingxi to shudder involuntarily. Who mentioned friendship? Brother, you're overthinking it. Lianin retorted dismissively with a scoff. As long as this task was completed, the Nine Nether Ghost Emperor promised a millennium of prosperity for the Dong Zhoulong family. Lin Xiao observed Hu Jing, searching for any slight flaw to exploit, hoping it might facilitate her escape. However, the situation was far from favorable, as her opponent far surpassed her in capability. Qingqing took the wine flask from Lu Yi, taking a sip that did not suit her palate, yet she swallowed it down with restraint. This old man was indeed clever, opting not to resort to direct threats but rather to leverage his influence over others. However, Fang Qi was not easily swayed. This assignment could not simply conclude with a few insincere apologies. He drove along the route that Fang Ju had taken to her tutoring classes, hoping to trace any lingering sense that might lead to clues about Fang Ju. After some experimentation, he realized this method was fundamentally ineffective. Li Qingqing cast a disdainful glance at Wang Xie, who had been insulted to the point of being compared to a pig or dog. Wang Xie nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Such a trivial exchange was all they could muster. They had previously contemplated numerous strategies to thwart Zhang Fan, but ultimately found themselves utterly defeated, devoid of any confidence and filled with resignation. In Shiba village, a great fire had obliterated everything, leaving behind only a pool of ashes, a grim testament to the tragic events that had transpired there. Why did you not employ this method while in Luozhou? Li Shimin inquired once more, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, eager to see how Qin Xiao would respond. Listening to the flattery and sycophantic praises, the young man wore a broad smile, brimming with pride and arrogance. Initially, Luo Feng had been slow, but suddenly accelerating took Jean Curson by surprise, leading to an unexpected kiss. He was aware that Xue Kongming aimed to settle the matter with a single decisive blow, thus he was gathering his strength for the most formidable strike. Meanwhile, Shengqing University had once again paused its activities, dispatching 3 individuals to guard against Zhang Fan. It is said that one may commit fouls, yet one must prevent him from driving to the basket or attempting a 3-point shot. Others, having maneuvered past, shifted their positions and postures, leaving them battered and bloodied, while he, from a reclining state, transitioned to a seated position, occupying the spot closest to the vehicle's door, his head awash in blood, gazing vacantly out the window. Those individuals sought to seize the bag, yet hindered by my embrace, resorted to violently kicking my back, hoping the pain would compel me to relinquish my grip. Qin Xiao now holds an official title, ranking alongside the county magistrate, rendering it inappropriate for him to hawk goods at the market, as such actions would tarnish the court's reputation, which is utterly unacceptable. At this moment, Lin Yu furrowed her brows, glancing at the deceased deputy commander of the demon clan, then at the figure enveloped in murderous intent, who slowly emanated a faint glow. It is nothing. I merely caught a chill while sleeping at night, resulting in a cold that has sapped my strength, he remarked, followed by a few coughs. Meanwhile, the 3rd elder shook his head at the 5th elder. For as Fang Jingji stated, they could not deny the words once spoken, even if they were merely a delaying tactic. Chapter 55, The Withering of the Sacred Tree. Chu Liangyu returned to the dilapidated house. Just as she was about to step inside, a shadow suddenly collided with her. The abrupt appearance of the shadow caught her off guard, and though she narrowly evaded it, a collision was inevitable. Relaxing her shoulders, she felt no discomfort, merely furrowing her brows as she cast a glance at the retreating figure. Once Tongyu's emotions stabilized, the ominous clouds dispersed, and the rain ceased. However, the uneven ground was still riddled with puddles, and the individual moved with remarkable speed. One of the road guards stumbled as the gust of wind swept past, nearly tumbling off the embankment. Yet, the prowess of the 4 dragon-like figures seemed to far exceed their capabilities. With a mere flick of their strength, they were sent flying. The onlookers were somewhat speechless, Yet they felt too awkward to voice any further remarks, for they were all reliant on Moses for their livelihood. Although her appearance had reverted, she assured that even after Chao Xiaoyang's departure, this sister would not ruin her beauty again. Chu Xiaoyang understood that the golden dragon's soul had sensed the presence of the blue fire spirit, prompting its emergence to absorb it. However, while the attitude was present, the extent of knowledge acquired ultimately depended on the abilities and insights of each team. Very well. Zhang Xian realized she could not alter her thoughts, so she reluctantly agreed. The last encounter with Lu Xinghe against Huang Yishan, the swift and fierce maneuvers remained vividly etched in her memory. The team was a figure of aspiration for Ru Shuang, and her heart raced with anxiety upon seeing Huang Yishan. Li Bingxi and Duge Xiao entered together, with Li Bingxi promptly closing the door and signaling Duge Han to refrain from impulsive remarks. Crescent Moon Valley was home to more than just the crescent moon leopard. Numerous other feline and tiger-like beasts roamed, and Lu Xinghe dispatched several wind leopards and saber-toothed tigers along the way, stowing the materials into his storage bag. Su Yuan muttered to herself while gently opening the wardrobe, scrutinizing each garment, searching for a more affordable piece among the high-end selections, so that even if Qing Jin were to become angry, she could manage to compensate. Do you think I do not wish to find one? It is simply that enlisting a gambling stone master is not an easy feat. Just as she finished her thought, a sudden screech of brakes echoed ahead. Someone approached, lightly stepping on the golden fallen leaves, producing a faint crunch that, though subtle, felt jarringly out of place in the serene autumn garden. There was a familiar scent, desperately concealed, of disinfectant. Would an ordinary servant enter a new master's home carrying the odor of disinfectant? I am right here. Go ahead and make your move. Time was running short, and she had already rambled on long enough. She was aware that Shuraqing's patience would not last. For reasons unknown, she deliberately disregarded the incident of their night market visit, not out of fear of reprimand, but to keep it from their knowledge. Not long after, she encountered him again a few nights later, returning home from his shift to find her still frantically running as if pursued by phantoms. How could it be that their abilities were insufficient? Lin Bixiao's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement, though it did not reach her gaze and carried a trace of coldness. Having witnessed only half of the match, Shenwan was certain of the eighth prince's inevitable defeat and lost interest, quietly retreating to the inner chamber to listen to the conversations of several consorts. In the early hours, when Ling Yi awoke, a stack of money lay on the bedside table. The longing had already dissipated within that room. Without the delicate sparrow, the ice crystal giant was rendered powerless, dragged to its demise by Feng Yi across the icy ground, yielding a pair of green bracers. Furthermore, regardless of the holidays, the school always found a way to extend the break into the weekend. Nia snapped back to reality, stamping her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours?" She raised her hand, intending to deliver a playful smack, but Ulla instinctively shielded his head, waiting in silence for a response that never came. He quietly opened a narrow slit in his left eye, only to see Nia let out a soft sigh before turning and walking away. Chapter 56. A difficult choice. How long has it been since they left? Can you not discern their scent? Fear not, for I have left my essence upon her. Soon I shall be able to locate them. The individual scoffed impatiently, crossing his arms as he observed the flurry of activity. His demeanor suggested he harbored no hope of success. A vibrant green leaf floated gently down, landing perfectly atop the crystalline cores that Chu Liangyu had retrieved. After all, beneath the ruins, merely surviving was a blessing. He dared not indulge in further expectations. As for the two plump crabs, due to time constraints, the two were temporarily unable to indulge in their feast. Tong Yao's mother instructed them to take the crabs to the classroom, to be consumed at dinner. The school day concluded rather early, allowing Lin Chu to return to her residence for a brief respite before venturing out for a bite to eat. Suddenly, a mass of red and white spherical objects flattened, pressing against the cervical vertebrae like a nail deeply embedded within the itching flesh. For the next 3 years, I shall study alongside everyone at Inxian High School, and I hope we can forge lasting friendships. Yu Sile's tone unexpectedly rose, tinged with a hint of bitterness, as she removed her cap, revealing an exceptionally enchanting visage. The last time I sent my informants, I had yet to settle the score with you. This time, I merely sought your assistance in procuring an experienced driver, yet you managed to deliver a spy instead, particularly during the tumultuous reign of the Chongkong Emperor. When the world was shrouded in chaos, the prospect of an alternative choice would surely entice countless souls. Indeed, how could they serve a master who had already fallen from grace? Singularly remarked, although today is not the 3rd day of the month, it marks the day of the Golden Hall's proclamation, Upon Song Hua's achievement as a top scholar, Jia Tsong naturally must return to extend his congratulations. The ball is exclusively open to students in the 4th grade and above, allowing upperclassmen to invite a lowerclassman as their companion. I just arrived. How could I possibly miss Sichen's birthday banquet? After all, we are cousins, are we not? Sure, how settled down beside Su Momo. Grenade. 3 prison guards exclaimed in shock. Having accompanied the Da in various rebellions, they were well acquainted with such devices. Just as Ji Yuchen executed a teleportation, a master from the Blood Demon sect appeared atop the peak. He was a gaunt old man who merely cast a disinterested glance before pursuing the direction in which Ji Yuchen had vanished. I have already said it is not possible. Peipei shot him a glance, feeling a sense of exasperation at this infatuated man, pondering why, despite her beauty and youth, she could not encounter a man willing to sacrifice his life for her. With a flicker, Ji Yuchen vanished from sight, beside the master of the blade. As he swiftly maneuvered, a blood shadow sword materialized in his grasp, and he executed a fierce slash toward his opponent. Even if he could not perish alongside the celestial dance mage, he could at least buy a moment's time for Shenfeng and Yao Xianting to escape. I will pay you 1,000,000, now leave immediately. From this day forth, we shall have no further entanglements, Shen Gong declared coldly. Among various professions, few instill as much fear in priests as assassins do. However, the celestial maiden possessed foresight. She activated her skill, the sacred law shield. In the distance, the festive tunes emanated from the music pavilion, surrounded by a carousel of various theatrical figures, with towering poles on either side supporting strings of lanterns shaped like colorful flowers, symbolizing auspicious beginnings. Very well, Ji Yuchen readily agreed. He had resided near the Blood Shadow Star for nearly 2 centuries, yet he had never ventured beyond its confines. Meanwhile, Zhong Wang and Wan Enwola led their troops to ambush the Liao Palace tents. Just as Yel Yinshi was away with his army at Saogu, the Qin King, Su King, various concubines, and princesses were all captured, and even the emperor's jade seal was seized. Only the Liang King managed to escape. Liang King Yel Yali, the emperor's 2nd son, fled with the grand tutor Temuch. Chapter 57, The Cunning Bird. After the amalgamation of the elephant tribe and the lion tribe, they were renamed Shi-He, a homophone for hope and harmony, signifying their desire for peace and unity. After the departure of Chu Liangyu and his companions, the tribe gradually began to flourish, and disputes diminished as time spent together increased. Before leaving, Chu Liangyu advised them to stockpile food, and under the supervision of Hu Qiumu and the others, the tribe became busily engaged each day. As they witnessed the growing abundance of provisions, a sense of security settled within them. Although the outcome of this competition was inevitable, the remaining match was the final round, and the results would significantly affect the forthcoming battles. As Song Xiai turned around, she noticed a military green jeep approaching from a distance. Frowning, she gazed at the vehicle and recognized a familiar face inside. Su Ling reached out to tickle Wen Hao's abdomen, but he remained seated, unresponsive. Despite her persistent attempts, all she elicited was a slight furrow of his brow. He did not even glance her way. What about my child? Luo Yi's abrupt interjection silenced Song Qiji's unfinished thought. She picked up her phone to call Chao Fengshi, only to find it powered off. Rising from her seat, she checked his location, struggled to stand, donned her coat, and ventured outside. Lu Yan's peculiar actions puzzled the demon bear, which stared at him in utter bewilderment. What on earth are you saying, you little brat? When did I? Lin Qingwei hastily denied it, but hesitated mid-sentence, uncertain of which claim to refute. This pause only rendered him more suspicious. As the 3 continued on their way, Su Ling felt it would be entirely reasonable to take a taxi, yet she recognized the necessity of some exercise, considering her health was not particularly robust. Hello, is this Brother Tai Hao? What made you think of me all of a sudden? A sweet, childlike voice chimed from the phone. Regrettably, she was a wretched child, perpetually on the run, living for the Chiao family, and in her final moments, she had not even lived a single day for herself. Under such circumstances, even if persuasion succeeded, he would harbor no hopes for these individuals. Nevertheless, the media reporters were inclined to believe Gu Zhan's words were genuine. This fellow would undoubtedly give his all in the competition. Perhaps he might even execute a hat trick. The journalists felt a flicker of anxiety. What would they do if Gu Zhan truly accomplished this? Meanwhile, the hidden angel dove into Lin Ku's embrace, sobbing quietly. Though she could not produce sound, Lin Ku could still feel the tremors of her shoulders and the wetness of his shirt from her tears, gently patting Anshi's back in a gesture of comfort. Xian exhibited no extraordinary abilities beyond the ordinary. Nonetheless, he was somewhat satisfied with his fundamental circumstances. Archery, An impartial sport reveals the athlete's state of mind most vividly. Even the slightest deviation can lead to a significant miscalculation in the trajectory of the arrow. This perspective was one Liang Fei had never encountered before. He was not only touched by her attentiveness, but also pondered whether his life might have taken a different turn had someone spoken such words to him years earlier. As early June approached, temperatures gradually rose, signaling the end of the optimal outdoor practice period, soon to be replaced by the oppressive heat of the summer sun. This is the latest model of concealed weaponry from the martial world. Observe how it is used. I demonstrated its application for him. Heavenly Emperor. Today's matter is unrelated to Lioli. Should you wish to impose punishment, please first release Lioli. We shall accept whatever fate befalls us. Even the cold ice pleads for my case. Butcher Su confronted the livestock farmer, who denied any wrongdoing, insisting that the cattle sold to him had not returned, and the ones in the pen were unsold. No matter how Su argued, the farmer remained resolute in his claims. Sister, I have something to discuss with you, Shijin exclaimed, producing a bundle from behind, revealing garments of a eunuch. Chapter 58, A Dream Within a Dream. Chu Liangyu's complexion was equally poor, were it not for Xiong Jiao Jiao. Cheng Miao felt utterly drained of energy after pushing her aside, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chu Liangyu cast a cold glance, showing no intention of offering assistance. Feng Qiwu delivered a swift kick to his waist, scoffing lightly and mockingly saying, "With this, what are you so proud of?" Chu Liangyu also wished to express this sentiment, yet hearing Feng Qiwu articulate it brings equal delight. Cheng Miao. Chu Liangyu's countenance was equally grim. Had it not been for Xiong Jiao Jiao, Cheng Miao, after pushing her away, felt all her strength dissipate, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chu Liangyu cast a cold glance, showing no inclination to assist him. Feng Qiwu delivered a sharp kick to his waist, letting out a derisive snort, mocking, "With this, what are you trying to flaunt?" Chu Liangyu also wished to utter these words, but hearing them from Fengkewu was equally exhilarating. Cheng Miao had witnessed the massacre of unarmed newcomers in the realm of death by the troops of the Tranquil Domain. At that moment, his only response was to flee, his heart consumed by rage. Although he later learned the purpose of the slaughter during his years in the Black Forest through his master, the haunting images of that day still awaken him in cold sweats during the deep hours of the night. Thus, whether it be the city lord or Zhu Wushuang, both harbored a profound sense of discomfort and oppression within their hearts at this very moment. Her life had been saved by her master. Had he not brought her home at the age of 7, she would have perished on the frigid streets long ago. Now, even if she were to perform one last act of kindness for her master, she vowed never to involve herself in his affairs again. The Master of Arms was indeed extraordinary. Upon its emergence, this treasure net had already reached the pinnacle of first-grade artifact status. Should its spiritual essence be nurtured, it could effortlessly ascend to the ranks of higher-level spiritual treasures. Is that so? The words that choked her throat remained unspoken. Ah Yan, you have never mentioned the presence of Jiang Xiaoxiao by your side, nor have you acknowledged the legitimacy of our relationship. I truly do not comprehend your thoughts. At times, I sense your concern for me, yet I am left to wonder if I am merely being overly sentimental. The Long Gate was aware of certain characteristics of this divine beast, which is why it refrained from entering the cave and instead attempted to subdue it externally. The trait of the listening beast allows it to evade calamities. Even saints must consider whether the beast is willing to submit. Indeed, as long as Dongfang Bai departs from the Tiantong Sword sect, we are willing to accept this explanation. The head of the Burning Heart sect and the head of the Luo Tian sect pondered for a long time before nodding slightly in agreement. This house is indeed superior to the one we viewed earlier. Upon entering, Huangfen was captivated by the layout of this residence. Although it was merely a 3-bedroom house, its usable area surpassed that of an ordinary 4-bedroom dwelling, boasting a unique and spacious design that could rival the comfort of a villa. Everyone was observing themselves, and the collective gaze allowed Yumeng Yao to see herself as well. Xiao Yuan called Lin Yun, who had been assigned by Zhang Feng to lead the youth training team. Due to the club's relegation, all 5 new players had been sold off by Zhang Feng, leaving Lin Yun in despair, unable to recruit anyone. Her worries mounting day by day. May I pose a question? In fact, Shirji had been abandoned by her mother at a very young age and had been raised as a child of this family, her memories of the past painfully vague. On the top floor, the ethereal moon bore a somewhat grim expression as he recognized the figure appearing on the screen, tinged with a hint of fear. Of course, Hong Tian would not forget that Tong Tian had left behind a set of clothing before departing in his natural state. With a loud bang, a violent shockwave erupted from the fist, instantly creating a large hole in the blood wave and causing it to disintegrate around the periphery. Congratulations to the FRO Source Battle Team for securing the precious 3 points in the first round of the competition. Dai, still overwhelmed with excitement, let out one final shout before collapsing into his seat, silently thinking, "Thank goodness, I can finally take a breather." Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, nearly all extraordinary beings since the occurrence of this battle. The ancient cranium resembled a genuine skull, its mouth incessantly writhing, while two hollow eye sockets flickered with a ghostly flame. Chapter 59. A kiss as a transaction. Are you still not a male orc? You have taken my possession. It is only fair to exchange one item for another. What harm is there in a mere kiss? Feng Chi-Wu appeared utterly bewildered. He merely held the hairpin to inspect it and had not declared his intentions. Moreover, as a phoenix, could he just kiss anyone? It was utterly absurd. A sense of disdain arose within him, and he retorted, "Do you not have a mirror? Look at yourself. You wish to test the waters? Very well." Hanla picked up the guitar beside him, cradling it in a manner reminiscent of his memories. He recalled a bit about the right hand position, but the left hand left him perplexed. If one were truly to achieve immortality, old friends and foes alike would pass away, and despite new acquaintances emerging, the bygone days would fade into oblivion. The newcomers would ultimately be but successors, perpetually reminding oneself of the passage of time. After instructing Monthly to hasten the cleanup of the battlefield and erect a low wall, Deng Shi patrolled the city walls before riding back home with Hong Jixuan and others. Wow, so many people. Qin Hao glanced at Xiaoyu beside him, who unexpectedly grasped his hand. She then turned and dashed into the dungeon, leaving the awaiting leaders momentarily stunned. What transformation would the long-absent Song Ili bring to the entire situation upon his return? A single droplet of crystal-clear water plummeted towards one of the flying swords, which gleamed with the hue of red jade. Before the majority of the Sword Academy's members could react, a beam of sword light streaked through the air. Many raised their heads, faintly discerning a figure exuding an aura of cultivation, floating as if destined for the heavens. Why not accept it? If it is merely a possibility, then this task will surely yield greater rewards. Yu Zheng remarked with a gentle smile, and the other four nodded in agreement, their faces betraying a hint of excitement. However, at that moment, the four progenitor kings of the Blood Clan displayed neither embarrassment nor anger. They simply prostrated themselves respectfully on the ground, offering no resistance. Initially, Qingyu hesitated, concerned that her previous inquiry might lead Qing Muyu to misunderstand. Yet, would not declining the call lead to even greater misconceptions? To achieve fame and earn the admiration of countless individuals has been an inherent desire of humanity since ancient times. Even cultivators, before reaching a certain state of enlightenment, cannot escape this tendency. Furthermore, the prestigious competition held by the Qingyan sect every 60 years offers substantial rewards for those who excel. He gently reclined onto the bed, turning slightly to lie down as if she were still beside him, his arms tenderly embracing her in a phantom hold. In this era of waning celestial powers, the cultivation of the 9 yang divine skill and similar disciplines requires an immense fortune. Without millions in wealth, one might scarcely gain entry. Moreover, internal cultivation is heavily reliant on innate talent. With your current physique, I fear. Lin Donglai shook his head, addressing Wang Pengzi. The Holy Ming Emperor resolved to first ascertain the particulars of the situation before deciding whether to discuss the matter with the Crown Prince. Miyu temporarily relinquished her pursuit of the carefree Emperor Wuyo and discreetly sought to enter Feng Yunran's quarters. You are quite cautious and possess a keen understanding that those who recognize the times are truly wise. Alas, your fortune is lacking, for you have encountered me, Gu Chaoan remarked with a smile. In truth, he had felt as tense as Xiao Xiao moments ago, yet he managed to masterfully control his outward emotions. Yes, the driver will take you back, Li Mayan said, turning to head toward the source of the voice. Recently, Zhong Liu had been somewhat troubled, first by Su Qijian and Li Mayan, and then by Lu Ji and Qin Wan. Consequently, she had not returned to Li Mayan's villa for several days, opting instead to remain at school, where she spent her leisurely hours busying herself in the publicity department with Yao Yao, apart from attending classes. Hai Tong, a person of considerable erudition, discovered something amiss when he finally settled down to examine the formation diagram. Chapter 60. The Worrisome Younger Brother. The hairpin, of an unknown material, yet reminiscent of jade, was remarkably light. Its surface bore simple yet aesthetically pleasing patterns, elegant and pure. Upon seeing this hairpin, Feng Qiwu instinctively felt it was perfectly suited for Chu Liangyu. Staring at Chu Liangyu's hair, which was simply held up by a single ribbon, Feng Chuwu, almost as if compelled by fate, handed the hairpin to her. For me? Chu Liangyu pondered that perhaps he was overthinking, when in the presence of his disciples. As the sect leader, he must embody the authority of his position, especially considering the numerous subordinates of the radiant sage. He had to maintain his composure. Li Shi, oblivious to the situation, clamored about guarding the spirit, akin to searching for death with a flashlight in a latrine. It is my incompetence that has brought harm to the young master. I have put everyone in jeopardy. Qingqing lamented with a face full of regret. The power at play was overwhelmingly formidable. Not only would he perish if struck, but even a nine-tailed fox would surely meet its demise. Linmu contemplated the several pterosaurs he was training and resolved to have them assist in transporting the egg home once they submitted. They were none other than those recognized externally as the 12 zodiac emperors, including Gemini and Scorpio. Thus, Lu Hong issued another decree, appointing Dong Zhuo as the governor of Bizhou, subsequently commanding him to transfer all military authority to Zhu Jun. An aged voice resonated behind Mei Qin and Kushina, causing several black stone pillars to rise from the ground, ensnaring Kushina and swiftly retreating into the earth. Upon returning, Yin Buhuai divided the meat, first rendering fat into oil. And then he excused himself to the restroom. Lu Yuding, still stunned, was struck solidly, unable to utter a groan. Anger was justified from now on. All banquets would be entrusted to her, which would surely infuriate her to the point of her head smoking. 17 laughed heartily, unconcerned about the gazes of others. Although Han Bang was currently the industry leader, Han Zhuoli had never allowed himself to become complacent, believing that Han Bang required no further improvement. As no one could catch up, I am well aware. Han Zhuoling's voice suddenly turned hoarse, his gaze intensifying. Has the court adjourned at this hour? 17 disregarded the formalities between sovereign and subject. Upon Huaji's arrival, she regarded him solely as her husband, rising to remove his dark robe adorned with crimson edges. Chu Liangyu tightly clasped his long fingers, their 10 fingers intertwined, feeling his entire essence, gradually becoming taut, only to later relax. Her mood shifting in tandem with his emotional state. However, perhaps in that moment, she could not lower her pride, hence did not formally apologize to Lu Man. Though her attitude toward her had notably improved. Meyer, I must take you away today. You are my legally wedded wife, and I am your legally recognized guardian. It was already quite a feat for Bai Mingshu to endure until now. A flurry of questions surged in her mind. Ji's heartbeat quickening as she rose to find no one in the bedroom. Without further contemplation, she fled, only to realize upon reaching her own room that she had forgotten to put on her shoes and wondered why she needed to escape from her own home. The esteemed Master Gu and his companions labor for the foundation and advancement of the Tianshu Academy, while Murong Jianyu and others bear a deep-seated enmity towards it. Feng Junshu encircled her waist with his arm, drawing her close, and as the surrounding clamor intensified, his kisses grew ever more fervent. In terms of significance, Schultz's research on the Hodge conjecture and the Langlands program represents global enigmas. Resolving these would unravel numerous complexities, and Schultz himself has single-handedly propelled substantial progress. Even the erudite Master Mei, accustomed to the world's wonders, was taken aback by the cost of renovating a shop, over 100 taels, which momentarily left him speechless and unresponsive. Upon learning of this situation, the church felt a twinge of disappointment yet simultaneously recognized the exceptional quality of Luoya's potions. In Chapter 61, the beast man who covets her unexpectedly turned out to be a familiar face, one who had recently attempted to forcibly kiss Feng Chuwu, turned his head to glance at, who wore an expression akin to constipation, twisting his body in an effort to diminish his presence. Oh, what is the matter? You look like a cat encountering a mouse. Raised an eyebrow and reached out to adjust his posture. Quietly warned, smelly salted fish, I advise you not to meddle too much. You might find yourself in a predicament. As for the number 6, I couldn't conjure any associations at the moment. Here, the doctors are not required to have identification numbers. Moreover, given the relationship between the families, I am certain that the other party would not betray me. Some matters are merely unspoken truths. Exited the garden and returned to his room, where he found seated inside. He cast a glance but chose not to engage. Previously, they had been full of vigor and enthusiasm, yet upon the appearance of the black-clad figure, it seemed as though a bucket of cold water had doused their spirits, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Couldn't help but observe the other person a moment longer, for since his entrance, it was the first time the individual had spoken. The object of nightmares was evidently the same. She had wondered how such a colossal beast had suddenly appeared at that time. At this point, S' expression turned grave. acknowledging that this was indeed a detail he had overlooked. Feeling uneasy about its prolonged absence, emerged from the snow cave with a headlamp. As night had fallen and darkness enveloped the outside world, speculated that it was unlikely the sorcerer was responsible, if not him. Did that imply the presence of other formidable beings within the Dragon Palace? After all, his thousand-hand seal could not be withstood even by those in the late stages of the realm, let alone those in the mid-stages like himself. Not only did breathe a sigh of relief, but also greatly relaxed, rubbing her arms beside her. The individuals who had attended the auction were abuzz with discussions about the suddenly emerged painter, yet no matter how they searched, they could not uncover the background of this elusive mister. Since parting ways at the hospital, I had found myself in an almost estranged relationship with, at best, merely colleagues. In an instant, devised a plan to break free, raising her sword and unleashing a flurry of sword light that deflected the golden rays. Her defenses maxed out as she navigated through the downpour of copper coins. However, her subsequent declaration, "I'm chubby, I'll go left," left the audience watching the live stream in fits of laughter. Yet, she was reluctant to meet, and naturally, she had no desire to encounter the family. Knowing full well that disapproved, to approach her would only present an opportunity for her to trample upon my dignity. "This is, and here are. You've stumbled upon a patch of yam," remarked, his eyes sparkling with joy as he beheld the ingredients brought back by the chubby girls. He drew a knife from the waist of his guard, gripping it with both hands, determined to personally behead. Indeed, how could one blame? The Yin family's children glared fiercely at the Wan family. Recalling the report from the imperial physician regarding Fan Xingyi's condition, Qin Zhou noted that he was nearly recovered. "I am on my way to your house, waiting for you downstairs in 30 minutes, he kindly explained the situation to her. Upon entering, Xian saw a burly man sitting on the ground with Qin Zhou, both with large bowls of tea before them. After all, the Zhou family had remained secluded in Yinzhou for many years, lacking reliable connections in the capital, which made it difficult to comprehend the intricate relationships among the powerful. However, unlike before, after the city fell, the demon army within Changyu City did not fight to the bitter end, but rather executed a strategic withdrawal towards the heart of Qingyo Kingdom via the western city gate. Granny Yang, accompanied by Aunt Sueyu, ventured into the epidemic zone, witnessing her nephews and nieces helplessly enduring the onset of symptoms. Upon seeing her, they merely stared back with fierce expressions. Chapter 62. A time as bandits. The ability to substitute for the Baihu family is indicative of Yutu's status and the importance placed upon him. No, it's something else. Something else? Yutu wished to inquire further, but seeing that Chu Liangyu had no intention of elaborating, he refrained. While she engaged in trivial chatter, doors continued to open one after another. Observing their fervent discussions with Feng Qingqing and others, it was evident they were from closely knit tribes. He rather candidly addressed 1485, who remained unimpressed, indifferent to the situation, as if to say, "If you have issues, wait for the boss to come next time to discuss it." As a globally renowned Ning group, the company lacked even a single supercomputer in its laboratories, a fact that would surely invite ridicule from competitors if it became known. After all these years, the Night Owl had never appeared, leaving Yumama with no reason to suspect him. When he first met Yang Shouyuan, he found it difficult to engage, as he had a peculiar habit of refusing red envelopes. Lu Mao paused, not quite understanding, pondering if the teacher did not instruct him. How could he learn? Curiously asking, "What does the teacher mean?" "I know those three, but not all at once." Your two good brothers were completely unaware of Rose's existence. Nor did they possess that piece of jade, Yu Shuxing explained. The middle-aged man meticulously groomed his nails, occasionally blowing on them. The scissors grazed the formerly smooth nails, gradually sharpening them into a point. Moreover, Yang incensed that the nascent form of his temporal river might indeed be linked to the divine martial star domain. The three were momentarily taken aback. Su Qin bore an expression of disbelief. Mingren looked astonished, while Yi Zian wore a cold smirk, their reactions starkly contrasting. One could only wonder how the young man of the Mist clan would react upon hearing Ningfeng's remarks. Yet, all he knew was that Ningfeng gazed at him with reluctance before charging directly towards him. A hint of disdain lingered on her face, which left the young member of the Mist clan feeling quite wounded. As Dongfang Yunyang and Xishan Hongwei approached the vicinity of the central platform, numerous gazes converged upon Dongfang Yunyang. Several clan leaders and representatives even stepped forward to extend their greetings to him, with no particular destination in mind. Why not venture to the state of Qi? It is said that while Confucianism is absent there, legalism thrives. One wonders what kind of realm exists under the governance of legalism. Despite such musings, a tinge of sentimentality gripped his heart. Facing the incoming blade, the sweet pig remained unflinching, audaciously extending his left hand in an attempt to shatter the light of the blade. Yet, it was evident that he could not grasp such an intangible force and could only watch helplessly as it descended. Approximately a week later, the savior Harry Potter received the Firebolt 2000 sent by Professor McGonagall, thus becoming the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. During this time, Dongfang Yunyang engaged in friendly sparring with the vice-captain Chuanben Minai using earth release techniques. Although his mastery of the technique appeared somewhat juvenile before Jonin, his control over the ninjutsu grew increasingly adept with practice. The two swiftly separated as if jolted by an electric shock. Tong Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned and fled, leaving Lin Chu momentarily stunned. He could not help but slap the back of his head in frustration. What a situation! Jiatsong sighed inwardly, contemplating the complexities of human relationships, particularly those involving the esteemed gentleman of the Hu Rong. All right, if you say it was a mistake, then so be it, Ji Qiqing remarked with a sidelong glance at Ji Mena, smiling lightly. Must I truly wander the entire dormitory building in the nude for you to be satisfied? She retorted, glancing at her petite figure with a hint of exasperation. How do you manage it? He Shuiqin exclaimed, utterly astonished. For her, the scene before her was nothing short of miraculous. Just months prior, this place had been desolate. Indeed, I once brought many ascendant beasts from the lower realms, many of whom possessed high-tier bloodlines, eager to unleash their potential. The divine realm is an exceptionally suitable locale for the cultivation of these creatures, the rabbit elder explained. In certain respects, Liu is remarkably gentle and considerate. Being cared for enveloped me in warmth and happiness. If marital life could be similarly nurturing, what difficulty would there be in loving him? Moreover, I do not feel entirely devoid of affection at present. In the shadows, numerous survivors clandestinely offered him half a bun and a biscuit, the latter showing signs of mold. Fortunately, Jin's skin was perceptive. Once clarity was attained, no obstacle remained insurmountable. Life suddenly felt more liberating. And it seemed that her relationship with Guan Jian had grown closer due to Jun Xian's circumstances. Stay here for a moment. Li Yi instructed everyone to remain as he took a group of mutated animals back to the second high school. Upon the Iron Man's return, Yang Yun called out eagerly. Yet Oriental Iron Man had already vanished without a trace. Vivi, what is wrong with you? Is it a seizure? Zhao Moya hastily crouched down, her heart racing as she observed the convulsions of the girl before her. The formidable figure and the thunderous roar finally roused a glimmer of awareness in the giant spirit white ape. After a day of recuperation, the Zero Army felt somewhat awkward, realizing that their role as protectors had inadvertently disrupted their journey. Rationality urged him to let it go. Who could ascertain if the girls were unwell? Moreover, with Kong Fengji still present, the thought of embarrassment loomed large. With a wallet in hand, he grasped Qin Munyun's hand and made his way toward the bar's exit, leaving behind a pair of eyes filled with complex emotions, those of Zhao Yaping. Ever since Lin Yuming had departed, she had not diverted her gaze from him. She watched the radiant child with a heavy heart, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. The child's fate was tragically sorrowful, and it pained her deeply, for he truly did not deserve such a destiny. A resounding boom echoed across the snowy expanse, sending waves of snow soaring into the air, resembling a cascading avalanche as the flurries tumbled down the mountainside. The procedures are currently underway, Chun Chung remarked. Our identities are somewhat special, which makes the process a tad more intricate. Song Yao and the others were overjoyed, expressing their gratitude to Uncle Li. After Zhao Lihong settled the coaching fees, the group, aided by Coach Zhang, exited the rental equipment service center, making their way, albeit clumsily, toward the ski training grounds. Hua Dongming declared that he was not interested in romance for the time being, which led Ning Hua to designate a secret location for their meetings, ensuring they would remain undetected. Yin Yong disdainfully shook his head, exclaiming, "TSK, don't make me get my hands dirty," he warned his subordinates. Simultaneously, the celestial lord of the Crimson Sun intervened, employing his formidable celestial power to immobilize the stone sphere, suspending it in the void. Chapter 63. There are definitely secrets without breaking a sweat. They successfully retrieved one individual, rescued a person. Their overwhelming strength made it evident that the opposing side's attempts to reclaim the individual were far from straightforward. Fools, can't you see someone has been taken? Hurry up and help. Amidst the cries for help, the guards sought to assist, yet the robbers showed no mercy. It was evident that they intended to eliminate the guards before addressing any other matters. Thus, the others exchanged greetings in turn. While Fang Yuan observed two individuals still flushed from their earlier quarrel, their tempers yet to cool. Lu Kuzhin refrained from inquiring further, for there was no need to ask. The mere presence of a trusted brother sufficed. Many unique physical constitutions possess advantages, yet the eye-spirit body is one that no one wishes to encounter. Jiang Min had ceased his weeping, nodding slightly, which elicited laughter from the crowd. Only Fang Shiqiao averted her gaze towards the window, searching the sky for the moon. Qian Qian, on the other hand, felt no trepidation, for she had heard Duan Linfei mention that although Yang Yi was exceptionally skilled, he was entirely devoid of lightness and movement, rendering him incapable of ascending. The homeroom teacher uttered something further, and Shen Qinyu felt her blood run cold. Her hands and feet icy, sweat beading on her forehead. Her complexion turned pale as she dejectedly lowered her hands, just as Zhou Ziki emerged. "Why do you not return with Papa Lin and Mama Su?" Lin Yufei asked shyly. Lu Ziming had previously slain a spirit officer, one devoid of a corporeal form. Though he had the assistance of Yi Qingqing, Lu Ziming could have managed alone. Should a confrontation arise, Lu Ziming might contend with the two spirit officers from the local area. However, overcoming or vanquishing them would be quite a challenge under such circumstances. These two formations, if taken to compete, would possess a glaring flaw: fragility. A tentacle, a ghostly blue intermingled with flesh, ensnared the left leg of the golden skeleton, and Fang Yuan sensed his strength being siphoned away. Although the sensation through the golden skeleton was feeble, it was undeniably real. Yet, there have been no issues when confronting the sensory king, Li Bachan remarked while observing the commotion. The mummified corpses differed from the skeletons beneath the ship. Their bones were covered with a layer of desiccated skin, and they donned splendid garments crafted from brocade. They paired off, leaning against one another in poses reminiscent of a dance. Qian Duo understood that his current might was merely physical. He could not manipulate the forces of nature, wield a sword, or utilize magical artifacts against foes. While he could easily handle cultivators at the initial stage, encountering those at the qi condensation stage would likely lead to significant disadvantage. Thus, he ceased to ponder further, opting instead to sever the tattered net within the room with a dagger, twisting it into a long hemp rope to secure around his waist as he exited the wooden cabin. Troubled by dreams of the figure clad in red, he toiled ceaselessly, day and night. When hunger strikes, one might catch a few sparrows or wild hares to satiate their appetite, and when thirst arises, a few bites of snow would suffice. The sword, sheathed in the dark fabric upon his back, vibrated incessantly, emitting a resonant clang, as a terrifying intent brewed within. In the midst of their discourse, the skeletal warrior raised his battle blade, the air swirling around him, revealing that this seemingly unremarkable skeleton was, in fact, a fifth-tier berserker. As the saying goes, unity is strength. There are moments when their might resembles that of deities. At this very moment, with the concerted effort of numerous leaf ninjas, it appeared as though the very edges of the earth were effortlessly lifted by a colossal titan, while everything upon the ground endured significant upheaval. Upon receiving this mission alert, Ma Fei instinctively considered Luo Zhongxuan, who had become a pivotal figure within the Tianyang Evening News, deeming it only natural to seek assistance from one's own. Thus, the once vibrant shadow flow transformed into a mere black-haired cannon fodder organization, with one notable exception of a white-haired individual. When Gao Qiu led his troops, Qin Han had already fully consumed Ji Prefecture and was even preparing to assault Tian Prefecture, concerned that this news might reach Zhao Ji and invoke his ire. Gao Qiu promptly commanded his forces to hasten their advance, ultimately confronting Qin Han head-on before the latter could launch his attack on Tian. Chapter 64. Little Bud exiting the city of 10,000 beasts, the group hurriedly made their way, striving to distance themselves from the throngs of people. In the air, Feng Qiwu soared slightly faster, scouting ahead. Wherever the phoenix may be, it always captivates attention. They had chosen a locale sparse in human presence. Yet they could not entirely evade the scrutiny of curious gazes. Why have you suddenly stopped? The wind generated by Feng Qiwu's wings rustled the surrounding leaves. As they stood near Yang, in a place where the path of immortality was scarcely visible, with only a modestly renowned Sunjin temple within hundreds of miles. However, this held little significance for Qin Feng. In his eyes, once this stone was unearthed, its value would undoubtedly soar. Thus, without hesitation, he chose to purchase the stone. Although the fissure extended into the raw stone, it perfectly skirted the edge of the jade, resulting in a flawless gem that remained unscathed. Simultaneously, another flying sword named Jumping Pearl quietly emerged, flickering in and out of existence in the space. aiming for Jiang Tai-su's vulnerable back. Observing her father's weary demeanor, she silently handed over the documents in her possession, uttering not a word before retreating to her room. Yuan Fong alerted Chen Fan. Having fixated on the beast for an extended period, employing various methods but finding himself unable to hinder its advance, senior brother Li Shihua exclaimed in alarm, struggling to rescue him, only to be intercepted by me. Hey, wake up. Before me sits a man, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, gently shaking Zhang Ziyu, who lies on the bed. Zhang has his eyes tightly shut and his brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Time ticks away, and it has already been several minutes since Mu Fan entered the restroom. Suddenly, Zhang Ziyu feels a wave of dizziness and nausea wash over him. As he steadies himself against the table, he loses his balance and collides with Su Ziqing. This stone is known as the Tianzi stone, capable of discerning a cultivator's spiritual roots, celestial bones, spiritual awareness, and innate wisdom. When Xia spoke these words, a subtle expression of concern and worry graced his features. A cultivator, and you still concern yourself with such trivialities? You clearly have not encountered many dual cultivation methods, Jean Luo scoffed. Jesus looked perplexedly at the sky, which had transformed from a bright sunny day to one devoid of sunlight, casting the entire hall into utter darkness. Indeed, passage through that place was necessary, though whether to linger would depend on the circumstances. Situ Lu Feng, observing the family's conduct as fairly upright, chose not to overtly refuse, planning instead to discuss matters with Yin Xiang. The Gathering of Immortals is, after all, an official event hosted by the great Jin, promising high-quality herbs, even if they have already been sifted through by others. Aunt Xia Yin smiled knowingly, realizing that Wei Tianda was waiting for Mingzhu, not wishing her to face the ire of the Dowager Empress. Princing truly favored Fu Mingzhu, as the Dowager had remarked. Thus, Wang Shun took the opportunity to inquire further, and the members of the princess's residence treated it as mere banter, responding in kind. Moreover, silver and copper are urgently needed by the court. These materials procured from Japan, upon arrival in Taiwan, will be directly acquired by the authorities. Although they will not incur losses and retain a considerable profit margin, it pales in comparison to the tenfold profits from direct transport to Vietnam. However, just as she lifted her gaze, she noticed something seemingly floating above her head. Gu Zheng was uncertain whether it was the environment here or the extraordinary talent of Xie Guanji that was at play. In the eyes of the crowd, it was believed that Xian Yuan Hao had exhausted too much energy and, in the midst of battle, failed to manage his stamina, leading to his fall from the air. Dressed in a standard high school uniform of a white shirt with a black bow tie and a plaid skirt, the attire suited Qin Ili remarkably well. Child, what is your age this year? Su Dai inquired as she reached for her teacup, yet to touch the water. In the following days, Christina shared a hospital room with Xu Ran, and as long as she was present, Fu Yiqing would not leave the room for even a moment. Invasion is like fire. Movement like thunder, it is not mere talk. If you were truly facing an enemy, you would have perished 1,000 times over. Start over, Chu Feng commanded. The Hunyuan Qi formation, with its mixed troops, advanced like a sharp blade, piercing through all. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances. Today's triumph is deeply appreciated by the Tsongsong domain. I shall personally host a banquet to express my gratitude to all of you. The Lord of the Pine domain secretly rejoiced, fearing that these individuals might depart, leaving him utterly bereft of options. Due to the swelling on his face, Yin Tianyu struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly, stammering for quite some time, leaving Baiming Qinxua perplexed. Ultimately, at Niepeng's suggestion, they decided to settle Yin Tianyu in a room to rest. Su Dai felt she had gleaned some understanding of Wan Yanche. He was cold on the exterior, yet warm within, a brooding type. She feigned ignorance of his frosty demeanor and cheerfully remarked, I am indeed a tad hungry. I planned to eat last night but ended up sleeping until now. With a playful tongue gesture, she chuckled. Ning Hao resembled a ferocious wolf. Even the faintest hint of a virtuous deed ignited a glimmer of greed in his eyes. As time gradually slipped away, Xing Yun emerged from the side entrance of the palace, her statuesque figure adorned with an enchanting smile. Her lustrous hair cascaded to her waist, and her skin was as flawless as snow, delicate to the touch. A translucent crimson veil draped over her form, subtly accentuating her alluring curves. Setting aside the peculiar ability that turned the impossible into the possible, the mere presence of winter suggested that injury was an impossibility. And Yu Chun and the others awaited He Yu's command, who summoned Yu Chun into his office to clarify matters. Otherwise, Yu Chun might mistakenly think he was engaging in a training simulation, which would lead to undesirable exposure. The middle-aged man returned to his quarters. He was not originally from this base, but had been urgently dispatched with the sole task of establishing the so-called isolation chamber. Chang Jingsheng laughed heartily, tucking his gun into his waistband, poised to call his team forward when suddenly a gunshot rang out, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. The miraculous doctor was equally astonished, rendered speechless, his gaze fixed on Xia Fan in shock. Yu Yin and his companions conversed as they walked, arriving at the familial and loose cultivator reception area in the northern hall after a brief tea session. However, Yong Yuan and the members of the CI Mu family had already taken their places ahead of them, leaving them to wait in the rear. A brother entered from the door, carrying a grandmaster chair. Lu Song pulled out the chairs for himself and Yuanli, placing the newly brought chair in the center and inviting Zhong Tao to take a seat. The performance stage at the entrance of the marketplace had been cleared, replaced by a red carpet strewn with flower petals, extending forward to their feet. Chapter 65, he could be significantly noticeable. The little fellow can still move. Gently pinching the object on Chu Liangyu's face, Xiang Qianqing observed her writhing struggles, a smile gracing his lips. The long, dreary night was rather tedious. Had he not inadvertently glanced this way, he would have never discovered this peculiar individual, a sprout no longer than a finger, seemingly silent. Yet Xiang Qianqing could sense the turmoil within its movements. How intriguing this was. Lu Kuei's countenance fell, a sigh escaping his lips as he prepared to step into the dust to retrieve Shen Yichen's body. As the smoke gradually dissipated, only one figure remained, poised in a stance of striking. Shen Yichen stretched his limbs, feeling the surging true energy within him and the invigorating sensation of power, which prompted a recollection. With this clarity, Lu Shaozhen felt a newfound understanding, allowing him to focus on honing his techniques. Shen Yichen endeavored to suppress the turmoil of his true energy, striving to compress the surging force back into his meridians. Jean, perhaps we should reconsider. If she were to understand the reasons, she surely would not blame her parents. This was a thought that Jing Hui articulated after much contemplation. He was not averse to the child's arrival, yet he could not bear to see Jean suffer. The anguish on his face had vanished, his calm demeanor starkly contrasting with the beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Recalling the husband of Aunt Lu, Su Lao gradually wiped the smile from his face, having learned from her that her spouse had perished in a mining accident, leaving them childless. Wait, the bald man bellowed, his narrowed eyes resembling a serpent lurking in the shadows, intently watching the two youths. Animals driven by instinct operate thus. If one displays greater confidence, they evoke fear. If you show weakness, they will persistently oppress you. This principle applies not only to animals, but to humans as well. Seeking out the vulnerable is a trait innate to living beings. Though the laser skill does not impose restrictions on the point of origin, Zhang Yang still preferred to use his fingertips as the barrel. His music emanated a subtle tranquility, a barely perceptible celestial melody that rendered the world's impurities powerless. You and your father are merely stray dogs taken in by the Qian family. How dare you speak so boldly? The aura of a high-level elemental master surged forth, and Qian Lan's domineering visage was consumed by hatred, not hesitating to belittle Qian Yuyu with scornful undertones. Grandfather is fine, Wanner, do not cry. The elder forced a smile, laboriously sitting up against the wall. At that moment, a dedicated attendant arrived to guide Chen Tinghui and another towards the elevator. Observing Xia Haoshuan's relaxed and composed demeanor, Yuan Guoping found himself at a loss for words. Piecing together the circumstances, Qingwei headed straight to the Ping Lu Marquette, neglecting to claim even the rewards from the contest. Though he continued to eat, her ears were keenly attuned to every word uttered, missing nothing. Upon hearing this sensitive term, her brows instinctively arched in curiosity. Who is she? The court allocates resources to the governor's office? Just wait and see. Given the emperor's notoriously miserly nature, he wouldn't even spare a coin for the disaster-stricken populace, let alone provide funds to the governor's office. Long Jianqing pondered this for a considerable time. Coincidentally, at that moment, the director of the arsenal was investigated for embezzlement, allowing Lung Jianqing to promptly assign Yao Fan to manage the arsenal, while Lu Yin naturally remained there as a doctoral researcher in the development team. Suddenly, a radiant golden light began to emanate from the center of Qingyue's forehead, spreading outward. Is everything all right? He hurriedly inquired, reaching out to touch my forehead as he spoke. Enough. Silence at once. In Luoxian could no longer restrain himself and shouted, his voice imbued with considerable spiritual power, thus reverberating throughout the entire venue. Chapter 66. Jealousy, he is the undisputed ruler of the sea. Such concerns are likely unnecessary for him. Chu Liangyu waved her hand in front of her nose and intentionally remarked, "Oh dear, why is there this sour scent?" In the beast realm, vinegar does not exist, yet certain wild fruits emit a similar tangy aroma upon rotting. I spoke the truth. There is no need for you to be cryptic with me. Yui could not tolerate Chu Liangyu's preferential treatment. Why should Chizhongari be afforded such privileges? It is not mere affectation. Chen Shifan has grown weary of making headlines for matters beyond music, particularly concerning his romantic affairs. He desires to keep his private life beneath the scrutiny of the public eye. Wang Sankai observed Fat Master and Old Man Sampang, along with the 30 innate experts behind them, as though peering through water, which was tumultuous and distorted, rendering the figures across the way ever-changing. The transition from peril to stability spanned a total of 5 millennia. During those 5,000 years, humanity teetered on the brink of annihilation until not long ago, when, after the Yuan era, humanity began to reproduce normally again, escaping the threat of extinction. Chongming harbored no concerns for Blue Star. Although she said nothing, he discerned her resolve through her gaze. During their journey to the Sky Dome continent, she witnessed many events and ultimately decided to pursue her previous convictions, redefining the relationship between the mechanisms and humanity. Naturally, there would be dissenting voices, primarily from the hawkish faction. Their primary concern was the impact of the black erosion mist on the divine realm. They viewed an assault on the Sky Dome continent as an unnecessary endeavor that would result in mutual destruction. Wang Sankai had long been curious about this matter, but had never found the opportunity to inquire. At this moment, his question arose spontaneously from the scene before him, only to discover that the individuals separating the two continents were, in fact, the Fat Master standing before him. We might as well see how it unfolds. We can't have everyone present and not engage in any activity, right? Brother Zhou, you won't hold it against me for taking the initiative, will you? Military brother asked cheerfully. Upon hearing Zheng Jun's words, Wang Dapeng refrained from interjecting, instinctively feeling that the other was attempting to deceive him. To avoid being led astray, he opted for a pretense of ignorance, feigning unawareness. However, the aspect of trusting Zheng Feixian over Li Quan, if it were not for the Holy King's words, naturally would not have occurred to Wang. At this juncture, Wang Sansai's gaze shifted towards Feng Tong, clearly signaling him to elucidate the matter. Rest assured, Master, the Buddha, in a display of humility, has uncovered a significant revelation. After the destruction of the heavenly court, Feng seemed to have stumbled upon a monumental secret. Since then, he has been absent for 88 years, Ji Kong exclaimed with excitement. Extend the halberd. Mo Ruyang shouted, his voice resonating far despite its moderate volume. General, please take a look. Cho 12 rose and handed a white scroll to the personal guard of Chu Yi before stepping aside without further comment. Ziyo, it seems that Situ Jun Liao has awakened. Are you aware? Suddenly, while conversing with Hua Yao, Lucien recalled an important matter and promptly addressed Hua Ziao. At that very moment, however, Yi Han, who lay upon the ground, began to emit wisps of black mist from his body. This dark vapor did not disperse outward, rather, it delved deeper into the earth. More than 2 years prior, after parting ways with Ling Long, he had arrived at the Mage Guild in Danyang City, intending to depart, when an unusual phenomenon occurred at noon. His magical beast sensed it too. A divine beast was being born. The battle in midair was exceptionally fierce. As divine radiance filled the atmosphere and illusory rain cascaded down, numerous spatial rifts connected like a vast spider's web, spanning several miles. The Xinglua Mercenary Corps, known for their domineering conduct, had already been scorned by many mercenaries due to their previous competition cheating scandal. Chang Ming, who was originally attending to the Ice Emperor Jiang Yu, abruptly left without a word, pursuing the direction of Yi Han and Tang Munwan, following the faint ethereal glow. Astonishingly, he also took Jiang Yu with him. After uttering a solitary phrase, Emperor Zhe turned away, his back to the entrance of the Grand Hall. Indeed, upon receiving a clear indication that the patient was suffering from intracerebral hemorrhage, Chen Hao prepared to consult with puncture tools. If the symptoms matched, he would promptly proceed with the puncture drainage for the patient. Since Yi Qing Huan's disappearance, several months had elapsed, and no one knew whether she still existed in this world. Regret washed over the crowd as they watched their companion ensnared in peril. Feeling utterly powerless, Hu Xingyi lowered his gaze, resting it upon a black trench coat, hesitating to extend his hand or speak. Observing Yi Yun regaining his former vigor, Du Yuer smiled with relief, realizing her words had indeed stirred something within him. This individual, Ming Yi, whose surname was Zhang, was a confidant of Huang Junhan. After making a promise, he awaited Huang Junhan's return to the camp, along with Li Shandao's instructions for Gao Chonnu and others to remain there before entering the camp with Li Shandao. Mo Rongqing and Luo Qi exchanged smiles, leading ZMO by the hand. Fear not. Let him go. With Guiyu present, all will be well. I shall take you to Guiyu's cave, where it will benefit you, she began, but her words were cut short as ZMO was whisked away by Mo Rongqing. It was rare for Qin Jingxi to dutifully follow Li Shandao's orders, as no one else stepped forward for duty. He took it upon himself to stand guard alone at the valley's entrance. Luo Nan was exceedingly curious, fully aware of his artist's character, typically warm and courteous. Yet when truly enraged, the potential for violence lurks just beneath the surface. The construction of the neurology department's second unit has reached its final stages, with all facilities now in place. An elderly individual's gaze fixated on the buzz-cut man, as if intent on scrutinizing every strand of his hair. If this constitutes a long-distance marathon of love, then stumbles and struggles are indeed inevitable. Amidst the simplicity of life, a resonant voice pierced the air. As Shun Hanlu harmonized softly with the music, her parents and elder brother had previously interrogated him, demanding to know what transpired to evoke such a transformation in her. Yuan Chonghuan gazed incredulously at the farcical display above him, feeling a constriction in his chest. Having come to terms with these realizations, he felt no urgency. Now possessing the upper hand, it was time for him to select the finest talents from various factions, rather than being chosen himself. However, for reasons unknown, she had recently been plagued by a sense of unease and palpitations, as if a venomous serpent had set its sights upon her. He understood that Ji Minchuan was a person of strong opinions and decisive nature, whose choices were always the result of careful contemplation. What is cement? A mixture of water and soil? Du Fu was curious about this substance, capable of constructing grand edifices. Bai Xiling anxiously clenched her fists, her gaze shifting downward from his eyes to the pale, slender lips of Qin Yuqing. To Taoist Master Ling's surprise, upon his arrival into the encircled area, he discovered that the besieged was not Zhong Shua, but rather Uncle Lu and others who had diverged from Zhong Shua's path. Qin Yuqing pulled aside Qiu Chaoyang's shirt, indeed revealing a slender syringe near his belt. Chapter 67. The Heart of the Beast Tamer. Sister Liangyu, when do you plan to inform them to come over? Xiong Jiao Jiao inquired, surveying her surroundings. The sooner, the better. It would be ideal to have everyone relocated before winter sets in. Some matters, once delayed, may linger indefinitely. Who will deliver the message? Feng Chiwu, he has wings. When Chu Liangyu uttered these words, there was no hint of hesitation. Feng Chiwang let out a cry. And Yu Tianyi, momentarily taken aback, soon recalled that he had never learned to drive, which made him chuckle awkwardly. By the time Lu Yin awoke, it was already 8:10. Last night, in high spirits, he had indulged in drinking with Ding Ming until past midnight, thoroughly depleting 4 bottles of premium Mount I. The nth Sino-Japanese auction conference unfolded once more. The surrounding individuals watched the extravagant display of wealth from the 2 young men with amused smiles. My curious gaze surveyed the scene, noticing that behind the palace, at the highest point of the terrain, there were steps ascending to a vast platform. Beyond that, visibility faded. Yet, my heart raced with an unusual excitement, pounding rhythmically. Although it was merely a simple and rather cliché greeting, it provided Xie Kuan-yu with a chance to retreat, for which he was profoundly grateful. However, my father and I chose to ignore it, just as we had in the past. The wind tousled my father's hair, now predominantly gray with only a few strands of black remaining. When I left the year, my greatest fear was returning to such a scene. Yet I never anticipated it would come to pass. Hearing the static on the phone, Lu Wuchen also hung up, rubbing his temples that throbbed slightly. Zhang Feng's voice had sounded somewhat anxious, suggesting that the situation had arisen unexpectedly. Otherwise, the typically composed Zhang Feng would not have been so flustered. Meanwhile, Lu Wuchen had already surged forward, transforming his fists, shoulders, elbows, and knees into lethal weapons aimed at Master Jiaxiang. My solitary demeanor flared, and I casually remarked to Master Lu that if I couldn't handle it, I would reconsider. Among Taoists, it was merely a contest of techniques. If formal combat was not feasible, it would resort to a battle of skills and secret arts, and I believed I would not be outmatched in that regard. King Qin Guang furrowed his brows, observing her sorrowful and despondent expression, causing his subordinates to instinctively ease their grip. Subsequently, as his men attempted a desperate counterattack, Li Ling shook his head, knocking an arrow and sending it flying toward Pang De, eager to bring an end to the chaos. Dying for a cause was understandable, but allowing 500 soldiers to perish alongside him was nothing short of selfishness on Pangda's part. His eyes sparkled with an abundance of light, compared to Li Ziqian. Shenruotian felt that Yu would be far more formidable. One misstep, and he would become merely a sacrificial pawn, a scapegoat. It would undoubtedly be a perilous game of self-immolation. Just as Su Mu was somewhat immersed in this relaxed atmosphere, a gentle knock echoed from his door. The knocker's tone was soft, indicating their courtesy towards the homeowner, Su Mu. Indeed, Xiaowan remained steadfast as ever, rather than weeping in sorrow. It was better to engage in something tangible. A look of urgency crossed King Ragnar's face. As his chief strategist, Peters held immense significance in Ragnar's eyes. Should anything concerning Peters arise, it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on the mind of King Ragnar. He could not possibly bring her to his own abode. Thus, he could only arrange for her to stay in a hotel. Fortunately, the situation was not entirely dire. Bai rummaged through her bag and discovered her identification card, revealing a name that was both melodious and memorable. This revelation instantly awoke Count Daglin from his reverie, as a daring thought suddenly emerged in his mind to overthrow King Yalajurk. Chapter 68. Polarization with the vast distance separating them. Several tribes would require a full 10 days to migrate here. Moreover, they would need to transport their stored provisions, making the journey likely fraught with challenges. Chu Liangyu's primary task was to construct additional houses, prepare cellars, and store provisions before their arrival. With their collective strength, coupled with the prior experience of Chu Liangyu and Xiong Jiaojiao, the group was able to collaborate with the Wood Spirit clan to erect 100 houses in a single day, ensuring safety and preventing future calamities. Those two, burdened with countless vengeful souls, are utterly wicked. Luala furrowed his brow and remarked. In his view, if Lin Yi were to select a new Dragon Emperor, he should undoubtedly be the top choice. Shang Yang gently raised a hand to halt her, saying, "Are you trying to persuade me to spare the Grand Master's son? What do you know? You've been clandestinely meeting with Du Ji, and now you come to counsel me at his behest?" The abrupt shift in conversation left Su Tianyi momentarily stunned, prompting him to scrutinize Liang'an with a piercing gaze. The latter, seemingly unperturbed, inhaled deeply and regarded Su Tianyi with a meaningful look. Upon arrival at the destination, which was still the Ning mansion, Black Egg dutifully assisted the elderly master, guiding the group through the front entrance. Chongqing had completely lost track of time. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, the outside world had aged a year, or even several years or decades. This was an exceedingly alarming statistic. The recent rapid advancement of mobile technology had driven the print media industry into a steep decline. Even the once dominant leaders could only strive to mitigate their losses, as no one had envisioned a resurgence in sales. The damage to her soul rendered Lu Qianqian devoid of her previous memories, leaving her unaware of her own identity, which may not necessarily be a misfortune for her current self. To everyone's astonishment, part of her body, including her clothing, transformed into water, from which she extracted a wine bottle. Her urgent tone induced a fit of coughing, prompting Du Ji to rush forward, one hand steadying his chest while the other patted his back, offering him a sip of tea. At that moment, Luffy leaped forward, shielding against bullets. Thanks to his rubber fruit abilities, he deflected numerous bullets back toward the navy. Suddenly, the vermilion bird appeared, its eyes emitting two beams of light that shot skyward. Cheng Lu observed Li Yueshi's actions in silence, dedicating his spare time to martial training. Since the neighboring courtyard had also merged, Cheng Lu had relocated there. As midnight approached, the Four Saints Master noticed that all disciples had returned and rose to address everyone. Fire Source mistakenly believed that Ying Long was discussing the matter of counterfeit currency, so he did not pursue the topic further. This desert did not permit Mars to cheat, compelling him to rely solely on his physical prowess to traverse it. Fortunately, having reached the third stage of the divine demon body, his speed of advancement significantly increased. Oka instructed that the divine dragon be halted, patiently awaiting their approach, not out of fear of their artillery, but rather because he sought a reason to confront them, and was thus providing himself with an excuse. As their ship drew near the divine dragon, Oka inquired, "Who are you, and why are you firing upon us?" Regarding the kingdoms of Sunfall City, Falling Star City, and Finley, Sunfall City lies to the west of the Ankila border. To withstand the invasion of magical beasts, a more conciliatory approach is required towards Sunfall City, though it faces certain trade sanctions that have hindered its development. However, at this moment, Su Shi has come to its aid. The journalist posed an excellent question, but I wish to emphasize that Lu Guang's parents are wholeheartedly dedicated to their son's well-being. as long as Lu Guang thrives. I am confident they will exert every effort to support him. Mars retrieved 2 potions from his storage space, specifically the remaining blood of the fire dragon. A potion capable of enhancing magical power, allowing a mid-level mage to triple their magical potency for a duration of 3 minutes, albeit at a staggering cost of 10,000 gold coins each. Chapter 69. An indispensable task. What? Are you saying that the female master can not only transform but also takes on the form of the legendary beast god? It is no wonder Jin Ling reacted so dramatically. Even Hu Qiumu, who usually conceals his emotions well, appeared utterly stunned. One must understand that female orc transformation is virtually impossible in the beast realm. Furthermore, Chu Liangyu is not even in a critical condition. This is simply astonishing. Leaving Xiong in utter shock. Swallowing hard, Xiong found it difficult to move. The young man was momentarily taken aback, suddenly twisting his body at an incredible angle to evade the sword thrust from Raphael, disregarding the words of the old stable and Jia. It becomes apparent at any moment what Chamin would do. At this juncture, the significance of these advancements is monumental for him. Compared to earlier, it is terrifying. Each individual here possesses formidable prowess, yet even in the face of such a scene, it is inevitable that their hearts tremble. You inquire about my identity? Very well. You are familiar with the Xia family, are you not? Huzi chuckled coldly, softly disclosing his lineage. The 2 ruffians, who usually dominated the area, turned pale upon hearing this. Standing there, at a loss. What transpired? After a lengthy silence, Yin Xiaoxiao timidly asked, having already sensed Jin Guangyan's peculiarity upon seeing him standing before her, drenched. Upon the utterance of the words auntie, Mrs. Lin's teacup fell to the ground in shock. Zhang Luliang sat beside Wan Ruo, while Sui Changxing naturally took a seat next to his sister, Sui Wanyan. Lacking talent and devoid of spirit, even your own emotions remain poorly controlled. Why do you aspire to reach the pinnacle? Lin Tianyao pondered inwardly. None of this was perceived by his disciple, Jiang Kaixing. Perhaps this is merely the path chosen by Li Jingming himself. I have no desire to wander the shopping mall. I shall wait for you in the car. Yin Xiaoxiao waved her hand, indicating her refusal. How have I wronged you? I left you my phone and money, yet you display no gratitude. Do you wish to run out again tomorrow in slippers? Is it your overthinking? Or perhaps, Sister Nianin, are you eager to share a delightful evening with me? Xiao Chu raised an eyebrow, gripping Su Nianin's wrist, a hint of mirth dancing in his gaze. He is the one who fills me with the greatest hope. However, I cannot entrust the position of the ancient deity to him, a two remarked. Upon meeting Li Junqiao, Wang Zhuer was quite taken by him and sought to bring together Cheng Huan and Li Junqiao. Yet, unexpectedly, Guo was taken to the hospital, and Li Junqiao followed suit. Boss, this time is truly unsatisfactory. Let us swiftly find another target to seize. I wish to test the power of the boxing gloves. Mo Yin exclaimed to Zhang Xiang. Fortunately, Zhang Xiang's prowess far surpassed that of most seniors from the Xianyuan sword sect, and he had entered the final stage of mastery. However, as the inheritance reached its 28th day, it began to take its toll. The only person audacious enough to berate the Grand Steward Wang Zhu in the Yangxin Hall, aside from the current emperor, was Hong Liu. Otherwise, even the empress dared not scold Wang Zhu, who held the dual title of Grand Steward and Golden Garment Guardian. I cast a fierce glance out of the car window, where my doppelganger continued to chatter incessantly about something. I could no longer hear his voice. Yet that sound lingered in my mind as if I were enchanted. She gritted her teeth, her face paling, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Sensing that something within her was fading, her heart beginning to spasm, the two of them crossed the road, arriving at the security checkpoint. The taxi driver explained their purpose to the guard, signed his name, and was then permitted to pass. He was drawn into the training pool, helplessly watching as the monstrous beasts encroached upon the roof, unable to act. After witnessing Wan Shani's flight, one could comprehend the rudimentary nature of Murong Shang and Gu Qiu Mountain Master's aerial abilities. Wan Shani stood in the air, hands clasped behind his back, motionless. Yet he had already traveled over 100 miles. Now, Bai Ji's cultivation had reached 6-star Do Shang, with the transforming from 8-colored glazed fire to 9-colored glazed fire. Forget it. Knowing or not knowing is inconsequential. It matters not. Xian shrugged nonchalantly. No, but my homeroom teacher is an English teacher. And she had me converse with her in English for a few moments, Tang Yuan replied with a lack of enthusiasm. Fragments of floating hills fell into various beast clans' territories, killing many of their kin, causing chaos among the tiger, wolf, and fox clans. The homeowner had fallen asleep, and Apple and I took our leave. asking Ran Sheng to call us later. Yang Ruilin turned around, pulling Qi Pinghua as he attempted to leave, only to find the door leading to an impenetrable ice wall, a chill enveloping his face. Li Shizi demonstrated through action that he could not only maneuver the mech, but could also run, and he did so with remarkable smoothness. The heavens seemed to split apart, revealing numerous gaping voids, with boundless spatial forces stirring the winds and clouds, causing a shift in color among those present. Yet, Meng Xiaohua pondered a question regarding Edward, the first agent to connect with him when he had just gained fame in China, having reached out to him mid-flight. Although he was unsure how Edward managed to secure the seat behind him, Meng Xiaohua regarded the incident as fate. A significant purge had occurred within the Beast clan, with the members of the Beast God Cave and the Chief Association already marked by the Silver Fox. Should they dare to rebel against the Beast God, they would undoubtedly face retribution from their very souls. Although they feigned allegiance to the Chief Association, even given 2 chances, they would not dare to defy. Meng Haochuan immediately assumed an expression of profound emotion, preparing to give Sun Shaoan a big bear hug. Mo Xiao harbored certain thoughts. Yet the outcome would be the same in due course. If Gu Lingjin truly had any intentions, she could be the first to fulfill them. Gu Lingjin was somewhat perplexed by Mo Xiao's anxiety. Was she worried about unforeseen events? There was no need for such concern. The other party had already resolved to negotiate with him, and the conditions were relatively easy to meet, leaving him puzzled by Mo Xiao's tension. Chapter 70 arrived early. In Chu Liangyu's previous world, there existed a legendary entity known as Shirong, a divine soil capable of self-growth and expansion, once utilized by Diyu to manage floods. Furthermore, any plant growing upon it would have its maturation period shortened, yielding superior quality. Even ordinary weeds differed in essence. Beasts consuming them would gain enhanced intelligence. If he could obtain Shirong, his preconceptions about Su Qingying would only deepen after receiving that phone call, igniting his fury to a peak upon seeing her again. Awakening once more from suffering, he groaned as he beheld Su Qingying's cheeks, flushed with anger, which only heightened his delight. This man was truly a favored child of all living beings, Su Qingying lamented, though her spirits remained unlifted. Qiansen opened her mouth, yearning to speak of the Lulan stone, yet it lay in Yun Shang's possession, shrouded in deadly poison. No matter how skilled Lu Ji was, he would likely be powerless against the task of detoxification. And Chang surveyed her surroundings before slowly removing her glasses, revealing the heavy dark circles beneath her eyes. I widened my eyes in astonishment. Indeed, if Chu Chaoyang were to speak, it would only exacerbate Hua Tainan's predicament. Granny Chen's expression mirrored my own confusion. She appeared equally bewildered. I could only beseech her, "Granny, please keep an eye on the sun for me. It seems something has transpired outside." Upon her acquiescence, I dashed towards the door. Mu Qingyi's abortion involved his friend's child. How could he possibly remain indifferent? That he had not taken action personally was already a significant concession. Merely informing to Oberue was hardly sufficient. Although the influence of the Temple of Light now permeates the entirety of the Divine Land and the sacred altar sounds formidable, many true masters had perished during the previous hunt for the Child of Calamity and in the confrontation against the Spiritual Academy. The master of the Linglong Tower possesses considerable prowess. Should he truly be persuaded to join us, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable advantage. The phrase having both parents rendered Chao Yanqing speechless. She understood that Tang Chen's waywardness was, in part, a consequence of her own neglect, as she had been wholly engrossed in her career at the time, leaving little room for his upbringing. As time passed and Tang Chen matured, her attempts to intervene were met with resistance. The previously casual gathering of individuals turned their heads in unison upon spotting a certain figure. Take today's bank card. For instance, if I am not mistaken, while Jian Lao appears generous on the surface, he harbors resentment towards me beneath. However, with the Li family exiled, my establishment of a medical clinic would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Any unfortunate incidents involving the Ministry of Rights would be disastrous. The commission for luxury cars far surpasses that of ordinary vehicles. While envy and jealousy may abound, no one would cultivate enmity over a few thousand yuan. Moreover, even if they were to fall out with Xuan'an, it would have no bearing on me. The police officers present took several steps back. This affair was akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of detonating at any moment and obliterating them completely, which deterred them from approaching the explosive situation. In my previous life, I was already in my 40s, spending my days interacting solely with doctors and patients. She maintained a composed demeanor, anxiously scanning her surroundings until she spotted her best friend, her expression brightening instantly as she waved excitedly. As Shen Chongqing walked along the road, he greeted familiar faces with nods or friendly hellos. This was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Chain. Primarily tasked with exterminating demons and strange creatures, but they also engaged in various ancillary duties. Initially concerned that her sister's boarding school experience might be detrimental, Gu Ning found that living with her roommate had fostered a closer bond, and she gradually cultivated friendships. It was evident to astute observers that Bai Zishan was merely experiencing excessive mental fatigue and had temporarily lost consciousness. I ask, you respond. The ferrying boy's eyes flickered with malice, ready to erupt in anger at any moment. Curiously, despite having inadvertently ingested the Xian grass, she not only survived, but seemed to have integrated it with her blood. Could it be the effect of the detoxification pill she had concocted? Ah, is this not our equipment? How did it end up here? Nung Ge was the first to react, approaching the roots of the tree to retrieve our gear. After a quick inspection, he confirmed that all items were intact and winked at me. Zhen Yuanzi, unable to deny the situation, shook his head slightly and promptly returned to Wuzhuang Temple, instructing his disciples to release Tang Seng and his companions. The assembly of Buddhas, witnessing this turn of events, finally breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances before making their way back to the west. The surrounding space was entirely sealed off, and shortly thereafter, Yi Huanggu forcibly broke open a passage. The three of them entered the corridor and descended further. However, before he could ponder further, a shadow emanating a dense aura of demonic energy suddenly surged from the turbulent, roaring surface of the sea below. At this thought, Fei's eyes began to redden, blood vessels spreading across his gaze. Although it was not visible, he resolutely tightened his grip on Cheng Ying's hand and summoned all his strength to contend against the immense force approaching from the opposite side. The martial artists present wore expressions of sheer disbelief. None of them expected the battle to escalate to such an extent. At this moment, all were unequivocally aware that Napoleon was indeed the leader of Paris, while Trotsky appeared more as a mere symbolic puppet. As the third prince finished his meal and set down his chopsticks to speak, the two of us quickly sat up straight, our expressions serious and attentive. Today marked the joyous occasion for our elder brother, so fifth brother, do not cause any disturbances. Chu Yanqing forced a smile and whispered gently. Lin Yunting numbly accepted the bag, watching the carefree figure of An Jinping depart, a profound sense of loss swelling within her heart. After speaking, Shangwan Yunling fell silent. Her expression conflicted, as if caught in a personal struggle once more. Recently, Xia Mingxiu had been preoccupied with a particular matter, showing little concern for the movements of the artists under his management. Matters unrelated to his responsibilities did not warrant his attention. Although Chu Tianxing responded, he did not cease his actions. As his words faded, his figure vanished. It would be best to eliminate that celestial being, and once the new creator got his sense, even the Heavenly Father would not be able to obstruct her modern retreat. She wore a poorly fitting coarse blue garment that evoked a sense of sympathy in onlookers. She sensed an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through her, feeling an unusual tension throughout her body, as if on the brink of an explosive release. Chapter 71. The mountain boar cannot consume fine grain. They were in the light, while the enemy lurked in the shadows, making it somewhat challenging to guard against them. Yet, it was not impossible. They could even use this to achieve an unexpected advantage. As Hu Qiumu displayed that cunning smile once more, Jinling felt a sense of reassurance wash over them. Exchanging knowing glances, the three of them instinctively drew a bit closer. Let us not alarm them for now, they thought, unsure of the specifics of the discussions at hand. After their conversation concluded, one exclaimed, "What on earth are we doing here? Is that vortex what led us here? This is utterly ridiculous." After a moment of stunned silence, Liang Dong could hardly contain his astonishment and exclaimed, utterly disregarding his demeanor. No matter how he pondered, he could never have anticipated that traversing such a lengthy corridor would lead him to this peculiar place, which seemed to possess such extraordinary capabilities. As the saying goes, every creature has its nemesis. In the presence of others, old Lin maintained an air of indifference. However, when faced with Su Yu, he found himself at a loss. Thus, upon hearing Su Yu's remarks, old Lin reluctantly decided to contact the Ghost King. In those days, Zheng Qiaoyan was not yet a high-ranking official in the provincial capital, but rather an officer responsible for military supply liaison. At that time, his son, a young man tasked with dealing with Zhao Shatsi, implored him to devise a scheme to eliminate Zhao Shatsi. It was no wonder Su Zhu expressed such astonishment. A certain phrase echoed in his mind. compelling him to cry out in disbelief. Rest assured, I know my limits. Suja offered a slight smile. A statement directed not only at Zhao Xin but also at the others present. Even though her parents had never shown up or conveyed a single word, it did little to diminish her fantasies about them. As Lin Shifan turned to ascend the stairs, Tong Yu pivoted and spoke, her words imbued with genuine sincerity. Self-detonation, indeed. At that moment, Tingshi contemplated such an act and was not merely thinking but was resolutely committed to it. No, for me. Conquering a beauty like you is the most resplendent of accolades, Lin Feng chuckled, jesting in his manner. The Lord of the City of Destiny felt an overwhelming sense of dismay upon hearing Victoria's response. He realized he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Had he not previously deceived Victoria, things would not have devolved into their current state. The Xiong family remained skeptical, yet they refrained from further inquiries. The two engaged in a rather mundane conversation, essentially establishing that they would henceforth enjoy a cordial relationship, fostering mutual cooperation and benefit. Holding the corpses was indeed a strenuous endeavor, and Zhang Biwu could not maintain it for long. He eventually laid the two bodies down and rolled toward the box, with the bullets following closely in his wake. Zhang Biwu concealed himself within the box, aware that he could not hide for an extended period. It is undeniable that the gambling industry has deeply permeated various aspects of Macau's society, economy, and politics. Consequently, the numerous casinos, which operate continuously regardless of weather or holidays, serve as the most effective entry point for understanding Macau. However, according to Dia's description, the fragmented world they were about to enter would not be as perilous. Lacking the presence of a sage and with the highest cultivation level being merely that of a half-step sage. Well then, if that is the case, you are qualified to compete. Christine inhaled deeply and regarded Lance with a serious expression. No matter what you say, it is futile. I will not engage in such actions. Wang Bai declared resolutely before turning to enter his room, preparing to change back into his attire. Qi Sitong gestured an okay sign, exclaiming, All right, leave this to me. I'm off, Dad. Like a locomotive, it surged forward. Perhaps, the Bodhisattva of wisdom merely serves to bolster the Buddhist community and facilitate connections with the myriad alliances. They might genuinely be indifferent. Dia is detached as the matter does not concern her. Lord Julu is eager not to miss the spectacle, while Su Yang appears utterly unconcerned, exuding an air of confidence as if the title of the world's foremost performer is already within his grasp. Chapter 72, Burning Bridges. Will the female protagonist accompany us, or shall she await our return here? Chu Liangyu intended to accompany them, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary heart of the ocean. However, before she could utter her words, the trading system panel unexpectedly emerged, displaying a message from the boundary spirit. It requested that she give him a call at her convenience. Just like last time, a video call. Chu Liangyu was enveloped in doubt. However, the presence of others restrained her from expressing it. Meanwhile, Lu Jianing also realized that when compared to true masters, a significant gap remained on his part. The members of the Qinglong Society unanimously spoke of one name, Bai Shaoxing. The smoke in the laboratory had completely obscured a Luo Tai air purifier, indicating that the device was no longer capable of purifying the air. Upon reflecting on the words of the Empress, Lu Jianing understood he must exert himself wholeheartedly to have a chance of realizing his dreams. Yet, his powerful strike had exhausted Uriel's strength, leaving his arm broken and his body drained of energy. The Qian family faced a tempest of unprecedented magnitude. Even if they did not collapse entirely, their strength would surely wane. Zhang Tianyi, burdened with a thirst for vengeance, was further troubled by the source of resentment, Lin Sui. Fortunately, from the words of Qian Wang's son, he discerned that he had not succeeded in Beihai City. The principle of the highest virtue is like water. One of the profound teachings of the Yinyang school was a noteworthy acquisition for Li Zihua in that world. Though Yu Qiaoqing could wield her charm to manipulate men to achieve her goals, it did not mean she could disregard her predicament. Regardless, Tai's sword and Ziyang felt quite comfortable in their hands. The black glow of the sword in one hand and the Tai sword in the other made for a particularly exhilarating combat experience. Conversely, when attempting to call Kai Ziyuan, there was no answer. The same was true for De Qingzi, leaving Zhang Tianyi somewhat flustered by the sudden turn of events. Qian Yuan Valley? I too have visited Qian Yuan Valley. Why did I not encounter you? Yang Yi pondered aloud. Jin Yuanzi scoffed disdainfully, extending a finger from which a dazzling white light gathered, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed through the void. It is not just her. I merely wish for her safety. You are secure now. Yet her safety is still uncertain, Hua Fei remarked, shaking his head. She shyly lowered her head, suddenly recalling a saying. The emperor has eaten more rice than she has salt, a reminder not to easily trust his words. He instructed his men to present the target before the guards, who all marveled at the power of the firearm, with a single shot. Even the strongest would meet their end. He considered that Li Feng was currently dressed as a man. If he mentioned that the Li brothers had shown him kindness and requested his master to take care of him, it would undoubtedly reveal Li Feng's true identity. Behind the courtyard wall, the flowers that had once bloomed were uprooted and replaced with numerous vegetables, and the shopkeeper often indulged in substantial feasts. The Lan family was already under considerable pressure, and the addition of a Snow Mountain jade lion could spell disaster. Humph, came the derisive remark, soon. You shall all bow down in submission. The fiery individual scoffed. Setting aside my poor swimming abilities, even if I were an excellent swimmer, falling into this seemingly bottomless chasm would likely leave me with no chance of survival. Just as he contemplated engaging in a debate with Zhang Fan, the latter's phone suddenly rang, compelling him to momentarily restrain his thoughts. After several exchanges, the long-standing conflict between the founding faction and the Chongrui faction, along with their respective vulnerabilities, became thoroughly understood by both the Grand Emperor and His Majesty. Chapter 73. She has returned. Chu Liangyu had previously attempted to stab him with a dagger, yet it had inflicted no harm whatsoever. It remains a mystery how the circumstances might differ this time. Chu Liangyu gazed at the astonishment etched upon his face, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is worth noting that this idea originated from Xiong Jiao. She suggested coating the dagger with the sap of the blood-stopping herb. In this manner, anything fleshly would prove vulnerable to its cut. Fortuitously, he was able to apply it to this fellow. Chu Liangyu offered him no respite. In the afternoon, the legal personnel from the Shao Corporation arrived at Chuanzi Company. Upon locating Yichuan, they discussed the procedures that needed to be undertaken. As the cycle of death repeated itself, the sun began its gradual descent, and a refreshing breeze caressed the cheeks, awakening Lu Hua from her stupor. Upon seeing only Luo Yu by her side, she instantly comprehended the gravity of her situation, despair washing over her as she covered her face, allowing tears to flow freely. I fear not. Could you truly bear to make me weep? Tang Caiwei's retort was laced with provocation. According to her current intelligence, Shui Lanqin was not only exceptionally gifted, but also hailed from a well-bred noble family. She was a protégée of the current principal, brought into the academy for cultivation, and within a mere decade, ascended to the position of chief mentor of the water system, showcasing her extraordinary capabilities. It turned out that this jade pendant held such significance. With its aid, we need not exert ourselves in vain, for we have finally located the treasure of a cultivator. Lin Feng was elated, grasping the pendant and slowly pressing it into the crevice of the ground. Had he expressed his feelings sooner, perhaps he could have liberated himself from the unreciprocated affection that had burdened him for so long. Nonetheless, preserving the beauty of his sentiments throughout the passage of years was a happiness in itself. Old Long hastily sought to ingratiate himself, yet in the moment of bowing, his cold gaze frequently darted towards Chu Chun, brimming with intense resentment. Clouds of dust and stones flew chaotically through the air as those lying on the ground heard agonized cries. The severely injured, disregarding their wounds, fled desperately down the mountain. However, the circumstances had changed. The cycle of tribulation afflicting He Chong, who had been occupied with atonement and striving to break through to divine status, had been lifted. Seizing the opportunity before his body collapsed, he absorbed the lingering resentment of the soul entwined with Sang Yan. Though he would continue to endure suffering for a millennium, he could at least ensure her peace of mind. His relationship with Zhou Yingying's family had always been awkward, leading them to avoid encounters whenever possible. Who could say? This vast island concealed many secrets. Perhaps he had already become prey for some fantastical beast. Who knows? Number 16 shrugged. Lin Wei bowed gently to Tatalupas, his tone imbued with humility and a hint of concern. With a sharp sound, the coin lay still on the ground, showing no signs of movement. Resting upon its floral face, he is yet to awaken, though the medicinal spirit master has already examined him, stating that he would regain consciousness within days. Shui Nishianshan spoke gravely. While he was aware that Shui Yiqiang would not suffer any serious harm, the fact remained that he had yet to awaken. A hint of melancholy lingered on his face. Go back and extend my regards to your mother, he said, uttering these words from the lips of an elderly man. Yet, the fervor emanating from him betrayed his youthful spirit. At that moment, Dong Jie had already entered the countryside, a fact that did not surprise Lin Feng. The relief following excruciating pain often leads one into a state of fatigue, which is entirely natural. A flicker of surprise appeared in Lin Wei's eyes as he instantaneously grasped the underlying connections. Previously, this notion had merely existed in the minds of many. But with Shi Pingyuan's utterance today, it would undoubtedly amplify this thought. From this day forth, it would be challenging for the 5 major guilds to coexist harmoniously with the various sects as they once did. Had it not been for the intervention of the Smiling Tiger and others advocating for Scorpion, and had the demon not considered Scorpion as one of his 4 esteemed generals, Scorpion would likely have met an untimely demise. No, it's nothing. Shunji initially intended to prevent Inen from presiding over this gathering, ready to offer his own insights. However, with Shen Yulong having made a decisive ruling, he found himself with little to contribute, merely shaking his head in disapproval. Lin Tian understood that even if he were to call Sha Tianrui now, he would have no idea of Sha Tianrui's whereabouts. The dark cloud's telekinesis seized the 7 celestial beings, not quite, as they were now merely 7 ordinary individuals stripped of their cultivation, and alongside his master, Ming Yang. They set sail from the Isle of Penglai with the innocent slaves in tow. By the way, in 7 days, the food festival at the Gourmet Street will commence. We must travel to Yinjing to procure ingredients, Lin Tian remarked to Yin Shui before she departed from the restaurant. In an instant, a formidable pressure radiated from his being, accompanied by a multitude of dark green demonic energy enveloping his entire form. Yi Feng cast a discerning glance over the bottles and jade boxes, realizing their contents were nothing extraordinary, as expected. With the main body of the warplane completed, Lin Mu and Xie Shun commenced the installation of complementary equipment, biological radar, avionic systems, energy-based cushioning devices, and more, transforming this aircraft into a sovereign of the skies. After all, these regulations were established by their forebear. Could he truly penalize his own grandson? However, due to the prolonged existence of the robbery cloud, it absorbed a greater amount of the world's spiritual essence. The Nine Tails transferred all the chakra it had refined to Zhang Yi, enabling him to continue suppressing the black sphere in his hand as time ticked by. The course of this match had far exceeded Zhang Yi's expectations, and witnessing the remarkable accomplishments of the students he had brought from the Ninja Academy filled him with joy. When Yi Fei arrived on the 45th floor, he was utterly bewildered. He had not yet prepared himself for this entrance. Though the Dream Factory was merely a pseudo-manifestation space, a magical artifact, it consumed magical energy at a rate comparable to that of a genuine manifestation space, leading to the twins collapsing from exhaustion shortly thereafter. Today, aside from the various competitive teams from major internet cafes, no one else had the opportunity to enter. The individuals present in the hall are all media reporters from various prominent esports websites, as well as scouts, coaches, and players from renowned professional teams. Chapter 74. A sense of relief has finally been released. You cannot fathom the extent of my frustration while confined within. As the two gradually ascended, a deep sense of resentment filled Lu Sang's eyes, and he cast a lingering glance back at the palace behind him. Chu Liangyu disregarded his words and instead inquired, "Were those two the ones who imprisoned you? How could they possibly possess such capability?" Chu Liangyu turned her head to look at him, puzzled. "Who else could possibly confine you?" Lu Sang remained silent, extending his hand to point at the sky. Wu Fei was aware of the situation as well, yet he could not articulate the reasons behind it. Without understanding, he was powerless to assist her. Initially, I believed that everything would improve, that Su Qing would lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person, but I never anticipated it would culminate in such a manner. A flicker of shock crossed Feng Yan's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the scarlet claw of the demon beast, his face a mask of disbelief. As the two departed, the old man Jean had no intention of lingering in the vicinity. After exchanging a few polite remarks, he elegantly shook his sleeves and took flight. Soldiers beside Zheng Feng fell victim to arrows, and he dared not leap forward, instead commanding his troops to retaliate. Disheartened, Xiao Yuner pouted in frustration, wondering if her gentle appearance rendered her incapable of intimidating the adversary. Amidst the fear, I did not forget to counterattack, gripping my dagger, poised to strike, when another hand suddenly seized my own. Someone, guards. Other veteran generals strode towards the command room's entrance, loudly summoning the guards. However, the door remained resolutely shut, impervious to their attempts. They found no sign of the guards, and simultaneously realized that the signal from Di Nyo had been severed. The expressions of those below turned grave, while the two disciples of Lingqing Palace, previously mocked by Qingyun Peak, instinctively narrowed their eyes, casting cold smirks at Qingyun Peak and his companions, reveling in their misfortune. Did you just say he went out? How was that possible? Was he not securely confined within? Moreover, I was vigilant outside. Not even a fly could escape my notice. His colleague shook his head in disbelief. Upon seeing Zhuang Yi's smile, Kai suddenly felt a chill run through her body, as if some ominous event was about to unfold. Am I not dreaming? Shangwan Ro released me, skeptically pinching her own cheek. The result of her words was akin to a ticking time bomb, instantly draining the color from Su Yun's boyfriend's face. His gaze upon Su Yun made it evident to all that this man was utterly oblivious, entirely unaware of the child's existence. He believed he could manage. Yet every encounter with her stripped him of his composure. She effortlessly disrupted his rhythm, rendering all his tranquility and efforts futile. I was truly infuriated. Lifting a chair and slamming it onto the ground, the loud thud startling Yu Lu, who abruptly sat up, dropping his phone in the process. The Qin Group, a company I had thoroughly studied, was shrouded in mystery and power, its reputation beyond question. Wang Chunyao wore an awkward expression. Yet he certainly did not wish for me to leave a permanent mark on him, hence he could only voice his thoughts. I felt utterly drained, sustained solely by sheer willpower, while the demon dragon relied on its formidable physique. Humph, if you look down on me, then I have no interest in you either. You dandy. Rong Yuer expressed her displeasure, releasing Lu Zhou's hand. Princess Madeline gently adjusted her gown and inquired with a pleasant demeanor. Simultaneously, Angel Kira, utilizing the Eye of Insight, swiftly conducted a comprehensive scan of the entire planet, transmitting the findings back to the central computer at the command center, where the images captured by Angel Kira were projected onto the large screen. Curiously glancing in the direction of the departing figure, Lu Zhou, who had not heard the individual introduce themselves, casually asked a question. Chapter 75. Price increased. The man, clad in a blue sect robe, bore an icy demeanor in his eyes. He tapped the table, seemingly pondering. After a moment, he spoke. Only 10 top-grade spirit stones? Pausing briefly, he assessed the woman's appearance, lost in thought, before continuing. Raise the price. 10 top-grade spirit stones is far too meager. Chu Liangyu possesses an abundance of exquisite spiritual stones and did not refuse, merely inquiring. Very well. What do you deem an appropriate amount? The man responded. Let us settle it this way. You may compensate me with a date in the future. Sun Luo wiped away the tears from his face and spoke. He could only endure the arduous task of secretly watching her from a distance, ensuring she did not see him, nor could he Zijuan or Chen Shuang. He yearned to behold her radiant smile, as brilliant as the sun. Yet, throughout it all, her smiling eyes remained fixated on He Zijuan. Zysa displayed a semblance of a cold smirk before promptly exiting the communication system, while Lu Feiyang began to ponder why this individual had posed such a question to him. Very well, let us go meet this audacious newcomer, Li Haonan proclaimed, rising from his seat and resting his hands on the edge of the table. Understood, thank you. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude before hanging up the phone, hastening to the 4th floor alongside the stout man. Prior to his acquaintance with Gu Xiaobei, he regarded these social engagements merely as part of his professional duties. Aside from gatherings with his brothers, he treated the rest as formalities, attending briefly before departing. The Pangu temple shattered under the gaze of countless onlookers, transforming into 2 radiant orbs of light, as if heaven and earth, light and dark, water and fire, life and death were in opposition, yet converging within Lu Hao and Hutu. Really? That is truly splendid. Knowing Lin Laoda's character, Lu Tianfeng initially harbored little hope, but upon witnessing Lin Shifan's agreement to assist, it seemed the situation might proceed more smoothly. He expressed his gratitude to Lin Shifan repeatedly. The familiar aura belonging to He Zijuan brushed against her cheek. She caught a whiff of his subtle fragrance, distinct from the strong masculine scent of smoke, alcohol, and shaving cream that lingered around Li Haonan. It was reminiscent of sunlight, a scent she had once known well, yet had been deprived of for many years. Qi Feng, rendered speechless, glanced up at Wei Xinran, who was awkwardly sticking out her tongue at her, then turned to lift the brim of her hat. Bai Xiangtu was curious about how much loss Xia Lu would incur this time and accompanied him across several miles. As Qi Ming began to falter, on the verge of collapsing, Tong Yin, filled with urgency, could only turn to the 9-tailed fox for assistance. The 3 swords flashed like lightning. abruptly appearing before the elder of the Chongqing sect, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Upon clicking the post, it revealed a video of the first 50 levels of the Devil's Trading House, which had been discreetly released. Thus, the recorder's identity was obscured, rendering it impossible to discern who it was. Zhang Fan immediately knocked on the door, prompting Dean Fong within to cease his actions. Turning to the entrance with a dark expression, panting as he asked, "Who is it?" He felt a deep sense of discontent. Just when he was on the brink of reaping the benefits from Hu Li, an unexpected knock at the door disrupted his plans. Yi Fan, unable to rest, recalled his commitment to Meng Yao and felt a pang of unease, realizing this delay meant he had broken his promise. The black magic shark, not foolish by any means, perceived the gleaming light approaching and deftly evaded it with a shake of its massive body. However, this maneuver caused it to misalign, crashing down beside the great turtle. Goei Yin did not respond immediately, aware that the other party had no reason to assist him without cause. In this world, where could one find unconditional affection? Even the nearby staff could not help but cast a few more glances, their expressions markedly different from when they had regarded Qi Feng. Chapter 76. Discomfort. Are you suggesting that I should seize her beast husband and undermine them from within? Feng Qingqing regarded the man with an unusual look, surprised that someone who appeared so respectable could harbor such malevolent thoughts. You previously desired to claim those rather appealing individuals. This situation seems to align perfectly with your intentions. He retrieved a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, wiping the spot she had touched before continuing, saying that if successful, he could acquire the method of beast transformation. Shu Ran. Shi Jin Cheng, drenched in cold sweat, shouted as he flung open the door and rushed out. He then reconsidered the breach of decorum, gently placing Yu Yibinjiu on the ground before discreetly releasing his grip and stepping back. He still harbored some reluctance in his heart. However, Meng Ruxing had long since ensnared him in a simmering trap. When Meng Ruxing finally peeled away the terrifying gauze, he realized that escaping her grasp would prove exceedingly difficult. With another sound, a gust of air brushed past her right hand, colliding with a garbage can on the opposite side. The caller was Hu Qingyao, inquiring about the project as progress, knowing that Hu Tingxian had returned from the south and had just landed. I once heard a senior speak of you, and, of course, I recognize your esteemed name. Yet, upon seeing you in person, I momentarily found it hard to believe, hence my hesitation to acknowledge you. Su Zijuan fabricated this without a hint of embarrassment. Jian Miao had no time to listen to Xin Jinglin's incessant chatter, her mind consumed by a wildly proliferating scheme. With a wife and child at stake, in the presence of a sister whose mistakes had cost the entire young family, the weight of choices was abundantly clear. Everyone understood what needed to be chosen. Gao Yu, overwhelmed by Zhou Ruosu's aggressive advances, succumbed, holding on to Zhou Ruosu's 2 pink strawberries, reluctant to part with them. His hands cradling her hips gently. Jean Feng was the first to voice her thoughts, observing the lethal moves directed at Xiong Hao by Lan Yu Lingyin. Her face a canvas of confusion. Times have changed. Let us dispense with these frivolous formalities and enjoy our meal while we converse. Wei Ma, with his keen insight, immediately discerned that the other party was averse to the social conventions of dining. He set down his wine glass and spoke. Gu Weiwei, after bidding farewell to the photographer's assistant, sent the selected photos to Madame Fu, inquiring which one she wished to retain at the ancestral home. Shishurong felt an overwhelming warmth spreading throughout her body, accompanied by an indescribable force enhancing her physical form. In truth, this was the result of Luo Yu utilizing the heavenly eye before unlocking the first tier, thus he could only perceive objects with a combat strength below 10,000, with a mere aura corresponding to that of the original first tier at 110. Xing Hen's lips twitched. Despite having witnessed Madame Orlan's rapid mood changes before, he still held a profound admiration for it. He believed that his own audacity stemmed largely from this manner. Very well, let the enforcement team handle this matter. We shall set off now, Su Yu declared, turning to assist the gravely injured Gongsun Li and Yi San, while Mo Long and Qing Lian also helped others. With Chun Hailan among them, Xiaoling directly approached Chun Yin, risking the reputation of being frivolous. At last, a surge of blood erupted from his mouth, accompanied by tears long suppressed and forgotten. Remaining in this tranquil space, she was well aware that the dragon's soul possessed the innate ability of an automatic host. Those fools have come to seek their own demise. Let them taste the flavor of grenades. Sanpongzi shouted in alarm while dodging. You there, Optimus Prime, halt. I shall strip you of your skin. This exclamation from Liangyu sounded quite daunting. Why create such a distasteful spectacle? With someone like Optimus Prime, not skinning him would be a disservice to the audience. What would remain to behold if he were skinned? Chapter 77. The Three Poor Souls. By the way, I have something else for you. With an open palm, the essence clay instantly radiated a brilliant spectrum of light. Xiong Jiaojiao shielded her eyes from the brilliance. Taking some time to adjust. What is this? Essence clay, which can grow and expand on its own. If you sprinkle it into the soil for planting herbs, it will also help shorten their growth cycle. Xiong Jiaojiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized the item in Chu Liangyu's hand. Although she evaded the strike, Rain also lost the offensive against Charlotte Armand and Charlotte Raisin, while Charlotte Dafu did not merely attack with the lamp demon, but charged fiercely as well. The reason Xia Zishuan agreed to intervene was due to rumors she had heard, stating that Dong Fengyi, enamored with Nangong Dai, had resolved to usurp her position as favored concubine and bestow it upon Nangong Dai. She would certainly not allow such a thing to transpire, so she readily agreed to cooperate. Lu Qinyuan utilized the Heavenly Dao Seal, subduing all the high-ranking officials and formidable warriors of the Dragon Empire, which boasted 28 Grand Dao-level experts. He then activated the wisdom within his mind, directing them to commence the governance of this unprecedentedly vast empire. Nangong Dai opened her mouth, yet not a single word escaped her lips. The current situation was beyond her comprehension. Unexpectedly, the white light emanating from the water exceeded his imagination, swiftly engulfing him as well. Both screamed in a state of hysteria, powerless against the force that pulled them beneath the surface. The dilemma was that Mu Yunsu had already taken him to seek an extraordinary master. If his internal injuries were truly healed, it would spell disaster. Even if Feng Yanqing had not diverted the pursuers 18 years ago, the Feng family would inevitably fulfill their pact at some unforeseen moment in the present or future. Thank you, Home Master. Zhang Jinsong, Lu Yufei, Xiongda, and Xiong'er rose together to pay their respects to Zhang Lingyun. Thus, starting today, the likes of Bao Tian and others officially joined the Sword Control Hall. Zhang Ziyu's demeanor was resolute, causing Mo Yuntian to pause in astonishment. He had flipped the table to evade an ambush, yet it was a stroke of fate that it struck someone. Was this the Zhang Ziyu who would not tolerate any nonsense? Qin Juanli's cold laugh and insinuating remarks instantly darkened Shangguan Mingxiu's expression. The wedding gown was custom designed, cleverly concealing Kate's prominent belly, instead accentuating her beauty and figure. When people become agitated to a certain extent, it can indeed lead to death. This was something Cheney had witnessed firsthand. Michael Jackson was a legendary figure in American music, with every concert packed to capacity, tickets being exceedingly hard to come by. His signature moonwalk was a dance move that children across nations eagerly attempted to master. Additionally, breakthroughs were achieved in the three skills of painting fundamentals, creative inspiration, and cinematographic language, with skill levels reaching a cap of 15. On the third day, Sun Quan finally resolved to heed the will of the aristocracy, choosing to surrender despite the opposition from a minority. I am such a fool, Simon exclaimed, slapping himself hard, resulting in both cheeks becoming swollen. Frustrated by his repeated misjudgments of the other party's reactions, an exasperated Simon contemplated throwing himself against a wall in despair. The Lich gazed at Qing Wei with a mixture of confusion, pondering where this individual had emerged from. Deng Xian led the charge, amidst the fierce conflict. He suddenly collided with a general, only to discover it was Gao Lan. Their horses clashed, and in less than 3 exchanges, Gao Lan felled him from his steed. However, at this moment, he had an even more pressing matter weighing on his mind. The following day, Zhu Ruolin departed from the East Sea. As she took her leave, she grasped Beigong Lingyu's hand, still filled with concern. Alternatively, one might covertly strengthen their power to a significant degree, then launch a decisive strike, swiftly establishing their sphere of influence and creating an undeniable reality. Finally, extending goodwill to other families in hopes of gaining their acceptance, gradually solidifying one's territory. Chapter 78. Watching the play, Li Jingxian cast a fleeting glance her way before directing his gaze towards the woman. His voice cold and unyielding. There are countless admirers of my stature. Should I take them all as disciples? The words rendered the woman's cheeks a deep crimson, creating an atmosphere of extreme embarrassment. The surrounding quarrels momentarily hushed, though out of respect for each other's prowess, none dared to voice their thoughts. The Peak Master spoke the truth. It was the disciple who overstepped their bounds. Was her inquiry not redundant? Yet I still asked, seeking to confirm my judgment. Meanwhile, the forces loyal to Huang Dulong, including Wen Xin, scattered in flight, while Su Xing Mountain and Ma Qinling refrained from taking action against Wen Xian's group, for their focus had shifted towards one another. Zhang Lijuan smiled at Gu Mei and then accompanied Li Donyuan to the living room. At that moment, Zhang Jiulin approached Gu Yu, wearing a broad smile, eager to win her favor. However, Gu Yu, in a foul mood, didn't spare him a glance. Pray tell, who precisely is your great priest? Is he of your blood dragon clan? Li Jiang pressed. What? Lacking the authority to decide? Then let those capable of making a decision step forth. Xiao Yunfei scoffed. A look of profound disdain etched upon his face. The spirit general's body trembled, quickly glancing towards Li Jiang's waist, for the dragon eagle had warned them to spare lives. Thus, no lethal force was employed. Yet no one moved. When Oba had given Li Jiang that piece of spatial stone, they were all present. Any sign of trouble would compel Li Jiang to shatter the stone, summoning the Demon King, heralding their true calamity. At the upper reaches of the Dongshuan River in Shihe village, beneath the lush canopy of trees, a large plastic sheet was spread out in a shaded area. There lay Wang Yukai, somewhat portly, with his vehicle parked amidst the roadside grass. Before long, the windshield was replaced, though only one police light continued to flash. Surely, the methods he employed are unheard of even in traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Su continued. Indeed. As these words echoed in Tuandao's mind, the depths of chaos seemed to sense a challenge to its authority, instantly unleashing a pressure far more overwhelming than before upon the Zixiao Palace. With descendants to provide labor, they could sustain themselves, having a reliance in their old age. While the state would grant them certain tax exemptions, they not only managed to survive but also contribute to the nation and the perpetuation of the population. The institution organizing this summer camp is under investigation by the relevant authorities, which have released a statement regarding the incident. The bloodstains on the streets will not be washed away, had it not been for the potential threat the corpses pose to the town's safety. The security team would have ignored them. Currently, they are merely spraying chemical cleaning agents on the streets, primarily to mask the odor of blood and prevent the gathering of carrion birds. Upon returning to Wuhan City, it was already evening. Lin Tian found Bu Mengting and Zhang Hui, both of whom were safe and had not encountered significant troubles. While contemplating the basketball game from earlier, Lin Lily was suddenly startled by a sound behind her, instinctively pausing and turning around. She discovered Black Rose standing motionless, and upon looking up, she was astonished. The entire space was enveloped in a blanket of white, with a large fleshy orb at its center, emanating a faint red glow that reflected the shape of an infant within. Zhang Weiniing joyfully executed several jumps from the 3-meter platform, growing increasingly adept by the later stages. She no longer required Su Nan's assistance to catch her, as she could dive headfirst like a professional athlete. Subsequently, Chu Shuyang instructed his teammates to utilize Nar and Jinx, aiming to leverage Jinx's output. Chapter 79. The uninvited guest. Everything proceeded according to plan, with no obstacles encountered, even surpassing Chu Liangyu's expectations. The rare free time allowed Chu Liangyu to settle into a wicker chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Lately, she had been perplexed by the frequent visits of Hu Qiumu, Xiong Xianhui, and that individual from Jinling. The three would occasionally show up at her place. With their incessant calls of mistress, her head began to ache at the mere sound of her name. Casually, she picked up a book, and as she identified each member, she accurately pronounced their names, eliciting expressions of surprise from everyone present. Zhang Hengdong's expression darkened considerably. Indeed, he had already reviewed the prescription for the medicinal bath, and the transaction had become a reality. How could Lin Fei possibly agree? Although Wutu's consciousness had vanished, the energy contained a legacy of Wutu's necromancy, encompassing the memories of becoming a lich and mastering necromantic magic. Damn it, still so obstinate. The demolition team is ready. Blow up that cave. De Huangya, seeing this, became agitated and shouted to his subordinates. Soon after, the Xiongnu took advantage of the Han dynasty's change of emperors to harass the routes leading to the western regions. Invading Wusun, Emperor Xian of Han commanded General Chang Hui to lead troops in alliance with the Wusun to strike against the Xiongnu. When the auction results were revealed, not only were the present collectors left dumbfounded, but even Wang Changhai, who presided over the event, could not restrain his excitement and cried out in astonishment. Observing the swift annihilation of the vanguard by the joint forces, the enemy's main forces, witnessing such a rapid defeat, dared not advance and retreated post-haste, abandoning their initial positions. Indeed, it was true. Although they were transport and training aircraft, they had begun their descent upon our vessels. An officer quickly clarified. In the wake of a thunderous explosion, Violent energy waves surged forth, wreaking havoc around the two, shattering trees within a 100-meter radius and tearing the ground apart for Tianzhong, an utterly terrifying spectacle. Zhao Wuchan's eyes widened in fury, his essence materializing and emanating an overwhelming bloodlust, as he attempted to pierce the void to intercept the divine jade of Liangyu. Brothers and sisters, I bring you good news. Fan Gu has stirred trouble once more. Can you guess what he has done this time? He young inquired. Should this continue? Even if the colossal walls of the ice palace did not collapse, they would surely melt into ashes under the searing heat. Yet seeing Qin Tian's confident demeanor, far from appearing frightened, her heart was filled with anxiety, perplexed by his apparent foolishness. On the mountaintop, devoid of any cover, the trees and stones offered minimal protection. Yet it was better than none. Initially, I believed Nian Ying was attacking me, only for her to redirect her assault towards Su Shi. Perhaps her aggression had provoked Nian Ying, or perhaps she had intended to target Su Shi from the outset. As the sound of 7 chimes resonated, the entire square and the golden plaza above suddenly intertwined, connected by beams of crimson light, emanating a wave of heat from both squares. As the eldest disciple of Master Zhou Tianyang, An naturally took upon himself the duty of safeguarding his master. No, Qin Yu has always had my contact information. He sent several messages regarding this gathering, and I had previously declined him repeatedly. It seemed inappropriate to continue refusing. Miaochen mused. As they spoke, dawn broke. And with a considerable wait until the next operation, the prospect of lingering in such a desolate wilderness was exceedingly dull. Heavenly stars reveal, earthly spirits emerge. As the celestial constellations accompany my steps, the stars follow the moon, and the bright moon condenses to traverse the earth. With each step, Chu Feng's head was crowned by a luminous moon, while the stars beneath him revolved around him as their center. This situation is quite mysterious. Had anything gone awry just now, I might not have returned intact. Nonetheless, I must extend my congratulations to you, my lord. Yin Bo exhaled deeply and then chuckled. This fellow has been granted 3 extra years of life, but today he shall finally be eradicated. Bada Bulin spat disdainfully. Very well, I promise you. Yin Feng responded with unwavering decisiveness, for if his vengeance were to fail, his own survival would be in jeopardy. The 3 observed the mystic with his head bowed, silently murmuring incantations, his lips moving in a rhythmic dance, emitting a low hum that rendered his words indecipherable. In the meantime, what if the adversary hurled the delayed explosives afar? What if they failed to detonate successfully, leading to the mission's collapse? The Earth Dragon was violently struck, its skull fractured, prompting Yin Feng to spring into action. Drawing the silver dragon sword, he unleashed a strike that summoned thunder and lightning, singeing the Earth Dragon until its form was enveloped in swirling smoke. For instance, Locke was a captain who profoundly valued unity. Master-tier warriors were not as common as cabbages, readily found everywhere. The rationale was simple. Such commonplace insights could easily be conceived by oneself, let alone by one who knew their opponent intimately. His gaze bore no reproach. Rather, it was filled with tolerance, curiosity, a hint of probing, and a trace of compassion, strikingly beautiful and almost unbelievable. Yi Xian was rendered speechless. Having exerted great effort to find a cat for Granny Fujiwara, even employing magic, only to be met with disdain. As he raised his hand, poised to strike, he suddenly beheld a figure appear abruptly in the sky and immediately chuckled, lowering his arm. Indeed, these islanders had long coveted our China. Their intent in wanting me to introduce the bacteria into our land was to incite chaos and create a significant impact, Tian Feng analyzed. As expected, upon entering the office, Han Yu was met with a beaming countenance. Even the wrinkles that had recently emerged from distress had vanished in the wake of his cheerful demeanor. Chapter 80, The Lost Cup. Since you were worried they might lose their way back, why don't you go yourself? Standing idly and talking doesn't hurt. Hu Qiumu's expression darkened as he cast a deep gaze at him, wishing to speak, but forcibly repressing his words. Enough bickering, since my arrival. Your disputes have been incessant. I wonder how your matriarch manages you. Is it your turn to speak? Hu Qiumu coldly interjected, his gaze sharply directed at Feng Qingqing. Fortunately, the last match concluded without any unexpected incidents. After today, arrangements must be made to reinforce the arena, the chief judge mused, thoroughly shaken by Xiao Morin's earlier performance. Junior brother Song Zhong, this mountain peak before us houses the 10th cave, which shall be your future training ground, Lu Qingqian said respectfully, gesturing toward the 10th cave atop the mountain. Master, the mission has failed. If Lianhua and Li Ao were here, they would undoubtedly recognize this individual, the lead assassin. The current lead assassin had already removed his mask, kneeling on one knee before them. Before me lies a colossal magical crystal screen. Upon the arrival of an outsider, Dre ceased his intention to extend his hand, reclining against the back of his chair with arms crossed and eyes firmly shut. The nine-patterned tiger unleashed a ferocious roar, instilling fear in the Imperial guards who dared to obstruct him, allowing him to stride confidently forward. Yet, the Kill Sovereign remained undeterred, regaining his breath. He ascended through the air in pursuit of Yi. In their collision, though the icy shard bore the weight of a mountain, Yi Tian's Tai Chi circular ring possessed unparalleled rotational prowess, swiftly creating an aperture in the ice spike. The operation and advancement of an enterprise inevitably require a diverse array of talents to effectively execute the various strategies and ideas conceived by its leaders. Are these talents cultivated from the very inception of life, sperm, egg, embryo, and extending to parents and grandparents? On Guo Island, he had donned the skin of a dragon wing knight. The prowess of the dragon wing knight is indisputable, and he undoubtedly possesses knowledge of many intricate details unknown to others. The Guanchong sword and the Shaochong sword have been formidable weapons since antiquity. One can sense a powerful aura of lethal intent simply from the names of these swords, an element that many find exceedingly challenging to subdue. The creator spoke to the fields. Tu Yuan pondered whether the cultivator had evaded danger. Suddenly, a hand struggled to emerge from the sand beneath his feet. Of course, he bore the emperor's bestowed sword, and when the moment demanded, he could seize command and oversee all matters. Nozaris, exuding an even greater aura, unleashed a golden fist, obliterating the green luminescence with a single, grand gesture. Yet, before the technique could mature, Zhao Air had already galloped away, with Zhao Hu leaping forth on horseback. Another shot was fired. I truly wish to crack open your skull to discern what lies within. Yi was utterly perplexed as to why the conversation had veered in such a direction. Was it indeed due to the arrival of spring? It should pose no issue. The teacher's might surpasses that of the divine monarch Otto. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Lin Jun exhaled slightly, sensing that the current Arid was not yet a match for Nozaris. Turning his gaze, Lin Jun observed that there was not a trace of unease on Fan Xing's face. When the Northern Frontier Army could no longer endure, the time for the final battle would soon arrive. The outcome of this decisive battle will directly determine the fate of the Han Dynasty. With a sharp crack, Lu Rinjia delivered a powerful kick that struck the spine of the saber-toothed tiger, Victor. Tu Yuan wished to transcend time, yearning to return to the past, which was not entirely impossible. In this realm, the concepts of past and future hold little significance. However, to revisit a moment while it is unfolding is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Yet, at this moment, in a certain void of the Doran Star domain, the emptiness appeared as if a colossal stone had been cast into it, sending ripples of disturbance radiating outward in every direction. The fluctuations in the void were intense, akin to water boiling in a pot. Chapter 81. The Unfortunate You Tuesday. She was not particularly afraid of these individuals, but if they were to venture into her tribe, it would indeed pose a troublesome situation. The value of the extreme desire fruit far surpassed that of a male white tiger. The vendor's expectations were undeniably excessive. Chu Liangyu's tone was frigid as he fixed his gaze upon the vendor. The subtle yet palpable sense of pressure caused the vendor's heart to race, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. What do you have?" he stammered. Chu Liangyu casually took out a packet of mermaid tears and handed it to the vendor. The banks of Luais were adorned with vast plains, blessed with abundant rainfall and fertile soil, ideal for agricultural development. Consequently, the locals cultivated mulberry trees and raised silkworms along the riverbank fields. Over time, the populace descended from the mountains, settling into the plains. Many spoke of the astonishing phenomena provoked by Jiangyu, which captivated even the strongest among them, who yearned to unveil the truth. For him, there could be no graver news. 3 years later, still by the riverbank, someone captured the great turtle once more. They discovered that the inscriptions on its shell remained distinctly visible, even larger and clearer than before. Then, from the inner side of her uniform, she produced a slender, elongated object, approximately 60 centimeters in length. The front had a 90-degree bend, with a V-shaped notch at the tip, gleaming with a metallic luster under the sunlight. It was immediately apparent what it was. The kidney is known as the organ of strength in the human body, primarily enabling individuals to exert power and perform various feats. Logically, the 30 zeros of the Flame Envoy's extraordinary ability index were insurmountable by any deity or demon. Even Jiang Yin, possessing most of Wu Yun's magical prowess alongside his own holy power, would be dispatched with a single strike. However, just as Naya was about to finish her sentence, she suddenly gazed skyward, prompting Liuxing to do the same, though nothing appeared out of the ordinary. After extinguishing the lights, the two found themselves unable to sleep for an extended period. The events of that night had overwhelmed their minds, leaving them in a state of exhilaration, as the scenes they had witnessed replayed in their minds like a revolving lantern. Unable to succumb to slumber, they began to engage in casual conversation. Their breaths grew heavier. Their arms clung tightly to one another, tightening with each passing moment. In most households, mothers indulged their sons, but in theirs, it was the sister who pampered the brother. Historically, when a sovereign demands the death of a minister, the minister must comply. When a father wishes his son's demise, the son must acquiesce. Young master, you are aware that your fortunes are intertwined with your father's. His honor is your honor, and his losses are your losses, Wang Yin stated candidly, without flinching. Thus, a saying circulated online: even if someone were to gift you a set of houses in Wangting Bun, you would still be unable to bear the exorbitant management and property fees. Tung Bin hastily dried himself with a towel and dressed, disregarding the prepared lobster feast. Xiao Zhiqin stood resolutely at the door, his left hand resting behind his back, while his right held the disheveled, battered Xiao Qiyuan, who was swaying in a daze. Lu Ju instructed the steward to send the second prince's bearers to the side gate to await him, and reminded them to collect all the gifts from the table. As he led the prince toward the side entrance, "Is it really that exaggerated?" Jiang Chun silently sighed. On the screen, the countdown for the PK event dwindled to a mere 10 seconds, signaling that an epic battle was imminent. A man clad in a rose-colored attire, with a rose delicately held in his mouth, wielded a gourd of wine in one hand and brandished a blade in the other, vividly depicted on the page. Xiao Yicheng, however, had somewhat withdrawn into himself. When faced with situations, even favorable ones, he tended to deliberate excessively, weighing the pros and cons. Yet, his parents had always been generous towards Xiao Qiyuan, especially during this pivotal time in their final year of high school. Each time his mother, Wang Jinli, departed from home, she would ensure that Xiao Qiyuan was left with ample living expenses. As the melodious and soothing voice resonated, Xiao Yumiya observed that the white fox immediately turned and dashed towards the source of the sound. Chapter 82. Not a good person. The subtle energy waves surrounding them stirred their blood, igniting an early transformation. It was no wonder that Jiang Li had not made any unreasonable demands. The simplicity of the situation could have been discerned with a moment's reflection, taking merely a day or two to comprehend. If this was the cause, it would not yield any adverse effects upon them. Thus, from this day forth, you shall remain here to accompany me for a month. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Taibai Jingxing performed a grand salute to the Jade Emperor, followed by a flattering remark. The audience erupted into applause, honoring the behind-the-scenes team responsible for transforming simulated operations to closely resemble real ones, a testament to their prowess. Strangely, none of the esteemed figures present seemed aware of what transpired, unable to sense the unusual atmosphere. It was truly perplexing. It was not merely abrupt. A significant presence had descended upon Tianhua Star, and one's ability to perceive it was likely tied to the purity of their mental strength. Jack, having sustained serious injuries, had sought rest and recuperation. The one speaking was, in fact, the energy entity known as Ardalis, the heart of blazing light. I offer the world as my dowry to wed my princess, my dear Gidge. Xiangyu raised his hands high, presenting a broken blade to Guer. If those who exert great effort were not duly rewarded, who would be willing to labor vigorously in the future? The two divine beings across from him were indeed genuine men. Expressing his ire with such words would only serve to affirm their intentions. It turned out that the northern sea held such a landscape. I had thought this place shrouded in darkness, covered entirely in snow, exclaimed Tai Xiangxue joyfully. Uncle Bao, there is no need to worry about me. Can one who aspires to greatness not endure solitude? Wang Zhini smiled and remarked, do not speak of their Tianlan kingdom. Even if a coalition of a dozen kingdoms were present, they would scarcely withstand Tangyi. Ben Qi was about to give birth, and Mu Jinxin had found reason to reside at the governor's mansion for not long ago. Ben Qi and Shengwan Han had been arranging matters concerning their residence in the capital, intending to settle there after the child's arrival. Murong Mingyue received her mentor's response and gently nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Otherwise, he feared he would be compelled to gaze upon Duan Yan's face until he forgot the purpose of his visit. However, upon encountering his fellow disciple Li Ju, he felt somewhat reassured, for he at least had a companion to share the burden. Jing Biyu was recognized as one of the strongest contenders at this year's Qianghua conference, while Li's chances of advancement appeared exceedingly bleak. After recently arriving in this foreign realm, she had no time to settle in. Half a month after entering the palace, she had begun a cold war with Bai Mingxian, who had forbade her from leaving the royal residence, fearing she might not return. Now, it seemed he had relented. It was likely some security work, assassination, tomb raiding, or treasure hunting, yet the profits would see 60% claimed by the antiquities dealer. A sudden gust of ominous wind swept through, but this time, I distinctly observed the swirling paper ash morph into two diminutive humanoid shapes, which then adhered themselves to Do Shanha. Upon seeing such fine medicinal herbs, Han Xiangyang hurried down to gather a few, smashing them with stones to extract their juices, which he dripped into Chun Ping'an's mouth, while wrapping the residue in cloth to place upon Ping'an's forehead. It is I, Chun Kongwei, who defeated the Cyclops alongside you. I noticed Chun'er deep in thought, and my heart sank. Could my presence be so faint that I failed to leave even the slightest impression in others' minds? Zhao Yizhi chuckled, the earlier concealed tension dissipating into thin air. Luo Quishang's delicate face glowed with an exquisite pallor, breathtakingly beautiful yet cold. At that moment, her eyes fluttered open, captivating all hearts. Her soft lips parted to release an enchanting melody. Chu Jiyun smiled brightly and turned to run away, while Li Fan chuckled and continued to gather the herbs. Chapter 83, Timely Rain. Feed this to him, and you should take one yourself. Trembling, Yu Chu accepted the offering and inquired, "What is this, beast mother?" "It is something that will shield you from the cold. Hurry and eat, no more questions." "Oh." With great difficulty, she extracted a pill, pried open Yu Jin's mouth, and placed it inside. Whispering softly, she said, "Once you consume it, you won't feel cold anymore." Yu Jin's eyelashes fluttered, obediently taking the elixir. Su Siyu grasped Zhua Xian's hand, declaring her intention to look after her in Yun Tiange's absence. Yi Mashuan harbored no fondness for such feminine matters, yet under Yan Mushua's coercion, he reluctantly encircled her from behind, gently wrapping her hands within his palms before slowly closing his eyes. Sing exerted all his might to dislodge the villager clinging to his back, but despite his efforts, he bore the marks of the villager's bite, the ache and itch from the wound warning him to remain vigilant. Moreover, rather than entering the top four, Li Yi fervently wished for Colliery to triumph over their opponents in the upcoming match, as the next adversary was Chivo, who had previously dug at his heels. Murong Feishua left the tea house with an air of ease, now aware of the enemy's whereabouts. She strolled leisurely down the street, and as she departed, a slender figure stood at the window of the opposite inn, watching her silhouette fade away with a look of perplexity. Thus, while they held expectations for Xia Tiantian, they could only silently wish for her to steer clear of such individuals. Originally, Murong Feiling's long, straight hair made her appear charming and delicate. However, her bangs obscured her beautiful peach blossom eyes, giving her a bashful air reminiscent of a rose poised to bloom. Initially, it was thought that her actions would evoke an even more frenzied response from Yan Xinyu, but to her surprise, he merely gazed at her for a moment before turning away and leaving. Upon receiving a pass from Pizarro, Montari charged into Colliery's half, attempting to draw the defender's attention towards himself. "Haha, am I not human? You'll find out soon enough." Fong He laughed heartily, disregarding their remarks. Wen Ye, upon hearing this, let her smile fade, replaced by profound self-reproach and regret. She informed them of the intricate details surrounding the matter. Upon locking gazes with the stoic cavalryman, the hearts of the Black Mountain soldiers trembled with trepidation, naturally impeding their performance. At the critical moment, they hesitated to act, while in moments of lesser importance, they acted chaotically. To berate Hong Yi without comprehension would lead to an embarrassing revelation, should the truth diverge from their assumptions. On one occasion, a villager returning from the city tossed him a letter, and Zhang Jiaze was overjoyed, believing it to be a response from Hua Xingcan. Upon closer inspection, the messenger informed him that the letter exceeded the weight limit, and the postal worker insisted on an additional stamp. It was merely a cleansing elixir, of little utility to me, so I shall let it be. After speaking, the emperor lifted a cup of tea from the table and sipped it slowly. his thoughts concealed from all. At that moment, he paid no mind to the identity of the purchaser. The emperor leaned contentedly against a bamboo pole, albeit cautiously, merely to assume a pleasing posture. Are you certain you did not inquire about her wishes before hastily changing her attire? A fleeting shadow appeared as Ning Shuiwei swiftly approached her, enveloping her in an embrace. Of course, how could I, a mere dean, provoke the esteemed Lord Andre, the master of the Fire Temple? Kelly, issue a command. For the next 2 years, the barrier outside Lingyu Academy shall remain closed to the Fire Temple. Maru softly uttered a phrase. The warmth on her lips, foreign yet intimate, was unmistakably the kiss from Peiyu. He had finally pressed his lips to hers, not merely a gentle kiss on the forehead or cheek, but a tender embrace of her mouth. Chapter 84. A fateful encounter. He had contemplated reaching out to Chu Liangyu at the earliest opportunity, yet the burden of his numerous young ones weighed heavily upon him. The desire to act freely had become an arduous endeavor. Aware of his own limitations, he had no intention of disturbing her, however. The early onset of winter rendered survival within the tribe a daunting challenge for him and his offspring. In such dire circumstances, his spirit was beset by unprecedented despondency. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, for most of his young had reached maturity. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the seemingly formidable Serpent Squad was bested by the wildcard team from Vietnam. After regaining his composure, he retrieved a yellow crystal, extracting its energy and blending it with a sample of blood. Like Du-Zide, he made a precise incision on the wolf's body, implanting the blood cell within. Meanwhile, in the luxurious lounge of President Wan Feng, He Huayan turned on the shower, allowing cold water to cascade over him in an attempt to extinguish the inexplicable fire raging within. His position remained steadfast at the moment of Kasa's fall. The 4 members of EDG moved in swiftly. Hearing from Kuei Bei that Jun Machin had made a discovery, joy surged among them, in disregarding their injuries. They hastily climbed onto the Great Turtle, directed by Kuei Bei towards Jun Machin's location. She could not deny that Su Nan's strategy was indeed the most effective solution to the current crisis. However, she could not help but glance my way, eager to discern how I would manage Su Chang. The wounds on Machin's body visibly healed at an astonishing rate, ultimately enveloping him in a thick layer of ice. Outside, the clamor persisted, as Li Yuzhu had already awakened, struggling to feed himself. At that moment, he had found a semblance of calm, recounting the events of the night with palpable trepidation. Luo Yu felt an intense pain in her chest, a suffocating sensation welling up from within as she stumbled out of the bedroom, determined to escape this tumultuous place. Awake? A low, muffled voice, interwoven with countless affections, echoed from above. Even if the truth were to be unveiled, with Huang Chang's backing, he could undoubtedly resolve the matter and find a scapegoat. After all, Anya would not face imprisonment. Flames erupted from within, generating a sweltering wave of heat that rendered its form indistinct. Weipa, being of advancing age, lacked the vigor of youth. The social engagement had taken its toll, prompting her to retire to her chambers for rest. Yet, the incessant sound of clapping echoed, with countless corpses either tumbling to the shore or plunging into the azure lake, akin to a torrential hailstorm. As Lu Ziyu's figure ascended, radiant as a deity, suspended above the Thunder River, his flowing white garments and billowing black hair harmonized with the resounding river below. Surely, Mother would tidy up this space. For she also took pleasure in household chores, engaging in joyful conversations with Father and Zhao Shuriwa. However, all of this hinged upon Zhang Guotao's awareness of the espionage organization. If he remained oblivious, it could potentially betray the police. Zhang Ming cleared his throat, reminding himself of his presence here, albeit with no direct responsibility. Yet he bore the title of deputy mayor. The top-tier sycophant played with flair. Rather than a mere toady, he was more akin to a hunter masquerading as prey. Lin Xiqing intentionally raised his voice, aiming for the ears of Mu Yuan Gaosong within the room. Nonetheless, he paid little heed to it. Zhou Song and Guizaheo were comrades who had fought bare and were unperturbed by trifles. Shinkean had engaged in this game for quite some time. Discussions typically revolved around damage and skills, yet this was the first time such a response had emerged. As they conversed, Su Chunshur unexpectedly interjected. The group resumed their bustling activities, with Li Huai trailing closely behind, his urgency surpassing that of anyone else. The Li village stronghold was not situated at the forefront of the Dutian Brigade's jurisdiction, but rather in a secluded corner. Chapter 85. The Dominant Behavior of Chu. Taking a deep breath, Wen Yin forcefully kicked the orc's chest with his hind legs. The primary offensive maneuver of the rabbit orc was to utilize its powerful hind legs. Perhaps due to their anatomical structure, their retreating force was significantly stronger than that of other orcs. Fortunately, his all-out strike proved effective, sending the ambushing orc flying a considerable distance. Yet, the crisis was only temporarily averted. For every wave that was subdued, another would surge forth. Suddenly, a fissure appeared at the center of the stone slab, drawing in all treasures, including the Chu. Regrettably, after falling into the water, most of the lighting equipment had been lost, leaving behind scant cold flames that needed to be conserved, indirectly impacting the progress of their undertaking. What indeed were those two shadows that had persistently followed them? If it were a ghostly presence, he had never sensed any sinister energy surrounding him. However, if it were Zhang Xinjiang's people, how could they have managed to remain constantly in the company of others without being detected by Zhou Yefeng? Fortunately, Minghu had kept his distance. Otherwise, this orb of crimson light would have incinerated him as well. Nevertheless, Minghu was still exposed to a small amount of the red light, leaving his ethereal form visibly distorted and evidently injured. Thus, a full tea's worth of time passed before Lee Sin extended his index and middle fingers, gently tapping the armrest of the chair beside him, producing a faint sound. Despite his grievances, he was not yet at the point of relinquishing his pursuit. He would not obediently halt the vehicle and wait for others to approach him before being caught. "I wish to have a serious conversation with you," Su Hui remarked, her expression serene, betraying no hint of her true intentions. The principles governing the divine avatar were also known to the sanctum's true form, which could encompass the divine power of the avatar. Even if only the sanctum's true form and the earth element divine avatar ventured forth, Nia Rong's combat prowess would not diminish significantly. Furthermore, Nia Rong had now acquired the ability to wield his second innate divine ability. Thus, Chao Gai arranged for a vessel to transport El Fong and 100 soldiers to Whitefish Bay. Upon hearing that Su Guanzhong was departing, Yen Huayuan and Yin Kuahai were immediately filled with alarm. "Very well. Please report back to His Majesty. I, Yu Ming, shall certainly comply," Yu Ming declared earnestly. Upon returning to her chamber, cold Wuchan had yet to arrive. Lin Hanshi leaned against the soft couch, meticulously recalling every detail of her recent conversation with Lin Guozhong, including his gaze and tone, leaving nothing overlooked. She needed to discern what was genuine, what was feigned, what constituted evasion, and what was heartfelt. Since Song Gao could no longer manipulate Wang Jin, Li Hao resolved to confront Wang Jin himself and dial Zhao Hu of the Yin Jing Salt Gang. "Brother, we absolutely cannot. He has severely beaten our brothers. If we accept him, they will likely harbor resentment," Long Gu immediately countered. "To seek revenge on the basis of your words would be futile. While you value talent, you cannot employ just anyone." The chilling poison from 5 years ago remained unresolved. If it continued to fester, Lotus Concubine dared not imagine the consequences. She had witnessed the horror of the poison through him. Each time it flared up, she would have gladly traded her own life to alleviate his suffering, preferring her own torment over witnessing his desperate struggles like a cornered beast. Yet, upon seeing her, the Empress was momentarily taken aback. The Empress Dowager had always been meticulous in her appearance. Though she did not always shimmer in gold, she had never appeared so plain. In no time, Yang Leffen kicked open the car door, and the furious students dragged Zhao Huajian out, raining blows upon him. His 4 teeth lay scattered on the ground, his body bruised, and his face swollen to the point of resembling a fat pig. If his father, Zhao Yi, stood before him, he would likely not recognize his own son. Madame Jiang coldly smiled. "That will not happen, for I will not allow such a thing to transpire. I have yet to come to a decision. My son, will you choose to be the prince consort of the Long Princess, or shall she fade into the distance?" Hand in hand with Jiang Su, while the mother and son exchange clandestine whispers as they stroll. Chapter 86. Ruthlessness? It is merely a matter of tit for tat. At that moment, her primary objective was not only to win the hearts of the people but also to extricate herself from the accusations that plagued her. When the Bear Association would seek her out, she shamefully resorted to exchanging the lifeless body of a deceased rabbit cub for a crystal core. This served 2 purposes. First, to provide herself with a safeguard against unknown dangers. Second, to deliberately reserve one for Wen Yin, who would undoubtedly be injured in the forthcoming battle with the Bear Association after the truth was revealed. That crystal core had been procured from the carcass of Wen Yin's cub, and given his profound concern for the little ones, he would dare not openly associate with those in power, relying solely on his wife and maternal family for support. "Your parents passed away early. I raised you single-handedly. If your aunt can see you marry a good person and live a happy life, I will be thoroughly content." Julie exclaimed excitedly, as if she were the one to be wed. I merely could not sleep, she bit her lip, and just as she spoke, a pair of large hands encircled her delicate waist, lifting her slightly. The Queen's implication was clear. The long night stretches on. Are you unable to find solace in slumber? His teasing words lingered in her ears. With incredible speed, they soared above the roaring sea. And before the white waves could descend, the energy contained within the ensuing brilliance instantly vaporized them, causing mist to rise wherever Dugyu passed. Surrendering to the moment, she nestled quietly in his embrace. She had once confided in her elder brother Yi that she had grown up, and in the days to come, only her husband would be permitted to hold her. Yet, that man did not desire her, and her heart ached. Jing Liang was aware of this. Situ Weiming gazed at Su Qian, his words leaving her further bewildered. The affair involving Hu Baihu was, in essence, a mere political struggle. His colleagues, envious of his position, sought to displace him. Coincidentally, a superior arrived for an inspection, prompting a colleague to secretly report to the inspector that the accounts of the military households under whose jurisdiction were unclear, aiming to utilize the superior's authority to eliminate a political rival. The 8th and 9th princesses, along with several younger princes and princesses, approached, their expressions filled with disbelief as they beheld the vibrant crimson that had completely merged. I came to inquire about you. I have waited for a long time yet have not seen you. Qing Jun could hardly conceal her disappointment, her face a portrait of innocence and grievance. What is happening? Gu Tsai thought to herself, suddenly experiencing a sharp pain in her brow, and in her shock, the surrounding scenery morphed into something uncanny. Everything around her dimmed in an instant, as if she had entered a peculiar realm. In the kitchen, Huolan Chuan was preparing a meal, yet his ears were perked up, listening intently to the sounds from outside. Tian Zhong, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness, yet the news from Yu Yuan was of utmost importance. At the very least, it confirmed their location on Shikuan Road. Just as Yu Yuan had stated, once the area was known, locating them would not be a challenge. This declaration undoubtedly further enhanced Jing Ao's favorable impression of Liang Xiang. Jing Ao even believed that Liang Ji's potential for growth was boundless. If the Genesis Alliance could establish a rapport with the rising clouds, it would undoubtedly yield only benefits, devoid of any drawbacks. Countless doctors clad in their white coats whispered amongst themselves, and even the director personally attended, yet their expressions were remarkably grim. It was not until the gentle breaths of the one in his arms were felt that Chi Yu's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he leaned down to kiss her forehead. Clearly, Lu Qing had achieved his objective. Seizing the momentum, Lu Qing continued to announce, I believe many of you have encountered the vice president, but this individual, I suspect, remains unfamiliar to most, although you may have heard his name. With that, Lu Qing's gaze shifted to the side where Ji Cha-ching stood. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw Chi Yu in uniform standing at the door, his meticulously styled hair now tousled by the wind. This was someone he had once found absurdly exaggerated upon first hearing his name, deeming it mere pretentiousness. The lady of the Dali Temple, Madame Ruan, also approached to greet Lu Xinyao, her position situated at the front. Chapter 87. Unfortunately, no system on the road back to the Beast City, the urgency had dissipated. Instead, she found herself in the mood to admire the snowy landscape at that moment. With a moment of leisure, her mind wandered to ponder the intentions behind the 1-month restriction imposed on her. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared. Before she could grasp its essence, the trading panel illuminated. When will you return? The tribe is bustling now. If you don't come back soon, Qin Ziyi will be just like when she was in the capital, comforting herself, smiling at herself, indulging her every whim without allowing herself the slightest grievance. Yet, I saw him embrace the bandit. A bespectacled boy recounted the events of the moment. The nearby ministers seemed to share the same sentiment. Observing Qin Ziyi with slightly furrowed brows, their eyes clearly disapproving. Lu Chenxi, upon hearing Zhong Qingyang's words, stomped her foot, but ultimately conceded. However, she only planned to stay here for one night. Tomorrow, she intended to find a place to stay in town. The suspicious gazes of the crowd swept over Wu Ning like a flurry of arrows, each one marveling in astonishment. Beyond that, after Xiahou Yuanjian completed the renovation of the Chongqing River, he would also facilitate trade between Xia County and Yuchong County, allowing Yuchong County to serve as an outlet for the waters of Xia County, thereby alleviating pressure even without the latter undertaking waterway management. Meanwhile, Gu Shuping, after listening to Cheng Xiufan's words, grew increasingly wary of Wang Guizhi's cunning. She could not believe that such a collision could lead to a coincidence. Could a marriage arranged without a matchmaker even be considered a marriage? The crane merely cast a fleeting glance, and with a clatter, she settled down on the spot. She instructed her maidservant to assist her into the courtyard, where she observed Wei Rin squatting on the ground, tending to his herbs. With the god of wealth present, Yang Jingrui and the others could not retreat to their sanctuary and were compelled to remain outside. The biting cold had made it unbearable for Su Yunjin, who had just emerged from the space 2 days prior, coincidentally encountering a sudden drop in temperature that left him shivering. The methods of proposing drinking games are numerous. This middle-aged scholar selected a word-limited drinking game, where he would provide 2 characters, and the assembly would compose poetry, using one character as the opening and the other as the conclusion. Should anyone fail to deliver, they would have to pour themselves a cup of wine as a penalty. It is well understood that this presents a significant advantage, being one of the 3 great illusions of life, clearly applicable to the green-skinned individuals as well. The name of this precious orb is the soul-guarding pearl of Sandrew. This was all the information Yu Bin had gleaned from the gem, and it was the sole piece of intelligence he possessed. Observing Bai Shu and detailing side by side, whispering incessantly, their hearts had long harbored disdain for Bai Shu, especially after she nonchalantly passed the paper kite to Yi Taoling and distanced herself to witness Luo Shirlan's contest. Throughout the star domain, terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy erupted. A dazzling spectacle of divine light cascading forth, emanating from diverse cultivators and sects, all converging at one point of breakthrough. Ultimately, the suggestion from the Dark Crow Guard, Commander L Alpha of the Revolutionary League, received unanimous agreement from all present. There is no need for such restraint in my presence. Luna held Lin Yu tightly in her embrace. This was the only thing she could do. The demon-sealing finger would not yield easily, unleashing a formidable force that surged toward the sword energy and silk net. Trembling, he grasped a bronze censer, raising it above his head to strike forward, revealing the true form of 4 fox demons. Accompanying himself, he hurled the bronze censer with both hands, yet it did not strike the 4 fox demons before him. Only Bai Shu bore a heavy heart, as she beheld Qian Chung Mountain, her thoughts incessantly drifting to that lake, that ancient temple, that high tower. What do you mean by that? At this moment, 2 middle-aged men bearing long bows emerged from the forest. The Pope suddenly opened his eyes, a tangible beam of light shooting forth, though he quickly closed them again, letting out a long sigh, inwardly lamenting, "You have indeed appeared, God of Slaughter." Chapter 88, A Peaceful Passage of Time. So quickly restored? In the span of a single cup of tea, Jin Ling entered with a beaming smile. Jin Ling waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. What is so difficult about that? Has he truly accepted it just like that? Jin Ling chuckled, seated himself, poured a cup of tea for himself, feeling a warmth return to his body before stating, "I couldn't care less whether he accepts it or not." I simply stuffed him into his room and left. Hu Qiumu fell silent for a moment, then looked outside the window, noticing no one present, while Chen Xiang had just stepped out, heading towards a carriage, seemingly unnoticed. "Greetings, sir. I relinquish my attempts at the high jump." Zhu Tianyun's words astounded everyone. As she quietly enjoyed the breeze wafting across the lake, her gaze fixed upon the picturesque scenery, a shadow cloaked in dark gray approached her. This girl, with her sweet tongue, even when uttering flattery, managed to articulate it so eloquently that it was impossible not to feel elated. If Luo Qitian were to catch a glimpse of her allure, would he let such an opportunity slip by? Even the strongest resolve would surely falter in the face of such temptation. Rest assured, I am utterly loyal to the senior management of the guild. Any information I possess is merely hearsay, and I have never sought to inquire further. As he spoke, a burly man unexpectedly bowed his head before Jiang Honglei. With the arrival of winter, the weather turned exceedingly cold, and Mo Rushue had grown increasingly frail over the years, becoming more sensitive to the chill. However, thanks to Xie Changjing's affection for her, the Ministry of Internal Affairs consistently ensured that ample supplies of premium charcoal were delivered, allowing the Moonlight Palace to remain as warm as early spring, even in winter. After receiving a sharp rap on the head from Han Xiao, Qian Yi cast him a resentful glare before reluctantly pulling him aside, all the while managing to offer Su Fei an awkward, sheepish smile. Perhaps at that time, Mo Li held a position within the entertainment industry, but being a newcomer, unafraid of challenges, combined with her own background, made her a target for envy. Upon entering the room, Qing Kong and Qing Lian made their way towards the common folk in the corner, while Duan Ruxia settled not far from Shui Ningji, taking a seat on a nearby wooden chair. Reflecting on the moment he stood resolutely against the Phoenix King, Yang Kai felt an inexplicable sensation surge within him. Toba, one of the illustrious Yuan royal families, boasted an ancestor who was a master of Yuan techniques, renowned for their extraordinary finesse within the realm of Yuan arts. Upon sensing the aura of the eternal coffin, the Wudao tea tree nearly uprooted itself in a bid to escape. For the body of the Pan Tao divine tree was exceedingly formidable. Although at this stage, Yuqin could still endure the elemental corrosion of his body. He believed it prudent to prepare for matters of life and death sooner rather than later. "How do you feel?" Feng Yuan inquired. Strangely, while he felt nothing. These individuals possessed an extraordinary perception, able to inform him of the unique effects brought about by such phenomena. Manyo's expression was grave, the sharp teeth at the corners of her mouth seemingly retracting her usual carefree smile. A photograph was urgently delivered to the desk of the Warring States, accompanied by a striking statement. Vermilion bullets struck in a nearly linear fashion, consecutively hitting the center of the great black Buddha mother's forehead, causing ripples of commotion. Yet obscured by the red veil, the specific effects remained indiscernible. Although Yuchun sensed that the situation was far from straightforward, he could only choose to accept Soul's willingness to assist him under these circumstances. A servant brought a blend of dried tea mixed with sugar cubes to the elderly gentleman before him. This tea originates from the Mediterranean, crafted from desiccated fruit as its primary ingredient. While it lacks the rich sweetness characteristic of Eastern tea leaves, it remains quite pleasant. Qin Yu certainly observed this scene. However, he chose to disregard it and continued his descent toward the stage, inwardly contemplating, "I hope you do not bring about your own demise." Chapter 89. Let it remain. Very well. Please hold on for a moment. Chu Liangyu's face bore no signs of difficulty. She merely tapped her fingers, intending to utilize the trading system. Since the restoration of her strength, she had only needed to input a small amount of energy to activate it. There had never been a single misstep until today, when it seemed to respond a bit sluggishly. Chu Liangyu furrowed her brow, patiently awaiting the outcome. Others could not perceive her true feelings, merely assuming she was somewhat displeased. "Beast Mother? Chu. Very well. Please wait a moment." Chu Liangyu's face bore no expression of difficulty. She merely tapped her fingers, intending to utilize the trading system. Ever since her strength was restored, she had only needed to input a small amount of energy to access it. There had never been a single misstep, yet today, it appeared to respond with a slight delay. Chu Liangyu furrowed her brow, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. To others, her demeanor merely suggested a hint of displeasure. As for the beast matriarch, Chu Jishuyan felt a surge of indignation, expressing her discontent with exaggerated exclamations about the bumpy road and the discomfort of the carriage. Lamenting the toll it took on her delicate skin, she proclaimed her maturity, insisting that she should take charge of her own affairs. Shui Mai observed the anger etched on the face of the senior brother, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He refrained from speaking, perhaps hoping to grant them the opportunity to convey their joyful news to their family, as this was a significant event for the entire Long family. With a tenderness akin to water, he planted soft kisses upon the petals of Haidai, Felice's crimson lips, watching as her complexion bloomed like the most resplendent flower, filling his heart with a profound sense of satisfaction, as though no amount of affection could ever suffice. A myriad of gazes, each reflecting a blend of astonishment and various emotions, remained transfixed on the breathtaking spectacle above, rendered speechless by its magnificence. In her eyes, it was far from that simple. Those who appeared weak were often overlooked, yet ultimately, it was they who stirred the most chaos. Naturally, such spiritual formations bore no effect on the living. As long as one entered the formation unscathed, all would be well. Bai Ling casually waved his hand, dismissively stating this. At last, Su Qingyan's words bore fruit, as Qin Yang cast a cold glance in her direction. Moments later, he draped his coat, still imbued with his warmth, over her head and face. Even the most handsome visage could be overshadowed by his unremarkable attire. Mo Nanqing's expression momentarily flickered with confusion before reverting to his customary calm, his brow easing as if the inebriated man from the previous night were an entirely different person. Since no one had broached the subject today, let this 95-year-old witness of history recount the tale. The night in the northern ice plains was a realm of utter darkness, where one could not see a hand in front of them. Only the perpetual chill of the wind, howling through the years, stirred the heavy snowfall, accumulating endlessly. The military camp provided them not only with material support but also a significant boost to their morale and spirit. However, Li Hanbing did not feel elated by his brother's praise. Instead, a flicker of unease gnawed at him. Wu Sainer and Yi Ji exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. Yi Ji furrowed his brow, deeply desiring to rescue Dong Zhuang, yet he found himself at a loss for a solution. The commander of 1942, even without experiencing the subsequent Liberation War or the Korean War, would inevitably become a general of the newly founded nation. Qing was not a member of the Hyuga clan. This white eye was a trophy he had acquired during the conflict between Konoha and the Mist Village, taken from a member of the Hyuga clan. As Wang Liang penned this Weibo post, his heart bled. Witnessing his fan count surpass the million mark filled him with immense joy, marking a milestone of great significance. Ahem. As Zhang Miao's words fell, a chorus of coughs erupted in the room, with the sound likely emanating from Luosha. The Sichuanabet route comprises a total of 209 road maintenance teams, with 3,300 highway maintenance workers in the sector. Upon hearing Duomen's words, the street director ceased further inquiries and nodded in acknowledgement. However, seeing that their furniture and clothes were present, it was clear they truly resided there. Furthermore, the entertainment industry is a realm of elevating the favored while diminishing the less fortunate. An actor's remuneration to some extent reflects their stature. While it is permissible to negotiate a lower fee with directors or producers, one must avoid publicly reporting an excessively low figure. Cheng Cheng offering Yin Gui a remuneration of 3 million is also a means of elevating her status. Chapter 90. Striving Relentlessly. The arrival bore a look of regret. Glanced at the long sword in hand, blew on it, and then directed his gaze back to Chu Liangyu. Are you surprised? Chu Liangyu exuded an overwhelming aura of killing intent, his thin lips parting slightly. How commendable to have the audacity to approach after suffering defeat. Faced with a duo, the odds were decidedly unfavorable. Though they bore no resemblance, it must be acknowledged that they were indeed twin brothers. Battling them was akin to engaging in combat with two perfectly mirrored adversaries, their synergy unmatched. Observing Yin Zishuan burst forth from the gates of the Qihua Palace. He managed to rise with great effort, donning his outer garment and staggering towards the exit. My dearest friend. The mention of Geo stirred boundless tenderness within Xing Yuren's gaze. Perhaps previously, due to their shared inexperience, none had contemplated strategies to conquer this particular quest. At that moment, the elderly servant, who had been kneeling in silence, raised his head in astonishment. Typically, a slave would not dare to look up before their master without permission. I apologize, my dear. I was unaware of your extraordinary abilities. I shall call Panikaya at once and instruct him to cease the experiment. Monica's voice trembled with concern. Having incited the Shui family to wrongfully imprison Zissou, she had inadvertently triggered a hidden quest, reclaiming her levels and reveling in her triumph. Eugenie cast a wistful glance at Chen Fan, aware of her sister's brilliance, yet perplexed by his indifference towards her. Remarkably, if Xiaoyu Fan were to confront them directly, they would genuinely fear retribution from the company. It was purely instinctual. Suddenly, Harley lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that rippled through the air. The commentary was exuberant, and the audience gasped in awe. Particularly the ardent fans of Shang Dun and Roman, who gazed in astonishment at the effortlessly defeated Roman reigns, brought low by Chen Fan. Imposing? What about a less grandiose title? Lu Qingqing glanced at Bai Muqin, utterly bewildered by the nature of these roles. Lying Hu Yang flat on the ground, Yu Desui concentrated a thread of vitality and directly infused it into Hu Yang's mouth. When Xin Ping turned around, she was met with the sight of Bai Si Yuan lying in a pool of blood, the driver who had exited the taxi nearby displaying a look of utter shock. Jian Mu had deduced that Jian Mingfeng had been officially reported missing and confirmed as a victim approximately 20 days prior. Coupled with the return for the school anniversary, it had been a month and a half altogether. Qiu Sinyu's tone was brimming with confidence, and his serene demeanor made it easy for others to believe in him. Observing her clenched fists, a resolute determination radiated from her, bringing a sense of reassurance. He forcibly administered the remedy to Lulu, intent on ensuring she would expel the toxins. Having been poisoned and afflicted, it was imperative to cleanse her body of impurities. The ancestral home of the Liu family was equipped with cameras monitoring the exterior, yet none were present within the house. Extraordinary beings perpetually influenced their surroundings and objects. The more powerful they became, the more pronounced their impact. In that moment, DZ and spontaneous energy fluctuations were already sufficient to affect the material realm. I must say, my dear, you appear far more beautiful without makeup than with it. Zhou Ping spoke candidly. Madonna similarly gazed at Chen Jiming, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing her lips. Chen Jiming furrowed his brows, then composedly smiled, waving to the audience as he descended. Xuanzong quickly chimed in, "Let me capture him first and ascertain where he has concealed the military funds before you take action." As he spoke, he mimicked the act of stealing money. "By the way, what is the title of your song?" "This is the first test," Brooke remarked while walking. "You must understand that if your title does not please those few, no matter how melodious the song is, it will be swiftly discarded." The battlefield was in utter chaos, with enormous golden warships cleaving through countless triangular skates, revealing the menacing muzzles beneath, dazzling rays of gold flashing forth, countless beams of lethal light shooting in all directions, clearing the vicinity of the blood guards in mere moments. Chapter 91. Exactly like her past. The residual force of the longsword swept directly towards Chu Liangyu, compelling her to muster all her strength to evade. Jiang Li's reaction was swift. Before Chu Liangyu could plunge her dagger deeper, the strike had already left her feeling discomfort. As Chu Liangyu pondered over how to utterly eliminate him, a young girl interposed herself before her, imploring, "Beast Mother, cease your attack. Should you slay him, we shall be left without a beast father." Furthermore, the shipyard spans over 3,000 acres, having been wholly acquired by the Honghu Shipbuilding Company, which has since undertaken modern renovations. It boasts expansive dry docks and shipbuilding platforms, including a dry dock of 100,000 tons capacity, 5 berths, and a shoreline exceeding 1,500 meters. Xiao Tianlang observed Yubai's actions without perceiving anything amiss, attributing it merely to the unique communication style of the immortal stream. Thus, Yang Jie, Li Jiaqing, Hua Xiaodian, and Lai Binghui gathered around the card table, while Natasha sat beside Yang Jie, watching him play. What was even more chilling was the boy's tranquil gaze after committing murder, which emanated in oppressive silence. Consequently, everyone could do naught but harbor their myriad questions, patiently awaiting Chun Bai's return to unveil the enigma. Your concerns are unwarranted. Currently, there circulates an astounding $820 billion in funds worldwide each day. Indeed, only money can traverse the globe without hindrance. As long as our Zhongyuan automobile company excels in refining its products, these funds will continuously flow towards us. Yang Jie smiled and remarked. Before coming, he had anticipated the possibility of encountering Huang Xingji. Upon hearing her voice, Zhou Mengyuan felt no fear. It could be said that Mu Feifei was completely laid bare before him, and the sensation of such mutual understanding was truly exquisite. The anti-American armed forces in Babylon typically possessed subpar shooting skills, yet their expertise in crafting roadside bombs was commendable. Meanwhile, the government previously overthrown by the Americans had left behind an abundance of weaponry, providing an inexhaustible supply of raw materials. Seizing this opportunity, he resolutely proposed the idea of constructing a genetic weapons laboratory in the underground city. The weather was splendid today, so Xiaohua chose not to accompany Qianye outside, opting instead to remain at the inn to air out the quilt Qianye had used the previous night. Estimating the time to be nearly right, she ventured to retrieve the items from the yard, fortuitously encountering Qianye and others in the inn's lobby. For an extended period, there had been an incessant refrain of refusal, leaving him drenched in sweat. Yet, with the arrow on the string, he could only muster greater vigor and strength. With the instigator of the drugging incident, and Xie, absent, it seemed unlikely that a similar event would recur. At that time, he had hidden in the shadows, helplessly watching the blood-soaked boy depart, his heart torn yet immobilized by anguish. However, in the present moment, although he did not sigh, she could sense a hint of his weariness. Observing Mu Xuanqin's inscrutable expression, the system raised an eyebrow, displaying a smile that was more enigmatic than cheerful. Zhuo Yu's needs were indeed considerable, or perhaps he was simply very clingy. She left each day with a face lacking vitality, only to encounter that gloomy visage in class. Seeing the weary Shui Yiren, Yun Haoyan understood that her journey had been arduous. Infiltrating enemy territory and burning their supplies was a notoriously difficult endeavor. The steward felt anxious but was at a loss for suitable reasons, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the current dense realm of Mingshan, the stability of space had far surpassed that of the outside world, resulting in terrifying consumption. Only Mingzhu might comprehend the extent of this phase. The news of Long Ying stepping into the ultimate realm would soon spread throughout the eastern wilderness. The swordsmanship passed down would undoubtedly attract countless cultivators. Chapter 92. Timely appearance. Zhang Li sat quietly on the mat, healing for only a moment, when Xiao Qi appeared silently. How did the matter unfold? Zhang Li, maintaining his posture, merely opened his eyes to inquire. They have suffered heavy casualties, but success is imminent. Did the few from the Wood Spirit clan consume the Guyuan grass? The herb Guyuan Chao, aptly named for its purpose, is utilized to restore and stabilize one's vital energy. To Chang'e's astonishment, the other party uttered words that left her momentarily speechless, while also igniting a flicker of pride within her, diminishing the overwhelming disdain that had sought to erupt from her heart. As fellow magical beasts, their first encounter did not commence with a friendly greeting, but rather with an inquiry regarding her edibility. Velis chose to disregard the creature, fearing it might, out of jealousy, rend the man to shreds. I shall pick you up from work this afternoon. Please wait for me at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Gu Nianhua suddenly declared. Reflecting on the fluctuations in weight, Lu Fan realized that this live broadcast featured a considerable number of plot points concerning weight. Previously, Soviet tanks had desperately approached their German counterparts, yet now it was the German tanks that actively closed the distance, engaging in close combat just a few meters apart. Thus, the incident of the earring-clad man mocking and challenging the security guard in front of the AKBS studio unfolded. Rachel, still in a state of hesitation, was suddenly enveloped by a warm, humid breeze that lifted her into the air, nearly prompting her to scream. Upon returning to her tent, she examined her fangs, noting there seemed to be little difference. Coughing, Jean Xiao nearly choked, exacerbating the pain from her wounds. Ling Hao pondered, his expression somewhat peculiar. He believed that, given the ancient clan's pride, they would hardly resign themselves to remaining beneath the mysterious peak. It was far more plausible that they would seek out the immortal island, uniting the four clans in a joint expedition. However, the presence of the Amethyst Lion today suggested that Zhuansuan appeared to be forming an alliance with the mysterious peak. At that moment, Yutian felt a pang of guilt as Yang Ziming clung to his arm, allowing him to distinctly experience the softness of her bosom. The overseas Chinese-affiliated high school had long been a formidable force in the Southern District and was the only team capable of competing against Oak High School until the very end. Zhang Ruyu emerged as a golden phoenix from the national residence, a perfect idol, and had become a role model for the youth of the national residence. What then should an idol and a role model undertake? Simultaneously, the ancestors of the Five Directions and the Antarctic Guanyin naturally possessed such black tokens as well. Since he was unwilling to lie, he had no choice but to evade the matter, though it bore the semblance of ostrich-like behavior. Nevertheless, it was to be. He had resolved that this individual, who disrespected him, must experience the might of the rockfall hell. Yet, the shadow of his past defeat to Yutian lingered in his heart, an ever-present tremor at the recollection of being trampled beneath Yutian's foot. Long Year felt a flush on her cheeks and could not help but lower her head. Tears welled in her eyes, her heart weighed down by a sense of grievance. Perplexed as to how matters had evolved to such a state. Yet, Yu Binging dared not question the purpose behind Chen Kuan's hosting of this ball. Out of boredom, he invited the luminaries of Hangzhou to dance, perhaps with ulterior motives. You truly spend your days lost in thought, your gaze once again resting upon the crumpled rice paper on the table. Oh, how did you know I didn't brush my teeth this morning? Wang Daoxing inquired with wide eyes, curiosity etched on his face. Xiao Yuan promptly poured a glass of water and handed it to Bu Yu, who, while holding the glass, inadvertently grasped Xiao Yuan's hand. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Bu Yu, whose beautiful pupils reflected her own startled image. Xiao Yuan's long eyelashes fluttered, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself once more in that desolate landscape, slowly traversing the dunes, with a silver fox trailing behind him. Turning back, he met the fox's dark, piercing gaze, which seemed to reveal his very soul. All right, I'll be there shortly, Li Changkong exclaimed, ending the call only to immediately dial Li Miao. Your godson? Why is he with you at this hour? Mo Nianhua asked, his tone laced with suspicion, believing the child should be at home, not by Mo Wushuang's side. Let us discuss it tomorrow, Yi Bingyin said, lifting Hua Rou into her arms as the latter blushed with understanding of Yi Bingyin's intentions. Deploy the defense team. We must capture him. He.S. after the virus. Mei Chuan Fu roared in fury. I retrieved a piece of jerky from my pocket and tossed it onto the ground, prompting a black cat, starved for a month, to dash towards it and devour it with fervor. A group of mourners, weeping and wailing, carried a stretcher outward, draped in white cloth that was stained with patches of dark red blood, from beneath which a tangled mass of long hair lay exposed, trailing on the ground. Jiang Yidao suggested, let us wait a bit longer. There should be no trouble. Though he spoke with a calm demeanor, his heart remained restless and anxious. Han Qingyi had only arrived at Longshou Yuan a year prior, and two young sea eagles had just come of age. The melancholic sound of a heavy sword sliced through the sky of Long Shou Yuan, while Han Qingyi's Tinzhong's soft red silk barely began to outline her own brilliance. 17 or 18 youths stood guard at the edge of Long Shou Yuan, awaiting the envoy who would grant them a name for their expedition. My mother? Mr. Nan knows my mother? With a glance, Nan Luo appeared to be in his early 30s. If Princess Jinka were still alive, she would be around 35, suggesting a possible intersection of their lives. Officer, there's a cellar over there. I saw some Japanese soldiers hiding inside, a bold citizen spoke up. However, Yang Yun remained silent, casting Yue a perplexed glance before striding directly into the grand residence of the Hua family. Just as Zhang Heng was about to say something, Yang Yun could no longer contain himself and rushed out, engaging in a fierce clash with Yue. That noon, the third brother sat beneath the crooked big locust tree near the edge of the soul-returning cliff, gazing thoughtfully at the sea of clouds to the south. You all stay here. I will check the area. The spirit beasts here dare not harm me. Tianxing, wishing to escape the awkwardness with Qing'er, sought an excuse to turn away. However, the destruction of their escort fleet was intolerable, especially the loss of the invaluable Type 45 destroyers. Under normal circumstances, it would have required considerable negotiation and persuasion, but the gentle demeanor of the Sea King caused the prince to overlook all that. At this moment, no amount of money could rival the gravity of the situation. Qin Linlin communicated through voice, her tone as melodious as a golden oriole, compelling Li Duanyang to cover his ears tightly, lest he attract unwanted attention. Xinjiaquan let out a cold snort, his complexion swiftly paling. The tightly clenched fist relaxed completely, as the desire to take a bold stand dissipated in an instant. Chapter 93. The difficulty of concealed threats. With Chu Liangyu stepping in, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. At that moment, Hu Qiumu and Jinling arrived at the tribe with members of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Upon witnessing the brutal scene of combat, they disregarded their fatigue and immediately joined the fray. The Fox clan possessed a remarkable ability to bewilder their foes, and those adversaries fell silently beneath the blades of both factions, a sight most tragic. No one dares to approach Chu Liangyu anymore, and for a moment, the steadfast resolve of Xiao Yong and Yi Sheng wavers, their eyes reddened by the strain. A chilling sensation envelopes Atai, as if a wild beast lurks in the shadows, poised to strike. He feels as if this creature circles him, searching for the opportune moment to pounce. Jiwei nods, guiding Zhao Qing in toward the center. It is then that the men notice Zhao Qingran, adorned in a flowing crimson gown, her exquisite features and alluring figure captivating, particularly accentuated by the icy demeanor that surrounds her, causing their gazes to linger involuntarily upon her. Kuei Wei's expression is gentle, his gaze akin to that of a loving elder brother as he slightly tilts his head, offering a soft smile. After Mu Chang'e finishes speaking, his expression relaxes, even revealing a hint of satisfaction, which strikes He Sheng as peculiar. It appears that the seemingly indifferent master of the original protagonist possesses quite the imagination. Why can't I be here? After fighting alongside you for so long, your fortress offers me not even a single room, Li Hua exclaims, her fiery crimson eyes radiating clear discontent. Rescue them, commands a man exuding an aura of dark energy, compelling even Shui Kuangtu to obediently comply. Leading the way to rescue Gui Xiong and Jian Bai. As Xing'er's cries gradually subside, the prolonged weeping leaves her utterly exhausted. When Huahua manages to support her onto a stone chair, she hands Xing'e a handkerchief, who wipes her tears in a haphazard manner. Good girl. Ji Weiyan expresses his delight at her overture of goodwill. He gently pressed his lips against the corner of her mouth before departing the room. In stark contrast, Wu Hin knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. This confrontation revealed that the profound techniques of the Xuanwu school undoubtedly surpassed the explosive true energy. Lin Yuan, a businessman accustomed to the arrogance of many, had encountered more than just Han Xiling throughout his past and present lives. Soon, the room was suffused with the tranquil and elegant fragrance of the meditation incense, soothing the mind and lulling one into drowsiness. Summoning Mi Zhen with a wave of his hand, Li Zimu found a comfortable position, reclining in the embrace of the other. The moment Feng Baobao brandished her dagger, an area of 3 meters around Zhao Guanyin instantly fell silent, as everyone present turned their wary gazes toward Zhao Guanyin and Feng Baobao. If one wished to ascertain whether Lin Xuering truly possessed a destructive fate towards her husband, it was not difficult. A simple inquiry in Shanxi and Gansu would suffice, and it would not take long. This was a strategy that harmed both the enemy and oneself, a desperate measure, by crippling a crucial meridian. The flow of spiritual energy in this area would undoubtedly cease. Though it might recover partially in the future, it posed a hidden danger and was not a long-term solution. However, given the tense circumstances, that individual chose the most fervent course of action from the brink of death. At this season, the begonia blossoms in the western courtyard were in full bloom. Although the fragrance was not discernible, the sight of the vibrant pink tips from afar was captivating and enchanting. Throughout the million years, Jiangmu either explored uncharted territories or secluded himself in the Wujia immortal realm. However, the eunuch system was exceedingly cruel, inflicting unprecedented psychological torment on men. Yet, one must not only focus on the present but also consider future developments. According to previous patterns, secret realm missions are divided into stages of 5, for instance, from 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, with increasing difficulty. Often, a single statement can convey different meanings to different listeners. For example, when Chu Liangyu expressed that one was the boss and could impose any punishment desired to Song Yichen, it conveyed mockery, suggesting he lacked the ability yet dared to speak such grandiose words. "Dad, what are you doing?" Lost in thought again, a young man with a buzz cut emerged from the room behind Chen Yijuan, smiling as he asked, "Tell me about the traditional Chinese medicine battle team." "I assume this isn't your first encounter." Lin Ming approached Chun Yuan, speaking candidly. He then explained to General Park the method of constructing the turtle ship and how to utilize it. Upon hearing this, General Park was filled with fervor, eager to summon Li Sunshin immediately to retrofit the warships for battle. "Firstly, your depiction of Batman is quite commendable. Compared to the absurd and toy-like styles of Tim Burton and others, I prefer this more realistic and darker approach. However, a concept does not equate to a script, much less a film." The words of Shida prompted Nolan to raise his head. The wind outside howled fiercely, originally blowing from the north, yet for reasons unknown, it suddenly changed direction. However, what filled him with despair was the fact that even though he had firmly subdued the vampire and significantly diminished its blood supply, just as he prepared to claim the vampire's head, the crimson mark upon him erupted, causing his vitality to drain instantaneously and replenish the nearly depleted vampire. Indeed, this godly curse, which disregarded any form of punishment and proved ineffective solely against certain creatures, was remarkably useful when confronting specific monsters. Upon entering the cave, Tian Zhonga walked straight to Yu Xiaoyan's side, squatting down to warm himself by the fire without uttering a word. Lin Quan momentarily lost his train of thought, as it seemed that his connections with classmates and friends had diminished considerably during this period. Schools of spiritual battlefish either met their demise against the rocks or were discarded into pots by the riverbank before they could leap ashore. The high-tech food from the third cafeteria was no laughing matter. The heavier individuals received a greater yield of materials, making her equivalent to 3 people. New recruit A chuckled. Perhaps it was the influence of Shinqi's words, for starting the following day, Yangshan truly ceased to deliver breakfast to her. Within the shattered space, Negong Wentian had just bid farewell to his master, and in a fleeting glance backward, he spotted Jiang Xingling, seated with her knees drawn to her chest. Lu Chanshan, confident of her victory, showed no restraint at this moment, directly summoning the system within her mind. Given Lu Shan's status, if he truly abandoned all shame, it was likely that apart from Liu Bei and Lady Gone, no one could contend with him. In an instant, I cast all my displeasures aside. The more I looked at my attire, the more I adored it, to the extent that I barely noticed when Lucia spoke to me. The subtle fragrance that Jing Ji usually detected now intensified due to her focused state of mind. This anticipation further heightened his eagerness for the next exquisite item to manifest. What kind of incantations would be unlocked next? Chapter 94, Those Accustomed to Delicacies. Chu Liangyu fell silent for a moment and explained, "I am not the beast god, merely one of his successors." It became clear. No wonder I have always found your beast form so familiar, Sister Liangyu. Xiang Zhaojiao pondered thoughtfully. That position has yet to be determined, hasn't it? What are your thoughts, Sister Liangyu? I can assist you. There are 3 successors in total, and I have already eliminated one. Recalling the numerous setbacks suffered at Shang Li's hands, Chu Liangyu's expression became somewhat inscrutable. Long Dan felt a profound inner conflict. She desired for Yifeng to make a grand entrance, yet simultaneously wished for his absence. After all, she understood that Yifeng was unlikely to contend with panheading successfully. As for Jiang Yi, regardless of their vehement opposition, his decisions were immutable. Thus, when the collective dissent proved futile, Jiang Yi swiftly departed from the water bottle palace, soaring towards the Liber Palace. Tuoba Xiao and Xiao Sun exchanged knowing smiles, quickly helping him to his feet, urging the banquet to continue. The guests of the Yun residence raised their cups in a toast to Tuoba Xiao, who graciously accepted each offering, drinking heartily. As the revelry intensified, Tuoba Xiao's gaze grew slightly hazy, though clarity still resided in his eyes. Heishi nodded, appearing somewhat uneasy. Yet, his pride lay in his exceptionally gifted son, and he was inclined to heed He Fu's counsel without reservation. Trusting He Fu's judgment, he allowed him to act freely, convinced that Yifeng could not possibly defeat He Fu. At that moment, Zhao Wujie also came to a realization, burying his head in shame, suppressing his humiliation and the resentment he harbored towards Lingfeng. In that instant, He Mo seemed to have anticipated the situation, deftly sidestepping just in time. Yet his companion Lu Er was not so fortunate. The filth expelled by Chaozi splattered onto him, rendering him utterly disheveled. Though the outcome surprised them somewhat, it was not unexpected, and thus no one was astonished. Rather, they admired Zheng Yue even more. He believed that with his nearly peak-level physical strength at the 7th stage, enduring certain attacks would not prove fatal. The tale of Yuling holds many enigmatic aspects that remain difficult to articulate. From this point onward, both sides erected barbed wire. The lynx incessantly shook its head, violently tearing at its own body, blood gushing forth as crimson torrents sprayed into the main coffin. Its limbs began to move erratically, blood seeping from its body into the sticky rice-like substance, an ever-increasing deluge. I'm infuriated. I wasted 3 months crafting that poem. Yang Jiaxi exclaimed in anger, feeling utterly humiliated, and stormed out of the private room. Yet, at that moment, Cardian remained deeply ensnared in the memory of the blade that Xiaodian had just thrust down, along with the bewildering words that followed, leaving no room for any other response. As Cardian launched this tentative assault, he swiftly harnessed the energy within him, charging towards Xiaodian with great urgency. Wu Yili cast a joyful glance at Gudongshu before summoning a waiter to order some drinks and delicacies. Aware of the formidable nature of the 10,000 poisons returning to origin bag, Chu Yang had long been prepared. Without hesitation, he summoned the Buddha light pearl, shielding himself from the encroaching darkness while simultaneously purifying it in flight. Without comparison, one cannot truly appreciate the difference. However, upon this contrast, the eunuch immediately felt a sense of bright prospects alongside his new master. Indeed, my dear boss, it seems unlikely that the acquisition of Shueisha can be completed. And this is not a matter of finances. Sun Gongyi hesitated for a moment, then straightforwardly began to explain. After waiting a few minutes for her to improve, Ji Ming could only greet her gently before departing the restaurant with Xinbai. Although the energies present were feeble, his body, weakened from excessive combat, could not withstand the impact of such energies. Chapter 95. Are you upset? This is merely one of my many inconspicuous virtues. Faced with Lao Zhang's disdainful gaze, Chu Liangyu felt no shame whatsoever. Just moments ago, you expressed a desire for a defensive robe. Since my mood is favorable, I bought it for you. Oh, yet. Lu Sang appeared disinterested. While you claim to be helping me, do you possess any spirit stones? I do not, but that does not hinder my concern for a companion. And I merely suggested buying it for you, not that I would pay for it. It is not a matter that cannot be disclosed to Long Jinquang. Moreover, regarding the days of her premarital disappearance, she must provide him with some explanation. Quite fortuitously, this opportunity presents itself. Oh, the plight of parental love. A mother as devoted as Xiaoluo's own, yet Xiaoluo feels that a father like Mu Zhanpeng does not belong in this circle, as he has failed to fulfill his duties as a father. Yuan cheerfully waved her hand, though hearing Su Jinyue's words brought her a sigh of relief. The eyes of those present were filled with disdain for Jiangchen. At that moment, he calmly summoned his chaotic celestial fire, which instantly enveloped the surroundings in an aura of chaos. However, the average celestial lords and emperors, having climbed only a few hundred zhang, would fall from the steel and meet their demise. I could feel the essence within Xie's body gradually retreating, and the moonlight surrounding her dimmed. She knew that Tang Zheng would certainly not inform Zhang Duanyuan, so she could only share the location of the stomach medication, just in case. It is evident that Tang Zheng is reluctant to speak. Thus, it seems imperative for her to subtly remind Zhang Duanyuan, observing that the generals are immersed in contemplation. Qiu Liehua, recognizing that he has achieved the intended persuasive effect, declares the meeting adjourned. Su Jinwei, lowering her gaze to her cloak, recalls her appearance back in the dark fragrance pavilion. Fortunately, due to the urgency of the situation, others paid little heed to her attire. She hastily ascends the stairs to her room, oblivious to Fu Luoxian, who watches everything from the shadows around the corner. In the midst of their conversation, 3 or 4 zombies suddenly emerge from behind the foundation of a partially constructed building, their mouths agape and rushing forth. When Lu Xixia and Yu Xinyuan arrive at the archway construction site, the robust foundation of the archway is already apparent within the bamboo scaffolding, indicating that it will be a grand and imposing structure. Upon seeing Lu Xixia, the workers approach to extend their greetings. "Farewell, my mentor, my superior, my benefactor." Lu Xiuehua silently murmurs in her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. Teacher Mei lies with closed eyes, pallid complexion, an oxygen tube inserted in his nose, while a clear liquid steadily infuses into his veins from a glass bottle at the bedside. The conversation between Pan Guangnian and Wang Ping essentially confirms Wang Ping's trajectory for the next 3 years. Never mind, let us ponder how to exit. Song Yuan suppresses his earlier emotions as if nothing had transpired, though they all know those words will forever resonate like an incantation in their hearts. Behind the zombies, Li Nan rubs his eyes, seemingly in disbelief of what he sees. Once merely a follower of Lao Huang, the now transformed heir Mao, along with Li Murang, traverses back to Chang'an City from the Tianwu Empire, separated by a mere Yin Yin Empire, in less than a day, while Lao Huang is likely still halfway through his journey. Ultimately, they agree to divide the resources within the ruins according to their strength, marking the moment when the great Chu dynasty began to rise. With a bitter smile, Li Nan remarks, "It is precisely because my wounds have yet to heal that I do not require sleep." He gestures towards his back, baring his teeth in a wince. Bo Shiyan's temples throb, and his peripheral vision catches Zhang Ran's hand resting on his waist, rubbing intermittently. The construction of the beast pin necessitates that the beast tamers first study the blueprints, progressively enhancing the level of the beast pin they construct. Chapter 96. She is not Lu Xiaohui. For reasons unknown, that individual evokes a profound discomfort within me. I feel as though my soul would be consumed the moment I draw near, promising to accompany you, yet ultimately breaking my word. It is only natural for you to be upset. Chu Liangyu blinked, unable to comprehend how this individual had strayed into such a matter. I have no reason to be upset with you over this trivial issue, so do not overthink it. However, I cannot fathom why you are so aloof towards me, especially considering the look you just cast my way. Very well, let us engage in conversation first. And Luna, could you kindly excuse yourself from my presence? Lin Fong, with a hint of exasperation, spoke up, only to be met with Luna's resolute shake of her head, firmly rejecting Lin Fong's suggestion. All the floating wealth, along with numerous establishments, aside from a few notorious properties that the Zhu family had brazenly seized, which had a profoundly adverse impact, were returned to their rightful owners. Yifeng personally journeyed to the northern part of Hangzhou to welcome everyone. Chen Ruoyin, clad in military garb, exuded an air of gallantry. Upon seeing Yifeng, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she leapt into his embrace, overwhelmed with joy. Were it not for the understanding of Lu Xiaoying, one might imagine that the mere mention of sleep would send others into despair. Lu Xiaoying was determined to uncover the secrets of this island within the dream-making space system. If it were due to the remnants of the powerful Shadow Clan souls, then, even without the nurturing power of the Soul Mother Tree, the truth would gradually surface over a protracted period. Both full-time assassins and operatives took action. How could the all-encompassing security team refrain from showcasing their prowess? Behind them, the Devourer, Beak, had long been observing. He swiftly pulled Le Haijing into his grasp and unleashed a volley of bullets, transforming the Devourer into a veritable honeycomb, culminating in a fatal blow to its head. The previously dull expression that had adorned his face vanished as if it had never existed. Instead, his visage radiated joy and valor. A few strands of hair brushed against Wang Yi, tickling him pleasantly, causing him to involuntarily emit a soft sigh. Yifeng's 10 Special Forces operatives simultaneously shouted, their 10 Thompson submachine guns aimed menacingly at Qinxiong. Infrastructure development primarily focused on the construction of roads and railways, with plans to erect several expansive cement or asphalt roads connecting cities such as Shanghai, Hangzhou, and Suzhou. Each road would consist of at least 2 or 4 lanes. The main thoroughfare from Shanghai to Hangzhou was set to be constructed as a 6-lane cement highway. I merely endured a light drizzle. Take care of yourself first. This is utterly reckless, O Jingyu remarked with a touch of sternness. However, at that moment, the frying pan hidden behind a stone suddenly clanged, sparking a shower of sparks. If one were to describe it in terms of a doomsday scenario by the Foundation, it might be akin to SK plus MK. Though she was speaking of her own matters, Guanli appeared far more composed than at the outset, her doubts about the system now notably diminished. With her delicate, oval face, graceful willow-like brows, rosy cheeks, and plump lips, her skin radiated a subtle sheen under the sun's embrace. A slight smile played at the corners of her mouth, and as she squinted her eyes, a captivating smile graced her features. The sudden shot fired by the elder not only caught P's side off guard, but also surprised the majority of the viewers in the live stream. This was a manifestation capable of harnessing the unique properties inherent in the soul, akin to a being composed entirely of memories and emotional obsessions, capable of inducing and misleading those who encountered it. Initially, he intended to enhance the foundational knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine among the association members. However, with the clinic's modest reputation, Xiao Chun was in no rush. After Su Ye brought back the ointment last night, Wang Xiaoling applied it to her husband's back. Huang Bin reported that the ointment provided considerable relief, alleviating his back pain. Ouyang Zifa assumed his opponent relied solely on brute strength and thus exerted the full force of a martial arts level 5 attack. Before his recent duel with Lu Qing, he had closed his eyes, not out of disdain for Lu Qing, but in an attempt to channel his essence into the double-edged dagger, which resulted in the powerful strike that had knocked Li Qing down. Suddenly, a surge of formidable internal energy coursed through Lin Tian's meridians. Although Lin Tian had gained experience, the pain was still excruciating. When the three emerged from the supermarket, Qin Han was already carrying 3 or 4 large plastic bags filled with vegetables, snacks, and grains. He slowly retreated, pulling Diao Chan with him, his movements deliberate as he fixed his gaze intently on Hu Xuexian, wary of any sudden actions. A wave of anxiety surged within Xia Cheng. The embarrassment of falling out of the A class again would be unbearable. Amidst the thunderous noise, stones soared into the sky, and the ground split open with a fierce gust, soil and rock flying about. Had she not witnessed the disdain in these men's eyes, she might have believed their words. Xia Cheng stifled the urge to test her current physical condition, pressing further into the system's inquiries. At this moment, he found himself yearning for Hua Tuo more than ever. Had he still been present, he might have possessed knowledge of methods to utilize the Sanyang spring. When Hu Xuexian heard Zhang Bao's call, she contemplated withdrawing. However, Han Feng understood that the search for Diao Chan's whereabouts hinged entirely on her, and he did not relent for a moment. The relentless assault of the twin blades of the three-edged knife left Hu Xuexian with no opportunity to escape. Yet, when the slowdown spell was cast, a flash of white light followed. As the lizard-man spellcaster mounted on the enormous lizard instantaneously employed the exorcism spell to negate the effects of the slowdown. Accompanied by a non-existent evolution sound effect, Feng Shui felt a torrent of data surging into his body, and the bottleneck that had troubled him for several days was nearly shattered. An overwhelming power began to transform his physique, and before he could even fathom the changes, the evolution had already been completed. It was undoubtedly the Soul Search spell. You are aware that I am a wizard, and Shuang Lan appeared increasingly awkward, for it was evident that Xiao Fei had already deduced this. Chapter 97. Cunning is an inherent trait, while loving you is instinctual. Chu Liangyu remained silent, merely casting an additional glance at him, fully aware of his discomfort. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she found the scene exceedingly amusing. As this thought flitted through her mind, she resolved to close her eyes and concentrate on guiding the energy within Xiang Qianqing. Suddenly, a sound akin to something dropping resonated nearby, accompanied by a flash of white light the size of a soccer ball. The room, already dimly lit, was abruptly illuminated by this occurrence. At this moment, Chen Bo refrained from increasing his offensive intensity. Instead, his consciousness split into two. One part remained fixated on the faceless ghost before him, while the other intently scrutinized the corpse aura enveloping it. Ever since Chen Lu officially announced his transfer to the Let team, the fans of the Max team had been engulfed in sorrow, particularly those die-hard supporters of the duo, who had languished in melancholy for an extended period. However, this was of no concern to Sister Li Yan. It was a matter of their own stealthily retreating to the car, as Li Zhihui hastily defended. Initially, it was a transformation of the spirit. He began to regard life and death with greater seriousness, and the guilt associated with taking lives gradually diminished. The chill of the wind unexpectedly intensified, and the air grew increasingly damp, accompanied by the distinct sound of dripping water as a thick blood rain began to descend from the heavens. Ricardo found it exceedingly difficult to fathom Rainieri's intentions. Although Rainieri was accustomed to employing a 4-4-2 formation, he had also utilized various tactical arrangements. Even with his recent appointment, Ricardo struggled to discern Rainieri's true thoughts, making it challenging to grasp even a general idea of his strategy. Despite Mad Men's prior activity on popular streaming platforms, there exists a notable distinction between entertainment and formal competitions. Setting aside any potential decline in performance, he still maintained an exceptional level of skill. However, the reality of his age at 25 loomed large. All right, tonight we shall allow the zombies to roam, Wang Jing mused, hoping for fewer casualties. Naturally, he was rather indifferent to the fate of others, having grown apathetic after slaying numerous foes, which had dulled his sensitivity to many matters. Chen Bo could discern the complex emotions encapsulated within that single sentiment. Lin Chen's originally kind smile bore an oddly mischievous undertone in Ling Yajing's ears, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson. Slightly bowing her head, she blinked her playful eyes, averting Lin Chen's gaze. Ling Yajing merely nodded gently, choosing not to speak. This is different. This is the dowry given to me by Dubai. Moreover, I won't wear it. I intend to preserve it well for my children. Guogua stated earnestly, noting that Dubai did not grasp the concept that without trade, there would be no harm done. In truth, he felt quite joyful inside. The fact that his grandson had come to fetch him spoke volumes about his significance in his grandson's heart, and such a feeling of being cherished was truly delightful. Inside the inn, Ceylon appeared as pale as a sheet. With eyes tightly shut, he lay motionless on the bed. The ghostly attendant fixed his gaze on Xiao Jing, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression. In contrast, the latter remained composed, while Wang Jingyu looked on at the two with confusion. Having failed to grasp the essence of their earlier conversation, the Xia family had finally reunited. Xia Buoshi softly stated that it was crucial for family members to avoid causing further turmoil within their home, as they had all endured hardships together. Che Yu had initially spoken casually, but unexpectedly found himself reflecting deeply, his melancholic gaze and subdued tone lending an air of mystery to his words. As soon as Han Lingyan uttered his remark, he hastily covered his mouth, chastising himself for such an indiscretion. If Xiao Wei were to learn of this, it would surely bring him sorrow. It was best if Xiao Wei remained oblivious to it. Thus, rather predictably, even though he was not conversing with the system, it eagerly interjected with enthusiasm. Chapter 98. Something feels amiss. The heavy sound of breathing became increasingly palpable, the warm breath fanning against her ear, causing Chu Liangyu to shift uncomfortably. What if I disagree? Hu Qiumu groaned, suppressing his discomfort to avoid further embarrassing actions before finally conceding. Then I shall heed your wishes. This unexpected compliance took Chu Liangyu by surprise, igniting a playful impulse within her. She carelessly tossed her teacup aside, one hand resting upon the table. Each time Yao Tong raised his voice, the energy emanating from Bu Fan's fingertips intensified, sending splashes of water rippling across the surface. Given Bu Fan's current mastery of inner strength, achieving such effects was remarkably simple. At that moment, Yang Chaoer yearned to weep uncontrollably, to release the anguish bottled within her heart, to vent her grievances, for holding them in was unbearably painful. Faced with such a dire situation, she truly wished to find a crevice to hide and escape the humiliation of existence. Boss, rest assured, I am not so easily defeated, Jean Wuming offered a rare smile. Providing comfort, a nut-shaped spiritual object emerged from the soil under Bei Mingxuan's grasp, a manifestation of the Earth Bodhi. His joy was boundless. For millennia, the Cross Church had not pursued the elves, yet many of their kin had perished under the curse of the Golden Legion, leading to a continuous decline in their population. They struggled increasingly to cope with the expansion of human settlements. While they bore no newborns, the human populace continued to grow. Do you know something? As Lin Mu Yun reached this point, he suddenly halted. The three brothers immediately ceased their quarrel, realizing that this straw house, constructed from yellow clay, would inevitably collapse if left uninhabited for a year, rendering it utterly worthless. Despite their age differences, Mingzhe and Zhu Zhamping had forged a profound bond after Mingzhe once saved Zhou Zhamping's life, often referring to each other as brothers. After acquiring this martial art manual, Chen Zhonghe initially regarded it as sheer nonsense. However, the emergence of Jun Majing ignited within him a flicker of curiosity to experiment. Han Feng stood behind Lan Shi, trembling slightly with anxiety, gazing towards the windswept city blanketed in snow. Should Wu Qingtu successfully break through and reach the threshold of the ancestral spirit, perhaps he could contend with those formidable individuals. As Tian Qinlaozu spoke, his figure abruptly vanished. The scythe of the demonic statue struck empty air, only for him to reappear behind the statue, delivering a devastating blow that shattered it, dissipating into the void. A beam of light cascaded through the window, rousing Han Feng from his slumber. He was unaware of when he had fallen asleep. his body still submerged in the amber-hued medicinal concoction, surrounded by the bitter yet fragrant aroma of herbs. Exhaustion from the previous night had led him to catch a brief respite at dawn, but he had unwittingly slept until the afternoon. As a powerful specter, the Yu-2 inflicted significantly greater harm to the ghostly clan than ordinary demons, and Lindsay, having absorbed a portion of Yu-2's essence, was not far behind. Moreover, the skin tone of the human mask bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Qingtiao's, indistinguishable in its authenticity. No. You, who are tirelessly occupied with affairs of state, must not be fatigued. I, a mere errand runner, am not at all weary, Liangqing chuckled. Duan Weiqi hurriedly opened the door, and Li Jiayu rushed into his embrace. Look, she exclaimed, brandishing a pregnancy test. Of course, she had never contemplated such a scenario. Yet, it was precisely due to her inability to conceive alternative solutions that she was compelled to resort to this desperate measure. Naturally, it belongs to you, President Geng mused, waving his arm, causing the black spirit orb in his possession to transfer into Gu Jinshu's hands. He found himself increasingly captivated by her, discovering various peculiarities about her that stirred feelings beyond mere camaraderie. She actually thinks I am unattractive, Duan Weiqi lamented, hands raised in exasperation, his expression a mix of disbelief and indignation. Chapter 99. A life in peril. Upon this realization, Xiang Qianqing's rage surged, and in the next instant, his fist, slicing through the air, was aimed directly at Jin Ling's face. Jin Ling had anticipated the possibility of being struck the moment Xiang Qianqing's words left his lips. Sensing the impending danger, he swiftly evaded, a smile gracing his face as he quipped, "Oh, it seems you're quite embarrassed." Fortunately, with the assistance of the female leader in upgrading his status, his life was spared. After all, that male attendant had spent several years in Rongjing and was bound to have made a few good friends to help him remain concealed. Yi Qiu understood that the ninth lady was not merely a human, but rather a spirit of the. While it was true that sacrificing certain for the sake of the blood war space was deemed worthwhile, it would be preferable to utilize the blood of other races. In fact, within Dong Bufan's heart, he harbored little hope that they would uncover the traitor. Huarong formally submitted his resignation to Yel Chun and subsequently led 5,000 soldiers of the Tiandao army, accompanied by nearly 10,000 Khitan troops, to the forefront of the battlefield. Dong Bufan shrugged. He grasped part of what Zhu Hai had said, yet not all of it was clear. Nevertheless, since the time was approaching 5:30, dining was not out of the question, although having a meal alone with Jones left Du Qiming with a furrowed brow. However, this was merely a temporary situation, as long as they engaged in mutual learning in the days to come. It would not be long before they could independently arrange such formations. Thus, at this moment, they needed to delve deeper into their surroundings in search of answers. The old ghosts, including Gue Jian and others, recognized Zhu Yu's kindness and sense of justice, and thus agreed to assist. The corridor behind them had already succumbed to darkness, with Iris's soul lantern flickering within a radius of 4 to 5 meters, while David's light barely resembled a shadow at noon. Captured, the other party neither flinched nor hesitated. Instead, they raised their wine cup and toasted her, downing the contents in one gulp. Qin Han took a plate, selected some favorite dishes, and gradually enjoyed his meal in a corner. Although his nephew had passed away at the age of 14, he had more than one nephew. Hence, Yin Qing, after tremendous effort, located Wang Yun, the brother of the former monarch Wang Yu, who had served as a minister during his brother's reign and was now exiled to Qingyuan County under surveillance. Among the remaining invaders, some succumbed to despair, others descended into madness, and many more shouted in frustration. Shen Chushan smiled. She used to often converse with Bei Chen, but hurriedly silenced herself, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she bit her lip and looked at Jian Emma with regret. A loud crack resonated, leaving 5 red, swollen fingerprints on Pei Shirin's face. On the side of Pang Tong, Jean Bei smiled. He knew that Pang Tong would handle everything without needing further words. The two homebodies intended to continue exploring the virtual world of the fantasy realm, but after staying up all night, they felt weary and their stomachs empty, which was particularly uncomfortable. Your cries of poverty are futile. Lu Jing chuckled at her, knowing full well of her partnership with Xie Jiming in business. They had already amassed considerable wealth, yet she still presented herself as poorer than anyone else. Now, given the opportunity to eliminate me, they would act without hesitation, for slaying me would bring them fame. Alternatively, there existed those who were esteemed, genuinely loyal, and possessed a sense of responsibility. For instance, when it comes to the esteemed elder, I find myself now possessing abilities that rival his own. Yet, in the face of differing opinions, I still choose to honor him, as a mark of respect for my predecessors. Moreover, if this aged fellow truly hails from the Seven Affinities sect, his standing within it must be notably high. How could I possibly expel him? It is far too late for that. Li Fan uttered a remark, then raised his foot and delivered a direct kick to Wang Yu's face. Indeed, as the old dog had asserted, the gourd absorbed the soul energy without harming the integrity of the pillar, which remained unscathed and intact, with no signs of collapse surrounding it. The primary motivation behind this was her desire to set an example for her subordinates to emulate. According to Chen Lingxing, the 20,000 was an advance given to Li Fan, as his salary from the previous month had already been fully deducted. After a moment of silence, the King of Hell remained quiet, prompting me to voice a question that had lingered in my mind since the earlier discussion, though I had found no opportunity to inquire. At this juncture, the dark thoughts within me surged with greater intensity, as if sensing a formidable rival, even in the presence of the King of Hell. It did not exhibit such resistance. Simultaneously, he pondered whether to disclose these matters to He Chenxue. She appeared genuinely unaware, while Lu Mao seemed merely to be exploiting her. What? Wang Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the seemingly insane notion proposed by Ado. Haven't you already caused enough trouble in our dragon clan's sacred realm? And now you expect us to escort you home? The northern coast of Agonisan is the territory of the savage sirens. We could easily hand you over to them, allowing them to send you back on their dragon boats. Chuckled the elder dragon. Rong Mei had longed to reunite with her mother and would never wish to marry far away, drifting further from her. Do not forget, my brother is a professional jungler. Though he excels at champions like Prince and Blind Monk, he has certainly practiced with the Spider Hero for a considerable time. Ling Yuo smiled softly. Very well, Your Majesty, you may accompany us, but you must adhere to my arrangements. Su Shu reluctantly conceded. Well, that depends on my mood. Ji Chun smirked playfully, mischievously asserting that, at least for the time being, he was reluctant to let her go, even if he could not articulate a reason for her to stay. Gao Sun possessed numerous valuable items, and the holographic projection was indeed a remarkable novelty. Currently, the palace's many concubines remained unaffected, continuing their tranquil lives each day. However, Queen Shouxia did not enjoy the same peace. The emergence of Lu Qiao instilled a profound sense of crisis within her. If not handled adeptly, she risked losing her position as queen. I trembled violently, slowly raising my gaze. A sign prominently hung above the door read, Office of the Second Grade Director, Li Xia. Jiang Haoyu bowed respectfully to Li Shuhuan before departing from the villa with utmost deference. In chapter 100, what flew past? Hu Qiumu paused for a moment, then smiled gently, responding, It is my honor. Yet both understood that this was merely a jest and thus did not dwell upon it. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the hall. Although Feng Qiwu and Yui appeared somewhat unreliable, their efficiency surpassed even Chu Liangyu's expectations. At this moment, everyone expected to be present had indeed gathered. When the door was pushed open, all eyes turned towards it. Perhaps the morning had begun with a bombshell, as everyone, whether holding a notebook or empty-handed, hung their heads in silence. Suddenly, the room erupted in cheers, followed by the clinking of glasses as everyone began to celebrate this delightful news. The four adults exchanged glances, astonished, fully aware that they were indeed no ordinary individuals. To my utter astonishment, this carefree individual discerned the truth at a glance. The True God sect had just released an announcement stating that a baptismal ceremony would be held in 1 week's time, utilizing the divine relics left by the True God to baptize and transform all adherents of the sect. The location of the ceremony would be revealed then, and all were welcome to attend as spectators. Almost every sizable sect or family of cultivators has established specialized marketplaces, wherein their own sects maintain dedicated trading areas, while the majority of stalls or shops are leased to cultivators or other sections. This diversity of goods for sale subsequently attracts a greater number of cultivators to visit. A rather intriguing remark was made, seemingly devoid of the gravitas one would expect from an adult's threat. Yet, Naz boldly uttered it, without a hint of discordance. Truly, one cannot help but marvel at Naz's beast-like nature. Furthermore, the envoy arrived in the kingdom of Panlong seeking refuge with the core source. And one can only imagine the catastrophic scenario where the glory barriers of the entire kingdom's city-states vanish, leaving millions vulnerable to the onslaught of demons. Just moments ago, he received comprehensive information regarding the Qinghu Qiu family estate through the covert tracking token. Wisps of intellect floated above the man, extending two metallic chains that ensnared his neck and arms. Upon closer inspection, these chains appeared somewhat distinct from those he was accustomed to. Measuring less than 3 millimeters in thickness, shimmering with a faint reddish-gold hue, yet remaining semi-transparent. A sharp crackle of electricity erupted beside the figure clad in black, followed by a tingling sensation coursing through his body as the whirlpool of lightning enveloped him, drawing him into its vortex. Having entered this domain, what do you truly fear? I replied with a smile. If she displeases you, let her know that your sorrow is 100-fold. His expression was chilling as he spoke these words. My mother passed away because of me. I do not wish for her to suffer further due to my actions. Thus, your primary duty this time is to protect Jiayin, rather than this old man, Chai Wang stated, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Regarding the issue of the demon race, Zhang Tian and Yin Shiqi had previously discussed it in private. The grievances between the human race and the demon race are deeply rooted in their respective heritages, rendering any determination of right or wrong between them exceedingly complex. How shameless. However, it seems that since her acquaintance with him, she has never witnessed any expression on his face other than a smile. It was as if, for the first time, it was not her friend who had departed, but rather that the male student had deceived her, and her friend had never intended to seek her out at all. This time, Jiang Yi did not flinch. As he gazed at the descending fist, a faint smile unexpectedly graced his lips. Li Shishir tugged at Lin Ling's clothing from behind, then pointed to her own chest, forming the shape of Abe with her lips, indicating that Lin Ling should also bring along a cup. Xiao Baozhu contacted a teacher at the school to explain the situation and requested a week's leave. In the afternoon, Xia Jianye returned home early. Finding Yang Xini anxiously seated on the sofa, awaiting his return, while Xia Ling lounged on the couch, leisurely enjoying sunflower seeds. Chapter 101, The Moment of Truth. What is the leader's plan? Mr. Hu, in a show of respect, inquired after Chu Liangyu revealed his thoughts. Since strength is the key factor preventing male beasts from coercing their female counterparts, a small competition would be held 3 days hence, inviting all willing females from the tribe in similar circumstances to participate. Furthermore, any males killed by the females during the competition would not be held accountable, and any similar occurrences thereafter would also be disregarded. Yu Xiaobei scoured the vicinity for dry twigs, preparing to kindle a fire. Although she had been cooking since the age of 8, this was her first experience using such a stove, causing her to cough as she struggled to ignite the flames. Ultimately, the porridge ended up slightly scorched. In that case, I shall first journey to the celestial realm to help Sophie reclaim her divine essence. Once you ascertain the location of the divine essence, I will assist you in retrieving the divine king's essence as well. Wang Biao pondered for a moment before speaking. This would be their final assault in the war for Zizhou. Should they fail, even if given another chance, they would lack the capability to continue. Their aircraft had sustained significant damage, their weapons were compromised, and their energy reserves were nearly depleted. Under such circumstances, how could they persist? After a brief moment, his gaze flickered, and the spirit of Wu Sunpei within his long sleeves was awakened by Wei Yin. Upon his descent onto the pleasure boat, the man merely offered a gentle smile, displaying little surprise. How shall we return to the real world now? The card that opened the door is no longer in our possession. We are trapped here, the Dilus beast remarked. So, how is it? Are you no longer feeling hungry? You didn't eat anything last night. You must be quite famished now, Lin Shifan inquired. Old Lu, during this period, it seems the workers below have been voicing quite a number of grievances. Director Zhang casually posed the question. If it were merely a plane ticket, she might not have disembarked to seek MOC, but that watch was undoubtedly of considerable value. Although she has a penchant for wealth, a gentleman acquires riches through honorable means. Undoubtedly, such a figure is formidable, as few can garner the support of so many. After all, it is an idealistic outcome. Those well acquainted with Qing Yi are aware of her terrifying martial arts, a level of horror that even Ming Xiang Wei dares not envision. Specifically, the consumption of her own kin for the purpose of evolution. Is your order merely to fill the gaps in my teeth? Inquired Qin Kai. With the introduction by Wang Huzi, Yang Yi and others effortlessly accessed the commercial and residential district, ultimately arriving at the residence of the Feng family. Qing Yin understood that he had no reason to feel guilty, yet he continued, I hope the Grand Tutor will refrain from getting too close to my lady wife, he said, lowering his head as if in supplication. However, Qing Yin found himself questioning his own stance. As I leaned against Ming Yi-chun, an unsettling fear gripped my heart. Had the deceased been Ming Yi-chen or another, I could scarcely fathom the implications. Subsequently, a profoundly skilled Taoist priest arrived, who, With 3 swift strikes of his sword, severed the serpent demon into 3 segments, transforming Mang Mountain into a triad of peaks. The nearby villages soon flourished with favorable weather. Thus, Li Qin and his wife settled comfortably in their blankets, determining the first matchmaking target for Liu. Gong In hesitated to fill out the marriage application form handed to her by the staff. Zhang Lu Ming sensed a terrifying force coalescing and hurtling toward him. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, charging directly into the heart of the axe's energy in the chaotic tempest. At that moment, a lightning-like protective barrier manifested before everyone, isolating them. However, Lenny noticed that this time, unlike his previous venture into Amber Abyss, he had delved deeply into its core. We are indeed serious. Robbery is a grave matter, and we do not jest, the bald man asserted. Brother, there's no need for pleasantries. I merely wish to gauge the true strength of these individuals, replied the second brother. Suddenly, the Emperor of Destiny strolled in from above, his crimson garments billowing in the winds, exuding an aura of beauty and invincibility. Damn it, having become my enforcer, you still act so arrogantly. If your power surpasses that of the ghost dragon, so be it, but given that you are merely at the 7th transformation stage, it is time to teach you a lesson, Xiao Kuang mused inwardly. In that instant, Lin Fei Yang had ascended to a status akin to a majestic mountain within her heart, something to be admired, yet never touched. Nevertheless, this outcome had been anticipated. He had foreseen the unfolding events during his earlier collaboration with the Dream Return dynasty. The corners of Shuai Yi Mu's mouth turned upward, a smile born of witnessing new brilliance and a touch of joy in combating the darkness. Yet, one must consider the impracticality of trailing a wandering spirit without detection. How about some fruit? Feng Ling, she suggested thoughtfully. Fruits are indeed a delightful treasure, deserving of our abundant consumption. Though my time with the master has been brief, he stands out as the kindest individual toward me, surpassing even the villagers. Observing his current state due to my actions fills me with sorrow and regret for not heeding his words more attentively, and I lament having released his hand earlier. In that moment, Feng Lingxi suddenly awoke, her eyes flying open to the sensation of being cradled in someone's arms, prompting an immediate scream. The decor of the 4th floor mirrored that of the alchemist's 3rd floor, with the entire room seemingly constructed from an unknown material, emanating a gentle radiance. If he were indeed a lecherous individual, would he not relish this situation? Why then would he extend a kind reminder to me? Very well, uncle. I shall call for you when needed. Despite receiving a verbal assurance from Su Cha, Su's father remained hesitant to venture out. Upon uttering those words, Feng Lingxi nearly choked on her own saliva, as they echoed the typical phrases uttered just before a criminal's execution in television dramas. Do not come too close. If it is indeed the case, the mortality rate of rabies is nearly 100%. If you were to contract it, it would be disastrous. I would not rest in peace even in death. Beifong managed a wan smile. Gu Mian nodded, eager to showcase her understanding. Sitting up straight and regarding Li Shulan with utmost seriousness. Grandpa Huang, I comprehend this. After all, we have all worked under someone's command. But what shall we do next? Although Su Ping had learned much from Huang Xingzong, he still felt a sense of confusion. Chapter 102. What a thankless task. Hu Qiumu's tongue was like a firecracker, crackling with energy, leaving no one present capable of countering his words. Despite harboring a multitude of frustrations if one cannot articulate them, they are left to fester within, causing personal distress while inadvertently granting the other party a sense of relief. I concede that you possess greater intelligence than the rest of us, yet one must remember that hearts are fickle. Feng Qiwu, behaving unusually, finally spoke at this moment. Hu Qiumu paused and quietly observed Su Tower, who seemed about to express something but, upon feeling her stomach, decided she could still indulge in another meal, and thus obediently sat down. The pursuit of zombies must continue. Yet it still could not resolve the need for the crystal cores required for Feng Tian's ascension to the 5th tier, compelling him to temporarily slow his advancement. Upon hearing Su Rushi's praise, Lu Er blushed profusely and took Su Rushi's hand, leading her towards the bedside. This time, they were served 2 lavish dishes. One was hawthorn and water chestnut braised lamb chops, and the other was boiled camel meat. The fierce winds tempered their will. Drought honed their endurance, and the extremes of cold and heat forged their spirits. This was the only vegetation visible on the desolate plains. After the words fell, yet another dispute ensued. However, Sun Yin's words held significant weight, and eventually, both parties made concessions, allowing Fang Cheng and his 4 companions to proceed through the correct stone door. Notably, Xiao Fian insisted on swapping Huyenda into the Yimao team, determined to walk alongside Su Nian. Su Tower, wishing to be self-reliant, found her scarf tightly bound, rendering her unable to escape as time ticked away. Su Meiwa remained silent, feeling that her relationship with Wang Xia had not yet reached a sufficient level of intimacy. Zhou Liping's rapport with Wang Xia was such that they could discuss matters without issue. If the previous embrace was to confirm the absence of illusion, then this time it was one of joy. An elder in the heavens, upon hearing Yi Fengxing's words from afar, was incensed, his beard bristling. When his body surged with energy, a blue water dragon erupted from his sleeve, soaring through the sky before descending. Its might was such that it even tore the air from a hole. Humanity survives and progresses through the continuous sacrifices and contributions of individuals. Young Lauda sacrificed himself against the forest kingdom, perhaps offering his body to the mother sheep, which might hold greater significance than his own demise in the face of humanity's encroachment. He naturally recalled the proprietor of the Sun family and the gatekeeper of the refreshing fan, Sun Fuhu. I have stated it clearly, this is a place for treating humans, not dogs. As the physician perceived my authoritative presence, he became feeble. It would be simpler not to involve those police officers. We are wealthy now and can hire bodyguards to avoid fear and anxiety. Sun Qingyang, Jing Wu, and Jiang Lang all understood that Fei Song Daoist was channeling his internal energy into Jing Ju Shirtai to assist her in regulating her true essence and healing her internal injuries. No matter, I shall accompany you, but do not exit the city. Yin Jiara spoke as she walked towards the eastern city gate, with the hurried townsfolk passing her by. Their expressions a whirlwind of urgency, leaving one to wonder who had truly lost their way. Zai Bingson revealed her prowess at the lord level, and the old man, upon witnessing this, felt invigorated, his eyes widening in disbelief. Suddenly, a thought struck him. These two children undoubtedly belonged to affluent families, their talents remarkably exceptional, likely encouraged by their parents to gain experience. The following morning, I awoke while folding blankets, calling out to Li Hong, who, due to his late-night conversation with Wan Hui, had lingered in his thoughts until the early hours. The region surrounding Heishui Town, located in the Western Territories, is characterized by its lofty terrain and frigid climate, compounded by the recent turmoil caused by the invasion of the Hou Kingdom, leaving the populace unsettled. Thus, the streets were eerily deserted. At this moment, Li Hao, a towering figure in our class, scanned his surroundings with a restless gaze, suddenly erupting into loud shouts reminiscent of a new student. The impact was considerable, sending that fellow spinning several times before he landed with a thud, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and as he attempted to cry out, several teeth were dislodged. The colossal form of the Earth-Bear Emperor was instantaneously dissipated by a surge of electricity, leaving behind only a radiant golden core, floating in the tranquil night sky. I had long foretold that you were overly presumptuous. While I may suffer some depletion, it is more than adequate to deal with you. Xia Zishuan proclaimed, his aura thick with murderous intent, unwilling to let his opponent escape. Upon seeing Jerry's arrival, Jiangchen wasted no time, leaping down to stand before him, approaching with deliberate steps. In the next moment, Shun Bingjie glided onto the lake's surface, her palms raised in unison. As she gathered her internal energy, she called out sharply, thrusting her hands upward. Instantly, 5 brilliant hues, blue, red, purple, gold, and white, radiated anew, her gaze fixed upon the cave. As she drew nearer, the shadow within became increasingly defined. Yi Bai glanced at the 3 cards Lu Xinyo had played, letting out a sigh. He remained steadfast, keeping to a pure hand, and had even managed to play a triple. The combined strength of the 3 surpassed my own. However, I was confident in my ability to escape. They could never catch me. With this assurance, Zhu Meng did not rush to flee. Initially, Hua Aoyue's strength paled in comparison to Baishan's. Yet the slight advantage he had brought about an unexpected turn in their conflict. In that moment, severely injured and with his internal energy waning, he gazed at the piercing light cone approaching him, feelings of reluctance and regret flickering in his innocent eyes. Exhausted in both body and spirit, he slowly closed his eyes. Before the city gates, the demon army was less than half a mile away, a distance now well within their range. Ouyang Hua's hand failed to grasp Jiang Menqiu's arm, instead receiving a forceful slap, causing his arm to feel as though it had been struck by a hammer, the pain eliciting a cry from his lips. Yet, one must prioritize their studies. The spring examination is imminent, and you do not intend to become a scholar, do you? Yao Yuan beckoned to Brother Huan. Yet he refused to approach. In a fleeting moment, The Shou family realized the intricacies of the scheme. Madame Shin and Wan Ning had conspired during their conversations, leaving the others oblivious to their machinations. This child increasingly occupied her thoughts, and with each passing day, her affection and concern for him deepened. She simply could not fathom the idea of causing him harm or even erasing his existence entirely. Chapter 103, A Subtle Strike. Do not gaze at me thus. What I say is the truth. Chu Liangyu retrieved the pouch from the ground and secured it within her storage bracelet before continuing. If you wish to learn, I have conditions. Feng Qingqing was no fool. She immediately pressed. I observed them practicing, which was indeed impressive, yet I have not seen anyone successfully undergo beast transformation. Are you perhaps deceiving me? Chu Liangyu raised an eyebrow in astonishment, realizing that this young woman was not as easily deceived as she appeared. Meanwhile, the remnants of bodies around him continuously surged blood into his already grotesquely distorted form, rendering him even more hideous. Even if it were a counterfeit drug, one must have had the opportunity to witness the authentic manufacturing process to replicate it. However, Fang Lihua felt a sense of delight, even going so far as to capture the moment on her phone. Do not blame her for taking pleasure in another's misfortune. Over 20 years ago, Yang Xinda had similarly humiliated her, a clear manifestation of karmic retribution. The once vibrant life force gradually flowed into Mei Qing's body through the earth, continuously merging with her essence. Su Changfeng and Su Ruojin listened intently, nodding and applauding, thoroughly captivated. Unbeknownst to them, the figure of the hawk-nosed young master had appeared, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Two golden wings unfurled behind Bu Qingqi, each spanning a full yard and as delicate as the wings of a cicada, exuding both majesty and sharpness. At this thought, he was suddenly inspired to learn about formations. It seemed that, if the opportunity arose, he should delve into this discipline, for formations, like other auxiliary skills, could perhaps be enhanced through the system. Simultaneously, he had no intention of fleeing. As a ghoul investigator, he had resolved to eliminate all ghouls without exception since joining the CCG. Old Seven, with a grave expression, spoke to Li Fan, who, after contemplating, nodded in response. At that moment, Old Seven might have been the only friend he had. Taisher Ci opened a bag handed to him, revealing glistening gold, but his brow furrowed as he weighed it, shaking his head disdainfully. Weber, though displeased, suppressed his feelings, having come to assert that he, Weber, had not yet exited the arena. After being discharged from the hospital, she felt disheartened and later wished to learn more about him through Yu, who was rather reticent. While pondering this, she turned to see Ming Leiluo approaching from a distance, and without a moment's hesitation, she made her way toward him. However, upon hearing that voice, which claimed to be here for a visit, she sensed an underlying threat in its tone, enough to reverberate through the mountains and forests. In the end, many generously contributed substantial funds to the Jishitang Charity Foundation. Upon spotting a particularly beautiful and innocent-looking girl, a man eagerly sprang forward, unable to contain his excitement. After some time apart, Fang Huayu's strength appeared to have significantly increased, as he emanated a vital energy, clearly a testament to his diligent cultivation. Wang Le did not expect anyone to dare treat him in such a manner. He was about to call for assistance, but suddenly remembered that Lin Bo was present. Upon seeing Jing Xian awaken, Jing Wuya felt a sense of relief. He seemed inclined to take a few steps forward, yet ultimately sighed and remained at the threshold of the door, not moving an inch. Forcibly sat up, her eyes shimmering with tears as she extended her hands to wipe away the trace of sorrow. What nonsense is this? Wang Tianzheng thought, disbelief coursing through him. How could an ordinary person break free from handcuffs? This was no cinematic fantasy. The expression of the agent shifted abruptly as he dropped the tea tray he had been holding, revealing a glinting dagger beneath, aimed directly at Xiao Shua. Chapter 104. Reputation beyond compare. All right. Seeing your eager expression, if the opportunity arises in the future, I shall procure such an item for you. Chu Liangyu said with resignation, attempting to placate her. Moreover, once the busy times are over, you will be able to care for it. The energy utilized by our wood spirit clan is rather unique. Any herb infused with this energy becomes marked, akin to a seal, and the healing energy derived from the herb belongs solely to the individual who infused it. Xiong Jiao Jiao remained composed, reflecting on how, in the eyes of demons, the beings of the primary material plane were but lowly creatures, and those who worshipped deities were even more detestable and loathed. This realization filled him with frustration. One must understand that in matters of job transitions, a passive approach invariably holds more advantages than an active one. Today marked a significant financial summit, with financial analysts estimating that the minimum transaction amount would exceed 700 million, as Geng Pingxiu secretly followed Wu Kai's whereabouts. Within a private room of the cafeteria at the provincial party school, Chun Jianxing was engaged in idle conversation over drinks with director Wan Xiong, who had been responsible for distributing daily necessities that morning. He clenched his teeth, suddenly awakening to the realization that the pressures and fears he had felt previously were all emanating from Wei Feng's inscrutable gaze fixed upon him. He found himself ill at ease under such scrutiny and the inexplicable sense of pressure it brought. When Shirgo heard the report from his subordinate, he said little. As night fell, the slaughter commenced. By dawn, all those gathered outside Patai Township were either driven into the wilderness or killed. Those who ventured into the wild would likely meet the same fate, leaving the population within Patai Township to an estimated 500 souls, having successfully opened 12 acupoints. He arrived at the Guanchong acupoint. This was a pivotal juncture. Should the wind become too fierce, the spiritual energy of the wind would escape the body. It was imperative to control it at this moment, guiding it back to the Zhongwan acupoint. In the blink of an eye, several figures emerged swiftly from the darkness, blocking the path of Wei Feng and Wang Gang, encircling the two intruders who, in their eyes, were undoubtedly naive to the dangers that lay ahead. Feng Zhe gazed intently at the earthen bricks, anxiety gnawing at his heart. From an external perspective, it indeed appeared as though they were in a state of daze. Wei Feng and Mo Yuqi remained tightly entwined in a fervent embrace, their passionate kiss continuing unabated. However, what set this moment apart was that Wei Feng's right hand had ventured to caress Mo Yuqi's exceptionally soft and voluptuous bosom. Upon hearing the word sincerity, Zhao Tong discerned that there was a possibility for success in this matter, as the other party sought his assistance, making this transaction likely to materialize. Should the second party's performance falter, resulting in the project's failure to meet its deadline, the repercussions would rest solely upon their shoulders. The situation escalated when Jia Tsong was beaten, inciting Jia Zheng's wrath, leading to his collapse onto the bed, which subsequently alarmed grandmother Jia, prompting her to summon Jia Shi and Lady Xing for punishment. Indeed, the guard team, led by Gong Bin Jiangxing, must withdraw. If only Princess Li Chan and the 12 beauties remain, she would not be able to stir up much commotion. Ning Juman stated. Of course, the formidable emperor would not be so easily trifled with. He could investigate thoroughly and then dispose of you entirely, which, on the surface, seemed rather gratifying. How on earth should one respond to that? Should I say I know the outcome, that Voldemort is destined for demise? It has long been rumored that the Koreans are not to be trusted, that they are neither entirely human nor devoid of mischief. Often toying with the beauties of the entertainment industry, the scars of the world go unheeded. Much like how no one would care to acknowledge whether a celestial being once graced this place. Why not? Jimena smiled, watching as Lolita stamped her feet in frustration, which amused him greatly. Lin Chu's shameless demeanor instantaneously brought laughter to many. To borrow a phrase from Zhuge Liang, such shameless individuals exist in this world. Jia Lian, pinned to the ground, finally managed to turn his head with great difficulty, glancing at Jia Tsong and exclaiming with indignation. Chapter 105. You are shameless. The group exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken sentiments within. Since the female master has extended an invitation, we shall not hold back. Feng Chiwu was the first to respond affirmatively. Xiong Xianhui scratched his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. Placing his fist near his mouth, he cleared his throat and said, "Let us prepare lunch, female master. You need only await your meal." Chu Liangyu responded with a smile, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not persist in discussing Huchiomu. Otherwise, my ultimate goal is certainly not to contend with the weakest bear, as encountering it would merely result in a swift demise. I remarked with a faint smile. The same trick will not work on me. The stars soared as a blade severed the silken threads, yet to my surprise, the delicate strands transformed into an expansive web, fiercely descending, nearly cleaving the arena in two, a testament to its formidable power. The descendants of the Gu family, upon responding to the summons back to their clan, swiftly learned of Zhao Xian's affairs, prompting a chorus of disdainful laughter among them. Having met Mr. Jiang, how is it that you did not inform me of your arrival in Jiaobei? I would have arranged for my father to receive you, Xie Hong said, bowing respectfully. Sun Quan stepped out, initially intending to seek out Sun Shangxiang for a proper conversation, but upon reflection, he turned and headed eastward towards Liu Bei's residence. The man's subordinate, having tested for poison, called out to him softly. The man, upon hearing his voice, set down his wine cup with a languid grace and grasped it again. gazing at the door before her. She pondered whether she should lift her skirt and kick the door open to catch someone in the act. A month later, a thunderous explosion resonated, and thick smoke billowed skyward as a torrent of lava surged forth, causing the millennia-old glacier to begin fracturing from its base. Had Luo known the identity and background of the elder clad in white, he would certainly have refrained from collecting the spirit stones stained with foul blood. This could both regulate the actions of superheroes and maximize the protection of their privacy and freedom. Chun Nen followed Jiang Yu's gaze, just as Yang Xian turned her head, flashing a smile in their direction while forming a heart shape with her hands. A chilling wind from the Konggu Daoist temple heralded the first battle of the Emperor's grand ceremony, the qualifying rounds for the Yuaning showdown. A desperate struggle of trapped beasts. Thus, at this moment, she was internally raging with arrogance, thinking, with your expressionless face, "Do you really need to scrutinize me while simply eating? You are dead. I cannot explain this to Elder Zhuang," Tang Budian stated, placing the wooden sword on the table before pulling out a chair to sit down. The lines marking the boundary between light and darkness exhibited a non-parallel symmetrical relationship. A boy sat within the shadow of another object, the dark area housing the shadow of a regularly shaped entity. Shall we decide on that profession? Sun Xiaoxiao observed Yu Shaoqing's resolute gaze and, with a cheerful smile, inquired. Xu Elian gazed at his naive demeanor, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the earnest character before her, even experiencing a strong desire to draw nearer to him. Thus, after he took on the case of Li Lichen's disappearance, he questioned students, reviewed surveillance footage, and searched every nearby internet CAF, yet by the time school let out in the afternoon, no conclusion had been reached. She merely wished to elevate her culinary skills, aspiring to one day establish her shops across this land and nurture numerous apprentices. Li Longfei praised Manny, who instantly beamed with pride, looking at him with a radiant smile. Having completely forgotten about his earlier deception in delivering a message to Ming Wei on her behalf. Although Zhao Baoquan appeared reckless, he was not foolish. Like a tiger confined for too long, he would feel restless upon being set free. A single remark struck him like an unexpected stone cast into his tranquil heart, stirring up tumultuous waves. Ling Lanyu looked at her in disbelief. "I may do so, but you cannot. I forbid you from taking risks," Qin Beifeng declared imperiously. Chapter 106. The betrayal of Jiang Li. Jiang Li could obtain information through Qi Zhongrui, but to exploit this for his own ends would indeed be a nefarious approach. Qi Zhongrui was not like the hornet's nest that Jiang Li was. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was as solid as a brick. Contemplating this, the discomfort in Chu Liangyu's heart dissipated entirely. If she did not wish for Qi Zhongrui to witness her actions, she could simply send him away. Moreover, among his many virtues, the most notable was that they had established temporary sentry posts around the camp. Though lacking specific authority, they occasionally inspected passing vehicles. The discontented snort of the Death Knight, Kael'sis, sent tremors through the hearts of the cursed followers accompanying him. The bone-chilling aura he emanated instinctively prompted the cursed mages, who still retained their living identities, to take hesitant steps away from their leader. The exquisite jade materials were not solely composed of emerald. They also procured raw jade for direct processing. Hence, it was not guaranteed that every visit to the elegant jade headquarters would present opportunities for gambling on raw materials. Why? Didn't Xiao Yuan and the others want to participate? Tion pouted, questioning in confusion. During the day, she had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving her no time to ponder this deeply. Yet now that silence enveloped her, the scenes from that time resurfaced vividly in her mind. Upon reflection, aside from a vague sense of guilt, there was also an unsettling physical response. The more she thought, the more tangled her emotions became. Long Ian merely dismissed the notion without further explanation. To her, life could not be casually accumulated. It was singular. And saving someone even once was a debt that could never be fully repaid. Furthermore, since then, she and Fang Yichen had faced life and death together on several occasions. Not only was the ring a counterfeit, but even the fiancé at tonight's engagement banquet was also a facade. Once he exited that hall, everything ceased to exist. After more than 40 minutes, Li Zhanghe had successfully practiced the first 5 levels of the in Bagua divine skill twice in one breath. A profound warmth radiated from his palms, and a robust aura surged throughout his body, growing increasingly potent. As Xianyi's words faded, a clattering sound of a knife dropping echoed from the kitchen, followed by the hurried entrance of Yinxian. The contestants who drew the red slips numbered 8, evenly divided, eliminating any need for adjustments in positions. "Is it still quite cold?" Yi Qing remarked, noticing the chilling aura surrounding Qin Xiao. Her gaze tinged with concern as she observed his pallid complexion. The performance of the Light Fusion 3D printer, purchased for 600 star coins, proved remarkably impressive. Although merely a basic model, Zhang Yuan found it exceedingly user-friendly, surpassing all previous 3D printers he had encountered. Yet, he was at a loss. This was the genuine sentiment he felt within, his emotions for Du Rua spiraling uncontrollably. He could conceive of no better course than to take a gamble and fight for it. It was his fault, had he not momentarily softened his heart. Allowing that pet to give birth to Du Yinin, he would not have wounded his lady's heart, nor would he have brought about the present calamity, significantly obstructing Qing Sui's future. Upon hearing Su Nan's melodious voice near her ear, Qin Ma's eyes seemed to glisten with a hint of redness. Mo Yaoting found herself amused yet exasperated, aware that she was avoiding him. Fortunately, she had forgotten the events of the previous night. Otherwise, the awkwardness would have fallen upon him. Yu Qiqing chuckled, glancing at Li Rua, who shot her an annoyed glare, as if to say, "See, I told you those horses look utterly dispiriting. Then I shall not hold back any longer," Yu Jieqi declared, her eyes sparkling with brilliance as she bit down on her straw. Zhang Yuan did not hastily enter the Mecca. Instead, he patiently awaited in the hall. After approximately 15 minutes, a flash of light illuminated the center of the hall, revealing an elderly man seated in a wheelchair. Chapter 107. Your strength has arrived, I remember. Qi Zhongrui understood what she was alluding to. After a moment of contemplation, he explained, at that time, I did come across this herb, which was quite commendable, though I could not identify it. Recently, however, my mind has been plagued with inexplicable images, and this herb has appeared among them. I am uncertain of the specific symptoms of poisoning from this herb, but I do know it is indeed toxic. Chu Liangyu blinked, and a sudden immature conjecture crossed her mind. Would the memories of Li also be affected? Xia Mo, too, fell silent, gently tracing her fingers over the smooth forehead of Lao Ba. She was acutely aware of Lao Ba's suffering, yet felt utterly powerless to alleviate it. The world of men was truly beyond her comprehension. All she could offer was a warm embrace and a reassuring smile, allowing him to close his eyes in peace and find respite. The sky was high and the clouds thin, and the chilling wind blew fiercely. Yang Tian closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, his mind continuously evolving the techniques of the 9 styles of heavenly refinement, corroborating them with his insights from crafting weapons. Once the matter was clarified, he could withdraw in triumph, shedding the identity of Wang Ji, no longer needing to fear being uncovered by Wang Yu. Wang Ji looked up, only to see a fierce wind rushing towards him, a hand aimed directly at him, followed by the formation of a wind sphere. The fervent devotion of Luca's followers caused many young admirers to kneel, performing rituals of reverence, as if honoring a sovereign from the east. The hunter within the stone egg voluntarily relinquished his powers, carrying the stirring demon embryo, his eyes filled with ferocity as he gazed at the 12 colossal beasts. Upon hearing a voice behind her, Ninger suddenly felt a surge of joy, disregarding Fang Chunliang's furious glare, and instead inquired eagerly. The Mo family's vanguard had been vanquished. Both flanks utterly decimated, the Imperial Guards annihilated. 200 Golden Iron Cavalry charged valiantly, ultimately breaching the defenses of the Sandstorm Legion, leading to a climactic clash where 50,000 soldiers surged forth from the Central Army. Wang Ji had long anticipated the Emperor's directive. Although safeguarding the porcelain was the responsibility of the guards, the nominal leader remained the Imperial craftsman dispatched by the Royal Artifact Factory. Should any issues arise, the leader, regardless of innocence, would inevitably bear the consequences. Alas, it was futile. I once attempted to take photos with others, but they could never see me in the images. Even when I stood in front of someone, they would only perceive a blank space, attributing it to overexposure or camera malfunction. Meng Weiwei helplessly waved her hand. Kaisa knew that when Van Gaal was at Manchester United, he elevated La Shifu to prominence, achieving commendable results. It was said he had assisted Rashford significantly with his assignments. Thus, although they were both maids, the bond between Xijin and Huamei was notably exceptional, transcending the ordinary master-servant relationship. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the Empress Dowager's words, Fulin nonetheless understood that every statement from his imperial mother held profound truth. After all, hadn't you been getting close to General Zhou lately? Following your divorce, General Zhou has been caring and seeking conversations with you. Zhao Bingyan must surely feel a sense of crisis, right? Qian Yaya remarked, rolling her eyes while sipping juice. Mascherano's entry not only intensified the defensive strength but also provided support to the front line. While he may not score goals, his orchestration of the offense was indeed commendable. Young master, I must return. She rose from the bed, only to be pressed back down by Qin Luofan. This unexpected turn of events was truly astonishing. It was one thing for the groom to be impersonated, but now even the bride was a fade, all due to her previous silence and lack of revealing flaws, which had gone unnoticed. Thus, this grand wedding has transformed into a farce. Cast aside, I found myself lost in thought, reflecting on the intimate moments we once shared. After my bath, I tossed and turned, unable to find slumber for quite some time. I recall how his two mentors, Wei Dang Tian and Li Tian, once remarked that most geniuses from the Luo Tian Academy did not participate in the Divine and Demon tournament. Yet, I was astonished to see Xing Yinxing appear here. A surprise to Han Lang. All eyes turned in this direction. Although we were deep within the battlefield, the sudden emergence of barriers caught us off guard. It appeared to be a fierce struggle, a contest between individuals. I was astounded that, at such a moment, anyone would have the leisure to engage in mutual slaughter. Startled by a loud shout, Bai Baoguo froze, rendered speechless, or rather, too intimidated to speak. The emperor occasionally haunted my dreams, a mere vestige of Mei Er's lingering memories. However, Mei Er had already moved on in her affections. To her, the emperor had become as insubstantial as mist. And the life she spared during those tumultuous times had long since settled her debts to him. I pondered, could you truly come? I initially believed he was genuinely exhausted, and thus uttered such defiant words. He glanced at the corpses of the two, his heart a tumult of emotions. But this was not the time for sorrow. Turning away, he gritted his teeth and summoned the strength to ascend the 7th level of the treasure tower. After about 10 minutes, I called Mu Meiqing, who, upon answering, expressed her delight, wondering if I had come to fetch her. She would be down momentarily. Logically speaking, foolish brother would certainly require more than one bottle of liquor, especially since he was both drinking and pouring it on the ground for the fat dog. I wondered if we were still indebted to a wedding. I made an effort to speak of happier matters. After Li Xingxing left, Mu Meiqing inquired about my temper. In truth, it was after the man departed that I truly lost my composure. Let us see how your recovery is progressing. I have already notified the insurance company for the vehicle. They are currently processing the claim. Has the assessment for your car been completed? I asked. First, we must establish a compression formula, identifying the most concise and effective method with minimal consumption. We shall eliminate impurities from the mental energy, extracting its essence to condense it into droplets. Seeing this, Zhang Hao felt an increasing sense of panic, and without hesitation, he unfastened his storage bag, the one that contained the spiritual treasures acquired from the expedition to White Tin Mountain. From the moment we are born, we are blessed by all our kin, cherished by everyone, and held in great anticipation. Meanwhile, the few disciples who had sought Kong Huanqi's magical etchings had yet to depart, gazing incredulously at Qin Chong. Liangyu remarked, we should return to Swallow City. After all, there are so many of our kin afflicted by the pestilence. Delaying treatment could lead to dire consequences. As Liangyu spoke, a flicker of anxiety crossed her features. It was not only Imobian, Dai Yuan, and Liang Shang who were abuzz with discussions about Qin Tianji's sudden rise in ranking. Even the circle of sovereign-level powerhouses had taken notice of this name. Angrili suppressed his aura and slowly entered the room, quietly making his way across from the other side. Chapter 108. Never call the matriarch? By the way, does your beast father know you are here? This was a point of particular concern for Chu Liangyu, who feared that the old schemer might be using the cubs to set a trap for her. The two of them displayed a hint of guilt on their faces. But ultimately, it was Chu Yu who responded. Our beast father never allows us to go out on our own, so we snuck out. So that was the case. Chu Liangyu exclaimed with understanding and smiled, inviting them to sit down, just in time. I promised to. Jiang Lichen shifted his stance, turning swiftly as his fists sliced through the air, targeting the vital points of the leader with rapid strikes. Although they had not truly clashed, both sensed the steady strength of the other, recognizing a formidable opponent. Cheng Etienne's words resonated within him like a series of thunderclaps. And this shock had lingered for more than a day. However, what if an unexpected event were to occur at this moment? Such worries from Xie Gang warmed Xiang Er's heart. Any lingering animosity had vanished in this moment. After leaving the tavern, we discussed whether to have some fun later that evening. However, the travel had been exhausting. After climbing the Great Wall yesterday and touring the Forbidden City today, Yang Bo and Wu Heng were utterly worn out and decided to rest at the hotel. As soon as the spatial force emerged from Xi'an, it shimmered slightly before the towering mountain, which then vanished without a trace. This does not imply that Yuro could not contend with Wang Dong. She simply had not utilized her spiritual power. If she were to unleash her strength at the 7th level, Wang Dong would certainly be defeated in 3 moves. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and her fist began to move. This transition from utter stillness to rapid motion occurred almost instantaneously. As a golden dragon silhouette surged forth from her fist, opening its sharp maw to bite down on the vibrant rays of light hurtling towards her. Upon hearing my voice, the blacksmith was evidently startled. When he recognized me, his previously ruddy face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. In truth, even without Uncle Yi, with Rong Tian present and utilizing the Rong family's connections, no one could bully her. After returning to the palace, Xueji, feeling fatigued, retired early. The next day, the king summoned her to the main hall. What if you sought someone to help and speak positively on your behalf? Jiang Jinghan tentatively inquired of Du Fei. Tian Ge. You should not have stopped him. Rest assured, I am well aware. I certainly won't let that wolf be killed. Lu Fan, brimming with an inexplicable confidence, displayed an air of self-satisfaction. Although the imperial physician and his colleagues had been hastily expelled by Lord Chu Xiaoyang's admonitions and reprimands, they felt no resentment. Instead, they harbored a profound admiration for the prince. Minister Zhang, still in a state of confusion, at least surmised that his wife had encountered serious trouble upon entering the palace, and it remained uncertain whether they would emerge alive. At that time, Fu Ning had ascended to the position of chancellor, a rank that rendered any past inquiries into his youthful capabilities moot, for his status as a successful jincher validated his worth. Lord Bao, did you witness the audacity with which they assaulted a court official in the Great Li Court? Minister Zheng intended to confront the deputy minister of the Great Li Court with a formal complaint. Xia Aiqing, is this not the token between your family and the Chao clan? The Emperor Yong'an did not request the item be presented but merely inquired of Xiaoho. As dawn broke, Lin Su awoke once more, sensing a dampness on her face. The village chief, appearing somewhat fatigued, dozed beside his wooden stool. Cattle grazed nearby, unmoving. Just call me Sister Lan, Lanka remarked with an unwavering demeanor, betraying no hint of anxiety. For a fleeting moment, Xiaohua lingered in a daze. But upon regaining her senses, she found that Xinyu had already vanished from sight. Had it not been for the lingering warmth of the tea in the cup across from her, she might have believed herself ensnared in a dream. Chapter 109. Now that it has arrived, it is time to dine. Just as the conversation unfolded, Qi Chongrui approached with the food. From his initial ignorance of culinary techniques to now crafting dishes that tantalize with color, aroma, and flavor, his progress had been remarkable. Everyone joined in to tidy up, and soon they were all relishing their meal. Chu Liangyu caught a glimpse of the intoxicated fruit she had selected, and a playful impulse surged within her. Qi Zhongrui, to try this fruit. It has a rather delightful flavor. In just 9 seconds, Gao Yuan and Zhao Liang were utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground and being assisted by Teacher Cui and their classmates. Jinyu let out a soft hum, remaining silent. Yet her gaze towards that figure held a hint of contemplation. This is illogical, unscientific. I refuse to believe what is unfolding before my eyes, Shimada Yifu shouted. His eyes reddened with emotion. However, to behave in such a manner in front of Wang Zicheng would invite ridicule, not from others, but from the baby seated beside him who could easily find humor in it. Wang Zicheng recalled a segment from the entertainment news some time ago, which led to this speculation. What a lack of creativity, and it is a severe case of misrepresentation. What is the number for reporting counterfeit goods in Korea? I wish to lodge a complaint, Chen proclaimed, although Yang Fei found it somewhat difficult to comprehend what Zhou Bufan had said. He was too consumed by thoughts of vengeance to care. With a cold chuckle, he retreated slightly, signaling Feng Tianling and the others to attack. One should be aware that the regulations in Neon are quite stringent. Although not on par with the Celestial Empire, firearms are not possessions that just anyone can acquire. The youth with the cherubic face also produced his imperial tool, slowly bringing it to his lips. That person gradually lifted his head, his peach blossom eyes casting a chilling gaze upon me, causing me to shiver in dread. It was indeed the third prince. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the warm hospitality within. I heard it from a friend. Yet, upon glancing over, I saw Tang Beiwei playing with her fingernails, which brought me a sense of calm. What I truly wished to convey was, my friend, you hold yourself in far too high regard. What value do you possess that warrants entanglement with a spy? An endless barrage of thunderous light erupted, as the Dragon Clan's physical form was annihilated, its very essence obliterated without a chance for resistance. Haha. I hope I didn't startle you. Earlier on my way here, I encountered a vehicle that had tumbled into a ditch, and as I went to assist, I ended up getting my clothes wet. The Song Dynasty poet smiled and remarked, with his brilliant light magic, he could effortlessly amass wealth by treating the ailments of the affluent. However, this old man was exceedingly obstinate, preferring to heal the common folk in exchange for mere sustenance, or even to toil physically for a meager meal. Previously, when she pretended to be a companion, others were in a frenzy. Now, this phrase, unexpectedly uttered from her lips, nearly led her to believe she had misheard. With no mistakes, 9 punches landed upon himself. Feng Yin spat blood and slowly rose, refraining from further action. As the curtain of the bedroom was lifted, eunuch Luo seemed to hear the sound of his heart shattering as his adoptive son emerged, fearfully clutching a pile of porcelain shards. Although he was uncertain of Gilgamesh's intentions, as long as there was a hint of hostility directed at him, Yubai would summon the ethereal Lancelot to act, and without hesitation, invoke the command spell to call forth Tamamonome and Skadhaxgadi. Nagong Ling appeared to have grown accustomed to the situation. Upon entering, he promptly pulled a chair to the window and casually grabbed an apple, beginning to gnaw on it as if no one were present. Though sensing the gravity of the situation, he knew that as the eldest son, he bore the responsibility to step forward. With a beaming smile, he elaborated in front of Yi Li Gu about his capabilities, expressing a desire to become Yi Li Gu's retainer. Chapter 110, The Gaze of the Divine Being. Chi Zhongrue, like a fledgling chick, was ill-equipped to withstand her provocative demeanor. The emotions in his eyes deepened, instilling a sense of unease in those who beheld him. The temperature between the two gradually intensified, and certain matters seemed to unfold naturally. Chu Liangyu felt an unexpected inclination towards becoming a tyrant, gaining an understanding of the monarch's reluctance to attend court. She was steeped in decadence, far too much. What was she pondering? Her sigh was faint, yet unbeknownst to her, after a lapse of over 5 centuries, this figure, long buried in the annals of history, resurfaced. Strictly speaking, these spoils belonged to Lin Lin, who naturally held the ultimate authority over their disposition. However, no matter how she attempted to depart, she was unable to escape her current location. Even with Qilin and Lai seeking an exit, they remained unsuccessful. The sole comfort for Lu Qin was the fact that the temperature within the city was considerably warmer than outside, devoid of that biting chill. The essence of the courtesan's art lay in the release of desire. The terms flower butterfly and courtesan in ancient times referred to specific individuals, illuminating this principle. After absorbing and refining the external forces, the internal computational mechanisms of these world seeds operated with meticulous order, condensing all external energies into a refined essence of chaos, subsequently absorbing this chaos to foster growth. Though the local militia possessed average combat prowess, they compensated with their numbers, bolstered by a few martial elders. Within the Peach Grove, she lost all sense of time. Her days were consumed by rest and battle, and she had long since lost track of how much time had passed. However, upon arriving at the suspended mountain and becoming a disciple of the Southern Peak Emperor, she was bestowed with the name Ching Ching. When the rankings were announced at the end of the month, her position would be directly linked to the Southern Peak Emperor, leaving no room for concealment. She thought this individual might become aggressive once more, yet to her surprise, Yu Aoyin was concerned about his appearance, posing such a childish question. As for the corpses of the formidable foes, Bai Yi employed the 10,000 spirits transformation technique to refine them, producing a large essence orb imbued with substantial vitality, likely rivaling the effects of a 12th-tier celestial elixir. Had he recognized this sooner, he could have avoided much suffering. He chuckled mockingly, flaunting his unparalleled status. Are you suggesting I take her in? Zhao Dong misunderstood, feeling a knot in his heart, as he had developed a significant fondness for Zhang Mengyao over the past few days. This star was extraordinary. The drastic change it induced in the Golden Lotus indicated as much, further corroborating Bai Yi's suspicions that this object might indeed surpass that divine spear in rarity. Only now did he grasp the depth of his discomfort, knowing she was about to depart, perhaps never to be seen again in this lifetime. Although he had effortlessly defeated the crowd with the aid of the Black Dragon, the true instigator of this group had still managed to escape. Observing silently, Tianfeng, Xuanwu, and Yang Jian had stealthily approached the vicinity of the White Tiger, keeping a watchful eye from a distance, confident that should the White Tiger exhibit the slightest movement, they would unhesitatingly spring into action. Just then, a resonant voice imbued with authority echoed through the air. Even the malevolent emperor, despite his profound cultivation, was compelled to retreat several steps as his domain collapsed with the resonance of that voice. The villain, momentarily hesitant, loosened his grip on the dagger. Upon glancing at the special police outside, his demeanor shifted back to one of tension. With a smile, he circled the lake, familiarizing himself with the surroundings, before returning to the cave to rest with the 3 elders from Beishan. Furthermore, Upon hearing the elder's introduction of the Xian fragrance, which is produced in the Xian domain, his excitement surged, as it was precisely the treasure of their ancestral land, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Chapter 111. Engaging 8 beastmasters as sparring partners in a moment of reverie, Chu Liangyu seemed to perceive white threads emerging from their bodies, which subsequently entered her own. Once this energy coursed through her, she felt a warm, comforting sensation enveloping her, akin to basking in a hot spring. Chu Liangyu gazed at the delicate white threads, and a bold conjecture began to form in his mind. Could these possibly be the fabled power of faith? Despite such musings, he found himself lacking the energy to ponder these matters. His mental state was rather poor, and a slight dizziness clouded his thoughts. Likely a consequence of last night's encounter with Lin Wanbai. How could he not be aware of these phenomena? The world had indeed transformed. Yet he remained trapped in the past. Who could he blame but himself? Upon hearing his name mentioned so explicitly by another, Xian Zimo could not help but smirk. To claim ignorance of Sooner was a futile deception. Every statement from Aunt Shin today bore profound significance. As if she had reached a newfound understanding before embarking on a significant endeavor, yet remained in a state of resignation. During my repeated torments by the poison dragon lady on Double Dragon Island, I had come to believe that I was unafraid of death, capable of embracing its inevitable arrival. At one point, I truly thought that was the case. To be candid, communication with individuals from different eras or worlds presents considerable barriers. Not every modern term is readily comprehensible to them. Regardless of whether the champion heir consented, we were determined to establish the porridge shop. Upon reflection, the venture would yield numerous benefits, even though I had previously dismissed the endeavor as overly cumbersome. Li Rongwa observed as Li Qiui spoke. If one were to disregard the prospect of this job, then nothing would seem to matter. The crux of the matter lay in the evident high regard afforded by the royal family. A fact that rendered both the Dajo family and Baixin Heezy unwilling to part with such privileges. Having failed to land a blow, the Wolf Fong Ghost General continued its assault. Its clawed hands descended like a tempest, intent on tearing me apart. Moreover, the skin on its face was remarkably pale, unmistakably belonging to one unaccustomed to the harshness of the elements. Ba Sung halted his vehicle behind me, and as he exited, I felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Thankfully, it was Ba Sing and not Su Gaofeng who had driven me to despair. Lin Rue retreated swiftly to evade the assault, as his opponent crouched upon landing, gazing upward with a throaty growl reminiscent of a wild beast. Initially intending to sit and wait, Lin Songhai's restlessness had intensified over the past few days. With that thought, he promptly exited the private room, heading toward the restroom. The aura of an emperor is the most potent of all, possessing the capacity to influence all things, indeed, even the elements of wind, rain, and thunder, as he could listen to the whispers of the universe. Yu Xin listened intently, genuinely wishing to remain and master his energy. However, time was not on his side. Just as Zhou Liuyu, who had been defeated and rendered unconscious by Kai Miao, was being absorbed. A resonating sound reminiscent of an ancient bell, imbued with a sense of primordial grandeur, echoed forth. Zhao Yongqiang then realized that what Yang Zhaoji and others had stated was indeed true. He stared in astonishment at Zhang Mingyu, both surprised that such a reclusive yet extraordinary individual would engage in a brawl, and perplexed by how his seemingly frail form could inflict punishment upon others. You dare to impose extrajudicial punishment on public officials? I shall report you. Shen Yakin shrieked in a fit of hysteria after merely half a minute of torment inflicted by Chao Lai. Cece replied, "You are already acquainted. Should circumstances change, or if classes commence, she will surely inform you. Perhaps she is unwell and unable to venture outside. Naturally, a child's immunity is not as robust as that of an adult." The members of the 11th Division were well versed in such situations. Ayasegawa pulled Ikamara Jin swiftly aside. Due to her lack of internal energy, Jianwei could only rely on the protection of Bai Jianan and Haifeng amidst the siege, and upon realizing her own hindrance, she quickly withdrew from the encirclement, uncertain if it was due to the significant temperature variance between day and night. Chen Ge felt the internal temperature of the building gradually plummeting. "Is she truly so flawless in your eyes, devoid of any faults?" Gu Beiqing sneered, the icy malevolence in his gaze instilling a profound sense of foreboding in Yi Shi. Chen Xiao assumed a righteous demeanor, unwilling to expend a substitute puppet in this scenario. As an assassin, Wildcat devoted her entire being to the art of killing merely to survive. Having witnessed the pretentiousness of many men, she grew weary of all of them. If given a choice, she would likely deem a man less significant than Chairman Mao. Jiang Rua observed the wreaths adorning the altar, decorated with white flowers and cypress branches. While the white paper hanging above bore the words his voice and visage linger, when one was her mother, and Yushi felt a duty to care for her. To accompany her in dispelling her fears of the city, she must ensure when one felt her heartfelt intentions. When he first heard about it, he found it hard to believe, yet upon reflecting on Meng Yuan's modus operandi, he felt there was little to doubt. Qin Jing'an's chosen individuals were unlikely to be lacking in merit. Shengu approached the man with the bird-like visage and examined his face. After being possessed by the spirits behind the door for so long, his own countenance had become grotesquely deformed. In the next moment, darkness receded, restoring the brightness around and the clamor of the square below, as fireworks illuminated the sky in a dazzling display. He held Zhaoka tightly, momentarily making it difficult for her to breathe, then pressed his lips against hers, using his tongue to silence her words. Su Dong discovered that he was not the only one lacking a root bone. Indeed, individuals possessing such a trait were exceedingly rare. The vast majority of the younger generation left disheartened due to their lack of root bones, while a select few, like Su Dong's, clung to their hopes and sought to exit through the back door with hundreds of crystal stones in hand. However, the chief examiner resolutely rejected the proposal. Chapter 112, Confronting Oppression. Yet, this state of affairs did not persist for long. Some of the females quickly regained their composure and remarked, "What is there to fear? Have you all forgotten the words of our leader? When faced with adversity, the brave shall prevail." How could they forget the leader's words? And how could they dare to forget? With those words, the females who had previously considered retreating felt a rush of warmth to their faces. The timidity in their eyes dissipated, and they stood tall once more, declaring, "Of course we haven't forgotten." As the barrier rose, Qi Tian distinctly sensed that he and his companions were seemingly suspended in a void, with the white mist continually being drawn in, causing his spirit to feel somewhat ethereal. The sudden arrival of Yi Chong was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In an instant, the expressions of everyone shifted. Some were excited, others fearful, and many were skeptical, creating a complex tapestry of emotions. Yi Chong, feeling the weight of such reactions, found himself awkwardly speechless. His mouth agape yet failing to utter a word. The disparity in strength between the two teams was stark, as long as Dortmund did not make any significant blunders. There would be no surprises in their defense of the DFB Pokal title at the Berlin Olympic Stadium. Many outer disciples felt indignant on behalf of Qi Yutian, while others recognized the sheer arrogance of this inner disciple. With such status, formidable strength, and a personality to match, he was undoubtedly a nightmarish presence for all outer disciples. During the previous battle, Wang Zai had exerted considerable effort, his body stained with blood. Yi Chong also had to put forth significant effort to cleanse him. Gently stroking Wang Zai's head, Yi Chong's eyes gleamed with a hint of a satisfied smile. As the eye of inspection activated, his attributes materialized before him. In an instant, Mo Fei ignited like a spark, transforming into a blazing inferno. Thus, her figure merely flickered by, eliciting admiration from a few seasoned veterans regarding her perfect physique. A slender yet spirited man sat smoking by the window. His facial features indicated he hailed from the southeastern region of Huaxia. The internal energy provided a formidable enhancement for Yi Chong, while the dark energy served as an effective means to deal with stronger zombies, even against zombies of comparable strength. Yi Chong, having mastered the dark energy, could confidently deliver a fatal blow. Ma Kangyi subtly explained the function of the soul balance, and upon hearing it, she couldn't help but laugh. After all, in a city representative of science like Academy City, discussing matters of mysticism would elicit laughter from any rational individual. Seeing that he was still lingering, the security guard made a phone call, summoning the security team from the Liu family estate under the pretext of someone causing a disturbance. Ma Taodao, having never encountered such a sandwich, couldn't resist taking large bites. It was a Western delicacy, and the novel taste and texture tantalized her palate, causing her eyes to sparkle with delight. Boredom led her to come and take a look. Qin Shou picked up the telescope resting on the table, stepped outside the tower, and with one hand holding an umbrella, leaned against the railing to gaze into the distance. Little did he know, Lu Zhan was quite the capable man. He reached out and pressed against Shin Manman's heart. Ever since he took on an apprentice, he had become increasingly mindful of his appearance, changing his attire diligently each day. Following Lin En's orders, the combat specialists and transport workers set off immediately, carrying a substantial amount of explosives, awaiting commands in the skies above. That night, after an afternoon and evening of revelry, Xiao Jing, spurred on by his teammates, indulged in some alcohol. Given his current condition, Even several kilograms of liquor would hardly intoxicate him. Despite having outrunk many, his mind remained remarkably clear. Liu, with his singular focus, climbed onto the back of the husky and settled down. It was precisely because Lu Qi was fully aware of everything that Xu Nin felt in that fleeting moment, as if everything was entirely under his control. Chapter 113, Expanding Knowledge 3. Do the little ones know about Wen Yin? After all, the first thing upon arriving at the tribe would certainly be to inquire, and Chu Liangyu understood that you two would likely say something that he couldn't help but ask. I don't wish to conceal anything from them. So when they asked, I told them, you two replied, guilt evident on his face. If it weren't for my involvement, he wouldn't have had to endure this. Thus, I will protect them well, as a means of making amends for Wen Yin. Han's family arrived at the fields beside the pond, where several villagers were already digging the ridges in the adjacent farmland. Of course, no matter what she becomes, in my heart, she will forever be the beloved Qianshi, Qin Donghua declared with deep affection. Zhang Hohat scoffed, accustomed to flattering others. If he were genuinely kind, he'd have his father manage the shop. It would be a high-paying job without the worries of wind and rain. Han Jianyang's voice was like a yellow oriole perched on a branch, soft and melodic, yet her words were sharp and articulate. In a short while, she vividly recounted how Moon Yangzi had blown air to revive a young boy. Promises are such that no one is indispensable. It's merely a matter of holding on or letting go. Divorce is not terrifying. What is frightening is knowing the love has faded yet still clinging to the marriage. A promise, after all, is not about mere preservation but requires mutual effort. Do you understand? An Alahuwe remarked. Qi, originally entirely red, suddenly bore a multicolored tail feather. Yet Qing Luo failed to perceive any discordance. Instead, it seemed as though the feather from Yuan Feng had always belonged to Qi. Just as Ma Dongyun was about to speak, a voice filled with menace erupted from his mouth. The southern king looked at Lin Qianqian in astonishment. He truly did not expect this girl to be so magnanimous, as he had just ordered someone to drag her out for execution. The emotions within Yi Bei stirred as he gazed at Tang Yuan's profile, his lips curving into an involuntary smile, his hand resting on her shoulder, instinctively embracing her. Who are you, and what grievances do you have with the Meng family? Meng Zhou, having weathered numerous storms, managed to maintain his composure. Upon hearing this, Wan Chong could no longer remain seated. He let out a deep grunt, clasped his hands in a ritual gesture before his chest, and began to murmur incantations. Moments later, flames of a fierce crimson hue ignited upon his hands. My lord, with the demise of the Shura Emperor, the entire Shura realm is in turmoil. Both the soul-cutting king and I believe it is your duty to rejuvenate the Shura realm, he declared. Are you surprised? My malevolent aura is akin to that of the wicked, Qin Shi replied with a faint smile. Indeed. Qin Shi's formidable demonic power was a perfect replica of that of the fiends, granting him the ability to create an abyss that could devour the heavens. A piercing long howl erupted forth, clear and resonant, strikingly different from his usual faint hoarse voice. It was remarkably melodious, akin to the song of a phoenix. The Mu siblings were momentarily taken aback, while Bai Zhe unleashed several more piercing cries, each echoing through the pavilion's roof and reverberating across the distant mountains and valleys. Within the Holy Yuan battle domain, explosive golden flames erupted everywhere, and the intertwining energies of Yuan and Xian splattered in all directions. The void shattered like fragile lantern paper, only to be continuously mended. Let us engage in battle, commencing in the beast realm, and initiate our counteroffensive against the Ming clan. Qin Shi's gaze turned profoundly frigid. Many soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Army were also discussing the extraordinary nature of the immortal scriptures, which left Long Jiaoyang and his companions, who had yet to witness the scriptures, feeling an intense itch of curiosity. As he closed the dialogue box, a photograph of a man appeared prominently on the desktop. Fang Minya gazed at it quietly, her expression growing increasingly intricate. Upon contemplating this, Xikong Ming felt as though a significant portion of his internal power had been siphoned away, akin to a once-inflated balloon suddenly deflating. Such a sensation was truly difficult to convey with mere words like frustration or despondency. Chapter 114. A misjudgment. That forehead adornment is quite exquisite. Chu Liangyu's words transformed into a compliment. Xiang Qiansheng appeared momentarily taken aback, but it was merely for an instant. He promptly removed the headband adorning his forehead, declaring, if the mistress desires it, then it is yours. His forehead was full, fair, and smooth, identical in hue to his face, devoid of the color disparity that Chu Liangyu had anticipated. However, without the embellishment, there was indeed a subtle distinction. Yi Feng, with his discerning eyes, quickly discerned the underlying scheming and let out a cold laugh before exclaiming, "Who among you is my brother? With your stature, do you deem yourself worthy of that title?" He was aware that Sha Wujue would undoubtedly surmise his identity and attempt to use him as a pawn. Thus, he showed no courtesy toward him. After a task spanning 4 to 5 days, it had finally reached its conclusion. One could only wonder what rewards awaited. Tomorrow, Fangxi and the others would depart, and this time, it would be a permanent farewell. Perhaps, in this lifetime, they would never cross paths again. "Yidong, are you all right? You appear rather fatigued," inquired Lin Chanxian, who was kneeling on the floor, her attire in disarray, the bloodstains on her garments indicating her own tribulations. A deafening explosion jolted the two, who had been lost in bliss. Only then did they realize they were on a battlefield, and the fight was far from over. I glanced towards the other 2 battles. Nevertheless, since she chose to adopt an alias and venture south, she was prepared to face every challenge that lay ahead. The Hong family members were excessively cowardly, preferring to watch their kin perish, merely expressing their rage through their eyes, yet failing to muster the courage to expel the Qian family members. It was utterly disgraceful. After exchanging a few words with those around him, Yi Wudao dashed away, following the 2 distinct auras. He would rather sacrifice his own life than allow Inayr to perish. He was willing to exchange his existence for hers. As long as she lived, even in death, he would harbor no regrets. Lan Wanner was taken aback by Lu Yuexia's sudden display of sorrow. She had never anticipated that her question would evoke such a reaction, and she found herself at a loss, having never encountered such a situation before. The damage figures soared to 1877. Indeed, this invincible second-generation heir possessed equipment of unparalleled quality. Otherwise, as a leather armor class, it would be impossible for him to lose merely 1/3 of his health from a strike by the divine resentment. Both heard the thunderous roars within the celestial palace. Reminiscent of a tempest, could it be that the space they occupied was the realm of annihilation? Observing Shui Sha unleashing Ice Bolt and Frost Blade, the priest of war heaven found it impossible to resurrect, and their numbers dwindled rapidly. "Old man, how do you operate this thing?" Shui Tinghao attempted to pull the gun's bolt, but found it immovable. As matters settled, "I must confess I did not fully understand why the esteemed divine resentment repeatedly avoided direct confrontation with us. Perhaps he had his reasons, or even ulterior motives. Is this satisfactory now? I beseech you to cease. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to draw my weapon." Huang Weidao. No one dared to act on their own. The report had already been submitted to the emperor's office. In a bid to preserve their disgraceful pride, they orchestrated a formidable scandal, unaware that they had invited such devastating retribution. Upon hearing this, Ruofing could not help but harbor doubts. What is troubling my father today? My mother claims she wishes to take me out for training, promising a method to rapidly enhance my cultivation, which would only benefit my health. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity? What concerns could father possibly have? Could it be that my mother intends to harm me? Furthermore, even if I prevent old Meng from visiting now, he would inevitably go after I leave. After all, our academy's forum is open, accessible to visitors without the need for registration. Chapter 115. This matter must be handled with expertise. Shi Zhongrui shook his head, correcting him. No, you did not misread. While I may lack proficiency in many areas, I must excel in matters concerning her. Feng Qiwang's lips curled in disdainful sarcasm. You seem rather proud of yourself. I am not proud. Feng Qiwang. He abruptly lost his desire for conversation, turning away to walk alongside Chu Liangyu, noticing the object wrapped around her hand, and immediately inquired with concern. It's normal. Su Shaoran has chosen a term even she finds vaguely defined to describe their current relationship. Huayan indeed realized that she had spoken little of late, whether at home or outside. His wife, Li Ru, observed his poor complexion and kindly brought him tea, only to have it accidentally knocked over by him. Returning from Teacher Ho's residence, Su Shaoran's heart remained unsettled. She replayed every word spoken by Teacher Ho in her mind. While she comprehended them, putting them into practice proved exceedingly challenging. The patterned snake devoured a demon fruit, its form beginning to transform, as frost instantaneously encased the surroundings. Of course, the tea was brewed. What else could one think of? Regarding Ma Du's inexplicable inquiries, Bo Chi felt little regard, reaching for the teapot nonetheless. She had not forgotten that Ouyang Qingfeng was currently a patient, one in imminent danger. She sensed the burden upon her shoulders had lessened, alleviating the earlier suffocation it had caused. The she-wolf exhaled deeply, seemingly reassured that being ensnared by her own vines posed no threat. The moon ascended to the treetops. casting its cold silver light upon the earth. Amidst the shadowy branches, a solitary, ethereal figure moved gracefully, as if awaiting someone. Ai Maunu raised her slender fingers, slowly peeling away her delicate, jade-hued outer garment, casting a wistful glance as she sighed softly. Yi Bingyin contemplated this matter, recalling that Huarou had previously gone to Suzhou City without consent, and that Huarou had secretly traveled there behind Hua Jiwei's back. Now, with Huarou's return, how could Hua Jiwei not be infuriated? Hong Qihui stepped forward to report, finally allowing Luo Yuhong to breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as Hong Qihui opened her mouth, she sensed the awkwardness of the situation. Li Xiang sighed, although he did not know Haiwa. The fact that the old detective had only brought this one disciple among so many indicated the depth of his trust and esteem. The joy of recovering something lost is among the most delightful experiences in life, whether it pertains to a person or an object. It invariably leads to a heightened sense of appreciation from the recipient. Since Radai ascended to the throne of Dongliao, governing the realm with unwavering authority, this was the first time they encountered such a scene. To Radai, the spectacle was excessively brazen and compounded by her current injury. She felt a surge of agitation that nearly caused her to collapse. In the next moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the very fabric of space. The overwhelming force far exceeded Elder Feng's expectations, sending him hurtling backward like a kite, skidding away for quite a distance. Upon landing, he continued to slide uncontrollably for several more steps before finally managing to stabilize himself. True self? Self? Li Changkong was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning of the words. Wu Gang, hailing from the prestigious Wu family known for their craftsmanship, stated that a day was insufficient for forging a celestial treasure, which was tantamount to an assertion from the Wu clan itself. He sighed, executing a deft flick of his wrist that sent the fishing hook arcing gracefully into the river. At that moment, the distant sound of a car engine echoed from the riverbank. Prompted by Wu's remarks, Li Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Chang Sunchong was a diligent student at the medical academy, known for his commendable behavior. Leave. Before Lin Beiqing could utter a word, she anticipated his intentions. She would not allow herself to be overshadowed here as she had in S-City. In this place, she was the one in command. It seemed she had underestimated Lin Beiqing's capabilities. Lin Yushi mused inwardly, yet felt a sense of relief. Should Lin Beiqing truly become angry, she would be at a loss for how to placate him. Not far from the ground, Kelly Jia's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination as he focused on Ryan, embedding his colossal sword into the earth beside him. With hands that moved in rapid succession, he summoned a cadre of imposing biscuit soldiers. The accusatory tone in the air made Lin Beiqing somewhat uneasy, yet he kept his head down and recounted the events with honesty. Lin Beiqing had merely offered a casual reminder to Huang Zitao out of boredom, unaware of Lin Yushi's true intentions. Very well, I'll clean it up, Ji Tiantian declared, placing the instant noodle cup down on the table. However, George did not receive the information he sought from Sanov. Instead, he was met with the reproach of one of the attendees. To his astonishment, Suyu revealed his identity, extinguishing any lingering goodwill he had harbored. If Suyu truly exerts himself to pursue Lien Xian, it is likely that Lien Xian may once again find himself ensnared in this nefarious environment. In comparison, many believe that Cristiano Ronaldo is indeed more formidable. Within this realm of competence, he undoubtedly exhibits greater responsibility and satisfaction. Observing the silhouettes of the five, Gui Huahua and her companions wept, their hearts feeling as though a piece had been severed from them. Though the remnant of the demon was once a powerful general of the demon realm, he now exists merely as a lingering spirit, certainly incapable of rivaling Ren Junwu, whose cultivation is akin to that of an immortal lord. Fortunately, the antagonist possesses a semblance of conscience, reducing her corruption value by over 20 percentage points throughout the day. Tia reflected. Indeed, the density of villages within the radius of several hundred miles around Pang City was exceedingly anomalous, a detail only overlooked by a novice like her. Upon gathering at the Immortal Inn, the four arrived precisely at mealtime for both lunch and dinner. Yet, in this moment of imminent peril, a figure leapt from behind Xian, confronting the ferocious wolf that charged forth. However, upon hearing these words, Su Qing felt as though he had received a profound revelation. He recognized the validity of Li Yun's insights, which pointed directly to his own shortcomings. Amidst the vigilant gazes of Dao Wu and the four renowned figures, the silhouette of Jun Moxie gradually appeared not far away. Of course, We have yet to resolve to make him a full-time politician, Michelle replied, feeling somewhat uplifted. She scrolled through her feed and stumbled upon a report on Paris Fashion Week, where A-plus Mariah Carey, Halle Berry, and the newly crowned Best Actress Gwyneth Paltrow sat side by side. The blade's intent surged forth, stirring countless clouds of dust. Even Yoon and others were momentarily stunned by Xianba's strike, wondering what sort of divine attack this was. Yet, this situation inevitably angered Nie Jing, leaving her at a loss for explanation. Could it be that I, the esteemed Nie, do not wish to become your shield, hence I chose to remain an observer? Upon seeing the arrival of these individuals, Yin Changfeng felt a surge of panic, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes, as he hastily beckoned the disciples of the Alliance to prepare for action. Chapter 116. Overindulgence. Inside the room, as Chu Liangyu lay down, he suddenly felt the ground tremble violently, his first instinct being that an earthquake had occurred. However, upon hearing a roar, he quickly realized that it was not an earthquake, but rather a fierce battle taking place. Stepped out of the courtyard with a grim expression. As he looked up, he was momentarily dazzled by the brilliant crimson phoenix soaring above. Below him, a bear of considerable size, resembling a small mountain, relentlessly swung its claws in an attack. Surrounding houses witnessed the scene as Sherlock, having collected a myriad of colorful candies, momentarily lost control of his expression, revealing a smile reminiscent of Summer Ming. Without hesitation, he grasped Su Ziyue's hand, pulling her into the elevator and guiding her to the parking lot, where he hurriedly ushered her into the car before dialing Yang Danny. She wept and lamented, yet her words were merely a repetitive cycle. Yuduo found little inclination to debate with her, regardless of any potential collusion. It was hardly a crime deserving of death, especially among peers. Su Rua's moment of folly did not warrant further confrontation. At that moment, Baki sat in the office of the penthouse, enjoying a private moment with the slippery fruit, Yalada. Yuduo, feeling somewhat guilty, could only acquiesce to the teachings. Yet the more she listened, the more she sensed that Master Shumiao's words bore hidden significance. "Father, did you call for me?" Chu Mohan greeted as he sat down, unable to meet his father's gaze, fully aware that his father's heart was not at ease. Su Ziyue and Zheng Tianpeng encountered two close classmates of Song Tiantian once more, yet they gleaned no additional useful clues. To them, Song Tiantian remained an enigma. Sighing internally, she wondered why she couldn't simply write out her thoughts in the kitchen and have a maid deliver it, thus avoiding such troublesome encounters. The shop, materials, and labor were all provided by Bai Jixing. In essence, her contributions were merely ideas, and too many would certainly be unfeasible. However, the crux of this business lay in innovation, making a lack thereof unprofitable. It was disheartening to realize that even in her absence, Zhang Shixiang and Li Shixiang could not escape their predicaments. He now understood why, after the Marine tribe's assault on Tianhai City, the city's imperial powerhouses refrained from retaliating against the Sea Tribe. Tang Ming, with a sorrowful demeanor, rubbed his brow before recounting the circumstances surrounding Tang Ming's demise. "Do not fret. Once the two sect leaders return, I shall shower you with affection." Gazing upon the breathtaking beauty before him, Hu Wei felt an involuntary urge to act. However, he refrained from making the first move against Xia Wire, for Yang Bupo had instructed him to wait until they had thoroughly interrogated her before he could take action. Yi Fei grew increasingly impatient, having listened to Qiao Laopao boast for an extended period without conveying any substantial point. Yet, as Yi Fei began to utter a few words, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over Dantai Zijing, leaving her with an unexplainable discomfort. Gu Maching's expression shifted, despite his probing nature. The force behind his blade scarcely drew upon 70% of his strength, rendering it utterly ineffective. Li Daren humbly expressed his thoughts and inquired about the specifics of Elder Sun's forthcoming lecture, not realizing that it would not take place for at least another month. His summoning was merely a gesture from the academy, believing his experience to be insufficient and wishing to ensure he was adequately prepared. Bai Yuntao twisted his head, preparing to reiterate his point, while simultaneously casting a glance toward Feilong. However, a mere glance compelled him to swallow the last word he intended to say. Since Master Wang Dashan and his disciple decided to hold their concert here, it was naturally situated in the center of the circular plaza, chosen for its splendid location and ample space to accommodate a larger audience. Meanwhile, he discreetly employed the Eye of Space to seal off the surrounding void, preventing those 8 blood demons from approaching him. Manji, munching on tender bamboo shoots, suddenly cast his gaze southward. Nyak Hong felt a stir within. Following the direction of Manji's gaze, where, not far away, A slender, deep green snake lay coiled upon a tree, stealthily observing a nearby gray rabbit. Chapter 117, Victory at All Costs. The female protagonist. As Chu Liangyu stepped outside, she immediately spotted Feng Qiwu and another individual waiting at the entrance, their eyes gleaming with anticipation upon her appearance. Fortunately, Chu Liangyu possessed keen eyesight. Otherwise, she might have overlooked the subtle changes in their expressions. At that moment, she felt a surge of irritation, yet she chose not to display her displeasure too readily. Thus, she inquired directly, "Have the repairs been completed?" "Very well. I was quite close to Donger previously. She is a good person. However, after her mother passed away, she became overwhelmed with family responsibilities and rarely ventured out." Sherlan remarked, likely moved by his words, feeling compelled to offer assistance to Donger. "What brings you here?" Gu Qiui, striving to calm the tumultuous beating of his heart, found himself rather surprised. It seemed futile, akin to playing a lute to a cow. Mi Wugu understood that even if he elaborated on the classification of realms, this elderly woman would remain blissfully ignorant. The spellcaster's eyes were unable to open, while the colorful fighting peak screamed in panic and retreated. To Mi Wugu, these events were clear as day. The intense light did not obscure his vision, but rather enhanced it. The divine powers wielded by Shenzi had approached the initial stages of the void refinement realm. Yet they were absorbed by a formation set by a crow in a remarkably short time. This indicated that the crow had reached the pinnacle of its magical prowess. Could it be that the two esteemed experts from the Xianzun realm had come specifically for this artifact? Gu Qiui pondered. Such a significant sacred object would naturally attract the attention of powerful individuals. Just as the blood-eyed crow was about to elaborate, an immense force enveloped it, lifting it gently before Han Xiao. The doorbell rang at an opportune moment, rescuing Yuan Fong from her awkward predicament. She hurriedly leapt from her bed, donning mismatched marten boots scattered across the carpet. Thus, he resolved to elevate his rank and become a formidable figure before eliminating all of them in one fell swoop. Is your only defense the utilization of spiritual energy? Do you possess no offensive skills whatsoever? Quasi was evidently astonished by Qin Yun's peculiar technique. Now, witnessing the safety of both the palace master and Miss and standing before her, Xueling felt a mix of joy and excitement, ultimately succumbing to tears. "Father, you are truly wonderful," Ling Mashuan exclaimed, rising to embrace Wei Qi Mingxi, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Simultaneously, he could not help but anticipate the surprises that awaited him following the system's upgrade. The pain in his chest persisted, yet thanks to Fei Shan's medicinal pills, which he consumed like candy, he felt significantly alleviated. At long last, the venerable Kuan has returned safely to his family. His immediate destination is naturally the island of the underworld fire, where he must deliver the dragon pearl to the Zhu Yuming fire python clan. Upon finishing his words, Qing Yun swiftly led Kuan to seek out the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Fang, requesting him to summon the obstinate elders to the council hall. The gathered assembly felt as though a colossal hammer had struck their minds, if even the Tianzhu was unbeknownst to them. Who in the beast tamer sect could possibly possess such knowledge? As the crowd clamored, they congregated in curiosity, for the notion that Zhu Mimi would falter at this juncture was utterly preposterous to them. Witnessing the scene unfold, a sense of anticipation filled their hearts, as they firmly believed that Ouyang Ing would soon awaken, dispelling the clouds of worry that had loomed over everyone. In the living room, Fu Huayan, having shed his formal attire, sat cross-legged on the sofa, a cigarette dangling unlit from his lips, one hand deftly composing an email on his phone while the other clutched a lighter. Chapter 118. To accompany until the end under the circumstances. "It seems I must accompany you to the very end." The expression on the male beastman's face dulled, as he stood silently, lost in thought. From the high platform, Chu Liangyu observed the scene with clarity. "Jiao Jiao, what are the names of those two females?" Following her gesture, Xiong Jiao Jiao promptly clarified, "That one is Hua Ji, and the male she is battling is her third beast husband, Ke Bai." During their conversation, they had only visited these locales. Their impression of the castle was even less than that of ordinary muggles, who at least could glean images of the many silent medieval castles from magazines and television. The two cunning individuals exchanged glances, sharing a tacit understanding without uttering a word, each silently plotting how to reclaim this ancestral treasure-laden land. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Such a peculiar thought surged within Asuna's mind. "You just ruined my chances. Do you dare to compete again? For every 20 attempts you fail, you owe me a kiss." This game differs from that shooting game. In basketball, not only must the ball roll down through the hoop, But the action of retrieving the basketball consumes time, making a difference of 20 a considerable gap. The radiant smile of prosperity sent shivers down Lu Nian's spine. What does it mean that she has been so proactive? What has she done? Sister Neji Exodin, you have finally awakened. Do not move. I have already staunched your bleeding, but your severed limb has suffered severe frostbite. Without the aid of a physician and medicine, you may perish. Chelsea exclaimed anxiously. Upon returning to the Changchun Hall, I summoned Li Luo under the pretense of a medical consultation, expressing my desire for his assistance in exiting the palace. Upon hearing his words, he exhibited neither surprise nor dissuasion. Such an overly indifferent demeanor unsettled me. Chi Yu had not closed his eyes from the very beginning, instead fixating his gentle gaze upon her, imbued with a sense of adoration. Consequently, even though Ling Baolu kept her eyes shut, she felt no discomfort. Rather, she gradually succumbed to slumber beneath his tender, affectionate gaze. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble, Aunt Ning. I am grateful for your assistance these past few days. Upon hearing Ning Yuanlan's words, Lian Rong felt a twinge of embarrassment. By a stroke of fortune, Shinboru, upon entering the purple mansion with the creation pearl, had remarkably replaced the golden elixir with it, allowing him to leap into the core formation stage. As his golden elixir was the creation pearl, his strength surpassed that of his peers by a considerable margin. He spent the night in a state of ecstatic joy, and in the morning, he could hardly contain his eagerness to see her. When he witnessed her opening the door, he was overwhelmed with a desire to embrace her. A surge of impulsive emotion bubbling within him, as if it were ready to burst from his very being. The prince's contradictory attitudes incited indignation among the maidservants. In a fit of anger, Xiaoyu even attempted to persuade Bai Li Lan to bear a child with the young master, using it as leverage against the old prince. The fire sword danced in his hand, unleashing streams of white sword energy that scattered in the wake of his movements. This embodiment of intent, combined with the infernal fire of the nine heavens, proved formidable. The chilling aura enveloped the approaching specters entirely. The young man in red, Gao Tian, was the rising prodigy of the Gao family, the next heir, and had previously crossed paths with Wang Chong. At that time, Lu Fengkong had attempted several times to break through the bottleneck into the transformation level, but had failed each time. Dejected, he turned to cultivating the external sex techniques. Over the course of more than a month while Shuang Er trained, Feng Qingchen had not made an appearance at the Jade Fragment Pavilion. The only instance was a fleeting glimpse of him from a distance when she and Xuan Er ventured out to procure supplies 10 days after he had vanished. Thereafter, he was nowhere to be found. How could she abandon her beloved out of fear of death or a miserable fate? Chapter 119. A display of female might. A cold glint flashed in Huaji's eyes. She did not retreat, but instead raised her wrist, simultaneously gathering her internal energy in her palm, striking directly toward his mouth. Her unexpected maneuver caught everyone off guard, and Keibai, taken aback, was struck by her internal force, causing his mouth to tingle as it clamped down on her wrist. His sharp fangs fell in response, and a wave of pain coursed through his body, compelling him to tremble and release Huaji, hastily retreating a few steps away from her. Despite the long-standing enmity between Princess Yaru and her, as well as multiple attempts on her life, Mu Lingsha resolved to assist Qin Yunlai in his search for her beloved sister. Uncle Bai, I do not wish to intrude upon you and Aunt. A simple cleaning will suffice for us to move in. Li Qinzhou shook his head gently in refusal. Understanding Ne Gongyi's intent, Bai Yoruo watched as they dashed out, only for the massive cave to collapse, cutting off the pursuit of the blood demons. During lunch, Huang Jianfeng took Jin Dan to the finest state-run restaurant in the provincial capital, Huazhong Building, an establishment with a long-standing history, still bustling with patrons even after a decade. Although he comprehended the situation, Ling Yu chose not to pursue it further. He prepared himself, retrieving the crystal vial from the cold pond and reattaching it to his waist. Yu Feng knew that Lu Ming would make any concession for Jing Yiren, even if he lacked the means to provoke her. His words were merely a ruse to mislead Lu Ming. Shinyi spoke softly, adjusting his posture, slightly elevating Mu Lingsha's delicate waist, guiding her to sit down. Everyone understood the significance of the Tianji auction, and thus, nearly all the true lords of the Xianqing spirit realm gathered at Ruoxu Valley. In retrospect, perhaps the baby had arrived at the destined time of birth, only to be forcibly held back. Within the sea of consciousness, the divine soul emerged, simultaneously allowing the spirit to rise from the depths. The divine soul bowed to the spirit, enveloping it with divine thought, continuously refining and purifying it, eliminating impurities from the divine consciousness. That evening, Xia Ming and I retrieved 100 blocks of gold from the cellar, carefully packing them into boxes. We also unearthed 2 Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowls, worth the price of a house, which I carried in my backpack. It hadn't occurred to me until now. They are both CEOs of your company. They cannot marry anyone but you, Xia Ming murmured to me. However, Su Chang'an would employ his own methods to halt the wheels of history, ensuring that events unfolded according to his desires and direction. Very well, this matter must remain confidential. My wife indeed possesses some celestial fortune, Chiyu stated solemnly, as Gu Lan's eyes widened in disbelief, soon replaced by an expression of understanding. Your Majesty, consider this. While Haitong's strength may not rival Tianya or Idao, the gap is not insurmountable. Although it was still early, most residents of the town's street-side houses were already awake. So this is the correct way to use the lucky perfume? With this thought, Chen William couldn't help but silently commend his own cleverness with 32 likes. However, the next 2 items left him somewhat speechless. Luwei Dihuang Wan and 6 walnuts. Were these merely fillers? At the borderland, raising 2 fingers alongside Gideon made the situation appear quite reasonable in the eyes of others. One was a silver-tongued figure steeped in countless legends, while the other was well-versed in various secret intelligence networks spanning the borderland. Indeed, Jiyu shot him a glance, and the initially rowdy Ying dared not continue, knowing that his father would only show tenderness to his mother, lacking any patience for him. Under the protection of a battalion's soldiers, Wang Xingxin sat in the carriage against the biting wind, nostalgically yearning for the warmth of a tent. The snow on the road was abundant, making it arduous for the horse-drawn carriage to traverse the thick blanket of white. Upon arriving at the temporary military camp outside the city, Wang Xingxin led his soldiers and the craftsmen to the new military encampment in Lantian County. The substance referred to by the chefs as explosive oil was, in fact, nitroglycerin, a volatile compound that detonates with the slightest disturbance, promising catastrophic explosions given its terrifying quantity. Before long, the meat sauce was prepared, and with the assistance of 2 village matrons, the noodles were ready, eagerly awaiting their turn in the pot. Wang Xingxin instructed the fire to rest for a moment, intending for everyone to enjoy a hearty meal before resuming their labors. Are you aware of the affairs regarding the cave relics? Hao Feng speculated, prompted by Yi Feng's words. Vlad stood with his hands on his hips, a broad smile adorning his face, as a colossal shadow loomed over him. Although Lu Gongzi's pig was not particularly large, it still weighed over 100 jin. And after Wang Xingxin dedicated more than 2 hours to it, the pig had transformed into several large bowls of pork dishes, leaving only some trotters, offal, and a head behind. After Fide had breakfast, Vittorio approached him with a letter in hand. At the sound of the coordinator's voice, one squad after another vanished from sight, heading towards the next round of competition. Outside the window, the soft sound of falling snow could still be heard, accompanied by the howling wind that seemed to herald an impending event. A necklace emitting a faint blue glow lay quietly on a fair neck, standing out strikingly. Suddenly, Shang Guan's phone vibrated. Upon glancing at it, a slight frown creased his brow. The aura of the demon emperor surged steadily, elevating from the celestial soldiers, generals, kings, to the pinnacle of celestial lords, where the fluctuation of energy gradually stabilized. However, do you know what mistake you have made this time? I wish to inquire. Cui Min said calmly. Rumors circulated throughout the city that Princess Yang had received a decree from the emperor to visit Huchuan Pass, after which she departed from Yukon and entered the wilderness. Xiao approached me, brandishing a gleaming metal broadsword. As I grasped it, a sense of weightiness enveloped my hands, accompanied by an instinct that this weapon was indeed exceptional. With the clothes tucked inside, Bai Qian had already fallen asleep, observing her tear-streaked face. I let out a soft sigh. Moreover, upon reaching Nashi, once the turmoil subsided, this wedding would need to be held again, rendering the current absence inconsequential. As I witnessed 2 striking figures enter the grand hall of Tianhua Group, the aura they exuded prompted the hall manager to approach them for conversation. Bayan lay in bed, tossing and turning for quite some time, yet still felt a sense of restlessness, ultimately resigning to quietly lie there, gazing at the exquisitely decorated ceiling in a daze. He then attempted to lift someone and flee, but seemingly wrenched his back in the process. Upon arriving at Jingjia Manor, Meng Tian had already rested for 3 days. For the past 3 days, Meng Tian, accompanied by Ying Yin and cradling Meng Wuji, has been leisurely exploring the verdant beauty of Zhongnan Mountain, reveling in the blossoms and the melodious sounds of flowing water. Their days have been steeped in tranquility. Should anyone lurk in the shadows, they would likely discern nothing amiss. Oh my goodness, A-ing, a man, I did not expect to find you here. A melodious voice resonated from not far behind the two. Chapter 120, Assisting Kin, Not Reason. Chu Liangyu discerned a subtle tension between the two and cleared his throat, hastily saying, "Do not rush into this matter. After the duel, I shall personally instruct you. At that time, my little ones will also join in the learning. So you must study diligently. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to be outshone by the younglings." Upon hearing something that piqued her interest, Feng Qingqing's attention shifted from the earlier discussion. Of course, as an adult female, it is impossible for me to. Xiemu gave a calm directive. Having already anticipated the fierce battle ahead, it was merely a matter of time. Gazing at the moving light on the computer screen and then at the man's sunglasses, Lin Ran realized that Ryan had delayed his departure at the airport to photograph using the glasses, allowing the bespectacled man to pinpoint the vehicle transporting Professor Mans and his companions. Upon reaching the hotel rooftop, Wu Tianhe climbed up, panting, and indeed spotted Yuna gazing up at the starry sky. The man entering the compartment was clad in black, tall and slender. His shadow cast on the floor illuminated by the lights, resembling a moving ebony bamboo stalk. Just as Kimura, you expressed the possibility as zero. A joyous voice resonated from behind. Initially, in the hot spring sea region, Su Xian had nearly succumbed while confronting the 7th-tier Red Lotus fiery turtle. Through the fabric, Hu Yunqing felt Shu Qing's hand caressing his thigh. The sensation coursed through him like electricity, tingling and delightful. In that fleeting moment, Gulin beheld a sea of blood, and above it floated a black dagger, absorbing the sanguine essence continuously flowing from the blood sea. Currently, number 99 possessed keen eyesight. As long as there was a hint of light, he could discern numerous details. The captain, along with others, marveled, so intelligent, exceedingly intelligent, simply astonishing. In the sea of consciousness, waves surged tumultuously, chaotic energies manifesting from all directions as if summoned by some force, bursting forth from the sea of awareness. From a distance, Xian Yuan Patian appeared enshrouded in mist, ethereal as a celestial being, tendrils of chaotic energy drifting towards the heart lotus of chaos. Just when Zhang Ming felt victory was within reach, Zhao Yun moved. More precisely, he soared into the air. Zhang Ming merely sensed a flash of white light, a chill at his neck, and then succumbed to unconsciousness, meeting an untimely demise. The subordinates understood their duties upon witnessing Jiang Qi's resolute gaze. Sun Yu promptly nodded in acquiescence. According to the compatibility of their birth charts, they were exceptionally well-matched, truly a pair destined for one another. It was no wonder they could hold hands successfully after merely a few encounters. The impregnable fortress, with its myriad troops, made promises seemingly impossible to breach, while miracles abound. They are not so plentiful. Such rigid, traditional etiquette in the ancient palace often create the illusion of eternity. It was the same centuries ago, and it shall remain so for centuries to come. Yet, we know this is not the reality. Are Zhang Jia and his companions trapped in the Federation's war starbase? Rogan Dao, incredulous, inquired whether the formidable Zhang Jia had indeed been ensnared. The dark energy of the figure within the painting enveloped him like an inescapable net, leaving no avenue for escape. The records within the tome elucidated that the body refinement stage forms the cornerstone of cultivation. Its physical strength surpasses that of an ordinary individual by leaps and bounds. With bones of unwavering solidity and tendons of unparalleled resilience, unattainable by common folk. Within a mere 2 years, Jiang Da's rudimentary skills were entirely eclipsed by those of Jiang Qi, who, since embarking on his martial journey, displayed an astonishing appetite, consuming in a single meal what an average adult male would require in an entire day. Yet, even such prodigious consumption proved insufficient, compelling Zhang's mother to increase his daily meals from 2 to 3. The man, a tempest of liberation, appeared to regard Lu Li with disdain, only to meet his downfall at the hands of 2 punches and a kick from Lu Li. Yang Simu, without hesitation, released Huang Zhong from the Lizhu cave, allowing Huang Zhong to support the ancient moon palace mirror while he took his seat atop it. However, within the city, over 1,000 souls implored Do Jianda to spare his life, asserting, if such a person as Qing Shen is slain today, it would be an affront to the heavens. I was left speechless, urging her to seek out General Lu. Jing Tian felt a headache coming on. She had initially believed that director Feng's choice of script, coupled with Lu Yifei's involvement, would yield at least 30 to 40 million at the box office, only to discover it barely reached 10 million. The undercover Japanese officer bowed his head and admitted, I am not certain, judging by the spent casings on the battlefield. It appears the enemy primarily employs Chinese weapons such as the Type 38 and Czech models. Gently assisting the prince, he removed his outer garment, revealing 4 intersecting wounds, causing Su Rong to gasp in astonishment. Previously, he had drawn upon 2 strands of spiritual energy daily for cultivation. Now, having accumulated 1 strand in this location, he required only to gather the remaining 3 strands sufficiently, necessitating an additional 9 months. Once the call ended, Qin Wei observed a nondescript black Volkswagen parked by the roadside, approximately 200 meters from his location. Furthermore, he tasked me with 4 directives, the first being to investigate the true cause of my parents' demise. For my grandmother harbored suspicions regarding the circumstances of their death, believing there to be significant reasons behind it. Almost simultaneously, Qi Jingchen of the village school, the elder Yang in the backyard of the Yang family shop, and Ruan Chong of the blacksmith shop all raised their gazes towards the direction of the Longshu Creek Bridge. Since stepping out of the palanquin over the weekend, Princess Su Yuan and the imperial concubine had remained within the jade palanquin, not once emerging. Ling Shuemu paused in surprise, let out a soft hum, and then, with a flick of her sleeve, withdrew into another guest room, slamming the door behind her. Lian Beidao felt an overwhelming annoyance but could not afford to sever ties outright. He restrained his temper and remarked, "Your nephew does not possess the stature you presume. I too do not wish to oppose the Jin state. As long as the Jin can acquiesce to my 3 conditions, I am willing to withdraw my troops." The weekend saw him lay his conditions for troop withdrawal plainly before them. Dealing with such a cunning and shrewd individual leaves no room for any semblance of subtlety. The strength of the entire team is formidable, anchored by a formidable 8th-tier Earth Demon, accompanied by another of the 7th tier. The remaining 7 members of the team range from the 4th to the 6th tier of Earth Demons. Wang Xianxian, with both arms draped over Wu Xiaozu's shoulders, playfully offered him a slice of bread slathered with a sea salt-flavored jam she had procured from the east. "Isn't it delightful?" she remarked. Furthermore, the offline mode of the game is indeed captivating. Following the events of 9 years ago, Mike, who had betrayed his comrades, clearly had not fared well. Suddenly, with a sharp thud, the tip of a spear pierced through the man's chest effortlessly. Zhao Yun swiftly withdrew the long spear, and a copious amount of blood splattered onto his youthful face, which was still imbued with a sense of exhilaration. Chapter 121, The Art of Clone Technique. There is also a matter concerning the configuration of the pouch materials. When Xiong Zhaoju spoke of this, her face bore the signs of fatigue and relief. The complexity of the concoction was overwhelming, leading Qing Miao to continually send her in search of an array of peculiar herbs. All the required materials had been gathered, and cultivation was underway. Only the final blood needed for the elixir remained. Such circumstances were advantageous, especially with the upcoming competition within the tribe. However, just as Ling Feng began to slide down the steep cliff, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air, resembling the flapping of wings. Guo Jia examined closely and discerned that Shen Mayan's eyes reflected genuine inquiry rather than mockery, prompting her to smirk. "I've had my fill." Yet, she was acutely aware of how much she had consumed, indicating her significance in his eyes. Regarding this matter, Guo Jia felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His anger significantly abated. Wang Zifen's face flushed with embarrassment. He distinctly noticed the peculiar expression on the middle-aged man's face. His gaze fixated upon them as if he had committed some reprehensible act. It was evident that during the past few hours, the old hag must have been lamenting in agony, her anxiety mounting like a fire. With the crisis of the zombie siege resolved, the focus gradually shifted to subsequent matters, such as clearing the corpses of zombies outside the base and tidying up the battlefield, as well as arranging medical treatment for the severely injured soldiers. At this moment, Jin Yun was completely clear-headed. She turned her head and attempted to rise and leave, but the Jinjiang clan would not allow her to escape so easily. According to the descriptions of the celestial spring, once the water was drawn from it and placed in a common vessel, the ethereal essence contained within would gradually dissipate. This training ground had previously cost Cynthia a staggering 100 million ST points, and after her own modifications, it was transformed for her personal training. It could be said that the current situation was highly unfavorable for Team A, which was forced into a passive defense, with the rigidity of their defense on the right flank and midfield evidently insufficient, resulting in their inability to seize the ball and launch a counterattack. When Luming saw Wang Wenyu, he cast a fierce glance at the rough soldiers, whose eyes glimmered with a greenish hue, before turning his cold, icy stare back to Wen Luming, giving her a scathing look. After the rap party concluded, the next day, everyone returned to their respective posts. Shi Jia took an overnight flight back to the capital, having not seen his parents for several months. To be honest, he missed them quite a bit. As soon as the Enlightenment Lotus appeared, he felt a familiar sensation wash over him, as if he had encountered this aura somewhere before. Just as he was at a loss, a shadow began to coalesce on the ground before him. The consciousness of battle, when emanating from within, was often hindered and interfered with by various emotions, diminishing its power, precision, and penetrating force. However, when radiated through a blade, it was altogether different. The onlookers were certainly not oblivious to the situation, yet the adage, "everyone carries the sedan share," held true, and no one dared to expose the truth. Lian, filled with self-loathing, chose to ignore it. Shortly thereafter, the golden token uncontrollably burrowed into the charred flesh, and after several breaths, the chest of the grotesque mass began to heave. He completed his recitation, disregarding the thoughts of the middle-aged cultivator, and directly sat cross-legged, placing the scroll aside. He closed his eyes slightly and clasped his hands beneath his abdomen. They had not learned the divine transformation techniques of Wudong. Should they accidentally be struck by that thunderfire projectile, it would be a grave loss indeed. However, due to Go Chishi's maneuver, the alien tail was pinned beneath him. Currently, the Shinya Marquis household was in disarray, with no one having the time to concern themselves with how many letters Lin Lian sent out daily. Lin Shu also lacked the leisure to attend to her. Chapter 122. Who, indeed, is it? Such a lengthy duration. Considering Chu Liangyu's swiftness, this time span could have traversed half of the orc world, a notion that took Xiang Jiao by surprise, hence her tone was somewhat exaggerated. This matter must remain confidential. It is imperative that no one learns of it. Chu Liangyu's countenance grew more serious as he gazed at her. Xiang Jiao paused momentarily, then furrowed her brows. "All right, Sister Liangyu, you need not worry." Meanwhile, Qi Lingzi raised his hand, intending to summon the Qi Xian sword back. Little did he know that prior to this, Lin Bai had cast the sword into a lake, leaving it to rest quietly there, severing all connection with Qi Lingzi. Jiang Yo felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance. The immortal beings presiding over the trials in the three great secret realms had concealed the truth. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Mastery of power, combat awareness, and on-the-spot reactions, coupled with foresight. Before him stood Qin Zhantian, a true prodigy, perhaps through each confrontation with Baijian's will. His body had undergone subtle transformations, aligning more closely with the fundamental laws of fire and light, allowing him to effortlessly step across the threshold of these principles. The advantages were undeniably apparent. Exchanging 50 attributes for a formidable adversary was a surefire investment. Mei Er gestured disdainfully at Guangqi, her expression akin to one encountering a heap of unsightly refuse. Why do I feel sorrow at the sight of your demise? What have I forgotten?" Qi Luo asked agonizingly. Indeed, while she was beautiful, such a lure attracted numerous troubles, particularly from powerful demonic cultivators who particularly enjoyed collecting bones of such exquisite appearance as trophies. Servants of the estate hurriedly approached, and Zhu Di turned around with great impatience, irked by the interruption at such an engaging moment. In truth, he was not as composed as his companion Qi had suggested. Initially, he had been quite impulsive, unable to restrain his temper when confronted with those who trafficked and harmed others. "Su Guangqi, please receive the edict," a stranger announced, then removed a bundle from his back, respectfully presenting it to Su Guangqi. Su Guangqi was bemused. Receiving an edict was not typically accompanied by such formalities, as one would kneel and await the imperial decree. Yet here he was being handed a package. Glancing at the sky, it was evident that the hour had passed. It was likely that arrangements had already been made in the western dusk. Entering the city at this moment would be perfectly timed for the Tianxia Tower. Zhou Homing looked at Wu Hua with curiosity. "Master, how are things between you and your sister-in-law?" Wu Hua's expression darkened noticeably, and Zhou Homing's heart sank in tandem. He had intended to change the subject to lighten the atmosphere, but unexpectedly found himself in a deeper predicament. At the wooden table sat two skilled practitioners of the inner court, who, having satisfied their hunger, rose and moved behind Qin Mainyang. It was not until the three had departed a considerable distance that two figures descended upon the mountain peak. One was Hua Xian, and the other was Wei Zhenmi. Since Nen Fengzhu had expressed such sentiments, El Feiyang felt it inappropriate to press further, and thus agreed to reside temporarily within the city lord's manor, postponing other matters until the morrow. However, Kea cast down her gaze. Although his power was indeed formidable, lending her spiritual form to him was not without its reservations. After all, given his exceptional magical prowess, would it not be a simple task for him to exert control over her? After spending 3 days in Shenzhen, on July 8th, Wu Hua bid farewell to Zhou Homing and boarded a vessel bound for Hong Kong with Xiao Xiao and the others. Early the next morning, the crown prince rose at dawn, and the princess soon followed suit, preparing to see him off. Zhou Min caught up with Liang Yishan in the school corridor, where the latter sat angrily on the railing, her complexion slightly displeased. Although she wore a smile, it lacked the usual spark and vivacity. Conversely, Zhao Min, with a pale and haggard visage, remarked, "I have arrived late and caused you distress." Chapter 123. The amnesiac crane with a splash. Chu Liangyu leaped from the water's surface, her light green fishtail glistening like exquisite jade, its luster and texture captivating. In an instant, her mermaid form transformed, draping her in a flowing light green robe. Cinched at the waist with a matching silk ribbon, her slender figure exuding both grace and strength. Though her ink-black hair was not as ethereal as before, it now bore a refreshing and capable quality. Yet this time, the classic scene did not unfold. Blinder's pass was intercepted by Su Zi, the ball falling at Huang Yu's feet. Huang Yu related to the forward Xiao Feng, who then passed to Chen Zihua, and Chen Zihua subsequently to Zhang Shujie. Duch Siwei's phone call interrupted Lin Bixiao's reverie about Bai Qianma and his sweet nothings. Guido Lin was in the changing room, meticulously finalizing the last of their tactics, reminding his disciples to pay close attention to Florence's two forwards, Mitu and Gilardino. In the expansive private room, only Liang Bo remained, bewildered by Shen Jiaming's intentions. After troubling Lin Bixiao, why did he choose to issue a warning? Masters of the realm often serve as the foundation of major powers' legacies. Imoku even harbored doubts that the ancient clans and sects, which had passed down their traditions through the ages, were not fortified by such masters. Otherwise, they would have long since vanished into the annals of history. Since the celestial sister has no desire to return, you need not play the villain. The poet curled his lip and remarked. This slap not only left Su Kuer stunned, but also took Zhu Ming, Li Lang, and Xue Ping by surprise. Without heeding the agreement of the military lords, he directly distributed the bowls and poured a cup of wine for each person. The 5 routes of the White Lotus army were all gathered here, relentlessly besieging the city, offering the defenders no respite. Just as Sun was caught in a dilemma, Yang Lu's fingers had already grazed the exquisite cheek of Bai Qianma, resting upon the collar of his shirt. On the day of the sky assessment, Ba Tang had harbored animosity towards him, though at that time, Chu Feng paid it no heed. Suddenly, a bloodied zombie charged in, sinking its teeth into the man's hand. The disparity was immense, far exceeding their expectations. However, Zhao Jin affirmed earnestly. He accepted this sentiment and acknowledged the favor, naturally feeling compelled to return it. Among the 3, it was Fu Ning who was the most elated, having gained benefits while also earning goodwill, all the while exerting minimal effort, merely holding a phone and uttering a few words. Hey! Shun Yin rolled his eyes, while Cheng Jin's song burst into hearty laughter, the other 2 joining in merriment. Today, there was no work. He rose at 7, went for a run, having promised his wife to sculpt his abs. After careful contemplation, he decided to seek employment. Even though he had saved over 3,000 Australian dollars in the past 2 months, sufficient for a while, Shun Yin returned to his office and began calling Jiang Jiandong. He had promised to provide some internal employee information from Pingcheng, and given Jiang Jiandong's work efficiency, results should be forthcoming. The prerequisite for fulfilling desires was to respond to relevant knowledge, specifically regarding the cultivation of Chailingzi, from the engine to the suspension system. From brake pads to spark plugs. Bloodwolf suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping his fists and declared, Elder Dong, should there be any command, Bloodwolf will brave the mountains of daggers and seas of flames, without hesitation. His resonant voice echoed throughout the mountain peak. Among the travelers, Hu Qin and the others, who had been following Zhang Hao, were left speechless. Wasn't it promised that they would refrain from using their inherent abilities? Ignoring him, she leaned against the carriage. Perhaps due to having risen early to pay her respects, combined with the jostling of the carriage causing fatigue, she soon fell asleep. Just as she was about to tumble off the bed, a pair of icy hands caught her in the nick of time. Chapter 124. Your name sounds somewhat familiar. So, you needn't ponder what a phoenix looks like. Just look at me. Such a natural and self-evident statement left Chu Liangyu momentarily speechless. Do you truly not recognize me? His inquiry was tinged with both caution and anticipation, clearly yearning for an affirmative response. Do you, Chu Yang? The fact that he had lost his memory signified his transformation into a new He Yushu. Even if he were to discuss past events, he might not be able to fully unveil his true self. The audience and netizens were captivated by the graceful demeanor of Bai Lianqing. anxious not to miss even the slightest movement. Of course, there is a distinction. This set is new and has only been worn once, Jiang Tong replied earnestly. However, after Gu accepted the film invitation from the Xiaoyu studio, he informed them during a second confirmation that he had already acquired a new agency, which was blatantly manipulative. Not to mention cultivators of a lower rank. Even those of the same tier dared not confront him directly, choosing instead to avoid his brilliance. Having realized that revenge was futile, Wayne Abal lost the will to fight. As he faced off against his subordinates in Yufei, he quietly withdrew from the battle, escaping unnoticed. Even in the skies, Gu Chanfeng and Zhou Zhengyan were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting in disbelief. "Auntie, rest assured, leave it to me," Li Mukin said, feeling a pang of sympathy as he nodded repeatedly to reassure Song Yi. Upon encountering Li Mukin, Yuanfen expressed her profound gratitude and insisted on treating him to a meal. Unable to decline her earnest invitation, he acquiesced. Yution's singular strike was sufficient to contend with the third heaven of the celestial martial realm, once the four-symbol sword formation was unleashed. Even those at the fourth heaven would likely retreat in defeat. 7 days prior, Zhang Maching might have hesitated to confront the blood-clothed sect head-on, but in his eyes now, those below the mid-tier Yuan general were mere ants. This was not arrogance, but an undeniable display of power. "This matter lies between Yi Xian and me. Who are you to interject?" Duanmu Rue glared at Liu defiantly. In the evening, Qin Feng continued to refine the essence of the aiding his own cultivation. His prowess surged at a remarkable pace, and after just a few nights of training, he was nearing the pinnacle of the wheel realm. As the waiter finished serving the dishes, he did not close the private room door entirely. Coupled with Di Yang's deliberate actions, a small gap was left ajar. Meanwhile, battles continued across the 10 arenas. Liu scanned the scene and soon recognized several familiar faces, knitting her brows in concern. Yazi felt a chill as he gazed at the laughing Xianyin, suddenly realizing that the course of events was slipping beyond his control. When Han Yi arrived, the emergency lights still flickered, and 2 bloodied figures awaited him outside, eager to report his arrival. Having failed his initial attack, Nie Chang's momentum intensified, his overwhelming fist striking fiercely once more at the 9th princess. Qian Feng chuckled with satisfaction, waving at Tian Hai, who nodded in response before turning to leave. Without further ado, Han Yi concluded the call and, taking advantage of the already low altitude of the floating vehicle, jumped directly down. Shimin Jushui sat quietly atop the roof, remaining there for an entire day. The evening sun cast a brilliant crimson hue across the distant sky, while golden rays of sunlight bathed the earth. As Shimin Jueshue gazed at the fiery sun in the horizon, an astonishing transformation enveloped him. This time, the essence was indeed attainable. Though ancient fortifications had their share of failures, those here paled in comparison to setbacks elsewhere, with no epic-level impediments to be found, nor the emergence of equipment reminiscent of the former poisonous shield. Within the illusion array, Jiang Dong and his companions unleashed a massacre. Even Zhang Daoling joined the fray, asserting that slaughter was a form of cultivation and that his path could not lack any form of decisive action. The 5 of them spent an entire afternoon eliminating all those who had come to encircle them, with the tree demon employing powerful forbidden arts to dispatch many grievously wounded foes. Chapter 125. Discerning taste. The young cubs displayed genuine filial piety. Yet the rebellion of the beastly father was equally sincere. Every individual experiences periods of selectiveness, yet when faced with the specter of starvation, such preferences become trivial. Unlike Yushu, who would rather starve than consume anything else, a notion that baffled Chu Liangyu. The journey to the Void Island was long and could not be completed in just a day or 2. As the sky darkened, Chu Liangyu called for a halt. He found himself perplexed by Master Lin. While others would be petrified upon being kidnapped, this fellow seemed unfazed, even taking the time to read fortunes for the kidnappers. An act verging on folly. Early in the morning, Chen Feng rose from his bed, stretching and feeling invigorated. Although Mingyue had some understanding of significant historical events of this era, the intricacies of the various philosophical schools eluded him entirely. It could be said that Lin Yuming was both elated and content on this day. However, in the office of the Sanhua branch in the capital, Zhang Ziqiang was far from joyous, as he was currently receiving a reprimand from the president of the Japanese branch of Sanhua Heating. This time, Lin Yuming did not decline, as he felt his role here was merely to partake in libations. No one was privy to the events of the previous day, yet upon opening the news, they were utterly stunned. Chen Changsheng was at a loss for words, sensing the possibility was rather significant. He had some insight into the nature of the sixth master, who was notoriously ruthless. With his protective charm, the Blood Flood King's strike ultimately failed to land. Yet the location of the blow caused the elder from the Luo family to involuntarily shudder, leading him to retaliate with a swift kick aimed at the Blood Flood King. The gentleman uttered a phrase in the dialect of Lindsay, to which the other party shook his head, prompting the sorcerer to quickly switch to a less fluent formal language. The debate surrounding the three routes only deepened, further highlighting the complexities of the present reality as felt by Zhu Pingjing. His current concern is not the judgment of Xu Guoming, but rather the methodology behind it. Qi Jia trembled, clutching the paper tightly, disbelief evident in his eyes. Upon a cursory glance with his spiritual sense, his experience led him to ascertain that this alchemical formula was indeed genuine, beyond any doubt. He belonged to the Baixiamen sect, which specializes in the trade of intelligence akin to the mundane realm's 1,000 miles in a single thread. The others paid no heed to Yin Bin, as they were preoccupied with the apprehension of failing today's mission. They suggested Yin Bin take a rest while they resumed their excavation efforts. My estate is vast. Why not assume the role of my steward from now on? Yang Tianlong chuckled. The items that emerged were merely superficial facsimiles, lacking the essence that resided elsewhere. Qing Xin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the government intended to reclaim this land, a veritable paradise ideal for tourism, which could qualify for designation as a national primitive forest protection area once developed. Although Lin Yi did not acknowledge Ling Yuanshan as his father, it would be disingenuous to claim that 6 months apart left him unperturbed. However, Lin Yi did not express his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the fireworks, softly uttering 3 words. The third set of garments included a black robe, a ceremonial skirt, and a sash, considerably more elaborate and challenging to wear than the previous 2 sets. The nanny nodded, placing her coffee on the table before turning aside to continue her work. The names on the other 2 tablets were subject to change, with only the top 100 names displayed. First, I would like to express my gratitude to my editor, Xinghe. Indeed, Xing is a model of diligence, always enthusiastic, often working late into the night, reviewing manuscripts. Chapter 126, Deception and Warfare. I am not going to consume her. So why must you follow so closely? The man gasped, yet his pace showed no signs of slowing. He had initially believed he could easily shake off his pursuer, who, like a shadow, trailed him closely, never quite catching up, but remaining within reach. In a few days, I will return her. I implore you. Do not follow me any longer. From dusk to night, and from night until the sun shone bright, this pursuit lasted for 2 or 3 days. Father, do you think brother will acquire that sword? Those flames are terrifying. I am so worried about him. Yin Junlu's serious expression conveyed her concern. The room on the 2nd floor was spacious, furnished with a large bed and complete bedding. She sat on the edge of the bed, pulling down her nightgown, revealing her long legs. Never mind, as a supremely significant individual, I shall not hold your impolite curses against you. However, understand that you must not insult me again, or you shall find yourself in misfortune. Truly. Yifan touched his nose and flashed a charming smile. Yet here, we remain utterly lost in the vast darkness, struggling to discern where Motion and the others have ventured and what their intentions might be. The Black Blood Path. Am I not clear enough? I warned you not to touch her. Should you dare to lay a finger upon her, I shall surely tear your heart asunder and use it as a chalice. Maeve proclaimed, her words laced with foreboding. Nevertheless, they were all figures of a rock and roll demeanor. Even if a voice of righteousness stirred within their hearts, they could not shatter each other's resolve. Wu Jingyun gazed upon the man with a severed arm. He recognized him as the father of Chu Chu. Below, Yin Junfeng and Tai Xiangxue fled in disarray, with Tai Xiangxue leading the way toward a concealed location. This time, they had truly bled profusely, having produced over 20 exquisite elemental stones, not to mention other treasures. Huang Yiran expressed his concern. Brother, should I gather the 3 of them and reveal the truth? Jiang Sini inquired of Pengfei. Upon his suggestion, many voices chimed in agreement. Indeed, while the name of the Tao artifact echoed in their ears, how many had truly witnessed its formidable power? Meanwhile, other soldiers of the German army grew flustered, mistaking the nighttime chaos for an ambush by British forces, and began to fire indiscriminately into the darkness. A German officer bellowed, "Cease fire! Cease fire!" After several frantic shouts, the soldiers' aimless shooting finally subsided. The pitch-black night seemed like an endless expanse of thick ink, casting a vast net over the earth. Upon reaching the long slope favored by Lieutenant Dyrip, He had already aimed his Mauser 98K sniper rifle at the lead vehicle of the Sanders convoy. None of you dare to snatch this. Grant me a chance to achieve merit, Chu Rong declared as he charged forward, unceremoniously propping up the large bed and forcefully pushing it against the wall. Unable to sleep, Grandpa fumbled in the dark with the Sun Wukong figure, and after a while, he dozed off, only to be jolted awake by a sudden crack of a whip. Xia Mengyao lowered her hands, pressed her palm against her chest, and exchanged a glance with me before we slowly approached the black coffin. In the pitch-black depths of the sea, it was increasingly difficult to see the rays of light penetrating the surface, yet amidst this darkness, the silhouette of a German submarine emerged. Ha ha ha. Where? Brother Qiuxing, you flatter me, he chuckled. Why do you address me as both young lady and big brother? What manner of appellations are these? Shen Hongxing exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the two punctured wounds in his chest, rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes gradually losing their luster, unable to move any longer. Upon receiving the message, Yu exhibited no hesitation. In a swift motion, he exited the concealed ice cave and advanced towards the towering ice mountain several dozen miles ahead. Chapter 127. Courtesy before conflict, it is merely a manifestation of Sister Liangyu. Even if something were to transpire, it would not affect her true self. Though this was his inner thought, Xiong Jiaojia refrained from voicing it aloud. I kindly remind you that alongside Sister Liangyu, Jin Ling has also vanished. Time is of the essence. If you act swiftly, you may still recover Sister Liangyu before him. Reflecting on that day when Jin Ling had pursued them, he began to harbor suspicions that perhaps the two of them had encountered trouble then. As long as it can operate, that is sufficient. If things go awry, it may be categorized as one of the functions set by the system. Quite possibly the activation of the internal cultivation interface. Damn, I have seen some shameless individuals, but none as contemptible as you. Sun Dong cast a scornful glance at Wensu, then formed his hands into fists, slowly raising his middle finger towards him. Brother Sun, what on earth has transpired? Where has fifth brother gone? Han Guangxin inquired urgently. Li Shenfu leaned against the car door, chuckling nonchalantly. I have done nothing, merely wandering aimlessly each day. His indifference was genuine, unlike the feigned demeanor of Hua Yanxue. He had been asked this question countless times and always responded in a casual and dismissive manner. Xiner? Hao Feng glanced thoughtfully at Xia Guhong. It was well known that Xia Guhong harbored feelings for Murong Xian and consistently sought ways to approach her. And this attempt at probing was indeed accurate. He patted her a few times, waiting for her breathing to steady before gesturing towards the food. You must eat more. Nearly half a bowl is insufficient. All right. Feng Tang, we shall accompany our junior brother for a few drinks. Even if the school gate is closed, we can always climb back in, Li Guang remarked as he swung his legs over the side of the bed, clearly accustomed to indulging in libations. This film features no live actors. Despite the presence of numerous celebrities, it lacks topical appeal, with reporters flocking to interview them. Wan Qing recalled the first time she attended a banquet with Mu Tianyang years ago, feeling too timid to look anyone in the eye. Yet now, she found herself able to stand beside him, engaging in lively conversation. A multitude of dandelion-like spheres appeared to be assembling and aligning. Billions of these orbs gradually coalescing into a dragon-like form, moving in unison, their trajectory directed towards the location of the Perlin people. Wensu, since you do not sing, why not provide us with a critique instead? Guolulu spoke to Wensu, noting that Hai Rui had indeed acted in a similar manner. During his tenure as the governor of Yingtian, he successfully implemented his visions while collaborating with Gao Gong to initiate a land survey in the region. The rain continued to fall in a sporadic manner, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie tranquility, with no signs of life apart from the sound of the rain. However, Su Qiong was perplexed by her presence in this place. As a clandestine piece on Hualing's chessboard, had she been dispatched to Jinyang City ahead of time? The request for a simple one-bedroom apartment with a bathroom was modest, yet for an ordinary worker, it felt like a luxury. At this moment, one could only resort to desperate measures. With that thought, I hesitated no longer and spat a mouthful of blood onto the hammer. The fully powered nuclear reactor bestowed Godzilla with an overwhelming surge of energy, enveloping its form in a cocoon of blue and white lightning. Spiraling currents gathered around Godzilla's gaping maw. In the territory, flames danced in the night, their flickering glow illuminating the face of Qing Ji, revealing her malevolent visage clearly. In the shadows, where light could not penetrate, her demonic silhouette stretched across the cave wall. Lu Feishue continued, stating that the independent regiment from the television series Liang Jian could serve as a reference for the promotional department of Wanma Benting. as well as a model for the leaders and employees of Wanma Binting and its affiliated apps. Huang Rong had always held Qing Ji in high regard. Since she had requested him to cease hostilities, it would not be prudent to continue fighting, especially as Yang Lian was likely to be incapacitated. Chapter 128. Visiting the elderly left behind into Small Island. Following her upgrade, Feng Qiwu's strength was on an entirely different level than before. Not only had the power of the Phoenix True Fire dramatically increased, but it had also given birth to a fire spirit. This entity, typically existing only in legends, was formed from the essence of heaven and earth, often possessing intelligence and the ability to cultivate and enhance its own power. It resembled the guardian spirit that resided in the thicket outside the Shihe tribe, possessing self-awareness. Feng Qiwu's opportunity to gain such fortune could be seen as a stroke of great luck. Of course, Professor Li readily agreed, finding it hard to refuse such a keen learner. Many aspects inspired Luo Yi, significantly enhancing her previous concept of a magical array. Guyan's monthly correspondence initially lacked precision, but gradually improved with time, now arriving around the 15th of each month. Upon seeing the inscription on the plaque, Zhang hoped could not help but twitch her lips, recalling that the commanding officer from her military days had also awarded her a medal for bravery. Zhang Lichun felt that she was merely accompanying Zhong Xiang to view the vehicle and dared not take credit for anything. After Zhong Xiang accepted the plaque, the two families felt reassured and departed. Yungu also discussed this issue with Shang Yi, inquiring if there was any potential solution for the scythe. On the nights of the full moon, my mother would often stand alone in the courtyard, gazing dreamily at the luminous orb perched atop the treetops. The profound longing she felt was inescapable. During these moments, my father would quietly accompany her, sharing the silence of the moonlit night. When I departed in the past, I had not perceived any change in Gong Tianyu, but upon our reunion, I noticed a remarkable steadiness in his demeanor. This leads one to ponder, does it imply that if we gather 7 individuals, each possessing distinct powers, and arrange them at the focal point of the seal binding the realm of gods and demons in a 7-star formation, we could shatter that seal? Zhuan Yanshu inquired. Below, in the lotus pond, the blossoms were partially open, and a gentle breeze carried the refreshing fragrance of lotus, mingling with a chill that was invigorating to the senses. His countenance seemed to exhibit a newfound resoluteness, revealing the essence of a mature man. His brows and gaze had deepened, resembling an ancient well, unfathomably profound, yet imbued with a hint of refreshing coolness. Cheng Ye pressed his lips together in silence. The land of Tuluan was a place where the living could be sacrificed, and surely the hardships of this world were pervasive in Dachin as well. How could he bear to witness such suffering? Despite only Agnes being present as an audience, Agron poured forth the words he had long kept hidden in his heart, expressing them all at once. Although he bore the surname Dao, Andre was merely the nephew of Marshal Dao and not his heir. Thus, he held no noble title, merely existing as a follower. Therefore, if one were to scrutinize closely, Edmond Dantes, who had already been ennobled as a count, indeed held a higher status than Andre, whether in this life or the previous. The old lady exhibited extraordinary affection for her. Did she perhaps know the truth? The divine artifacts are broadly categorized into 4 types: semi-artifacts, secondary artifacts, true artifacts, and life-bound artifacts. Agron's encouraging words had a more potent effect than any elixir. Andre's weary frame straightened suddenly, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. After performing a meticulous bow to Agron, he took his leave and returned to rest. Observing the silent Mr. Wang, Wang Xianyu remarked, "Now that I regret remaining, I have yet to move out and marry, so you could certainly compensate me well. I wouldn't mind a little extra, nor would I be prideful about it." Watching Xiao Jinxian rise from his seat, I noticed he returned with 2 bottles of red wine and a bottle of a certain brand of cocktail. However, based on Lu Fushan's current understanding of the 8th peak, Lu Chun indeed harbored some doubts. He had inadvertently discovered several peculiarities, yet Lu Fushan seemed oblivious to them. Was he deceiving himself all along, or did he harbor other intentions? Nevertheless, from his recent demeanor, he appeared to harbor no ill will. This tale, however, unfolds in a distant future, after humanity has traversed every habitable planet within a certain star sector. The Earth Immortal had entered the Grand Hall, towering in stature, with a visage as rugged as a pot's bottom and eyes that shone with brilliance. Accompanied by 4 generals, the 2 heroic figures strode majestically towards the throne, ready to ascend. Jinger, weary of the tedious gossip, closed her eyes and gently leaned against her chair, her hands softly massaging the acupoints on either side of her head. "We have arrived," Su Tianyuan announced. At that moment, A significant amount of dark energy was indeed emanating from a room within the residence, prompting the trio to move cautiously in that direction. Not far from the house, they decisively descended to the ground. Both sides unleashed their top-tier combat prowess, with even the ancient supreme beings of the celestial realm and the demon race joining the fray, resulting in a scene of unparalleled carnage. Having grown up in the capital, he was intimately familiar with its affairs. Given the talents and abilities displayed by his opponent, it was likely that few in the capital could stand in comparison to him. Each punch landed with raw power, devoid of any embellishments, as it was a pure contest of strength. In a situation where sheer force dominated, the simplest techniques could exert the greatest impact, rendering all complex maneuvers ineffective. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Li Jing'er, perhaps due to the guilt of her misdeeds. This was an unexpected boon. With this carriage, they could save considerable time and effort, and upon arrival, they could even sell the carriage. She did not wish to disappoint her master, enviously admiring the strongest of the cold palace, Zhu Qingchuan, who fought alongside her master. Doran remarked, "The Lord has instructed that you remain here as protection while I investigate. Armed with the Azure Dragon Sword, I am not easily thwarted by ordinary threats." With that, she checked the defenses of the main tent and exchanged a few words with Wang Dezhu before stepping outside. As the conversation drew to a close, Zhou Yixian's expression turned unusually grave, his gaze sincerely fixed upon the distant sky, exuding a subtle aura of Tao. Suddenly, Yan Bian dashed toward the monarch, unleashing a silver ribbon of energy from his hand. The prospect of becoming the future pillar of Tianyuan's sect, potentially even leading it one day, was something Li Shang had never dared to dream of, yet he felt a surge of excitement for his elder brother. At this point, everyone had lost their reason, their eyes solely fixated on the ultimate weapons, completely disregarding the monk's calls from Lingyin Temple. The connections of the imperial boss were robust, garnering respect from both the underworld and the elite, and rarely did chaotic incidents occur, attracting some white-collar professionals as well. How do we make contact there? Li Jia pondered for a moment before replying. At this time, such privileges pose no significant issue. In this apocalyptic world, everything is under military control, and my father is among the core members. Making a request is quite simple. Who would dare to criticize now? Currently, the streets were so restrained that further restraint seemed impossible. Even fights were a rarity. Those caught were truly unfortunate. Chapter 129. Please loudly proclaim our slogan. The beast god did not anticipate such an action from her, thus it was impossible to provide any correct answer. The hammer transformed into a large question mark, seemingly pondering the validity of her statement. After a while, it offered a nod, signifying that her words held merit. Chu Liangyu nodded with satisfaction. Then why not open it and let me in? A colossal hand materialized, and he waved his finger, causing a line of text to appear in midair. Are good, good, good. At that moment, only a handful of voices emerged from the lineage of Tianhua Taoist. Meanwhile, as the world entered the era of intelligent robotics, the Chinese government, exhausted from grappling with the persistently high unemployment rate and its myriad consequences, found itself unable to extend substantial aid to alleviate the plight of African refugees, offering only humanitarian support. Gazing across the sea, several more Tiger Shark airships had anchored, alongside a dozen or so staghorn flying vehicles soaring through the sky, with 4 or 5 of them floating on the water's surface. The essence of fate unfolded, seemingly severing the connection between the 3 individuals and the world, leaving them suspended in the void. 4 robust men blindfolded He Xia, binding her with ropes and placing her into a burlap sack. Suemo, witnessing Li Long's beaming smile, felt a surge of fury and instinctively clenched his right fist, aiming a punch at Li Long's face. Yet his fist halted a mere inch from its target, unable to advance further. Old ancestor, are you proficient in the dual cultivation technique? Yuling Long leaned against the tea table, arms crossed, with her pale, voluptuous form subtly visible beneath the black veil. When the tea tree went out to buy groceries, Chayu intended to go ice digging, but I intervened, saying, I'll go. You take a rest. As I snatched the basket and stepped outside, Chayu looked at me, feeling a surge of unusual emotions. Why didn't you stop earlier? Xiao Feng launched a frenzied assault, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour upon Qin Mou. Damn it. Hey Chai and the others actually want to attack. A burst of blinding light instinctively prompted Kai Tu to scream, shutting his eyes tightly. What was happening was not a battle, it was sheer slaughter. Amid the terrifying cacophony, the men in black, sensing the danger, scattered in all directions. Xiao Mo opened her mouth to speak, intending to take the soul-searching talisman and purification talisman from AIE's hands, but was halted by Lin Huan. The offering eyes widened suddenly, revealing a dazzling array of battle knives before him. In the midst of chaos, he roared, swinging his knife to block. In the first grade, there is not just one Wang Su. Prince Yu let out a cold snort, brushed off his trousers, and vanished from their sight, heading directly toward the high-level task area. Ren Shuangshuang exuded an overpowering aura, unleashing an 8th-tier pressure that effortlessly dispatched the two obstructing acolytes, ultimately joining her sister to charge at the pursuing throngs of acolytes. It was of no consequence. Such occurrences were commonplace. Lin Huan waved his hand dismissively, signaling to cease the discussion regarding Xiaomo. At that moment, the bell for the long break rang, and the two returned to the classroom together. From the lips of the Jade Girl, Luo Qingqing learned that her ability to become a martial artist was largely due to her father's influence. Thanks to Zhang Ruoqing's intervention, the chaotic forces of this world had settled, allowing sounds to propagate normally. In the elegant chamber, after Wei Shuyu and Qing Chuzi departed, Wen Zhong ventured out to seek a suitable candidate for the shopkeeper, while Di Jixuan took his leave to continue attending to Du Go's housing matters. The chamber was left with only Yun Lan and the Wu sisters. At this moment, Lin Hao was resolutely skeptical of the old man's absurd tales about missions worth only a few hundred. Previously, none of the missions Lin Hao undertook had ever been worth less than millions, many even surpassing 100 million. That old phoenix was a peculiar character. He would undoubtedly manage the finances of the Feng clan with an iron grip, ensuring no one could take advantage of them. Chapter 130. The key to departure. The old man had gone to attend to serious matters, and Chu Liangyu hesitated, contemplating whether to follow him. The inhabitants of that place were all guardians, and her presence there might be inappropriate. Tu Bai inquired casually, as if asking a child about their search for a parent. Are you looking for him for something? This inquiry dispelled Chu Liangyu's concerns. Yes, I need to ask him for something. An invisible hand elegantly waved her Qilin feather fan, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. As the fan swept through the air, their bodies felt as if they were being scorched by flames, either to be harmed or left unscathed. Ilan Yuan contentedly sheathed his sword, observing the furious departure of Sui, who remained as arrogant and unreasonable as ever. It seemed his sister was still unable to rein him in. By order of the Demon Lord, stop him at all costs. First, dispose of that wretched umbrella. Otherwise, the treasure will surely belong to that cursed umbrella. One of the demons shouted. Before the mirror, he beheld a face filled with unfulfilled desires, flushed cheeks, and a neck hot with embarrassment. He gazed enviously at Gu Zheng's figure, which could cause distress even to men. Frustrated, he shook his head vigorously, deliberately cracking his spine before striking a suave pose, pointing toward Gu Zheng in the distance for the camera. Lu Area, have your two girls fetch a token. The second prince shifted his gaze towards Lu Yunyan, only to find her still with her head bowed, seemingly oblivious to his words. A surge of frustration rushed to his head, prompting him to shout at her. Jiang Feilong possessed considerable cunning and calculated his strategies with precision. However, he overlooked one crucial detail, the golden flower python. He reclined in the highest room aboard the Beagle, which, apart from the observation deck, was slightly cramped and inadequately sized. Yet it remained the sole space in the entire dwarven warship suitable for rest. Afterward, Beiyu fixated on the increasingly approaching male creatures, her delicate brows contorting further. Months later, one fine morning, Xiao Lin, having just concluded his training, received a call from Tony. Even the most oblivious could deduce that the person behind the scheme was Cui Bin. Xu Yong silently resolved to seize this opportunity, pondering that it might serve as a chance for retaliation. The wild stallion, resplendent in a deep crimson hue, stood tall and robust, its muscles subtly defined. It exuded an air of regal solitude, akin to a solitary king, evoking an overwhelming sense of power. Why do you seek my collaboration? I queried. This commercial enterprise seems quite lucrative, yet I lack the means to assist you in this endeavor. I possess neither funds nor experience. Merely a network of contacts, what utility does that hold? I find myself perplexed as to why Chen Jialu insists on my involvement. I endeavored to dismiss the flicker of disappointment within me as I arrived at Tao Xiaoxiao's office, where we meticulously reviewed the day's program schedule. After ensuring that no issues would arise, the two of us finally made our way to the studio. I nodded, allowing Li to bustle about, leading me to his home. In the past, I would have resisted such elaborate gestures, believing it inconsequential to stay in someone else's abode. However, I now found myself genuinely apprehensive. Elder sister Sia, I intend to venture out with Cold Moon for a while. After all, Our appearances in the heavenly realm have been scarce, and the other factions are unlikely to notice, Lu Yushi requested. Perhaps your tolerance for alcohol has waned. Sha Qiong chuckled as she observed Cui Bin in a state of unconsciousness. Hold on, heroic sword master Cui Bin. Your cultivation surpasses mine by a margin. Your visit today is merely in accordance with the agreement I have with the 5 elders of the artisan city. I concede here and now, for I am utterly incapable of defeating you. The magic I spoke earnestly. Chapter 131. I truly underestimated you. There must be something about Hiyushu that the lightning fears. Otherwise, it would not be so. As for what that something is, Chu Liangyu harbored a subtle suspicion that the source of thunder resided within himself. If this were the case, it would elucidate the situation. Hiyushu must have inadvertently acquired the essence of thunder, provoking the skies to reclaim what was theirs, yet finding themselves powerless against him. In their frustration, they could only redirect their wrath towards the outsiders. In the renowned Battle of the Stag in the 9 continents, the barriers of the realm began to weaken, and the enemy, consumed by rage, relentlessly charged towards the boundaries, seeking to drag the people of the 9 continents down with their doomed nation. The United States? Absolutely not. What if you encounter peril so far away? Are you unaware that many seek to harm you? Upon hearing Wang Xin's account, Lu Xiangjuan immediately expressed her dissent. The tall and slender man, upon witnessing this, was struck with terror. The individual before him effortlessly deflected his subordinate's lethal attacks, revealing himself to be a formidable adversary. He whistled, signaling the 2 companions behind him to join the fray. The scenes from memory continued to unfold, and the assailants fell silent at the sight of Dumbledore's actions. Han Shui-jun's martial prowess was indisputable. The manual he personally transcribed naturally contained his insights into martial arts. Observing from the sidelines, the leaders of Dian sect and Shaoao sect simultaneously had a fleeting thought, although they quickly concealed it. The military power, currently under the control of the Qiming Celestial Master and other factions, could be reclaimed with relative ease. However, Yin Jinghua only beheld Song Xingxing. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, her gentle expression momentarily leaving him in a daze. Not long ago, he had nearly fallen victim to the schemes of several inner disciples, and thereafter, his first thought was of Li Yuan. His mind raced through a myriad of thoughts, and in an instant, he grasped the intricacies involved, promptly bowing in respect. Before he could utter a word, the voice of the master resonated. Humph. Who is worried about you? I merely seek to know for my own sake. When Changsun Qian'er realized her thoughts had been perceived by Li Yunfei, a blush crept onto her face, and she shot him a fierce glare, though her eyes betrayed her concern. After Xiao Ao and the others set up the musical equipment, Qin Yidao took a seat on a stool, with an ancient zither placed before him. Upon seeing Xiao Ao give him an approving gesture, Qin Yidao placed his hands on the zither and, with a graceful motion, the melodious strains filled the air. The latest game update introduced new equipment and costumes, allowing players to select various attires according to their preferences, yet even the most inexpensive outfit required over 1,000 gold coins. Unbeknownst to Ling Yun, after several rounds of confrontation, Qi Ling Yun mistakenly believed that Ling Yun excelled in ice magic, prompting her to counter with thunder and fire. Observing that Deng Yin had taken the bait, Ling Yun chose to remain silent for a moment before inquiring. As far as I am aware, you were originally a disciple of the Longmei, later betraying the orthodox teachings to embrace the demonic path, only to be captured by Longmei and imprisoned in the eastern Kunlun. I wonder how you managed to escape? With that, he cast a calm glance at Deng Yin. Although not all had taken a millennium, the sheer number of those who had mastered the Qi condensation pill was indeed formidable. Of course, would I deceive you? In a moment. You shall spread the word that my trial stone has been seized by you, and I shall confirm this. Soon, I will approach my master to reclaim my trial stone and deliver it back to you. Lin Yu's face still bore a faint smile. Thus, when the Holy Mother of No Desire launched her ambush, Zhen Yuanzi remained utterly composed. With a mere wave of his hand, a cascade of golden light descended, forming a barrier before him, gradually advancing towards the Holy Mother. Who, indeed, is this enchanting maiden, that she holds such a position alongside Xianyuan Xinkui? As Feng Lu listened to the exchange between the two, he pondered in silence. Chapter 132. Brother, you are somewhat pitiable. I do not know. I have pursued you for quite some time, and after much effort, I finally found you. Why must you leave again? From the sky descended a red-crowned crane, its size comparable to Hiyushu. Upon landing, it transformed back into human form, scrutinizing Chu Liangyu with eyes full of curiosity. Chu Liangyu sighed and remarked, You should think it over before venturing out. Rest assured, you won't be struck by lightning. I have matters to attend to. The entire city of Luo and even the surrounding areas are abuzz with discussions about the annual conference in Luo. Individuals clutching the disclosed prizes lament their lack of affiliation with the imperial clan, enviously lamenting the opportunities that have eluded them. Their breaths are distinctly audible in the stillness of the space, a scene that, for the past 2 years, would have been merely a nightly embrace. Yet, Du Beichen finds this moment imbued with significance, influenced by the exchange of messages about meals across distances. Upon arriving at the hotel, DFA finally smiled. He promptly contacted the bartender, employing the persuasive tactics he once used on the U.S. State Department to swiftly gain the bartender's trust, convincing him that the police required information regarding the hotel, even threatening the attendant with knowledge of his past misdeeds. Consequently, the Wolf Lord, Jete, hurriedly prepared himself and, accompanied by several subordinates, made his way to the Wolf King's residence. Lu Xingfang had already recoiled her hair, and upon hearing Bai Yan's words, she fell silent. Numerous replies followed below, some claiming to have heard rumors, while others dismissed the original poster as foolish, asserting that they had lived nearby for quite some time without encountering such occurrences, deeming it utter nonsense. Just as Li Si was about to express his displeasure, the door closed before he could act. Initially thinking it was merely the wind, he remained indifferent until a figure clad in black, Pang, pressed down on the nape of his neck, forcing him to the ground. Severely injured, Du Feng had already relinquished the fight, while Bao Fei, equipped with the Shadow Warrior mech and employing the unscrupulous tactic of changing locations after each shot, had suffered no consequences whatsoever. What is this peculiar speaking style that carries its own echo? Is it some form of self-created emphatic expression? The nurses were momentarily stunned, and as they regained their composure, they attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Fang Shiran. In the blink of an eye, the vast protective formation spanning hundreds of miles collapsed with a resounding crash, and the dense black mist dissipated, revealing the entirety of the mountain peak before Li Jiao, a portal to a cave abode. 3 silhouettes soared through the air, unleashing an unprecedented, formidable power from a realm of spirits, causing the heavens to tremble as if the very void might shatter. After a brief walk, Ainalu halted before a staircase. The structure belonging to the Fire Dragon Pirates was far from grand. As the headquarters of a force at the level of the 7 warlords, it appeared rather meager. Although the arrival of Yi Hen surprised the young man, he remained unperturbed, convinced that Yi Hen had merely just stepped into the 4th tier. With his own peak 3rd-tier strength and the support of his 9 companions, he believed they could potentially capture Yi Hen, thus acquiring a significant number of source pearls in return. Angel, who could manipulate ribbons merely through imagination, displayed a terrifying concentration of spirit in that fleeting moment, a talent that Qianwei humbly acknowledged she did not possess. Upon hearing this, Xian was taken aback, her hands forming sword-like gestures above her brow. Instantly, her spiritual eye reopened, casting a beam of light into the thunderstorm, revealing the full spectacle of the tempest before her. They encountered a creature for the first time that bore the head of a dragon, the claws of a tiger, the body of a turtle, and the wings of a phoenix. Was there truly such a bizarre species in the world? At this moment, the battle between Qin Huang and the divine armor also ceased, as they turned to regard the blood spirit beast, whose overwhelming aura of bloodshed rendered it the focal point of the scene. Chapter 133. Someone is bullying the old man. If consuming other foods makes you feel nauseous, how should you amend that? A worried expression crossed Xu Jing's face as he contemplated advising his friend to abandon the endeavor. The misfortunes of his dear brother were too harrowing to bear. I cannot remain here indefinitely, nor do I wish to be haunted by past events. It is time to let go. His gaze drifted to the distance, emotions swirling within his eyes. Lin, wait for me. A voice emerged, soft and melodious, soothing to the ears. What is happening? Zhou Jing observed in astonishment. These arrows were astonishingly powerful. With such formidable arrows, was there even a need for combat? Lu Qiming furrowed his brow, for he could not deny that the question posed by Han Bingquan was one he had long pondered. As the gentle breeze caressed, melodies echoed from painted boats, and the rosy glow of dawn mingled with the flickering lights of fishing boats scattered across the river. Since one willingly sought to admire the scenery, there was no need to fret about being part of the spectacle themselves. Su Lin recalled the Death Star, where robots raised humans to stimulate their evolution. It appears that the means of judgment have been learned from the cross-border clan. Do not let us proceed. Wu Fei was halted by Wu Fei, who waved his hand, as the royal team once again produced their legendary artifact, a black iron needle. The troops of Snow Wolf Valley were assembled and ready for action. In contrast, the fallen warriors attacking them appeared considerably less formidable. Compared to the Snow Wolf Valley's army, the faction of fallen warriors could hardly be termed an army, but rather a band of miscreants. A radiant golden light coalesced around Zhao Jiogong, flowing like a torrent throughout his being. The sacred golden body of the Brahmin was directly unleashed by Zhao Jiogong, perhaps out of apprehension when confronting these innate beasts with considerable physical advantages. Within the Zijing Mountains, rare treasures abound. The eternal tree may hold little significance for the beasts, yet for humanity, it could be an invaluable rarity. Although humans possess a numerical advantage, their fortunes wane, and it will not be long before they face a catastrophic defeat. Xiao Tianao, aware that Wu Fei's brothers were among them, cautioned against potential regret later. Analysis of DNA fragments revealed a close kinship between L. Zhongfeng and Ji Liangxing, though they do not share a parent-child relationship, but rather that of near relatives. As for the cooking videos she posted, upon closer examination, the hands were coarse and scarred, unmistakably belonging to a seasoned chef. The physique, the contours, and even the mole on her finger were identical, complemented by the familiar black Buddhist beads. Wu Xiuli was once destined for greatness. Yet to shoulder the burden of the witch clan and the desert rose, she endured in silence, weighing her options and maneuvering through various challenges for your protection. Stop it. I will not take you to the water prison, Ji Wanrong whispered in his ear, her gaze fixed upon him. She stood alone amidst the crowd, still in a state of bewilderment as the emperor's envoy, accompanied by a grand procession to welcome the empress, exited the palace gates, followed by orderly officials and musicians. While the imperial guards cleared the path, and citizens of the capital lined the streets to observe. Suddenly, Su Miaomyu realized why Wan Sui had repeatedly emphasized that Xie Yuan should spend the night with her when he called. Several towering vehicles, standing at 4 to 5 meters, were at work in the fields, while helicopters hovered above, absurdly accompanied by drones monitoring the entire operation. As they searched for her in vain, she found herself in this forbidden area, the Xie family estate. Under the shadow of the crescent moon, Daiyu instinctively caught the silk pouch. Jolted awake from her overwhelming fear, her innate agility allowed her to grasp the tears of the moon goddess without a second thought. Chapter 134. Do not be deceived by the old man's age. He too fears pain. How have we bullied you? Do not take advantage of your age here. This is not a marketplace. Mind your identity. The young boy, despite his diminutive stature, spoke with remarkable sharpness, showing not a trace of timidity in response to the elder's words. You intentionally cast foreign souls into my protected realm. Is this not an act of bullying? And as if that were not enough, you accuse me of being an old fogey. Elder, you must be mistaken. Who has the time to idly meddle in matters? Capture him, Ning Bao, and confine him within the soul-locking talisman, subjecting him to the most severe tortures for his amusement. Such a person, even in death, is unworthy of pity. Chunbin was the first to perceive the shift in the atmosphere. His brow furrowed instantly as he leapt onto his chair, squinting toward the direction from which the white mist approached. After all, their brain chip was set to launch in January of the coming year, while Penguin had only just begun to increase funding for development, far too late to catch up. Lin Jixia took the paper, subtly shifting her posture. She wished to conceal her appearance from Li Xi. I thought you had left, Li Shui said weakly, gazing at Wang Yu with her head bowed. She genuinely did not expect Wang Yu to still be there, waiting for her. Upon recognizing the visitor, Li Xiqing, lying in his hospital bed, seemed to awaken from a dream. He yanked out the needle from his hand and sprang off the bed like a carp. Chenbin merely reached out to grasp Hans's hand, which clutched his clothing, squeezing it tightly, causing Hans to cry out in agony. At the entrance of the village, Shinju Shan emerged and took the wooden bucket from Zhou Mingqing, carrying it inside. Within the eye of the storm, a beam of golden light suddenly shone down, enveloping dew in its radiance. Upon reaching their destination, the sight of the cobblestone street and the low wooden buildings on either side alleviated Yang Ruin's inexplicable feelings of oppression that had built up over time. You mean to say that while you were reading the letter, this sheep was beside you? Shueli pondered. If that were the case, she might have an inkling of where the letter had gone. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhuo Bufon's candor and the boy's rebellious spirit made those in command feel an unexpected kinship. Tang Hao let out a bitter laugh. Not only did he not loosen his grip, but he held on even tighter. While trying to dissuade, a peculiar feeling arose within him. Despite the barrier of her gauzy skirt, he could sense the delicate, smooth skin of Chu Liangyu's waist, surpassing even Sun Xiaoying from the Baichao gate. At that moment, a flicker of astonishment illuminated its blood-red eyes, and its demeanor shifted, It had suddenly realized that the energy within the other's body had begun to reignite. Since old Master Fu could uncover even the hidden past of Jia Yifan, what kind of secret could this possibly be? In Changshan's view, as long as no cataclysmic disaster occurred, history would always advance. Many feats that were once deemed impossible in the annals of history could very well be accomplished by future generations. The progress of history is composed of numerous achievements that were once thought unattainable but are now realized. At that moment, a piercing shriek echoed, causing everyone to wince in pain, instinctively covering their ears. After a moment of contemplation, Changshan realized that the reaction to a palpable threat might indeed require the assistance of a soul poison refined from resentment, whereas the response to a murderous intent need not rely on such means. Yulianrong experienced the profound intricacies of the starry array, perceiving the elemental pathways contained within it. Zhao Bao, with a mournful expression, watched the troops depart from the military camp, knowing that once again, the artillery would not be in action. Having been cleverly disguised as carts of hay, and the gunners transformed into stationed soldiers, under the countless gazes outside the White Tower. It seemed as if arrows had been loosed, appearing before Yanbeilu in an instant. Chapter 135. Eliminate the adversary and be done with it. The old man sighed deeply. Accepting the bronze dagger from Chu Liangyu's hand, he held the dagger aloft for a while without making a move, causing Chu Liangyu to grow increasingly impatient. Unable to contain himself, he urged, "Come on, old man, can you hurry up?" "Ah, I understand. Young people should not be so hasty," the old man replied. Chu Liangyu observed the minute wound etched upon his fingertip, accompanied by a blood droplet no larger than a mung bean, and felt a sense of unease. Sun Yin chuckled lightly, nodding in acknowledgement while disregarding the white wolf beside him, which was gnashing its teeth in fury. The group proceeded through the electromagnetic door. Following the blade's lead, Xiang Nantian had long since abandoned hope for his life. He understood that once ensnared by the sanctum's minions, death was an imminent fate. Nonetheless, it was inconceivable for a dignified leader of the Tian'ai sect to perish without a fight. In the next moment, the overwhelming swarm of bone creatures frantically surged toward the position of Yun Tian'ang, heedless of the consequences. Realizing this, Xiaotai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although he preferred to remain inconspicuous, he recognized that to succeed in the assessment, one must not succumb to successful suggestions. Thus, the path forward became glaringly evident. It's about tracing the matter of your being cursed, which led to a fierce battle with a Japanese woman, Qin Ling remarked calmly. Everyone felt their vision blur and the world spin, their capacity for thought slipping away as they stared vacantly at the gaunt silhouette in the void, a tumult of shock, confusion, fear, and regret flooding their minds, leaving them in utter discomfort. "Sir, these are all my cherished possessions. I carry these instruments with me wherever I go. Though I seldom venture out," Yun Fengfei confessed, genuinely admiring Su Yang. 5 or 6 years ago, before she turned 30, she was a prominent figure in her own right. Without expending much effort, a rough framework had gradually taken shape. Even the foundational elements beneath the myriad realms had been meticulously conceived, awaiting only verification. Later, she suggested that the indoor atmosphere was stifling and proposed a leisurely stroll outside. Thus, we ventured forth. By some strange twist of fate, I found myself compelled to heed her words without a moment's thought. Her voice seemed to possess an enchanting power that I could not resist. Elder Sang's countenance suddenly stiffened, as if his heart had suffered countless blows, shattering within him. Besides attending to the kitchen, they must also assist the school. Chen Ling continued. The previous owner of this body had once been a young master from a prestigious family. Unfortunately, he was ensnared in a plot, leading to his exile in the remote Hengyun city. This treachery brought shame upon the entire Yun clan, and as a result, every family member regarded Yun Tian'ang with profound disdain. Undoubtedly, Xiaotai had slapped the faces of all present, even those from the Mo family, who were supposed to be allies, held little faith in him. Yet, the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations, a reversal they struggled to comprehend. They found it almost unimaginable how such arrogance could lead one to utter such audacious words. However, just as the last syllable escaped, the formidable war god emperor descended heavily to the ground, his feet sinking deep into the earth. At that moment, his expression darkened to an ominous degree. Centered around his physique, the ground erupted violently in that moment. After the complete disappearance of the soul, he assimilated all of its memories, including fragments from the soul sovereign. The punch he had just thrown utilized merely 30% of his strength, intended as a test of Lu Tianyu's capabilities, as he presumed the latter would effortlessly evade or block it. To his astonishment, Lu Tianyu took the hit with remarkable ease, resembling someone devoid of any combat experience. Could it be that he had intentionally allowed himself to be struck? Chapter 136. I'm not unattractive, dear sister. Please reconsider. Before entering the Shumi space, Chu Liangyu was in a fairly good mood. However, a series of events rendered her incapable of smiling. The age-old adage that under a fallen nest there are no intact eggs is a truth even a 3-year-old comprehends. Now that Chu Liangyu has grasped the dire situation of the beast world, she could not possibly remain indifferent. Furthermore, she was eager to attain that position swiftly. During this excursion, she gained a deeper understanding of her own capabilities. Mommy, it's all right if we get lost. We have our phones. Yizi chuckled. Oblivious to her surroundings, Ouyuan and nearly collided with her, but she deftly sidestepped. Ouyuan, noticing her presence, glanced up with an expression of embarrassment. Hence, the evidence in his possession became crucial. If not now, then when would they discuss terms? Qian Dongyu could not decipher what the Japanese man was shouting, but judging by his menacing demeanor and frenzied gestures, he clearly sought to impede the advance of the Chinese military and civilians. Rumors about Qin Zhaozhao having an affair had circulated for quite some time. Yet without concrete evidence, they remained mere gossip. Now, however, was this not the very proof delivered to their doorstep? Hou Yuexia sat in the restaurant from 5 to 8, seething as she observed the bustling business across the street. Her son had identified the perpetrator. I understand. That's why you've noticed I rarely take photos of you now, right? These are all candid shots I captured when you weren't paying attention. All right. I promise I won't take any more. Wang Jing replied with a grin, seizing the camera while his sister was distracted. Her body and appearance had transformed. This was no longer merely a matter of surgery, but rather of celestial arts. When she departed, she worried that Sister AI might wait until dawn. As darkness enveloped the sky, having completed her tasks, she intended to step out and bring her back, only to discover that Sister AI had returned on her own. The old man's predicament at the hands of the Crown Prince was likely related to the conflict that occurred 10 days prior at the foot of Mount Jiangnan. This outing with Wu Huanyue was intended for relaxation. Indeed, he too needed a respite. In fact, he felt that everything at present was quite satisfactory. The reporters were in a frenzy, clamoring with questions. Some even climbed onto tables, practically yearning to cling to Lin Fan's legs. The reason for the 1-to-1 allocation was that Xiangzi and Beidao were not well versed in basketball rules. Besides the two of them, Rina, Arai, and Su also lacked understanding. After all, having devoted years to tennis, who had the time to concern themselves with basketball? In the matter of recruiting and training soldiers, Mingwei, lacking military knowledge, found herself utterly in the dark. Fortunately, the 4 black-clad guards accompanying her, Gong Zhongyin, Dong Feng, Yu Wuxin, and Fei Ping had all served in the military and had practiced military drills alongside Zhao Kuo. Although none of them possessed the talent of a great general, they certainly had the potential of leaders of 100 men. After a moment of contemplation, Qingwei realized that the mother referred to by Yunli was, in fact, her grandmother. The sharp cry of the Shishui's sword resonated, as the faint purple glow cascading down its blade sought to trace its owner's path, only to be intercepted by Chang's sweeping sleeve. Return your attire, we have no need for it, Lu icily stated. She admired Caesar and wished to remain by her side. Yet this did not imply that she would tolerate the temperament of those around her. Though impoverished, she possessed an unwavering spirit. She was already married, and to her own brother at that, enjoying much affection of late. Since you have returned, why not enter? Just then, a familiar voice, weary and seemingly deprived of rest for a long time, resonated from behind Han Lai. He had studied first aid theory, yet in such urgent circumstances, it was imperative to allow professional medical personnel to administer treatment. In Chapter 137, with an elder sister to protect her, fear was absent. In the blink of an eye, that unsightly visage had vanished, accompanied by subtle changes in form. Perhaps due to his lineage, Hua Yue bore 3 flower petals imprinted on her brow, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with vitality. Her skin, as porcelain white as it was, surpassed even that of Chu Liangyu in delicacy, and her youthful face resembled that of a newly adult male beast man. Her lustrous black hair flowed like satin in the gentle breeze. As for Lin Ruoxue, she was already feeling quite unwell, and at that moment, Lin Jinan began his performance again, further dampening her spirits. Not so large, it's excessive. Move it back a bit, Xiano exclaimed in an increasingly unreasonable tone. Meanwhile, Chasing Fate's doppelganger was incessantly making its way towards the Tianxia Society's headquarters on Tianshan Mountain. Although the two gatekeepers of the Tianxia society wielded martial prowess akin to gold elixirs, there was no significant concern. Thus, it seemed he was destined to pursue a path filled with various teachings, traversing through all methods of improvement and rectification, ultimately leading him to his own unique way. How was this even made? The figure beside the boss finally took a taste. For him, the decision of whether to re-enter such a world remained uncertain at that moment. A few minutes later, the two found themselves in a restaurant, ordering only a modest selection of dishes, with Yifeng bustling about, while Lin Ruoxue sat quietly, waiting to eat. Although the princess had seemingly distanced herself from the Yi family, the ties of blood still lingered. How could such matters be clarified with just a few words? Frowning at the inappropriate remarks of the emperor, Feng Qingzhan's thin lips quivered slightly, his eyes wrestling with turmoil before ultimately settling into tranquility. The swift wind, burdened with exasperation, shook his head, having a master who, despite having a home, chose to remain obstinately away was indeed a source of great vexation for him. Alas, the pace of events was exceedingly rapid. What to do now? Miao Renfeng whispered. In truth, this was the result of Feng Ni's mercy. Although Lang Yi appeared to be in a dire state, he had not sustained any fatal or catastrophic injuries. Otherwise, given his prowess, had he truly harbored murderous intent and unleashed his full strength, Lang Yi would hardly have survived. Chen Wei began to delve into the recesses of his mind, searching for the properties of the plant before him. His knowledge of this particular flora was a testament to the accumulation of wisdom over the years. It was only then that everyone realized the miraculous unfolding of events had transpired in an instant. As the man in the ornate robe had failed to defend against even a single strike and was captured by Suzhou. Indeed, since confrontation was inevitable, a slight advance would pose no harm. Thus, allow me to witness the esteemed skills of brotherling, if you please. As he spoke, Bai Qiuyu gestured gracefully with his right hand, embodying the essence of a gracious host, observing the scene around them. Not only Zhao Zhouge but all those who had ascended the mountain together found themselves entranced. Wood discovered he was at a loss for words of gratitude. An ordinary individual like him had never encountered a powerful protector before. By the way, where did you wander off to last night, dressed so splendidly? Were you perhaps out to charm handsome men? Guan Ying, having received a share as well, did not rush to consume it but instead regarded Jin Yinling with a gaze full of profound meaning. Not at all. Minister Tao is quite considerate of our company's endeavors. Addressing you as young master is only fitting. President Wang stepped aside to allow the three individuals to enter the room, deftly closing the door behind them. Any technique, once it slows down, inevitably reveals its flaws. At the moment when the tortoise spirit rolled forward, Lin Feng was already prepared. Even if his strike could not harm the tortoise spirit, he also would not be injured in return. In Chapter 138, the doppelganger and Chu Liangyu are closer to the tribe than the others, thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is the doppelganger who will return to the tribe first. At this moment, Chu Liangyu still has 2 days of travel ahead before she can return, and she will decide when to utilize the doppelganger then. She has been traveling for 3 consecutive days and nights, revealing signs of fatigue on her face. Rubbing her brow, she felt slightly better. Gazing into the distance, she found the scenery oddly unfamiliar. With these objectives in mind, Ling Xiao planned to resolve all matters before meeting the Dream Chaser, as there remained a month until the Dream Chaser awakened. His heart was filled with confusion. The more he observed the youth, the more he sensed his extraordinary nature. Although he possessed the strength of a mid-level Skywalker, the power he unleashed was truly awe-inspiring, capable of unsettling even the formidable Tiger Rest, who had reached the level of a heavenly general. His second brother smiled, but remained silent, aware that not speaking would be prudent, yet genuinely at a loss for words. However, this fellow seemed intent on thwarting him, refusing to back down. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice. Old Long Kuan suspected that Meng Kuo was the reincarnation of a divine being with a vendetta against him, having abducted her, yet he had not uncovered the truth. Chen Nan, knowing Meng Kuo was with child, approached Kuanda to reclaim her, confining her within the inner realm. What communication device? What is your true objective? Wu Shui shouted, having recognized the square object as merely a redesigned communicator. She was astonished that they could recreate one. What were their intentions? Did they plan to communicate with their captain? The underworld emperor snorted and turned toward the temple, while Baiyu smiled at his retreating figure, tears brimming in her eyes. Upon exiting, she realized that the innocent girl had followed her out and, lacking decorum, remarked, "You didn't call me even to relieve yourself." The innocent girl seemed genuinely intoxicated, her words lacking consideration, yet her flushed face made her appear even more alluring against her pure exterior. As for the blossoming period, That was not the most pressing matter at hand. Luo Tianya, sporting dark circles under her eyes, clearly had not rested well the previous night. The stout man simply pulled Xiang Jie into his embrace, sitting on a chair with the overwhelming presence of a mountain, protectively shielding her. I hesitated to wake you when I saw you asleep. I have already gone to the hospital. Additionally, I have set aside the first bowl of soup you requested. Although this request seemed somewhat childish in Ouyang Yingqi's eyes, she complied nonetheless. I will follow and keep an eye on things, leaving a signal behind. He called out to several other dragon soul guards, disregarding the short, brown-clad men who were obstructed, and dashed into the darkness like an arrow. Andy continued his gathering. Displaying an expression that suggested indifference to both success and failure, the chances of acquiring ghostly equipment were utterly improbable. And even obtaining divine artifact materials would prove of little utility. Gaining ghostly equipment was hardly more advantageous than defeating a ghost-level boss. Ouyang Shui reluctantly agreed, her complexion paling further when she saw the blonde-haired, blue-eyed waiter deliver a bill nearing 5 figures to her. Sheeman Yellow, as if swatting flies, pummeled the 18 individuals charging at him with powerful punches. Although 320,000 clicks may seem modest, I remain exceedingly grateful for your support. Yet, issues must be resolved. Mustn't they? Lu Foming often felt like the villain in front of Qinyu, despite his lack of malice each time. Zhaoxin directed the wizard to unveil the canvas covering the fire dragon carts, pushing more than 20 carts to the forefront. Extending his thumb to once again aim at the target and maneuvering the lever at the rear, the fire dragon carts surged forward, racing toward the gate. Just as Yichuan was preparing to seek employment, a phone call came in from a hotel, requesting that he arrive promptly to escort someone away or pay the rent. While Yichuan pondered the situation, the voice on the other end revealed it was Liang Zie's intention. The unparalleled might of the eternal body could not be wielded by Shui Hao's current cultivation and could only rely on the powerful legacy of the supreme star god. It felt the same. What difference did this object have compared to the golden fingers obtained by the protagonists within? Among the other branches, a relatively young core disciple touched his nose, wearing a peculiar expression. However, the only concern that gnawed him was why the devourer had yet to reveal its presence in the abyss. The bronze giant pillar was adorned with intricate bronze patterns, resembling divine insignias, from which energy pulsated profoundly. Lingen emerged from the water, gazing intently at Luo Yu and Hua, unable to resist speaking to her. Upon hearing Yu Bushuang's inquiry, Ouyang Tian and the others grew tense, fearing Zhang Ma might struggle to cope, and contemplated joining the fray, yet Zhang Ma remained unfazed, responding with remarkable fluency. Qi training primarily involves absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding space, refining it within the Si Dan, ultimately transforming it into one's own strength. Instantly, the myriad star formation trembled violently. Star patterns began to shatter, and endless divine laws fragmented, causing barriers to collapse under immense shock. By the time Zhou Yingying noticed this issue, she realized that the shops that had been open earlier were now all closed for rest. The entire street appeared desolate, with only the hospital seeming somewhat normal, while other areas exuded an eerie atmosphere. Upon hearing Ivy's taunt, Murphy paused for a moment, the flesh on his face quivering slightly. His eyes filled with confusion, as if he had heard that tone somewhere before. In the face of overwhelming odds, the human warriors relied on their formations as strongholds, launching counterattacks against the assailing beasts, thus managing to hold their ground for a time. However, a fleeting glance had already allowed muses to surmise the nature of the object within the box. Luo Feng felt a deep discontent, pondering how one could despise the brutal methods of thunderous slaughter, yet find the gentler approaches too sluggish. What a difficult temperament to accommodate. Within the magical array, the emerald serpent was enveloped in a rich aura of spiritual energy, resembling a hedgehog adorned with blades. This sensation returned, as if invincible. All present appeared as mere embellishments to the thunder spirit, struggling in vain against an insurmountable foe. The Thunder Beast King was far from satisfied with Yi Hao's response, dismissing it as mere drivel. Chapter 139. A fluttering moth. 2 elk were present. Chu Liangyu had consumed one, and only after she had her fill did Xiang Qianqing begin to eat the remnants. At that moment, Chu Liangyu found herself less fatigued, and Xiang Qianqing's manner of eating was rather refined, proving to be quite a pleasing sight. Yet, after a brief observation, she grew weary of this scene and shifted her attention to her doppelganger. "Milady, I sense something amiss here." By now, the sky had darkened completely, and in Jinling, it was advised not to take anyone's silver or possessions unless permitted by the third master or required for business outside. How could the gravity beast abilities have suddenly surged to such heights? What could possibly account for this? Feng Er, raising his voice, called out, "Brothers across the way. We hail from Lihuadiao, a village over 10 miles distant, and our surname is Feng. Humans working in hospitality received wages, while the creatures serving in the same capacity not only earned a salary but, more crucially, avoided becoming prey for stronger entities. Poor performance would see them expelled from their positions, leaving them at the mercy of the terrifying beings lurking outside. Thus, they labored diligently. In 2 days' time, more watermelons would ripen, ready for mass sale to be transported to distant lands. Lan Qin, anxious, stamped her foot. She had never before witnessed her senior brother in such a state of indecision. Truly, it was a sight to provoke fear. The Qilin exuded a wisp of spiritual energy, a delicate ice-purple aura wafting gently to the unicorn's nostrils. Upon catching the scent, it promptly inhaled the energy into its being. Xian approached Li Song, just as he was about to attend to his luggage. Li Song took a step forward, a gentle smile gracing his face as he took Xian's arm. And together with Yu Xiao and the others, they entered the mysterious wooden mansion. The fates of Fengwen were not immutable, otherwise. How could the great calamities of the ages have been postponed? Si Huaiqin, with a sense of resignation, acknowledged that, according to their agreement, they need not be so intimate in public. Yet who was Si Huaiqin, after all? He was the one who provided the funds. Thus he naturally would not let Shen Muning escape unscathed. However, Pang Ban was not as extreme as Ying Yuan. Instead, he sought a rival of equal standing to engage in a fierce battle of martial arts, where the collision of their skills would lead them both to comprehend the heavenly principles, shattering the boundaries of their understanding. Old Steward Li Wei rushed in, startled by the fierce countenance of Li Kuang. Meanwhile, Ning had also begun to revisit and rewrite the unfinished scripts from the previous year. During his middle and high school days, every Monday, classmates would eagerly discuss the haunted house at the amusement park. 3 bodies, bewildered, slowly collapsed to the ground, their blood absorbed by the rocks beneath. Upon hearing Si Huaiqin's earlier remarks, Yu Xingchen scoffed internally. If it were possible, Shen Muning would not have gone abroad. Zhang Sanga looked at the earnest Mu Tong with a ghostly expression, his heart crumbling in despair. Although Hua Qijing had a somewhat thick skin, he still needed to consider the evaluation from extraterrestrial artificial intelligence. Father, she prudently nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Zhang. We are grateful for your trust in sharing this with us. However, this must remain confidential. A Xiao, a Di, you two must not disclose this, understand?" Shi Yishiu and Shi Yidi solemnly nodded in affirmation. As the soldiers in the front fell, those behind automatically stepped forward. Huang Youfu, unbeknownst to himself, had already advanced to the front line, desperately pulling the trigger while treading on the corpses of Japanese soldiers, the clattering shell casings falling into the blood-soaked ground with a hissing sound. A tremendous explosion erupted as the golden dragon detonated, unleashing an unparalleled fury that surged towards Long Yufeng, colliding fiercely with his formidable frame. This year's winter vacation was, of course, spent at Yuani Manor. The estate had been enveloped in the festive atmosphere of the new year since the 25th day of the 12th month. Chapter 140. The Sisterhood of Cricket's Chu Liangyu did not hasten to inquire further. Instead, she turned to Jin Ling and said, "You must be weary as well. There is no need for you to stay here with me. You should return and rest early." Jin Ling, indeed exhausted, paid no heed to whether she intended to dismiss him and simply nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Should the mistress require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." Once he departed, the square was left with only the distracted younglings, practicing their movements absent-mindedly. Chu Liangyu was well aware that by discarding the shackles before the crowd, the porters would resume their circling flight, awaiting the actions of those present. Leslie harbored a lingering doubt in his heart, yet he dared not directly inquire of Jean Bing, choosing instead to stifle his curiosity while fulfilling Jean Bing's demands. Li Buyu spoke up, and at this juncture, even the elder could no longer remain aloof, especially since Li Buyu had already prompted him. When Xin Changqing first arrived in this world, he felt somewhat out of place, but gradually acclimatized to his surroundings. To be frank, if it weren't for the girl's slightly unattractive appearance, her other attributes would have scored highly. Sangotzi, noticing Urchin's displeased expression and hearing her callous words, refrained from mentioning himself and instead brought forth Chen Xiao, using him as a shield. Subsequently, with the deepening of the reform and opening up policy, factories that could not adapt to the needs of modern enterprise development gradually began to close. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Fan found himself at the home of the gluttonous Tianma, the Du family. He was intrigued to discover how the gluttonous Tianma of District 9 differed from that of District 8. It was said that the queen in the imperial city, admired for her beauty and kindness, was hailed as a symbol of the Taya kingdom and also bore the title of the Salia flower. Yunchen nodded, somewhat exasperated. Why was this old man so suspicious? He merely sought to investigate some information. How did he come to know? Zi Suifeng and Zi Qingyu exchanged glances, both simultaneously contemplating this notion. Atop Mount Shaoshan, the scenery was exceptionally unique. At the end of the path stood a secluded cave, its entrance brimming with vibrant spiritual energy and ethereal light. Yet, the depths of the cave remained a mystery, as a divine light seemed to ascend from this very spot, reaching into the heavens and presenting an extraordinary phenomenon. Shaking his head, Zi dismissed this thought. If such a thing were true, Hayumi would have been in danger long ago. Gu Yuan remained silent, merely gesturing for the others to observe the state of Zhuang Guangdong. After approximately 6 breaths, Zhuang Guangdong's body ceased trembling and began to levitate, the dark energy having melded with his skin. When he opened his eyes, his aura had undergone a significant transformation. Huijin immediately rose and declared, "Young hero." Upon finishing her statement, she vanished without a trace, and in her place emerged a colossal luminescent blue stone. On this day, Yuan Shu informed Qinlin that the equity transfer agreement had been drafted and asked him to go to Yuan Xingbao for signing. Setting aside these matters, Zhou Wutian had finally located the deity of the tribe, which turned out to be these cobalt stones. Cobalt stones possess a unique property. When a solid piece encounters powdered cobalt, it undergoes some mysterious transformations, akin to the necklace of cobalt stone held by the chief. In Fang Tianmu's eyes, he observed the extraordinary abilities from the stone platform flowing toward the stone through the mouths of the 4 golden toads. He promptly drew his black blade, shattering the stone into fragments, and with a single strike, sent the debris flying. Since there was no clear direction, it would be best to set it aside for now. Jiang Bo secretly touched the white jade box, pondering what it might contain. Though he was curious, he refrained from prying as he was entrusted with the task. Lin Luo had already compensated him appropriately. The sounds from the river brought delight to the tourists. For travel is ultimately about enjoyment and a pleasant state of mind. Understanding this, Prince Bernard, despite his reluctance, offered some hollow comfort to Tim, as he would inevitably rely on Tim's assistance in the future. Chapter 141. You are the true fox, after all, in the study. Xiong Jiao arranged everything that Chu Liangyu required on the table and then said, "Sister Liangyu, everything is prepared. We can begin the painting." Chu Liangyu nodded and approached the desk. Holding the brush aloft, she refrained from dipping it in ink, instead allowing her mind to wander back to that month spent in the black market, recalling all those who had entered and exited the compartment. Jiang Li, in each conversation, had erected barriers to shield her thoughts, leaving her unaware of their intentions. Nevertheless, this did not impede Chu Liangyu's recollections. In the study, Xiong Jiao had arranged everything that Chu Liangyu required upon the table, and then said, "Sister Liangyu, everything is ready. You may begin your painting." Chu Liangyu nodded slightly, approaching the desk, lifting the brush without dipping it in ink, instead reflecting on the month spent in the black market. Recalling all those who had entered and exited that partition, Jiang Li had always set up barriers during their conversations to guard against her, leaving her unaware of their thoughts. Yet it did not hinder Chu Liangyu's memory. To reciprocate everyone, to unveil more extraordinary events, I have resolved to place a wager. Suddenly inspired, I conceived a lucrative idea. The people of the Central Plains, resilient and self-assured, are certainly not like those of a later dynasty who considered the moon to be round in foreign lands. The northern Julu tribe is merely barbaric. How could they possibly address our illustrious nation as brothers? Thus, the populace found it a profound insult. What? Are you not accustomed to it? Do you find it uncomfortable, unable to accept love between men? Yu Kaiching inquired promptly. As he spoke, Qiao Feng swiftly approached Feng Boi, his left hand reaching out towards his face. Feng Boi evaded to the right, only for Qiao Feng's right hand to follow suit, seizing his wrist and deftly disarming him of his saber. The people of Huaxiao were not particularly surprised. After all, it was evident that the Yamato Sakura had gained their current status on the Fusang server through some means of winning hearts. As for Zia, he was brought back by San Yixing without even a chance to feign aloofness, and this time, Ji Chang personally came out of the city to welcome him, which somewhat balanced Zia's feelings. However, the berserkers of the Aojing clan were always rare and cumbersome, hence they had never appeared in a battle formation. Here at Xiaohan's place, the coffee was undoubtedly exquisite, though Shufang had yet to serve it. The aroma wafted from the pot as it was poured into the cups. Xiao Xiao made a silly face at her elder brother, reluctant to comply. After a moment's daze, Afu Li suddenly lunged towards two men in black nearby, swiftly snatching off their masks and unleashing a piercing scream that could only be described as a cacophony of noise. Initially, Wang Yuyan felt somewhat anxious. Despite having witnessed numerous battles, this was her first time engaging directly. Qin Chun was overwhelmed with joy, as his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, a thriving environment was essential for the abundant essence of heaven and earth, and the current concentration here rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the renowned mountains and rivers on earth. As a veteran leader of Maple Forest City, a dignified official of senior rank, one could say that sitting in anyone's chair was merely a matter of respect, a privilege bestowed upon him by the ancestral incense burned and the smoke rising from their graves. Wouldn't you agree? In response, Chen Yufan smiled, simply elucidating the reasons behind his advancement in strength. However, he was entirely unfamiliar with the cultivation of nicotine. Nonetheless, he was pleased with Chen Yufan's improvement. Several servants outside opened the doors of a few cars, allowing Hu Brao and Hu Wei, who had never experienced such treatment, to revel in the moment. One of our comrades, despite having witnessed the grandeur of the world and participated in international competitions, greeted a few individuals with an unperturbed demeanor before stepping onto the crimson carpet. He lightly tapped on the door, which was opened by a golden-haired girl clad in an apron and holding a laundry basket. The venue had been transformed into a conference hall. Although the decorations could not be deemed opulent, it was well equipped with a conference table, security mercenaries, a technical room, and simultaneous translation devices, all in place. However, Du Jiping could not refrain from naming names. Bao Feiyang's voice had already echoed throughout the hall via the microphone, and suggesting that he refrain from doing so would only lead to greater embarrassment. Lu Xiao, Lu Yangyun possesses the prowess of a martial king, and even he is no match for him. It seems that only you can personally subdue that individual. Deng Dinkai glared fiercely at Yu Chuhua, hastily expressing his discontent to Lu Yensong. Qin Shi, finding it futile to persuade Shen Lingjun, could not help but glance at Zhuo Shui, hoping she might intercede. Cultivators who have reached the tribulation stage are referred to as emperors on earth, symbolizing the pinnacle of power. Indeed, let's discuss everything inside, Chu Tianxiang remarked as he secured the door, proceeding towards it with a sense of purpose. Li Xiang's expression shifted multiple times, although Yu Longdian's words were couched in subtlety. She was no fool and discerned that he primarily sought her assistance, while the notions of dining or watching a movie were merely secondary. I have betrothed you to my grandson. In a few days, I shall arrange the wedding for you both. After the calamity that befell Long Valley, it is time to celebrate. Gu Song's demeanor was warm and amiable, yet his tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. In his arms, Di Baobao gazed at him in astonishment, pondering if he intended to carve two marks on her face to compel Xu Qingyun to annul the engagement. However, upon hearing the words of the two brothers from the Gong family, her eyes lit up with hope. Chu Dianxiong cast a glance back at Sun Mantang, his confusion slightly alleviated. He nodded at him, a silent greeting exchanged. Chiner, do not heed your father's words. The family has already dispatched someone to search for the baby. We must listen to the other party's explanation before drawing conclusions, Gu Ruayu said, her heart aching for her son, who had remained silent. Yet, she pondered, could the baby possibly survive such a perilous leap from such a great height? Many failed to comprehend the situation. Yu Longdian, in the prime of his life, had just achieved remarkable success with his debut film, standing at the pinnacle of his career. It would have been effortless to seize the moment and break into Hollywood. Yet, he chose to withdraw from the film industry at this juncture. Of course, this fellow, whose ears had been burning, had been living quite comfortably over the past few days, indulging in romantic escapades and meeting new friends. After the boss returned with the extraterrestrial minerals from the rocket, Maybao entered a period of comprehensive advancement. However, that was merely a vague statement, as the higher-ups had yet to reach a final decision regarding specific actions. Mingyue's experiment was conducted under the watchful gaze of many. Although it was regrettable that a genuine rainfall could not be simulated, the straightforward demonstrations and explanations convinced a considerable number of onlookers, even causing some shifts within the Mo family. Only Ting Gung and his disciples stubbornly resisted, refusing to acknowledge that Chang and Jun's simulation represented the process of rainfall. Chapter 142. Unlocking an alternate use of the clone. As dawn broke and training had yet to commence, when Chu Liangyu returned to the courtyard, her clone was still nestled in bed. She retrieved the black stone from her possession, scrutinizing it carefully, while simultaneously gathering energy in her palm before tightening her grip. Curiously, the stone remained intact, showing no signs of change. This was even more profound than the runes drawn by Yi Han when she had placed her heart within the stone. Just moments after Xiao Feng entered the kitchen, he heard Yi Yasi's urgent call, prompting him to rush outside. While he continued to hold on to the ancient girl, he felt a surge of malevolent earth energy flooding into his body. Yet, none knew they were dreaming. Even if they did, they would likely wish to remain in that slumber, forever immersed in their dreams. With a thunderous eruption, the Chaos Tower unleashed a terrifying wave of chaotic power, emitting a blinding light that struck the two individuals directly. In truth, Xiang Yingkue had already secured an office, awaiting the afternoon's settlement to relocate to his new workspace. As for the potential to recruit sales from here, he held a glimmer of hope, yet he could not rely solely on this place, thus simultaneously seeking new recruits externally. Furthermore, for the many employees of Heiyin who had perished at Junyao's hands, Eugene would demand his life to placate the remaining employees. In fact, he wished to say that if he were not concerned about the beloved being spoiled by his mother, he would be indifferent. He recalled how Neil had once inquired about the reasons behind his brother's breakup with Yizito. A brief overview was provided. They inherited the formidable essence of the deities and demons slain by the great Panga before the chaos of creation, bestowing upon them a robust physical form. It's nothing. But your appearance while indulging in ice cream is simply exquisite, pure, and beautiful, Zhao Yang remarked with a smile. Cole Jiwenhao frantically searched in the rain for an entire day and night, returning to the villa by midday the next day, with the downpour still relentless. Sitting in his car, his heated skin evaporated the moisture from his clothes. Yet when he dashed into the rain in pursuit of that fleeting figure, he was drenched time and again. You may leave. You have made me feel the essence of true love. I have decided to let you go, Lu Feng said with an air of nonchalance, waving his hand without looking back. Suddenly, the celestial emperor was struck by the sight of the old woman's corpse, and countless memories surged forth, stirring his heart profoundly. Yang Jing, curious, picked up a stone from beside him and hurled it directly into the pit. As it consumed the blood serpent, its eyes glimmered with hatred, fixated on the path Lu Feng and the others had taken, yearning to rush out at once. Having just been suppressed by Su Ying with a single palm strike, the disparity in their cultivation levels was apparent, and Su Ying had yet to engage him directly. If they were to face each other head-on, it was likely that even his lifelong skills would not suffice against such an opponent. The speed of the Knight S reaction was not to be underestimated. The Vehicle S performance was commendable, particularly given its new condition and exceptional functionality. Yang Zhe understood their thoughts. After all, the ship carried approximately 3,000 souls. To comprehend the magnitude of this, conducting individual screenings would be an immense task, one that would likely take 10 days without sustenance. Like a human-shaped projectile, he was violently propelled backward, suffering considerable damage. Such physical assaults, unless executed by players equipped with specialized gear, merely inflicted basic harm. Of course, I do this solely to protect you, Sasuke, Ryu expressed without objection. Though the passionate declaration left Xiang Lin feeling quite displeased, Pan Xingye cast a doubtful glance at Xia Tian, yet dismissed his own thoughts. He considered that perhaps a friend might coincidentally call him at this moment. He Yu's second maternal grandfather was also a soldier, now a commander and a hero of the nation. He believed his grandfather would certainly be reasonable. Chapter 143, The Burden of Too Many Offspring. Xiang Qianqing did not linger here for long. As he departed, the crowd in the square gradually thickened, and in no time, nearly everyone had gathered. Good morning, Beast Mother. The sweet voice of a young girl echoed even before she arrived, followed by her siblings, all looking at Chu Liangyu with eager expressions. Good morning. Chu Liangyu places significant importance on this event for 3 reasons. Firstly, to allow the little rabbits to thrive. Suddenly, Long Qing's mind conjured the image of a fair and alluring figure, prompting him to quickly shake his head and dispel such distractions. Wu Hua was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting Zhang Huimei to be in such a hurry, she had only finalized their discussion the night before, yet today she had flown directly to Guangzhou. Clearly having rushed overnight, Hong Jun suddenly recalled that Qing Xiong had seldom been present at the Yaojin Palace, only making brief appearances to see him a few times each year. During those times, where had he been? After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at a venue called the Zhongxin Chomping Golf Club. Qi Yuan, caught off guard, fell prey to K Air's ploy, sustaining injuries that forced him to retreat several steps. Steadying his footing, he glared fiercely at K Air, choosing not to engage in a battle of wits, but instead cast a protective barrier around himself before proceeding to dismantle the barrier K Air had previously established. Bai Ningxi, Song Xieying, and the other shadow figures fared better, sustaining only minor injuries. Upon seeing Han Yinqing fall to the ground, Bai Ningxi disregarded everything and rushed to his side to help him up. With this in mind, Chen Chumo felt a sense of relief. With ease, he took his stance, executing a swift flick of his wrist, and with a resounding ding, the ball soared into the air, tracing a beautiful arc against the sea breeze as it headed towards the hole. At that moment, Qin Mainyang could afford no complacency or negligence. She had to devise strategies to counter the current military plans of the Daping Kingdom. The thunder startled Li Jinglong awake, hearing the thunder without seeing rain. He opened his eyes, feeling a slight headache, and removed his robe to cover the two of them, embracing Hong Jun as he drifted back to sleep. Qin Mainyang paid no heed to her brother's leader's words, fully aware of her own martial prowess, which seemed quite formidable. However, the crux of the matter was not this. The focal point lay in the fact that the queen, dressed as a cook, appeared excessively youthful. Otherwise, why would she have addressed her as sister upon their first encounter? Had she not foolishly pointed at the emperor and caused a ruckus in the Xinang palace? Would she have faced confinement? Feihu cast a glance at the two individuals before him. The captain still had to heed the words of the scar-faced man. Their relationship was ambiguous, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Regardless of who they were, attempting extortion would yield no results. They would be met with force. Cheng Xia opened the space and responded, "I have not fallen ill. That wretched hospital is no different from hell. Ling Feng is hardly family. My only remaining kin is my mother." Due to the distance, he initially thought he had misjudged, yet his eyes continued to search the advancing army, drawing closer. The elder sister had once adored Lang Wuchen, and the younger sister believed that the annulment of the engagement was not the elder's genuine desire. She merely wished for her sister's happiness. Ling Yufei repeatedly emphasized that all her actions were for the sake of Ling Yue's happiness. In her hand, the purple sword crackled with energy, its brilliance swirling as it revealed a serpent with a purple head and a blue body. The Azure Lightning Python, a creature subordinate to the dragon kin, possesses abilities that transcend those of ordinary dragons. Fire, what do you truly know about Ling Yue? Nangong Yi did not respond to Ling Yufei's inquiry. Instead, he posed an unrelated question. A layer of white mist rose above the spiritual barrier, swiftly transforming into ice, rendering it impervious to the peculiar snowfall. Chapter 144. Do not come over here and stare while I bathe. Over there, Xiong Jiao Jiao departed with her companions, prompting Chu Liangyu to return to the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Hua Yu followed closely, her eyes gleaming with a light that almost obscured Chu Liangyu's path. It was akin to the blinding glare of high beams. Do you have any matters to discuss? Hua Yu coughed softly, suddenly feeling somewhat bashful, and asked her, "Sister, have you truly considered taking on another beast husband?"